welcome to Jay in the Morning Roast.
Oh, baby, we got a good one for you today, folks. We have a good one. And I don't even like starting the show by saying that because we'll see at 10 o'clock whether it's a good one or not, but it should be fun today. Should be fun. As Joe Lacob comes to studio at 8:30, the owner of the Golden State Warriors. He'll join us at 8:30 live in studio for an hour. We got Brandon Payne, Steph Curry's personal trainer, CEO of Accelerate Basketball. He'll join us at 7:30. Even Toby has some Brock Purdy takes. Yes, takes on Brock Purdy and the 49ers. So we're going to have a big, fun Warriors-themed show today. We will talk about the 49ers in this first hour. We got 4 down territory as we say good morning to everybody out there getting off their graveyard shift. If you're at work, what is happening? If you're on those roadways, good morning to you. I don't know what the roadways are like anymore. Your boy's on B-A-R-T. Bart. And let me tell you, people had a good ride today. I saw some people sleep, saw some people chilling. I was jamming out. Good morning to all the ecology workers, all the garbage men, janitors, overnight dancers. YouTube, Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union, Comcast Business Text Line. What's up, Shasky, Spadoni, and Lubman? What's going on, man?
Well, within seconds, you were right and I was wrong. I was going to try some, regular headphones that weren't the ones that go over the ear. They were like the little, what do they call them? Earbuds. Yeah, I don't know why. They don't even work. God, I don't even know why I tried to mess with it. They don't know. I was getting like echoes and stuff, so I had to unplug them right as the show. It was working great till you turned on your microphone. So
wow.
I didn't know it's clearly the low-end headphones that I bought. So, no, I'm doing great. I'm watching. I don't want to start here, but God, are the Phillies just going to sweep the Arizona Diamondbacks?
Probably.
Makes me angry.
Yeah, I don't like their fan base, but I do like Bryce Harper. Kyle Schwarber's hitting bombs. What do you tie Albert Pujols for the most home runs in the NLCS? Is that what happened last night? I mean, it was tough to watch. I mean, the Diamondbacks just got completely rattled last night. They lose 10-0 and go down 0-2. The Rangers are up 2-0. So I'm pulling for Bruce Bochy or Dusty Baker to win the World Series. Full disclosure, 888-957-9570 is the phone number as well. But to everybody on Twitch and YouTube and the Comcast Business Text Line chat, I walk in this morning, Sessions like, look, man, we don't have to do this for 20 minutes. Can we talk about the Rangers and the Phillies and how you could construct a team? And I said, you know what, Chasky? I don't want to do it this morning. You heard the passion yesterday when we talked Giants. You hear every time we talk about the Giants. It starts off, we come in thinking, hey, it's going to be a philosophical conversation about the Giants. And 10 minutes later, it's just nothing but anger about how bad our baseball team is. And all I keep going to is I'm looking for solutions. The first solution to the problem the Giants have is to fire Farhan Zaidi. That's the first part of the solution. It's not too late to fire Farhan Zaidi. You think he's going to put together a team like the Phillies, like the Rangers, like the Diamondbacks, like the Astros, like the Braves, like the Dodgers? I go on and on and on.
Yeah.
Hell, we ain't even the Milwaukee Brewers. So the Baltimore Orioles got over 100 wins, and that doesn't look fluky because of the talent that they have.
Well, then let's have like a different conversation. Forget about how to build a team. Wouldn't you agree in this era of players, every sport, it has never been more player-driven, meaning guys want to go play with their buddies.
Yep.
They want to go play where they think they can win.
It's like travel ball.
They want to go play where they think they can get either equal money, but more accolades. Like, aren't those true?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
When Bryce signed with Philly, if you go back and look at that 2018 roster, it's not that good.
No, it's not.
But I look at the team that they've assembled since Bryce got there, and it's a who's who of guys that wanted to play with Bryce Harper. It's almost, it feels a lot like the Tom Brady effect. When Tom Brady went to Tampa Bay, all these guys started to come to play for him. I know Antonio Brown didn't work out, but Gronk comes out of retirement. Mike Evans feels rejuvenated.
What about LeBron? Going down to South Beach.
That's a great point.
Going with the Lakers.
That's a great point. You think Chris Paul would want to play with the Warriors if Steph wasn't here?
No,
exactly.
I
mean, I'm being real.
Yeah, Kyrie going to Brooklyn, trying to team up with Kevin Durant. It didn't work out well.
Good call.
But that's what these guys do. That's what they do. And so the Giants, you're right, the Phillies, when Bryce signed with them, we're like, the Phillies? Really? You're going to go to Philadelphia? Like, I got the ballpark aspect of it. Okay, left-handed power. He's going to hit a ton of home runs, probably hit a lot more home runs at Citizens Bank Park than he would at Oracle Park. But they were not that good yet. Now, they had Reese Hoskins. They had Aaron Nola. They had some prospects. But, boy, Trey Turner, Castellanos. Anybody laughing at Castellanos these days?
You know, you were right about him.
No, it's okay. No.
I'll be real with you. I didn't think his game would translate as the premier guy for the Giants.
Right.
But you made a great astute point in the green room. It's like, as the 7th hitter or the 6th hitter or the 5th hitter in a stacked lineup, he's perfect.
He's perfect.
He makes $1 million more than Jock this year.
Who, Nick Castellanos?
And the question is?
That's part of that interview. He makes $20 million this year.
Yeah, that's embarrassing.
Schwarber, a real DH, makes $20 million this year as well. I look at it. I bet
you Schwarber could play a better left field than Jock. And Schwarber's not great in the field.
Well, the second they made him their full-time DH, their defense went, all their metrics went up.
Right.
But, I'm looking at this. I just want you to laugh here. The Giants' payroll was 186. 186?
183, I thought.
Okay,
did it go up to 186?
All right. Here's 171 for the Phillies. This is what the Phillies won.
They've got a $171 million payroll?
No, just their free agents.
Okay.
Zach Wheeler, Trey Turner, JT Realmuto, Nick Castellanos, Schwarber, Taijuan Walker, Craig Kimbrell, Josh Harrison, Bryce Harper.
Yeah.
Listen to that.
I know. I forgot they had Josh Harrison just chilling on the bench.
Well, and look, I've had philosophical conversations with Mark Willard, and I understand his point of view, which I disagree with. But he's like, hey, you can't build your team through free agency. It's a Band-Aid. Long-term, it doesn't work. Blah, 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 blah. In the era of right now, everyone, I don't care what it is, you're refinancing your home. You know that the mortgage interest rates suck, but you need the money right now, right? You know that your phone is actually probably still good, but it's dropping calls, and I had to buy a new one right now.
Right.
That's how we operate, right? How can I get through today? You think I give a damn about year 7 for Marcus Semien when I'm looking at him on that 7-year 171,
No.
and he is one of the best leadoff hitters in baseball?
You get 4 to 5 years out of him. It's a steal.
Do you think I care?
The contract is worth it.
Do you think honestly, Warrior fans, do you really care about year 3 or 4 for Draymond Green? You really care about this year?
No, I care about this year.
You're going about this year, right?
Same thing with Nick Bosa. Same thing with George Kittle.
Yeah,
same thing with Fred Warner.
In 4 years, Bosa makes $42 million. I don't care.
Yeah, we don't care about Deebo Samuel's contract. We're like, can he make it through this year?
Yes, exactly.
So I'm with you there. So free agency, you need to have a guy who can attract guys. Dombrowski, who's been with the Rangers, the Tigers, the Red Sox, now the GM or president of baseball operations, whatever you want to call him in Philadelphia. He's the head honcho.
Yep.
He knows how to go get free agents. He got Prince Fielder to get back to Detroit, Boston. He got guys left and right.
And the owner clearly cares about spending whatever it takes to win. Last year they lost in the World Series.
Yep.
And what did he say? I will spend whatever I need to win. He goes and gets Trey Turner.
Yep.
How's that working out?
Oh, it's working out pretty well. Ask the Dodgers.
Thank you.
Ask the Dodgers. They miss Trey Turner.
Big time.
So the Giants, they have a situation to where they do spend money, but nobody wants their money.
No.
Because I don't think nobody wants to play here under the guy who's running the show, and that's Farhan Zaidi. Imagine going to Bryce Harper, and he's a lefty. And I'm sure, I without even looking at the numbers, I don't even know what his numbers is against left-handed pitchers.
It doesn't matter.
Could you imagine Bryce Harper saying, what are you doing? What are you guys doing? I need 5 at-bats in this game. Like, what is going on here? So the style of play. The style of play is just, it's not appealing at all.
You know what? To me, this isn't even a Giants conversation. To me, this is a Joe Lacob discussion because we're going to have Joe Lacob in today. All right. And I'm really excited. I'm looking forward to that. Do not go in. What time is he going to be here?
8:30.
Okay.
8:30.
We're going to have Joe Lacob in today. Joe Lacob's a real owner that really wants to win. And I just think we should appreciate him. Is he perfect? No. He has spent and put his money where his mouth is at every turn. Do I think Jed York's the greatest owner that ever lived? No. But you know what he's done? He's gotten out of the way. He's hired the right people, and he's armed them with the finances and the equity inside that building to do whatever it takes to build a damn good team. Now, they might not ever get over the hump, and that'll frustrate me to some degree. But there have been some great memories, and I know it's about winning the big one. I believe me, I get that.
He's 50 Cent had the album Get Rich or Die Trying, right?
Exactly.
Well, Jed York is going to die trying to win the Super Bowl.
And I respect it.
And I respect that. He's going for the gusto. And you think about all the guaranteed money. He showed over $400 million in guaranteed money. When you when you factor in Bosa, Kittle, Warner, Trent Williams, Deebo Samuel, he's going to get his money at some point. Eric Armstead is another guy who got paid. Jerry Greenlaw got paid. Travis Warwick got paid. A lot of guys have gotten paid with the Niners. And Jed York, he's kind of took a step back.
Yep.
he's been the opposite of Joe Lacob in that sense, where he hasn't done a lot of podcasts. He hasn't done a lot of interviews. He stayed out of the spotlight, let his people do his work, and that's fine. But they've been close. The 49ers have been close. We're talking about them now, and the reason why people are doom and gloom about them right now, or not everybody, but people why we're so critical to Cleveland losses because we expect this team to win.
Yes.
We expect this team to win every single game. Now,
Against
it's not possible against a third-string quarterback.
Yeah.
So that's why, and I like that. I like the fact that we expect the Niners to win, and we're all butthurt about losing to the Cleveland Browns. I like that. I want to live like that.
I do too.
The Giants, you're not even competitive. You're fourth place in your division.
Yeah,
I got nothing to look like. The whole Marco Luciano thing that I've heard about for 3 years, I'm no longer excited about him because I don't know if he's going to be in the everyday lineup.
Well, and again, like going back to guys want to play with people that they think are winners. You know, Dalvin Cook signs with the Jets. Why be?
Aaron Rodgers.
He wanted to play with Aaron Rodgers. Now Aaron Rodgers ended up getting hurt. But like, go across sports. I look at Dario Saric. You think Dario Saric is signing with Steph Curry?
Yeah.
Or starting with the Warriors if Steph Curry's not there?
Or Chris Paul. Or Klay Thompson.
Right.
So, like that.
So, like, forget I don't even want to talk about the Giants. I'm curious on Brock Purdy. Can Brock Purdy ever be a guy, Bonte,
that attracts free agents?
That guys want to go play with? Because isn't that kind of like, if I said Josh Allen, all wide receivers, like, yeah, I would like to go play with him.
Yeah. Joe Burrow.
Yeah, I'd like to go play with him.
Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah, I'd like to go play with him. I don't think anyone's like, yeah, I need to go play with Dak. No, I'm just being real.
Right.
I'm being real.
Right. And even though Dak had a really good game on Monday.
So I know the way we talk about like franchise quarterbacks, I'm starting to go in a different direction. I'm calling it the Bryce Harper effect. Do I want to go play with you if I'm a guy who plays a skill position?
So do you think guys, the Giants don't have,
they have no
positional player that you want to play with?
I mean, you could say Patrick Bailey. There's a guy with the Arizona Diamondbacks who did not hit very well, who's just as talented defensively. Okay. And I know Giants fans don't want to hear that. Defensive catchers who are light hitting are all over the minor leagues.
No doubt. No doubt.
So
you can always find those guys.
And I'm not trying to diss Patrick. I like Patrick Bailey. But like what made Buster was you got all the amazing defense.
And you got the bat. You got 300 average. You know,
I mean, come on.
15 to 22 home runs.
There's nobody on the Giants.
RBIs. Nobody.
That's why I don't even want
baseman.
I don't even want to talk about them because I don't think that they're deserving of the conversation.
$183 million payroll. Just take a step back and think about that. $183 million payroll. And they don't have one positional player who a guy out there in free agency will say, you know what, I want to go play with him. They don't have one guy that can attract a free agent. That's why I don't want to hear the name Shohei Ohtani all off season.
It's not going to happen.
No, I don't want to hear it. I don't even want to go, like, honestly, Casey Schmidt, Marco Luciano, Luis Matos.
It's just not. It's not.
Wade Meckler.
I mean, it's just not.
Who's the guy Farhan said was the best center fielder in the program right now? Wasn't even Matos and Meckler. Was it Fitzgerald?
Yeah,
Fitzpatrick?
Tyler
What's
Fitzgerald.
His name? Fitzgerald. I didn't know who he is.
And they waited till the very end to bring him up. You want your head to explode even more? There was a guy making plays at third base last night. Alex Bohm.
Oh, yeah. Alex Bohm's good.
Do you know where he was drafted?
No.
One pick after Joey Bart. That's not even Farhan's fault. But here's my other point. They have 14 guys on the Phillies right now that were traded. They traded 14 of their 40-man roster. They traded for. They had 17 free agents. Okay? Yeah, you could draft internally. You also have to be bold. Yeah. And I look at, again, I want to go back to, forget the Giants. Go back to the Warriors. The Warriors easily could have just said, you know what? We're going to roll it back with Jordan Poole and Draymond Green. And they would have been playing with fire. We all agree. I have to at least credit them. They knew that wasn't going to win. We got to be bold. And I don't know if Chris Paul might blow up in their face.
No, this is what tells me everything about how the Warriors operate is the play-in season. Klay Thompson gets hurt on draft day. They draft James Wiseman number 2 overall. Klay gets hurt. They find out Klay's going to be out for the season, and he won't be back until January 9th of 2021 or 22. And Joe Lacob says, you know what? And he admitted to us when last time he joined us in the studio, I probably made a mistake and probably should have just sat back and chilled.
But I respect the hustle.
It was a bold move.
Yeah.
He went to go get Kelly Oubre Jr., trying to win, looking for anything, saying, I'll get me a 15 to 18 point per game scorer, a guy who could play some defense. Let me try to fit him into the Warriors' way. Well, it didn't work out. But they tried. They tried to appease the fan base. They tried to appease Curry and Dre and say, look, we're trying to win now.
Yeah.
That's what we do. The lost season when they won 15 games, they still made a bold move. You know what, D'Lo? That's not going to work out.
It was a great move in retrospect.
Let's go get Andrew Wiggins in a pick, which turned into Jonathan Kuminga,
who looks very promising right now.
Looks very promising. So I look, these teams make bold moves. What is the bold move the Giants have made?
Well, that's why the
Phillies make bold moves. The Rangers. They said, look, were the Rangers any good when they signed Corey Seager and Marcus Semien? Did anybody know about Josh Young? Did anybody know about Evan Carter?
Do you know where
Did anybody know about Nathaniel Lowe and Josh Heim?
You know where Evan Carter was drafted?
After Hunter Bishop?
No, well, yeah.
I'm kidding.
No, after Casey Schmidt. Josh Young went one pick ahead of Hunter Bishop.
Oh, man. Anyway.
But why don't we do that? Honestly, we don't do that in baseball enough, in my opinion.
No, we don't. We don't. So the Giants are being ran wrongly. And, again, I'll say this again today. And I feel kind of bad saying this, but I'm going to say it anyway. It's not too late to fire Farhan Zaidi. It's not too late to move on and get people to love your baseball team again. It's not too late. It is not too late. Jed York pivoted. Jim Tomsula, Chip Kelly, 1 year, boom, boom, out of here.
You know how Bruce Bochy took time off?
Yeah.
Right? I'm taking time off in the Giants right now.
Right.
But you know how he took time off and now he feels rejuvenated?
Yeah.
I feel that way about the Warriors today. I know we're going to have Joe Lacob in beef. I keep coming back to the Warriors, watching those preseason games, and they're preseason. I'm not pretending that they're, the end all be all. Right. I'm not taking away, Podziemski could play point. Like I'm not losing my mind. But it feels like they needed the reset.
Yes, it's refreshing.
Think the fan base needed the reset a little, and I am so rejuvenated for Warrior basketball, and they did a great job being bold and tinkering with their roster. Yep. To me, I'm ready to turn the page, forget the G-men, straight to the Warriors and turn the page from last year's debacle, and I think this year is all about optimism.
I've been waiting for this since August, and I want to shout out GSW Reddit. Listens to the show all the time.
Oh,
really good dude. Met his wife. I'm not going to reveal his government name.
That's okay. Don't do that.
But GSW Reddit, man, really good friend of the program. We should have him on. We could just come in. Hey, GSW Reddit, what do you think about this? Anyway, he tweeted at me because I was on the Warriors Huddle podcast with Bram. It was just me and Bram yesterday. I had a lot of fun, and it got me going. Got my juices flowing.
Did you get a word in? Bram's like us. He can talk.
No, I was the long-winded one. I know how to cut him off. But GSW Reddit, my wife is in the other room listening to a Dubs podcast with Banter so she can be in the know as the season starts. I've never heard her listen to any Warriors content, which I tweeted at him. I said, I feel sorry for your wife for years. But it got me thinking, like, as I'm riding Bart to work today, I'm like, we got hoops next Tuesday.
I know.
We got hoops at Chase Center.
I know.
And Kevin Durant's coming back to the town. And I want to say this before we go to break.
What's that?
Kevin Durant's going to come back to town, and he's never played in front of fans. Never played in front of the fans at Chase Center. I'm looking forward to the Warrior crowd, to Dub Nation, when they see Kevin Durant in that Suns uniform. I'm looking forward to them rising as one and giving him a standing ovation.
He deserves it.
For the time he spent here in the Bay Area. Kevin Durant, what he did in those 3 years with the Golden State Warriors. 2016-17 may have been the best basketball team ever. I mean, it was unbelievable. And that 5-game final series was electric.
What is your starting 5 best teams of all time in the NBA? One of those Warrior teams, I think, is somewhere in that top 5.
Yeah, they're in there.
So what about, the Heatles? Got to go that really one, the 72-win Bulls.
72-win Bulls.
Does that
Showtime Lakers? Which one? 87?
Well, you said Showtime. I was gonna go maybe the Kobe Shaq Lakers.
Yeah, they were really good too. The Celtics in 86.
Yeah,
you know, and then with Bill Walton coming off the bench. The Sixers at 83. I mean, there's been some really good, but that starting 5 with Kevin Durant, or even the Hamptons 5. When you go Kevin Durant, Andre Iguodala, Draymond Green,
Hamptons 5,
Klay Thompson, Steph Curry, and if Iguodala's a little sick or a little hurt, then we just insert Sean Livingston.
Remember when we had the Hamptons in starting 5 in the COVID shortened season?
Oh my gosh.
15 wins.
I'm not going.
It's the best Western Inn team. The Hampton Inn.
The Days Inn.
Kai Bowman.
The Days Inn.
Eric Pascal. I remember telling Kovac, Pascal doesn't pass.
I remember the Days Inn used to be, let's go stay at the Days Inn. Hey, Andy, you want to go stay at the Days Inn? Are you out of your mind? Motel 6?
Yeah. I'm good off that.
Oh, man. So Nick and Clayton, hang on tight. NBC Suites.
Hey, they do have a very good buffet.
They do. They really do. I said it one by the LAX, man. We had to change rooms. We're like, we can't. This room, it's a little smell in here. Nick and Clayton, Nick and Clayton, we'll get to you on the other side. This segment was brought to you by Golden State Lumber. Serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. Brandon Payne and Joe Lacob in studio. Well, actually, Brandon Payne at 7:30 over the phone. Joe Lacob in studio from 8:30 to 9:30. That's all coming up. Sponsored by the law offices of Robert Goldstein.
Join San Francisco Zoo and
Morning Roast is live on YouTube right now. Take it away, Banter.
I will, Steph. I will. Can't wait to see you. What's up with the camera? Hey, camera. You want to zoom down? What's going on here? The camera. What's up? Find me. Find me right now.
There it goes.
The law offices of Robert Goldstein. If you have IRS and state tax problems and don't know what to do, contact the law offices of Robert Goldstein because resolving tax problems is all that they do. Call 1-888-TAX-EXIT, 888-TAX-EXIT. Before we move on to the Niners in four-down territory at 650, four-down territory, 650. You don't want to miss that. We'll butcher. Let's go to Nick and Clayton real quick. Nick and Clayton wants to get on here on the Russ, and I think he wants to talk some baseball. Nick, good morning, man. How you doing?
Morning, fellas. Great hearing you guys. You guys sound great.
Thank you, brother.
Dad's doing good.
Yeah, he is. He's in the chat right now, the YouTube chat, and he's doing a lot better. Thank you to everybody that's reached out. I sincerely appreciate that.
That sounds good, man. Hey, you know that you guys are talking about wanting to get Farhan. Well, I've got an available GM ready for you guys to replace him. What about Kim Ng?
So I'll tell you what happened there. So Derek Jeter, I was listening to the David Sampson podcast, who very well versed in the Florida Marlins, the Miami Marlins.
That's scam outers. Of course he's well versed in the Marlins. He ruined the Marlins.
Okay. He sold the team to the group that was headed by Derek Jeter. Derek Jeter was the baseball of president ops, whatever the title was, right? And hired Kim to be the GM, okay?
Right.
Now, the president of baseball ops runs things, and the GM is a GM in title. It's all of these, like, let's bump everyone up. It would be the same thing as Farhan, I believe, now is the president of baseball ops.
Right, but he runs everything.
Yes, and he has a GM, Pete Patula. I always pronounce it improperly. When Jeter left and got bought out, okay, now Kim was running things, if you will. But everything was already set in place. So she had this last year where she was running things. They were going to hire someone to be above her to replace Derek Jeter. And I don't know. It depends on how you want to perceive it. Either she had philosophical differences or they just didn't want her to run the organization. It's probably a little bit of both. They were going to hire somebody else to come in. I don't know what her qualifications are. I don't know how good she is. I don't know if she's great, terrible, good, bad, whatever. But they obviously have moved on, both parties. And it's because they're trying to hire someone above her.
So Kim Ng, I just want somebody here who's relatable. I want somebody here who is personable. I want somebody here who's going to make moves and embrace this community.
And understands the ecosystem in this area.
Understand all that. Politics, logistics, everything.
Yeah, I agree.
And actually be able to recruit some players. You know, Farhan, and Sam Lubman asked him the question during his end-of-season presser. You know, Aaron Judge, man, you said that, you know, you didn't really think that you could Aaron Judge. And he brushed off the question, said, oh, man, that's so long ago. Like, we've kind of turned the page, and I don't want to speak for Aaron, and blah, 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 blah. But it's just like, you're coming out saying that you never really thought you had a shot at him. Tell that to Greg Johnson. Tell that to the fans who got excited about it. Tell that to your team who tried to recruit him. Why are you recruiting Aaron Judge if you don't believe you could go sign that player? And that's my problem with Farhan. Like John Lynch and Bob Myers and now Mike Dunleavy and Joe Lacob, they go after a player, they believe they could get that player. They believe they could sell their brand, sell their organization, and make it appealing to a player saying, look, you come here, we're going to take care of you. The fans will love you. It's a great area to play in. Chase Center's booming. They just built a park across the street that we'll get to a little bit later around Chase Center. They're making things like, hey, we got it happening around Chase Center. You know, like instead with the Giants, you got Momo's and you had a bunch of things that closed down, unfortunately. Farhan doesn't do it. So if you don't believe in this stuff, why are you on the job? And you know, I got a lot of love for beat writers. You know that, Shaska. I got a lot of love for media members. But the fact that Farhan wasn't pressed pressed on some of the things that he said in the past and that we had to walk down there is embarrassing. So he's been able to be comfortable, do what he do, which is give limited players big-time deals and player options. Again, it's just not too late to fire him. The offseason hasn't started yet. We're still in the LCS. It's not too late.
The problem is I just don't think the Giants have the networking to understand who's good and who's not. It's really hard. Like these front offices, like I agree with you. I don't think I would stay with Farhan, but everyone always goes, well, who are you going to find? Well, that's their job. Like that's literally whoever ownership's, whoever's in control of this thing. Right. That's the other part. We don't even know who the hell's in
control.
But like that's their job is to hire these things and get it right. Like, people get mad, like, well, why are you mad at Shanahan? His job is to not miss on Trey Lance. Now, he was very lucky, and he ended up making the most out of the Brock Purdy situation, and he gets credit for that. But their job is to execute draft picks. Their job is to know these things. Mm-hmm. The job of the Giants ownership is to hire qualified people.
Right.
And right now, the person running things, I don't believe is qualified to do the job.
I don't either.
And I don't know who's out there because that's not my expertise. Yeah. No one really knows any of these front office people. But I know this. I know when it's not working, and it's not working right now.
I'm waiting for Buster Posey to just say, you know what, let me run the show.
But here's the problem with that, is that when you are a star player of an organization and you run the show, at some point you will be fired. Yeah, John Elway was going to get let go at some point from Denver. I know your buddy Chris Mullen ran the Warriors for a minute.
And they basically took the power away from him, and that whole situation became ugly with Robert Rowell and Chris Cullen. Mm-hmm. They just didn't know they wanted to do everything.
I just think that's really tough. I think it's tough for an icon of a franchise like Mully, like Buster Posey, I think you're put off. But some guys want that challenge.
Some guys want it. George Brett ran the Royals for a long time. Remember? Got him that World Series and brought him back to relevance. Yeah, Nolan Ryan, Rangers and the Astros. There's guys who get into it. Now, I'm just asking Buster Posey, but you just need somebody else
with credibility.
Like you just need, again, you get a feeling with some guys. You get around some people, you feel good. Like saying Bob Myers a couple weeks ago at the Niner game, it's like I feel good around him. Yeah. Mike Dunleavy, I like talking to Dunleavy. He's a good dude.
But it seems like to me, Mike Dunleavy clearly has been with the organization and has been a right-hand guy to someone who is excellent. Yep. And so to me, he's got the prerequisite qualifiers to. I'm not saying he'll be successful,
and he understands. But
doesn't it feel like he has the tutelage?
Mm-hmm. He understands. He understands the market too. He understands what Dub Nation's all about.
Yeah, he's been here.
I don't think Farhan understands Giants fans. Does he even understand what Giant fans want?
Well,
does he understand what this market wants?
That's one of the things why I love about Kyle Shanahan. He kind of knew what it was to be a Niner fan.
Yep.
Even though he wasn't a Niner fan his whole life.
He was around here.
Yeah, he understood it. And I think that was a very endearing quality for a lot of people when he first got hired. That's a really good point.
No doubt.
That's a good point.
By the way, Christian McCaffrey apparently avoided long-term injury for the 49ers. They said he could play on Monday Night Football. He could play. He suffered an oblique/rib injury. We don't have the details of this injury. But if you're a 49er fan, do you sit McCaffrey out, at least on Monday Night Football? Do you want any setbacks with Christian McCaffrey? Or are the Niners playing coy here? Is this gamesmanship with the 49ers? Are they trying to tell Minnesota, hey, number 23 is going to play while practicing with Jordan Mason with the ones all week long? I would sit him personally. I know Shasky's the cautious one here between the two of us, but McCaffrey's so important to this football team. If you can't beat Minnesota without Christian McCaffrey, then what are we doing here, Coach? You should be able to handle Minnesota without Christian McCaffrey. I personally would sit him. Oblique and ribs are not something you want to play with, especially in today's game, but it is satisfying to hear that he avoided serious injury, Shasky.
I would sit him until November 12th. If you have an opportunity. So right now they play Minnesota and then Cincinnati, and then it's a bye week, and then the next game would be the Jacksonville Jaguars in Jacksonville on Sunday, November 12th. I would wait until that point in time.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you. I wouldn't mind it. Cincinnati would be tough to win without him.
Absolutely.
But I
think it's tough with him.
He's the most important player on offense. I think you got to chill off of him.
What I mean, you know what we'll talk about on the other side.
Yeah, let's talk about it on the other side. That'll be brought to you by, don't forget, not only is Joe Lacob come to the studio, but today we're going to be in San Leandro. I'm going to be in the Dro. I highly doubt Shasky will be wearing that button up at the Fieldwork Brewery in San Leandro. Pretty sure he'll take
It's gonna
that
be
polo
hot.
off.
It's gonna be hot in the East Bay today.
Is it gonna be hot?
So you know.
Oh man.
Oh, that's awesome.
Really looking forward to that.
Don't worry, South Bay. South Bay.
I'm teasing.
We're coming soon. Peninsula, we're coming soon. The city, we're coming soon. That's 3 straight summits in the East Bay. I don't mind going out there.
I'll go to
But just-
Petaluma.
Yeah, I'll go up north.
Brewsters?
I'll go up north. Lagunitas.
Oh yeah, I'll do that.
I'll go up there.
Yeah.
But dang, I'm just saying, to all my sales staff here at 95.7 The Game in Mohegan, that's 3 times we had to cross the Bay Bridge. We like to cross the Go to Gay Bridge one time, or just stay on this side of the bridge.
Yeah, west side.
We don't want to pay toll all the time. Just saying. Anyway, Fieldwork Brewery, San Leandro, going to be a good time. 4 to 6 p.m. Come out. I expect to see the roasters making some noise there, and anyone who attends will have a chance to win a signed Kevin Durant shoe from 2018. Not shoes, a shoe from 2018. Be sure to come on down and hang out. Warrior Summit today from 4 to 6 p.m. Steiny Guru, Willard Dibbs, myself, and Chasky. We'll see you there. That's all coming up. Sponsored by Fremont Bake, full service baking, no compromises.
The Prophetic Matrix.
Roast on 95.7 The Game.
So aggressive. Dan Campbell. Why are you playing Dan Campbell this morning? All right, sums up with the camera. It's not like turning left to right. I thought it was. Don't touch it. You'll fix it. Sorry, Lovin. Don't touch it. I'll fix it. Lovin even wore a button up.
Ludman's turning into Negan. Don't touch it. I'll fix it.
Don't touch it. I'll fix it. All right.
Break.
Yeah, well, I just touched it. That's why. What's wrong? Well, the camera's not pointed on me. You want me to? I could touch it back and zoom it away. Jeez Louise.
Well, no, there's controls on your computer. You can control the camera that way. That's how you do it.
Nobody taught me that.
Yeah, you have to teach me.
See, now you know.
We didn't have a seminar, so it would have been nice to know that.
Well, now you do know that.
Well, maybe during the break you can show me. By the way, Sam Lubman wore a button up. I don't know why.
Well, it's a see-through, too.
Yes.
It's linen.
Yeah.
My guy looks like he's Swiss Family Robinson.
So Lubman's a guy.
You ever seen that movie?
Yeah.
It's when he had the bun. That's what I was thinking. I was like, look out for the Pirates.
Well, you should have saw Lubman. We're walking to and from Oracle Park the day Farhan Zaidi spoke.
Yeah, is he a fast walker?
No, he walked. We had a nice little pace. It was a good walk.
You have a very
I had
quick
to keep it a little
jump.
slow.
Yeah, I do have a jump.
No, you like to. You have the. I call it the Frisco waltz.
Yeah, the Frisco waltz.
Because you walk with like
little pep
like I gotta
step.
go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They got a little bounce to it.
Yeah.
But Lubman, he's a guy, got a little hot, right? So he goes with the bun, and he takes the button-up shirt.
Looking like Casey Jones.
He opens up the buttons, and it's just a tank top underneath with the taco meat.
No, he did
with
not.
With the button up just flying out.
And he's got a tattoo on his shoulder.
Yeah, the Miami Hurricane logo.
I kind of love that about him.
You could do, right? You could, put a knoll on there.
I'm glad we're getting to that.
No, why would I do that?
Well, you know what it is. It's 4 Down Territory time where we discuss college football stuff. Hit me with my music.
Give me my theme music.
Let's freaking go. Bonte, when you start a possession, you know what down it is. It is first down. First off, I love
the production value here.
I know, I do too. I watched maybe the worst broadcast I've ever seen in my life, and I'm dead serious on that. It was Chris Collinsworth's son, Jack Collinsworth.
Oh, gosh.
And Jason Garrett. It was USC Notre Dame, all right? USC Notre Dame. This is the marquee matchup of the year for both teams up to this point. And it was the worst broadcast I've ever seen, but that's not what I'm here to talk about. I'm here to talk about Caleb Williams and Lincoln Riley. Lincoln, can you get a stop? Just one stop.
I haven't gotten a stop since he was in Norman, Oklahoma.
One stop. They are way too reliant on Caleb Williams, and Caleb's an excellent, excellent player.
Yeah.
But you had some thoughts about Caleb Williams Saturday night because you texted the group thread, and I said, I'm probably guilty. So is Baldinger, because we both said how much we love the guy. And reminds you of someone is not the same as he will be someone.
Right.
But we got to pump the brakes on Caleb a little, correct?
Yeah, no doubt. And I said this during the Pac-12 championship last year, and he was hurt in that game against Utah. But the young man is a baller. He makes some throws that I've never seen on a football field. Mm-hmm. I'm like, oh, wow. And this happened, actually, when he was at Oklahoma, when he replaced Spencer Rattler. We all wake up for the Red River. They don't call it the Red River Shootout anymore. They call it the Red River Showdown. Whatever. The Red River rivalry.
Whatever it is.
Oklahoma, Texas.
Yeah.
And he replaced Spencer Rattler against Texas. And he threw a ball to the pylon about 50 to 55 yards. Everybody who watches football knows what I'm talking about. I said, wait, Oklahoma had this dude on the bench? This dude looks sick.
So you were doing the Adrian Peterson. I seen him throw
I saw him throw that ball, I literally did that. When I saw him throw that ball, I said, oh, my God, Spencer, you in trouble. And Spencer was in trouble. Now he's in South Carolina. But we got to stop comparing no more, saying, hey, he reminds me of Patrick Mahomes. Let Caleb be Caleb. Let Caleb be Caleb. He'll be fine. But right now, Lincoln has put him in a position, Lincoln Riley, that is, in which he's got to do too much.
Way too much.
Way too much. Doesn't need to do too much. Run the ball a little bit. Play some situational defense.
Did you hear Mr. Fight On, Lucas Alexander, say he's out on Lincoln Riley? I couldn't believe that.
That fast. That fast.
Who's the most arrogant fan base of college fan bases?
Oh, it's USC. USC are Cowboy fans.
Why do they think that they're the most entitled to winning championships?
Listen, in the 90s, they stunk, okay? They went to one Rose Bowl against Northwestern. They beat Northwestern with Keyshawn Johnson. That was that. They stunk. And then Pete Carroll started cheating. And look, if you ain't cheating, you ain't trying, right? And they were really good. The Clay Helton days, the Sark days, the Lane Kiffin days. USC snobs are so damn arrogant about their team. Like they invented college football. Listen, you're going to go to the Big Ten, USC fan, and it's not going to be pretty for you.
Oh,
when you go to the Horseshoe.
They're going next year.
Yeah. When you go to Happy Valley.
I kind of want to go to that game.
When you go to the Big House. You're not physical enough for those football teams. You're just not.
Well,
you let Notre Dame with no offense punk you in South Bend. They dropped 48 on you. 48.
Biggest win of Freeman's career.
So
good for Freeman. Good for Notre Dame.
And good for USC losing. I'm sick of USC fans.
Cool. Let's go on to...
I may start rooting for Oregon. That's how down I'm on USC.
Speaking of Oregon...
Second down.
You're getting there. You're getting there. I love it.
Missed it! And the Huskies survive! Lewis is consoled, and the field is stormed, and Washington has won it.
That
36-33.
All right, Oregon-Washington was a fun game. Michael Penix Jr., I think he's a first-round pick. Bo Nix, I'm not the highest on him. I think he's going to be a first-round pick. I think someone's going to reach up and go snag him. That was a fun game. Give me all. And by the way, I've always low-key respected Washington.
Yeah.
I like them. I always root for them.
Yeah,
I don't know why.
I love that stadium.
Yeah, me too.
The scenery, the lake right
gold
there.
Helmets pop.
It's
The gold helmets pop.
Yes.
Reminds me of Mark Brunell. Reminds me of Billy Joe Hobart. Reminds me of Lincoln
Marcus
Kennedy.
Tuiasosopo.
Reminds me of Napoleon.
legend.
Reminds me of Napoleon Kaufman.
Reminds me of Deshaun
Steve
Golson.
Ettman.
Another one.
You know, Dana Hall. Listen.
Lincoln Kennedy.
Lincoln Kennedy. Big Link.
I said Link. You weren't listening.
Selective hearing.
Yeah.
Pulled a Shasky.
You pulled a Shasky there. I love Big Link. One of the first names. No, but you're right, Lincoln Kennedy. Listen.
I love Penix.
It took me 6 hours to appreciate that football game.
Why?
I said, 6 hours later, that was a damn good college football
It was a great game.
A great game. Herb Street, Fowler, it screamed big time. The crowd was into it. It was back and forth, goal line stands, fourth downs. I like this coach at Oregon. I'm not going to lie, Landy.
Yeah.
I kind of like him.
Yeah.
He's got some intensity to him.
And the Nike backing.
But it took me a while to enjoy that game because that kick that Spadoni just played was a big swing for your boy in the gambling circles.
Oh, you lost chicken?
Oh. At one point on Saturday, because of that kick, I had lost 6 straight bets.
Oh, so you were on not a heater. What do they call it? What do they call it when you
I was on a heater.
So you were the guy in Sopranos that went to the card game and had no business dropping 50 grand?
I'm the guy in Carlito's Way.
Yeah.
Mush, right?
David Scatino. That was the guy.
What's his name?
Davey Scatino.
He owned the sporting goods place and Tony ruined his life.
Him
I
and,
was
Richie
on-
Aprile.
Yes.
I was on a heater. I was on a heater.
Baby Chez's car gone.
And that kick, when it went wide right, I said, oh no. And the rest of Saturday was horrific.
Oh, no.
It was horrific. Now, it was so bad that Sunday I was getting gun shy on bets. Now, I bounced back, and I made it a respectable weekend. But boy, that kick had me down bad.
Hey, I like Michael Penix.
I do like Penix.
I don't know what he'll be. He's skinny because
he stays in a pocket.
Yeah,
he's going to take a lot of shots.
He throws dimes.
He does throw some darts.
Like dimes.
That was a hell of a football game.
And there's something,
that running game, that running back, Bruce Irvin.
Baller.
He does not go. He's like just bouncing off of dudes.
I totally agree. I love Washington. Sad that the Pac-12's going away because it seems to be deep as hell.
Oh my God, the rivalries. That was a great football.
It really was.
It really was good.
Let's go to third.
Third down.
Oh, that's Eddie Mush from a Broxville. Sorry.
Yeah, it's all right. Georgia.
It's an ankle sprain. Don't know how severe. X-rayed it, and the X-rays were negative. It's low. It looks like it was lower, but we don't know. Until we get an MRI, we won't know him or Truss. Same thing. Both of them are ankle sprains. I mean, there's not a lot you can do. It's a game of football, right? They're going to play tackle, and you're going to get injured. You're going to have bumps and bruises. You're going to have injuries and things. We're not going to overreact to it. I mean, so I'm thinking about Brock, but I think he'll be fine.
No, not Brock Purdy. Brock Bowers from Napa High School. He's out. Georgia's 7-0. He had tightrope. I didn't even know what this was. Tightrope ankle surgery yesterday. He might be my favorite college football player.
I like Brock.
You have been on him since day one. Yeah, and when they had Washington as tight end. He's an absolute monster.
Yeah.
Is Georgia good enough to continue this unbeaten streak without him?
I don't know. Winning 3 in a row is hard. My Florida State Seminoles look really good. Michigan, we'll see. Penn State plays Ohio State this weekend. Should be at 9 a.m. Set your alarm clocks, folks. 9 a.m. Saturday morning, Penn State, Ohio State. Georgia's going to be fine. By the way, I love Kirby Smart. I do like Kirby. The way he talks. He talks all fast. The visor. The great speech he had. Yeah. Oh, kill these guys. He was going crazy. You may have to get that speech at some point. Bucky Irvin is the name for Oregon, the running back there. Thanks, Dante Wiley. They might be in trouble. I always think, how did Brock Bowers leave Napa County? How did Georgia find Brock Bowers in Napa, California?
Because Georgia has got the hedges, and if I was a kid in high school who was a baller, I would want to play in the SEC on national television.
But how did they find him? How did they find him?
I don't know. He's a beast.
Well, who here was going to find him?
Yeah, I mean, Cal, Steph.
Well, I remember when Jim Harbaugh went and visited Najee Harris.
Yeah, I know.
And went to Antioch.
And he was holding the chains.
I mean, you'll find superstars wherever they're at.
Nick Saban, too. Yeah, I mean, they know. Antioch, California, sure. Why not? Let's get this guy.
Is he your favorite player in college football?
I don't know. No, I'm going to be a homer here. Keon Coleman, Florida State.
Oh, he's a beast.
You see the catches he's making?
He's a beast.
He's a problem. He's like 6'2", 6'3".
He plays big.
He's going to be a problem.
Yeah, I love
Keon Coleman.
Yeah, but we're not here to talk about the ACC.
But Bowers, I've just been waiting for him to leave college because as a freshman, he was dominant.
I would take him to replace Kittle down the line as like a 2 tight end set.
Yeah.
That's the guy. If I have a first-round pick where I can move up, I'd love to see him in our Niner offense.
Wow. Paul Napa says Brock Bowers' mom was his middle school math teacher in 2000.
No way.
Wow.
That's random.
Wow. So I guess 707 Comcast Business Text Line. I'll let you continue.
Yeah.
They found Brock Bowers because Brock Bowers' dad took him to camp in the South for recruits.
There you go.
Interesting.
I don't know. The hedges are cool.
They are cool.
I just think it's cool. And I think Georgia's an iconic program. Yeah. So, but I've got some other ones. And I'm shocked that I'm going to say this.
4th down.
I like that.
Scott, the tight end, flanked wide to the bottom of the screen. Backpedaling, McCord lofting for the end zone. Caught. That's a touchdown. Marvin Harrison Jr.
Marvin Harrison Jr., Ohio State. Right now, Georgia 7-0, number 1 seed. Mm-hmm. Michigan 2, Ohio State 3, Florida 4, Washington 5, Penn State and Oklahoma round out the top 7.
Wow.
You've got Ohio State, Penn State, and Michigan all grouped up. And this weekend, we get Ohio State, Penn State.
Oh, my gosh.
B, who's the team you're picking out of those 3 right now? Michigan, Ohio State, Penn State.
I lean Michigan because that game between Ohio State and Michigan is going to be at the Big House this year. I feel like Michigan will protect their home turf, but Ohio State got embarrassed last year. And Marvin Harrison Jr., you can't guard him. 31 catches, 604 yards.
He's pro ready.
He's ready to roll.
Yeah.
He's ready to roll at the big leagues. I don't know, man. But, I put a smile on my face when you name those teams all bunched up. Vontae Hill I start tingling like Guru.
No one wants to say this out loud.
What's that?
SEC is not the best conference in football this year.
No, but they may have the best team in football.
Well, they might, but I don't think they're the best conference.
No, they're not.
Keep going.
But I start tingling when you start naming these teams.
I know. It's iconic.
Georgia, Ohio State, Penn State, Michigan, Washington, Oklahoma. Who else am I? Alabama sneak. Oregon's still in the mix.
Texas.
Oregon's still in the mix. Texas still in the mix.
North Carolina, come on and raise up.
Oh, come on. We're not taking up serious, are we? I just smile because that means we're going to be guaranteed good football in the playoff.
I totally agree.
Guaranteed. One of the games was at the Rose Bowl. You might have to go down. I love big games, man. I love big football games. There's nothing like it. I love big basketball games too, but these playoffs, these teams, we're going to get the best of the best.
I know.
D-Day's coming for all these teams. So I can't wait till Saturday.
All right, so that was our 4-down territory.
It
gives us an opportunity to talk a little college football. It is the second most watched sport in America.
Yeah. No doubt.
The NFL's number one, college football number two.
By the way, last segment is sponsored by Golden State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. We do succeed. We succeed.
I love how excited
That's at GoldenStateLumber.com. Huh?
I love how giddy you get with college football.
Dude, college football. Because, man, you got to be cut from a different cloth to watch it. And honestly, that Oregon-Washington game
was a great game.
Dude, I was sitting there at 12:30. The girls are out of the house, and the crowds is all day long. And look, Herbie, maybe he needs a new partner on Amazon Prime for
He's
Thursday
a
Night
college
Football.
guy. He's great at what he does.
Him and Fowler
is incredible.
Is big time.
Yeah, I agree.
Him and Fowler just get it. And Fowler captures the moment. This kid, Franklin from Oregon, number 11, you just saw just great plays after great plays. Big time third down conversions. Big time fourth down conversions. You saw fake punts. You saw fakes. You saw all. I just get too excited about this stuff, man. Saturdays set the tone for Sundays. So when Sundays come around, it's business, right? But Saturdays, these kids starting at 9 a.m. and you get Gus Johnson and Joe Klatt at the Horseshoe with Penn State in those all-white uniforms and the blue stripe on the helmet. And you get to the Horseshoe and you get the stickers on the Buckeyes. I can't get enough of it, Shasky. I can't get enough. And then down in Tallahassee, my guys in Florida State, they're just handling business.
I didn't bring this up in the 4-down territory. What about your boy Dion blowing a 28-point lead?
I watched that whole game. 29-0. I was trying to go to sleep. 29-0. That's rock bottom for them right now. And there was a lot of finger pointing.
I thought Stanford's program was done, too.
Dude,
I'm talking about for the season.
Can we get
some of their losses.
We should know this receiver's name by now. Number 13. Iomara was his name?
That catch on Travis Hunter?
This guy.
Is that the one you're talking about?
Yeah.
Where he mossed him?
Well, he had a 97-yard touchdown.
A.O. Manor.
A.O. Manor. Yeah. This guy had a 97-yard catch and run. Then he had another 60-yarder where he outran everybody.
I know.
He smoked Shiloh Sanders. How many yards did this kid have?
I think it was pronounced A.O. Manor, by the way, not A.O. Manor.
Well, he just said A.O. Manor.
I know. I'm just
we should all know this.
We're striving for excellence.
We all felt, we are striving for excellence.
He is a beast, though.
Hey, how many yards did he have? I'm going to pull this up real quick. By the way, you're listening to 95.7 The Game. KGMZ FM at AC1. San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. YouTube, Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Just log on to search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. Also, shout out to the Comcast Business text line. I'm sure somebody's going to have the yards and information there. This kid was balling. So the thing about college football that I love, and I'm glad we're talking about it,
it's fun.
They don't get enough love for their stadiums and their sceneries.
Yes.
Seeing that scenery in Washington, that was old school 90s football.
Yes.
When Washington was going to Rose Bowl after Rose Bowl after Rose Bowl. And you see how packed it was. The sight lines there.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the press box is high up, and you got the lake right there, and it's open air. Don't ever mess that up because you got the wind coming in, factor it into the field goal kicks, and you get the crowd. Did you get Tallahassee, right? Florida State. The cameras are always shaking. You notice the cameras are always Doak Campbell because
like
it's so loud.
Game.
Yeah, it's like shaking, like the momentum meter, right? So you get that. Did you get the Horseshoe? Did you get Happy Valley? Did you get Tuscaloosa? Did you get Death Valley, Clemson, or LSU? You get Behind the Hedges. You get the Swamp. I was talking to somebody on my guy, Jerron Irby's wedding party. Him and Jelena, congratulate to them, and Mr. Irby as well. He's a big fan of the roast. Huge fan of the roast. Also, Mr. Price as well, Jelena's dad, big fan of the roast. Okay. He goes, he doesn't listen as much because he just retired. He goes, tell Shasky, sometimes he can be over the top, but I really love you guys. I say, yeah, trust me, I know he can be too.
Peanut butter ain't the same without jelly.
No, it ain't. It's not.
Just let him know.
Not at all. It's not at all. Not at all.
Kool-Aid ain't the same without the sugar. But I met a guy named Clayton.
He went to Florida.
Oh.
And I said, what is it like at the Swamp? He goes, bro, you got to go to a game at the Swamp.
Yeah.
You have no idea what it's like. So the scenery, the pageantry, and everything with college football, people got to soak this stuff in. We don't get enough of that in the NFL.
No, we don't.
So I got a sickness for stadiums, man.
Well, when I look around the NFL right now, I'm glad you brought up the stadium thing because we are kind of losing the character of the old school vibes. Like, you don't have. I mean, obviously, Jerry's World is different, and it's Jerry's World, and it's the Cowboys, but it's not the same as the old Texas Stadium.
No, it's not.
Obviously, to me, Candlestick was iconic in the same way that, the Packer Stadium, Lambeau is Field. Iconic, and I don't want to see them ever change Lambeau.
Right.
Soldier Field's going away.
Right.
They put a spaceship on top of it when they renovated it, and it's never really been the same. So you're kind of losing the character. The Meadowlands is not the same.
No, MetLife is not the same at all.
Now, I will say this. I think the link as much as I don't like Philly,
it's a good stadium.
It's a really good stadium.
It's a really good stadium. The
it's a really good, and it's sneaky old now, 20 years in.
But the concourses are wide.
They're amazing.
You could get in and out.
That's the stadium I wish the Niners built.
Wow.
I think Seattle has a top stadium in the league. I think that SoFi is incredible.
It's L.A. It screams L.A.
Yes, it does.
Loud music, big scoreboard, celebrities. Incredible. It is incredible. The thing about college football, you wake up, man, and even all the Boise Stadium.
Oh, I love
Boise State.
Yeah.
You know, you get to Wyoming. Fresno State, I remember Big B, he texted me like, take Wyoming over Fresno State. Fresno was ranked. Next thing you know, Wyoming's up 19-0. And, you know, you're going up there and it's the only show in town. The Cowboys. Browning Ellis, the only show in town. Where they play? Cheyenne, Wyoming? Jeez Louise. Hey, I'm telling you, dude, the sightlines in college football, the pageantry, that's why I miss the old Orange Bowl. The old Orange Bowl with Miami.
Yeah.
Where they had the Orange Bowl, and you had the upper deck with the big lower deck, and you had the open air at the end, and you're going wide right 2, wide right 3. Why am I saying that? I'm a Florida State fan. But the old Orange Bowl, when they used to kick off at 9 in the morning, it was iconic. I need character in my stadiums. I need old school tradition. Don't be so quick to tear them down and refit. Like, I'm going to miss Orchard Park. When Buffalo moves into the new stadium.
I would agree with you on
That's why the Niners play there next year. I'm going no matter what. I don't care. Yeah, they're playing Buffalo. I got to go check that out.
How many times have you seen snow in your life?
Other than like Tahoe?
No. I'll throw Tahoe in there. Because I've only seen snow half dozen times in my life.
Not much. A little bit in Flagstaff when Big Dog went to Northern Arizona. We went back down there. But that's,
maybe a dozen. Half dozen to a dozen.
No, we will not be jumping through tables in Buffalo. Will not be jumping through tables. I will not do it for the content either.
Well, if
I can do it for the likes, but I'm not doing it for the likes.
If you jump through a table, I'm sure that guy in Philadelphia would tag us in the video and then, make some grandstanding.
What's up? What's up with that little fella in Philadelphia? The little guy out there in Philadelphia.
I don't know.
We don't even know who he is.
I don't know.
He's just jumped into the conversation. You're not part of this beef. If you want to be part of this beef, we will eviscerate you.
Well, no, I don't. I don't want to. You know why? Because like Jay-Z said, you get half a bar. I'm not even going to mention your name. You're not. You're not on the level.
He's the little fella. He's a little fella. So anyway,
I know we're going to have Joe Lacob in studio. I'm very excited for the Warriors.
I am excited.
And I know we've been talking a lot about college football. There's something that is rejuvenating about the college football season this year. I don't know why. I know everyone's changing conferences and everything. Right. I feel the same way with the Warriors. The little time off that we had, the changes on the roster, I don't know if they're going to work. But I feel really rejuvenated about this year's Warriors team.
And Chase Center's popping. We talk about stadiums and pageantry and stuff like that. As much as we don't talk about Levi's and how aesthetically pleasing it is at times, Chase Center, got to boom it down there.
It's the best to Uber in and out if you can afford it. Ubering in, it's so convenient.
It is. It is.
So
and the things
convenient.
around there is really great. Brandon Payne is going to join us at 7:30. He's got takes on Brock Purdy. He's got takes on Steph Curry. Yeah, Purdy. That's all coming up. Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
Hi, this is Brian Bakhtiari, Executive Manager of Stevens Creek Subaru. With fall here, there's electricity.
Take it away, Bonte.
Boy, a lot of fun. Man. New studio feels good. We have AC on. And yes, if you had the over on us wearing button-ups because Joe Lacob's in the studio, it was funny. Anna put some clothes out for me. And I was thinking, man, I'm going to wear some sweats and a hoodie. I was like, oh, wait, Joey Lightyear's is coming to the studio. I'm not going to go full button down with the long sleeve, but I'll go a little polo. I'll go a polo.
You look good.
I try.
I'm wearing my Flag and Anthem gear.
I know. You got the Flag and Anthem gear with some J's on.
You like that?
Yeah, it's not bad.
My shoot game's getting a little better.
It is. Shout out to 1985 Gallery.
Absolutely.
Chris and the company.
And Rocco. Apparently, he's got a couple of 10.5s for me.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, he's about to give you some stuff?
He's usually like a half to a full size lower than me. So sometimes he's got some bigger ones. So he's got walls of Jordans.
Well, JMC_1982, Bonte, the lighting is horrible in your part of the studio. Well, one, the lighting's horrible because I'm trying to hide the ugly. Okay, trying to hide the ugly for you guys. But number two, let us know. I do want to get this studio right. Let us know. Email us at Bonte Hill on Twitter or at Joe Shasky on Twitter. DM us. What do we need to fix in the studio? Because we don't make this perfect.
I'm going to put right there, I have some pennants that I'm going to bring in, and I'm going to put right there, felt ones.
All right.
So that it doesn't reflect off the glass.
Okay, cool.
So that gray area behind, over my left shoulder, I'm going to bring in some pennants.
Well, behind me, I'm going to get some fat heads, like Tony Kornheiser and Michael Wilbon. I'm going to get some fat heads.
So who, are we going to go Scarface, Al Capone?
Oh, we go Scarface, Al Capone.
Tony Soprano.
We could go,
Joe Pesci and Goodfellas.
What's Dave Chappelle's name when he's the crackhead at Chappelle Show?
Oh, see that? I think we should do non-sports characters.
Tyrone Biggums.
Tyrone Biggums. Because we talk about so much dope on this show. Let's get Tyrone Biggums on the wall. We'll get Tyrone Biggums.
Are we going to go the biggest dope heads of all time? We should do that instead. We get your guy from the show that just ended, Snowfall.
Oh, yeah.
At the very end.
Franklin Saint.
Yeah, we'll get Chris Rock from
New Jack City. Pookie. We get Pookie. Also, we got to get some overnight dancers. So maybe we get Diamond from Players Club. How about that?
I kind of like that.
You kind of like that?
I do.
And we get Bernie Mac because he was running the strip club.
I have a feeling, though, Steiny will be very uncomfortable, and so will Willard and Dibbs.
I don't care how they feel. They can take them down, and we'll pull them back up in the morning. But I want that for our show.
I like it.
You know, that's what we're going to do. We're going to get the fat heads rolling in here.
If I was going to have one photo that represented me as a sports talk radio host,
who would that be?
It'd be the very end of Scarface, where he's got the vest on like he's Raymond Ritter, but it's unbuttoned, and he's got the M16, and he's firing everybody, and he's like, come at me. Man. That's my favorite part, right before he gets shot in the back of the head with a shotgun.
Yeah.
That's me right there, not knowing that the kill shot's coming on behind me.
What would I be? There's a character.
Well, I already told you who you're going to be.
Who?
Well, in Superman 3, there's TV Bonte, who is Clark Kent, who's totally buttoned up. And then there's evil Superman who gets infected and is choking out the regular Clark Kent.
That's what Jelena's father said at the party Saturday. Mr. Price, he goes, TV Bonte and radio
totally
Bonte.
Different.
And then I swear, so I did the whole Jenga video thing with NBC.
Oh, what?
So the Warriors were playing Jenga.
Oh.
Video's out, by the way. And I told
I haven't seen it.
The video would have gone viral if they didn't have me in it.
Why?
Because they had me in it, it didn't go viral. It's like Steph Curry, Chris Paul, Klay Thompson, Draymond.
So they're all pulling the Jenga
pieces, and then I'm at the end.
I really like that as a
I pulled
visual.
the Jenga piece, and boom, it all comes crashing down.
You were the one on purpose, or no?
I should win an Emmy. Let me just say that. So, listen.
Okay, because I can take this in two or three different directions.
No, hold on. Let's just move on.
You're not athletic as you think you are, and you unintentionally did it, or you're pretending to not be as bad as you thought you were.
I played so hard during the World's War tournament that I went to my girl Lynette at the old club, and she goes, "Boy, you got a sprained ankle." I didn't even know it. That's how Teflon
Brock
I am.
Bowers tightrope surgery on his ankle.
Fight through injuries, unlike Joe Shasky. Sprained ankle, didn't even know it. I could go play another 3 games. Yeah, right. Where was I at here? I lost my train of thought for a second. Jenga. So the views on Instagram, go check it out on Jenga, blah, 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 blah. We're playing Jenga or whatnot. So TV Bonte, right? And so I'm walking away from the Jenga game. I was like, TV Bonte, radio Bonte. Devin Fox, who runs a lot of, she's a big timer.
Yeah.
She's so big.
Devin.
She's so big time. Steve Berman from The Athletic wrote an article about her.
Oh, wow.
Remember that?
Yeah.
Women in power. I love it. But Devin Fox is, dude, in Toronto, she was like, come on, we're going this way. She knows everything. She runs everything. But I heard her. She didn't think I heard her. She goes, there really is a difference. She goes, there really is a Radio Bonte and TV Bonte. And I'm like, oh, no. Oh, no. Radio Bonte is going to get TV Bonte fired one day.
Well, or Twitter Bonte.
No, Twitter Bonte is tame. I'm tame now.
What was that movie with that guy who had multiple personalities and it ended up being part of the Sixth Sense? Split.
It's a good movie.
Yeah, it is. And that's you.
Split. I literally like that.
There's Instagram Bonte. There's Twitter Bonte.
There's Bart Bonte.
Bart Bonte. I have an uncle who's very worried about us getting into work early in the morning, and I told him we're going to be okay.
We're going to be okay. The Bart Chronicles, find them on Twitter at 95.7 The Game. I'm just doing them. Because you know why? Honestly, before we get Brandon Payne on here, we're going to get him on.
I'm not going to lie. The walk in the morning rejuvenates me being downtown.
So when I think about my career, right, not to make it about me, but when I was down bad, and, you know, I was covering high school sports and I was just getting started, I took a lot of Bart. I was on Bart a lot. And I remember seeing my girl Megan, who went to Convent of Sacred Heart. Shout out to Megan Doherty Baker. I used to see her on Bart, and she reminded me of this about 5 years ago. She goes, man, you used to be on Bart, and you used to tell me, man, I'm about to make it, man. You're about to see my name in these bylines. I'm about to do this and that. Now, I didn't believe any of it, but I had to trick myself. But it reminded me of the grind. And so when I get on Bart now, it takes me back to when it all started. And I appreciate them. I was like, man, like, these rides used to get me through a lot of days with music, the sports page, and I'm getting a little sappy here, but that's why I like Bart. That's why I like Bart. Shasky talks to Spinoni, and I can't have a sappy moment. This guy wants to crack a joke.
No, I wanted to have a song playing underneath as you're telling this story.
You know what? I'm done.
Keep going.
See, this guy's a jerk.
I'm proud of you.
See, my co-host is a jerk.
No.
He gets all sappy, talks his life story. We sit here and shed tears for him. I'm trying to tell you that
I was trying to give you a soundtrack. I loved it. B. It's relatable. I'm jealous that you're doing the Bart Chronicles videos because honestly, it's a killer idea.
No. See,
this is the song I was going to keep going.
I start talking to Shasky, start talking to Spinoni. That's what happens. You know what, Joe Lacob? Stay home. Don't even come to studio. Stay home. You don't want to be part of this mess.
Zombie on the track. Started from the bottom, now we here.
Is this you, dog?
Started from the bottom, now my whole team here. Started from the bottom.
Come on.
No, seriously, those Bart rides, they are refreshing. The walk in the morning, the crisp air.
Yes.
You're walking into the building. Now, you may have to navigate through
the whiff of urine.
Yeah, there's a lot of,
evading the poop keeps my agility at 100%.
Oh, my gosh. So, Devin Haney, he's got to fight at December 9th at Chase Center. Chase Center's doing a lot, right? Boxing. They're going to have the WNBA there. I believe a women's Final Four will be there before we know it.
That'll be fun.
That'll be a lot of fun. A lot of fun. But Roman Prograis is the fighter who's fighting Devin Haney. He's from New Orleans. So he was Instagramming. He did a little tour, went to the Golden Gate Bridge. He's walking in downtown San Francisco. And he goes, boy, this is rough. I thought L.A. was bad. Boy, it's ugly down here.
Oh, so he said he's from New Orleans.
Dude, I got to get the sound. I'll get the sound up for you. I'll send it to Lubman and Spinoni. It's unbelievable. And he goes, yeah, I don't want to buy that. I'm good. Keep your drugs or something like that. And he's from, down in the bottoms of New Orleans. And I was like, damn, even he's ripping on San Francisco's downtown.
Well, that Sutter Street, at 4 a.m. as I'm walking through, there's a little liquor store. It's going off. Let's just put it that way.
It's going off.
It's going off.
Ain't nothing like
Anything you want might be able to be acquired in front of that liquor store at 4 a.m.
Oh, man. It's pretty funny. James G _1982. Bonte's going to put a fat head of himself back there.
That's not fair.
No,
Come on, you meant to start it from the bottom.
Move. That's not a Bonte move.
Started from the bottom is a great song.
But no, it is. But the part, it does make me reflect on everything. And it's actually refreshing because when we come in here and complain about the studio, we complain about the location. It's like, what am I complaining about?
I know.
We got the best job in the world. We do.
I know.
We get to wake up the Bay Area. We get to wake up Clark LeShark in South Carolina. We get to wake up Tony in Oakland. We get to wake up Can Opener Cal.
I'd be real. I don't wake up and I'm like, Can Opener Cal and Clark the Shark. I do it for them.
Oh, dude. I wake it up.
I love them. I love them. But that's not what I'm thinking of.
I do it for Jay in Florida. All right? I do it for Tim in Raleigh, North Carolina.
I wake up. I'm like, Brian in Palo Alto. This is for you.
I actually think you do that. I wake up for Tyler Miller and JT _1982. Anyway, where are we at?
Here's where we're at.
Brandon Payne coming up in 3 minutes.
Yeah, here's where we're at. I'm looking at this Golden State Warrior roster, and I don't know how good it's going to be this year. I don't know what they're gonna look like, but they really reworked this bad boy. Now they have not made final cuts, so I don't know who's going to be on the team. Yeah. But just some of the Steph, Dre, obviously, Kuminga, Looney, Chris Paul, Klay Thompson, Moses Moody. All right. Corey Joseph, I assume, will be on the final roster. Gary Payton II, I assume, will be on the final roster. Dario Saric. And then you got a bunch of Andrew Wiggins, who I omitted to bring up there. Trace Jackson Davis. I don't know if he's going to be on the team all year, but I feel like he'll be in the mix somewhere.
I like his prospects.
I do too. He caught a pass in the paint the other day and yammed. I like him. Him versus Trey Lyles was a very physical matchup.
He's got good hands.
I like him.
He's got really good hands, which is important.
Lester Quinones, I like him. I don't know where he fits.
I don't know where he fits.
I like him, though.
But he's good. He's one of those good locker room guys, too.
He attacks the basket.
Breath of fresh air. He's got energy.
Yeah.
He's good on a team where, he's not going to mope about his role. And he grew up watching the Warriors. He grew up watching Steph Curry and company. So this team, and look, it all starts with Steph Curry, which is why we're getting Brandon Payne on. What does Steph Curry actually work on? I mean, can you believe this is year number 15 for Steph?
No.
15 years already.
And he's still in his prime.
He's still a top 5 player in the league.
I know. Did you see some of the ESPN rankings came out the other day, and he was the 4th or 5th best player in the league? They had Luka ahead of him, and they had other guys ahead of him. And I'm like I get that for the regular season and throwing up stats and all that. But you tell me, if Dallas right now, not for next 10 years or 5, for this year to win a game this year, Luka or Steph?
You're taking Steph.
Yes.
Now Luka's special.
Maybe I'm being a homer there, but I'm taking Steph.
Luka's special. And Luka has played well in some big games, but I'm taking Steph.
Yes.
It's hands down.
And as much as I love Joel Embiid, and he's one of the MVP guys the last couple of years, year in, year out, he's amazing. Push comes to shove, I still fear Steph more than I do Joel Embiid, and he's amazing.
Yeah. No,
it's a short list.
It's a short list. So he's year 15. So what does he work on going into year 15? What does Steph Curry work on? What is he working on, and when does he have time to work on it?
He's added an element to his game, it feels like, every year the last few years. So, finishing around the rim a couple years ago was something that he added. I felt like ball handling has gotten tighter and tighter and tighter.
Yep.
His passing has always been underrated, but I feel like his passing's gotten better. And then clearly physically, you could tell that he has improved his strength. His conditioning is world-class.
Yep.
And then I also think that his mid-range doesn't get enough love.
No, you took the words out of my mouth about the mid-range. When the Warriors, even during those those championship seasons, Klay and Steph would embrace that mid-range to stabilize a game.
The hard dribble
to slow down.
Yeah.
Hard dribble in, 18 feet, 15 feet, and then just get hot from outside.
Yep.
If the outside shot's not hitting, let's go inside a little bit. Let's embrace the 15-footer. And he's got the post game. He could go back to the basket. We've seen that against the Wizards a few years ago. We're starting to see more of that one. And then defensively, look, he's never going to be the best defender. He knows that. We all know that.
Agreed.
But the way he moves his feet on defense and using his brain and know, okay, I know where this guy's going.
Mm-hmm.
I know how to use my help. One of the biggest plays of that Sacramento series was Game 4 when he helps on the Harrison Barnes. Harrison Barnes is wide open, but the nice double on De'Aaron Fox, he gets the help from Draymond. Then, boom, goes out to Harrison Barnes to contest that shot. How much did it do with the miss? I have no idea.
Can we laugh for just a second?
What's
I was listening to Richard Jefferson, and what's the guy who's the Kings broadcaster? Mark Jones?
Yeah, Mark Jones.
He was doing the ESPN broadcast. I mean, they brought back Harrison Barnes for his championship pedigree. I mean, if ever there was a guy who has a championship on his resume who did very little to help complete that project, it is Harrison Barnes. He has been living off of the championship pedigree. I mean, Ricky Jean-Francois is impressed by how he's parlayed that one championship.
That's a little harsh.
Yeah, don't be doing that to my guy from LSU, man. Why'd you got to go to Ricky G? What did he ever do to you?
He signed a deal with the Colts one year, and they were like, we're trying to bring championship to the Colts. And it's just the name I always think about when you're trying to win. Really, we're still doing this with Harrison Barnes.
Well, Harrison Barnes
he was on a milk carton.
Yeah, I know the last 4 games.
What are we doing?
I do think the Kings. Look, I don't want to diss them.
Derek White thought he went invisible in that series.
Derek White's had some big playoff moments.
No, the one against the Warriors, then he went invisible.
No, he had a game winner last year against who was it?
Yeah,
Miami.
I'm talking about the finals.
The tip in Game 6.
Oh, that actually was incredible.
That was incredible.
That was incredible.
It's a basketball. Dublin March.
Harrison would have went back iron on the tip.
Oh, here you go, Dublin March. This is not nice, Dublin March. Shasky Wiseman is a championship guy. That's not nice,
that's
Dublin
what I'm
March.
Saying.
Don't be that mean.
Just call it what it is.
Come on.
I mean, come on.
Don't be. No, I see Kings fans in the chat light the beam. They're doing are they lighting the beam again? Are they doing that again?
Well,
they
had Monty McNair on the ESPN broadcast Saturday night, and he was, by the way, you're in Sacramento, bud, and he's wearing like a vest and a sweater. I'm like, dude, it's got to be 100 degrees inside. And he's like, I'm a vest guy, and, we lost the first couple of games, and we started lighting the beam. We're going to do it again this year. And I'm like, okay. I mean, it was cool.
The greatest line from Fitz was after Game 5.
What did he say?
What did he say? The only beam being lit is the beams on the Warriors team bus going down Highway I-80 or something like that.
Hey, can we appreciate Steph's gotten better every year? So's Fitz. Fitz has added elements to his game year after year after year.
I caught up with Fitz a couple weeks ago. He's ready to roll.
I love Fitz.
He's ready to roll. Speaking of ready to roll, it's Brandon Payne, man.
God, I'm ready for the Warriors.
Coach. He's coaching everybody these days. I see Davion Mitchell. I see De'Aaron Fox. I see all kind of guys in Brandon Payne's camp trying to steal some tips from Brandon Payne. Of course, the founder and CEO of Accelerate Basketball. His son, too, is actually starting to ball, which is really refreshing to see. It's cool to see Brandon Payne, the father, be just a parent watching his son ball out there.
Good luck with that.
Yeah, no doubt.
It's really hard just being a dad, watching your son or daughter play sports and not – have a million thoughts and criticisms and things. It's very difficult.
Yeah, Brandon Payne can speak about that. Yeah. He's back on the morning roast here on 95.7 Again with Shasky and Banter. Brandon, good morning to you. I know you're in the Bay Area right now. You got some football thoughts, but how hard is that?
Yeah,
seeing your son, because I'm pretty sure you coach your son as well. You're teaching him some things there. How hard is it for you, Brandon, to watch your son ball out there?
Oh man, it's number one, it's the greatest thing in life to be able to share a sport and especially when it's your job, share something with your kids and but at the same time you want to push them, you want to kind of hold them accountable and it's tough. I've got two young men, my sons that are both really good shooters and unfortunately for them, a lot of people know who they are when they come in the gym, especially in Charlotte. So they get a lot of attention in terms of defenses really paying attention to them and trying to take them away. So it's interesting to kind of watch them. And it's not so much me talking to them. I mean, Stephen spent a lot of time with Carson this summer and talking to him about how to be a threat without the ball in his hands and talking to him about how to screen and use screening opportunities to create opportunities for himself to shoot the basketball. So it's fun. I coach them hard and, but I love them at the same time. And they're very fortunate to have all the access to the NBA guys that they have. And so they get it from all angles when it comes to guys trying to help them out.
So I'm sure Carson has been at many workouts that you've had with Steph and Curry. When did he get over that, I guess, that stardom of Steph Curry? With that intimidation factor, when we see his star, we're a young kid, we're like, oh my gosh, Dad, that's really Steph. When did he get over that? Because it sounds like he's got a good relationship with Steph.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, I've got pictures of Carson and Steph when Carson was 2 years old. So, for Carson, he doesn't know any different. That's just Steph. And a lot of times I try to drive home to them like how special it is that they have the opportunity to be around them. But for them, it's just the way it's always been for them. So it's kind of lost on them a little bit. So I think when they get a little bit older and they get a little bit further away from it, they'll understand how special it was to have that. As a part of their, childhood. But, right now, I think they're just, it's just Steph.
Brandon, I'm looking at like Steph's career and B and I were talking about it. Every year, it's like he's added elements to his game. Clearly, there's a physical transformation that's happened, but whether it's attacking the hoop, mid-range, handles, passing, you name it, he's always added elements. When you get to this point in the career, do you guys just jot down, shooting the mid-range left-handed hook shot? Where are you at right now and adding elements to the game? Because I know that he's always trying to go for more. So, how does that conversation start?
Well, really, if you look through the 82-game season, especially the playoffs, the way teams defend him kind of tell us what we need to do in the offseason because teams get very creative. They come up with a lot of different coverage options. They come up with the different matchups. They'll put length on them. They'll put people to take his footwork away. They'll put guys that are big, strong, and heavy, try to lean on them. They'll put guys like Davion on them to chase him everywhere. So we really use the information that the teams give us because that's what tells us what answers we need to come up with. So, of course, we're always trying to, expand his skill. We're trying to keep him sharp. We're trying to really work on decision-making and all the things that go into being a good floor general, which right now he has a command over the game of basketball that I've never seen before. And, it's not just he's controlling himself. He has a control over the other 9 guys on the floor, too. And he just plays the game at a different speed mentally than everybody else. So that is what allows him to get to all the skill that he's adding. The fact that he can slow things down so much mentally, he can see things kind of before they happen. And it just allows him to play at a different pace than everybody else.
Brandon Payne here on the Morning Rush on 95.7 The Game. You know the voice. You know who he is. Steph Curry's personal coach, CEO and founder of Accelerate Basketball. Does a lot of great things with skills in terms of basketball and helping kids out, helping out NBA players. The resume is looking better and better and better each year for you, Brandon. But I wonder, because I'm in Hawaii, right, and I'm watching Steph Curry eagle in Tahoe, the eagle putt to win that tournament. Then you see him in Dubai running hills. And then you see him at all these other events. Is it getting harder and harder, more challenging to get workout times? How do you guys find the time to work out with this busy schedule that he has?
Yeah, it's definitely a challenge. And, we're very fortunate to have a very good group of people to surround Steph to make sure that our schedule always allows time for us to get the work in that we need. And, there are times where it's a struggle because he does have so many responsibilities and obligations with not only with brand partners, but of course with his family, and he just needs time to himself sometimes as well. But, we do always make sure we find time to make sure the main thing is staying the main thing and get the work in that we need to get in on a daily basis to make sure that he's playing at this level for a long time. And I think he will be playing at this level for a while.
There's been a lot about Chris Paul, right, and Steph coming up, on the come-up, where Steph, obviously was idolizing him to a degree, and now they're teammates. I mean, you have to have some sort of off-court relationship with Chris Paul, right?
Oh, I mean, listen, that relationship and how that's grown very quickly has been remarkable. And, you talk about I had Carson and Colin with me the first day that Chris and Steph played pickup at Chase Center, and we just kind of sat there and watched. And I just kind of looked at Carson, and he looked at me after they played the first game of 7. I think they won 7-0, and Carson said, "Wow, Chris Paul's really good." And I was like, "Yeah, he is. He's really good. He makes the game easy for everybody." And, that it was kind of refreshing. And, the thing that I was kind of struck by when I was sitting there watching that first day was the instant chemistry. And that doesn't come around very often. The fact that, Chris was able to come in here and he had great chemistry, not only with Steph, but with everybody else. And just the way that he was communicating with guys, especially guys like Jonathan Kuminga and Moses Moody, I thought that was just, from the very beginning, I thought that was outstanding. And in my mind, I'm thinking, this group could be really, really good, because there were times last year where they never got to the right shot. There were times last year where when Stephen gave the ball up, I knew he wasn't going to get it back. I don't think that's going to be the case this year. I think more often than not, this Warriors team is going to be able to take better care of the basketball. I think this Warriors team is more often than not going to get to the right shot in possessions, earlier in possessions than maybe they have in the last year or so. And I think a lot of that's going to have to do with not only with Chris Paul being on the floor, but just his influence on the locker room in general.
Right, and it looks like Klay Thompson's in better shape. What have you seen from him so far this offseason, Brandon?
Klay came and spent a few days with us. We had a mini camp, and, he's amazing. I mean, number one, just a great guy to have around. Just his perspective on things and just how he keeps things in perspective is amazing. But he's also a perfectionist, and he's also a very hard worker. And, he was in the gym a little bit earlier this summer than I think he has been in the past summers. And, He was very active playing pickup. He was very active working out the entire summer. Just an extremely impressive guy. And, it was amazing to have Steph and Klay and Seth Curry. And we even had Jordan Poole in some of those workouts.
I saw that.
The shot making that we had in those workouts was just incredible.
How's JP doing? Because I think a lot of Warrior fans are like, boy, did you see JP with Klay and Steph, and they still had that relationship, and there was a lot of rumors about whether or not Klay liked Poole, and I thought it was all hogwash. I was like, all right, that's not true. People are just making things up. But how was JP when you talked to him and you saw him in that workout?
He was great. Of course, he's excited for the new opportunity in front of him, and I think, he has a chance to really expand his game, not only in terms of who he is as a scorer and who he is as a basketball player, but he's also going to kind of step into a leadership role, which I think is going to change his perspective a little bit, and maybe he'll appreciate some of the hard things that he had to go through here once he gets in Washington a little bit more when he steps into that leadership role. But I think he's going to be a really good player for Washington, and he's in a position to where he could take some chances and learn really what his limitations are and figure that out based off of going through game action and trying some things out.
All right, I don't want you to speak for him, all right, because that's unfair, right, for anyone. Mm-hmm. But, where's this going with Steph? I mean, no one plays forever. So, when you guys talk, in confidence, is he 5, 10 years? A lot of guys have different aspirations. Is it year to year, day to day? How do you guys approach that kind of conversation?
Well, we have not talked about a timeline. I will tell you that. We have not talked about a timeline. We are still talking about things that he wants to accomplish in the game. I can tell you this, physically, he has so much left in the tank. It's the end is not even in sight. Yeah. And playing at the level that he's playing, I don't think that's going to change anytime soon. I don't think it's got anything to do with basketball. I don't think it'll have anything to do with anything physical when he decides that it's time to stop. I think it'll probably have a little bit more to do with, how much time he wants to spend with his family, and what he wants to do day to day with his children. And I think that will ultimately be the decision maker. I don't think it will be anything from skill erosion or just, not having the physical capability to do it anymore. I don't think that's anywhere near us right now. I think it's just more to do with, the decisions he wants to make in terms of day-to-day life.
Well, Brandon, clearly everyone, I want to win another championship. I want to get to 5. I want to get to 6, whatever that is. Does he have any other individual accolades? Not that they're the number one thing, but just something that he would like to accomplish in the next year or, over the course of his career. Is there something that's maybe not just obviously he wants a championship. We all know that. But is there something else? I want to be the all-time X, Y, and Z guy in Warrior history.
Not that we have mentioned, not that we've talked about. I mean, it's kind of tough. He's done a lot already.
He owns every record.
There's not a whole lot left out there from a shooting standpoint to do. But it's nothing that we have talked about and said, hey, we really want to get to this. For me and for him, right now it's just our daily process is evolving. Now as your career advances, your process has to evolve. And so we're really focused right now on kind of refining what we want him to do on a day-to-day basis through this season to be the best version of himself. And we kind of stay in that moment. We kind of stay focused on that. And then, when adjustments and changes need to be made to that, or if we have to look at something through the season, we will. But right now, our focus is this morning is, going through the best activation period that we can from a ball handling standpoint, making sure we're challenging him mentally, making sure we're challenging him from a coordination standpoint, and making sure he's sharp. And that's kind of where we are. I know that's not what people want to hear when they ask about the future or ask about individual goals, but that's really who we are. I mean, that's really what's led to his success is staying present and making sure we're being the best version of ourselves on a daily basis.
And try to stack those rings, of course, man. Time Tim Duncan, time Kobe, trying to get one behind Michael Jordan. That is the plan here. Brandon Payne, our guest here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. We've got a couple quick ones for you. Aussie Rules, listening all the way out there in Australia, does have a question for you. Do you see Steph owning a basketball team, or is he into ownership at any point? Have you guys talked about that?
I thought about that.
Really?
I personally thought about he would be a really good owner and that he would be I think that he would enjoy it, but it's nothing we've ever discussed. He has so many very lucrative businesses that he's a part of right now, and he has his own company, and he has a very, very good group of people that are growing that company and his brand for him. We haven't talked about it, but I think that he had at one point, when the Panthers were changing ownerships, he had talked about getting a very, very small piece of that, but it just didn't work out. But in terms of being a primary governor or having the largest piece of ownership, I'm not sure that's really crossed his mind.
Who inspires him? Like contemporaries or people in other industries? Like, obviously his family. Like everyone knows that. If you know anything about Steph Curry, clearly he's motivated individually and his family and all that stuff. But like, who are people within the sport of basketball or outside the sport of basketball that inspire him to keep pushing?
I think really greatness is what inspires them, and greatness takes on, you can see it in a lot of different forms in a lot of different industries, and, through art, you can see it through, athletes in other sports. A lot of the guys that are playing golf really inspire him because he works so hard with that to be better. So I don't think there's anybody specific. I think it's just he really appreciates when he's able to be around greatness and be able to view greatness, and he really appreciates the process that requires somebody to go through to reach that status. And I think that he draws inspiration from other people that he sees doing similar things as him.
I wanted you to say LeBron James. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I'm inspired by LeBron. Yeah. I'm just teasing.
No,
not really, but I am.
No, that's it is greatness, man, at this point. And I love that leadership role for Steph Curry. Real quick, because of Brandon, we're going back and forth a little bit. Brock Purdy, Niner thoughts. You're a big football fan. You're a Panther fan. You got Bryce Young out there.
Brock thoughts?
Well, he may be having C.J. Stroud thoughts, thinking, how come we don't have C.J.? But Bryce is going to be all right. Brandon? It's going to be all right.
I hope he is. Right now, I'm just worried about him getting through 17 games without getting hurt. He's back there running for his life. I do think he's making some really good reads, and he's making the best decisions he possibly can in the situation where he's got a group of receivers that can't separate in a running game that's non-existent. So that's tough for a first-year quarterback to be thrown into that. But I land out here and I'm listening to all the fans, and I really appreciate the Bay Area fans. They are great. They remind me of ACC basketball and football fans in Charlotte. It's great how passionate they are. But man, I hear some of them get on Brock Purdy, and I just kind of shake my head. I'm like, I don't really know any quarterback. If you took Christian McCaffrey and Deebo Samuel away from him, I don't know any quarterback that could operate the same. And I think Brock Purdy's great. I really do, and I think that they're set up for success because they've got a quarterback that's really good that they're not going to have to pay for a couple of years. They've got great talent around him. I think he's outstanding.
Stop booking Baldy.
Yeah,
we got to start booking Brandon Payne for our football.
He's talking about reads and lines and slides, man.
Wow.
Once a week, Brandon Payne. And then we'll get some insights. While Raymond Ritter's looking at us saying, hurry up and get him off. Hurry up and get him off. We don't want I'm kidding. Brandon, man, you're always good to us, man. Enjoy your stay in the Bay. You're going to be at the game tonight?
I'll be at the game tonight. Yes,
all right, man. If I stop by, I'll make sure to say hi to you, man. Thanks always for the time and giving us some insight on Steph.
All right, guys. Thank you.
Anytime. Brandon Payne here on the Morning Rush on 95.7 The Game as Raymond Ritter walks into the studio. Raymond Ritter's wearing championship outfits to 95.7 The Game. Hey, Raymond, you could have just wore a hoodie. We're not that impressive around here. Boy, he's got the suit. He's got the gold vest.
Well, the last time he came to one of our studios, the door didn't shut. We had a giant, air conditioning thing that didn't work that looked like it was, what was that, out of the Space Odyssey from the 70s?
Yeah, no doubt. Yeah,
we're in new digs here.
We are in new digs. Brandon Payne, Accelerate Basketball CEO and founder, really good dude. Helped out Steph. I mean, think about all the workouts they go through. What do we work on now? The guy's nearly mastered basketball. Imagine that. Imagine being able to say something like, I mastered radio. That'll never happen. Steph Curry's mastered basketball. LeBron's mastered basketball. Michael Jordan mastered basketball. You think about all the great players. Jerry Rice mastered football. It's just, you're a master at your craft.
It's true. Tom Brady. Yeah.
Tom Brady.
It's true.
Yeah.
God, I know. It's just, I always think about when you're in the gym, and I asked him the question because it's the truth. When you're in the gym, you're thinking about who's coming for your spot next. When I see all these young broadcasters that are out there that are putting out great content and really hustling and really working their butts off. I'm like, well, I better be on my A game because the next guy's coming to take my seat at some point. I don't own the seat. I'm just in the seat right now till somebody comes and takes it from me. You know what I mean? And so if you're Steph Curry, you got to kind of look at it that same way. We were talking before about Verlander. This is before the show. And I look at someone like Verlander. I'm like, dude, he's 41 years old. We might be watching one of the greatest right-handed pitchers of all time. Yeah. And I don't know if even people understand it. No, I'm watching Steph Curry, and I'm going, I know, like, oh, is he top 10? That was a conversation a couple years ago. No, he's top 10. And someone's getting bumped. I don't know who. Someone's getting bumped. I feel like I'm watching a top 5 career of all time in the NBA, and I'm not sure people really understand it in real time.
So he played 56 games last year, and then a lost season by a lot of standards, by a lot of people inside the organization, outside the organization, fans. We were disappointed last year with the way the season played out. Despite Steph Curry playing 56 games, the man still averaged 29 points a game, 6 rebounds, 6 assists. He's 34, 35. You get what I'm saying? Like, he's averaging 30 in a young man's game, and he's getting better. He's getting better.
Bonte, we are still talking about the Sleepy Floyd game in a series they lost.
In 5 games. That was a game to prevent a sweep.
Okay, it was almost 40 years ago, okay? Yeah. Steph Curry dropped 50 in a Game 7 against the Kings, and we forgot about it 2 months later.
No, I didn't forget about it.
No, I know. I'm saying,
no, he does those things.
That's what I'm saying.
No, I hear you.
It's so always, commonplace. Dude, we just...
I go back to the same day the Niners played the Titans.
He destroyed the Kings in that Game 5.
He destroyed them.
Or whatever it was, Game 7.
Game 7. But I go back to the day the Niners lost to the Titans back in 2021. The 2021 season with Jimmy, he missed Juszczyk wide open down the sideline. He threw it to the 5th row. We're like, yo, Juszczyk is right there. You'll need to throw it to the 5th row.
Christmas Eve.
Christmas Eve. And that night, I did Warriors pre and post, and they were playing the Memphis Grizzlies. And Curry dropped 46. And I'm looking at the time, I'm like, Steph just dropped 46 and nobody even cares. Have we become that comfortable with him dropping 40 burgers?
Well, I was still mad at Juszczyk and Jimmy.
I get that.
Juszczyk being wide open and Jimmy missing him.
But the palate cleanser was available for everybody. And the perfect palate cleanser was, boy, Steph just dropped 46 on the Memphis Grizzlies in what was a preview of his second-round playoff series. So, Curry, man, he's in the best shape of his life. He's getting stronger, and he is the perfect leader for this organization. He is the heart and soul. Draymond is a heart. He's the passionate one. He's emotional.
Well, he's got Barry Bonds numbers.
No doubt.
Right? Like, when I look back and I see all these Barry Bonds stats that come out, like, if Barry were to strike out for his next, 7,000 at-bats, he'd still have a higher OPS than, all these great Hall of Famers. That's the way we're going to look at Steph Curry. They're going to get these stats one day, 20 years from now. It's going to say, if Steph Curry missed another 2,000 three-pointers, he'd still have a higher percentage than all of these great shooters.
Think about what Curry's doing in his 30s. Because you're right about the Barry Bonds card.
He's the Barry Bonds of three-point shooting.
I'm just taking his 30s. Steph Curry in his 30s. Shooting 47% from the floor. Shooting 41.4% from 3. He's averaging 28 points per game.
28 a game.
6 assists, 5.5 rebounds.
28 a game.
And shooting 92% from the free throw line.
Wow.
That's just in his 30s. So when you talk about Barry Bonds, I'll meet you with Jerry Rice. Yeah. Because that's what Jerry Rice did in his 30s.
They're the same guy.
He's the same guy.
I know.
It's unbelievable. And we get to watch him every single night. For free.
We do take him for granted to an extent. Not everyone, not all the time. I'm just saying, to an extent, there's an assumption that he'll just be amazing forever.
You think Joe Lacob takes him for granted?
No. No.
You think Joe Lacob rides Bart?
No.
No. I mentioned that in the Bart Chronicles. Does he know what a Clipper card is?
I'm sure he does.
Probably heard of it.
Hey, look, I'm going to... If the parking situation was different, you would not be taking Bart either.
Probably not. Probably not. It was my life goal to never get on there. But you know what? I'm back, baby. Bay Area Rapid Transit. It is the go-to. It comes on time. You get a seat. It's clean. It's the best public transportation outside of Muni in the nation.
Beep, beep.
Beep, beep. With that said, injury report.
It's time for the injury report.
It really hurts.
Brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Remember we was using the Bart gift for Joey Bart? Joey Bart, beep, 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 beep. We used that gift like 3 times.
Yes, seriously.
He was back in Sacramento. The injury report. There may be hope that Christian McCaffrey plays on Monday Night Football. Dun, 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 dun. Matt Mayoko of the NBC Sports Bay Area reported that CMC's oblique injury is more of an issue of pain tolerance. That's the issue there, pain tolerance. Luckily for the 49ers, they have an extra day to rest due to playing on Monday Night Football, which could be a big factor in CMC's availability. Also for the Niners, Trent Williams is dealing with a high ankle sprain, but that also is not considered serious enough to jeopardize his availability from Monday Night Football. Same thing for Deebo Samuel. He's day-to-day with his shoulder. As the injuries start to pile up for the Niners, they got to bounce back in a major way Monday against the Vikings, because I do not want to hear about Kirk Cousins. Shut him down. All right, injury report brought to you by Boxer Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. We're about 35 minutes away from Joe Lacob joining us live in studio. We'll touch on some Niners. We'll also preview the Warriors a little bit more. How about Jonathan Kuminga? Third-year leap for JK? We've been waiting. We'll discuss that. And that's coming up. Sponsored by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking. No compromises.
When you pick up some scratches because you want a fun break, the playful way you scratch is the next choice you should make. You can make your dog's leg kick and scratch with that. You could even grab a laser pointer and
Payne, the morning roast.
Oh, baby. Good morning, good morning, good morning. We are back on the roast here on 95.7 The Game. Good morning to everybody out there getting off their graveyard shift. If you're at work, what is happening? If you're in traffic, good morning to you. Stay patient on those roadways. Good morning to all the truck drivers, all the janitors, garbage men, overnight dancers. We get that in. We got Raymond Ritter in here. Don't need him listening to that one. Good morning to all the Warrior fans out there, Dub Nation. We got a treat for you in 30 minutes. Joe Lacob will be live in studio. That's right, live in studio. It'd be a treat. It'd be fun to have Joey Lightyears back in the building. He'll be on with us for an hour from 8:30 to 9:30. That should be a lot of fun. Good morning to all the kids out there getting to school, even the Kobe's out there making phone calls to the morning roast while in class. Now, I don't condone that, but you know what? If you're going to get caught and you're going to get in trouble listening to the roast. I love it. Good morning to everybody out there. YouTube, Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union, and, of course, the Comcast Business Sex Line. We've got a lot of cool things that we'll get into the next 30 minutes. Debo, Chauncey Gardner-Johnson. Anybody got thoughts on that? Christian McCaffrey his injury is not serious. He may play on Monday Night Football, although I think he should sit out. But also tonight, if you're attending the Warriors-Kings game, Chase Center, you want to get there. Open practice tomorrow. Already sold out 10,000 tickets, $5 a pop. Go to Warriors.com. Go check the Warriors practice out tomorrow at Chase Center. You should go do that at about 5:30. They're giving out the Steph Curry graduation bobblehead. So
That's
I got the box
cool.
right here.
Yeah.
I'll give people the real thing. And I've got it. And no, don't ask me for it because you're not getting it. It's so cool. Look at that.
That is super cool.
Look at that. The graduation bobblehead, Davidson College.
So if it's
Steph
on
Curry.
eBay by 9:30 in the morning, I will know it came from you.
Yeah, I mean, I could probably get about $500. It could cover my gambling debts from last week.
And what's this? This is paper plane Klay?
Paper plane Klay Thompson.
Paper plane Klay that I have right here in the in the chat
box. And the Warriors are going to get this out before they host Victor Wembanyama.
Did you see that dunk the other day?
Yeah, he's kind of nasty. The paper plane there, Klay.
Oh, look at that. That's pretty cool. I could not wear a bomber jacket like that.
They nailed the bomber jacket.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Threes on the back.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
4-time champ, splash bro. Oh, these are going up.
Can we start with Klay?
Really quick, wasn't it our own Whitley Sandretto who got hit by that paper plane that Klay threw?
She's gotten hit a couple times by it.
She should get one of those.
You know, Whitley, you're not getting this one, Whitley. She'll get one today at Chasing Her, I'm sure.
Bobbleheads are big collectible item.
I forget his name, but I go to his cleaners all the time. He's a really good dude. I love his wife. His wife is great. He's always asking me for bobbleheads. No, you're not getting this one either. I know you're listening out in San Bruno.
Is it Marty Lurie, who always had the bobblehead conversation?
Marty Lurie. He got his own bobblehead with the Giants.
I mean, that's pretty incredible.
You know, Shasky?
Yeah, Tony Gwynn, no rings. Marty Lurie, 3.
Yeah, hey, listen. Listen,
I
leave
always
Uncle Marty alone. That. Leave Uncle Marty alone.
I love Marty.
Listen, Shasky,
it's the mosaic of radio.
When we make it, like, we haven't done anything yet in radio.
Okay.
The day we get a bobblehead is the day we made it in radio.
I don't want a bobblehead.
Why?
Because it will make me feel fatter than I already am.
Dude, you don't want a bobblehead.
My fat head nodding.
It's the biggest cap ever said on the show. Joe Shasky, folks, doesn't want a bobblehead. Are you kidding me? You'll wear the bobblehead T-shirt with your face on it.
Bobblehead T-shirt? No, I would not.
Dude, you want a bobblehead. You imagine if they had a bobblehead of us 95.7 again? That'd be pretty cool.
It would be pretty cool.
I'm here for it.
It would be pretty cool.
But they're giving these out the next 2 games.
That's pretty cool.
So you don't want to miss it. Graduation bobblehead, Steph Curry, be tonight against the Sacramento Kings. And, of course, the paper airplane Klay will be Friday against the San Antonio Spurs.
Joe Montana still resonates around these parts, right?
Yep.
He's like the holy trinity of athletes. I would say Willie Mays, Joe Montana, and then who's the third?
Jerry Rice? Ronnie Lott?
I'm asking you.
Ricky Henderson?
Is Jerry more beloved than Joe?
I think he is around here.
It's really hard.
Because Joe, a lot of people, they think that Joe comes around just for the check. And Jerry, is on the field running routes with the players.
Okay.
And he's wearing the big Niner chain. And you see him in Philadelphia with the 3 rings on.
Yeah.
I feels like Jerry Rice at this point is more beloved than Joe Montana. Not by much, but I feel like he is with the current fan out here.
And it doesn't feel like Wilt Chamberlain resonates because of the age and the fact that he split his time playing on other areas.
Yeah. Philadelphia.
I mean, Mullen, we love Mullen. I mean, but I don't think he's on that level.
Yeah.
To me, the only other guy who would be in that conversation, Joe, Jerry, Willie. I don't think Barry is as beloved. I think he is to a degree, but to your point about the Joe dissension, I think Barry, if I had to choose between Willie and Barry, I'm putting Willie on.
Okay, that's fine, but you'd have some Niner fans saying Steve Lung's more beloved than Joe Montana out here.
But is Steve more beloved than Jerry? Where
Probably
I'm going
not.
at is, I think Steph, when it's all said and done, is going to be a part of that Holy Trinity.
Well, I think he might be number one. He might be number one.
Most beloved athletes in Bay history.
Yeah, when you factor in social media, you factor in his size, you factor in the ankles early on in his career, and where this franchise was at when he was drafted. This franchise was a mess. Let's just face it. It was a mess. And from where this franchise was when he was here, when he got drafted, his first day, immediate day, Monte Ellis was like, yeah, we can't win this backcourt. First day on the job. To where they are now, the Golden State Warriors. They're in a new city. They're in a new building. They're one of the most valuable franchises, not just in the NBA, but in the world.
And unlike all those other guys you referenced, as of now, he's played every year with the Warriors.
Every year.
And it's the only sport where it's united on the East and West Bay with one team.
Yep.
Where it's not split, even a little.
Embracing the community. Being a Bay guy now. He's a Bay Area resident. He's one of ours. He grew up here, basically.
So we're in agreement. His spot in the Bay Area lore is cemented. It could only go higher.
How high can it go? I already feel like maybe he's at the top spot.
He might
make that argument.
He might be.
Because Barry Bonds didn't get the ring.
It's just hard to jump over football.
It's hard to jump over football. Montana's got the 4 rings. And that's huge. But Steph impacts everybody. Everybody can go play basketball. Not everybody can go play football.
So let's take it a step further. Zoom out of the Bay Area. Let's go nationwide.
Real quick, before you that thought, let me ask you this real quick. And you don't have to dive into it. What's the more popular sport worldwide? Worldwide. Football or basketball?
I think basketball worldwide is more popular. They will have the Super Bowl internationally.
Right.
That's coming. It just market. It's coming because you can only get 50 million people to watch in America. If you can get hundreds of millions of people to watch worldwide of football, gridiron, American football, whatever you want to call it, overseas, is not as big as basketball.
No doubt.
It's just not. And soccer's bigger than both, obviously, or football, but basketball, I believe, internationally is bigger. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm not even being biased here, but I think Steph is the most beloved athlete we've ever had in the Bay Area. And by the time he's retired, I'm not sure 1 and 2 is going to be even close.
Okay.
I think the separation, whether it's Montana 2, Willie Mays number 2.
Charitable.
Yeah, charitable. Everything, man. He goes on these tours, man, and they go crazy.
But I would say this, in the lexicon of American basketball, right, or just basketball in general, Michael Jordan and LeBron James it's going to be very impossible to unseat them in terms of where they are. They're like tier 1 greatest players of all time. Wilt and Kareem and Bill Russell, very difficult to try to adjudicate for the younger demographics who never saw them play. And I know there's a Kareem contingent, there's a Wilt contingent that will stand for them, which is rightful, and I get all that. So forget that big man tier for a second, because I didn't see a lot of those. Saw the very end of Kareem. I didn't get a chance to see Wilt in his prime. None of us saw Bill Russell in his prime, but I respect them, and so I don't want to diminish them. But what I'm asking is if they go LeBron and Michael Jordan somewhere in that top tier of last 50 years, 40 years of basketball, that second tier, who's in it? Duncan, Kobe,
Hakeem, Shaq.
So here's where I'm going.
Curry.
The 5 rings,
Larry Bird,
for Duncan and Kobe, to me, is the differentiator for those two above those other guys. We can argue
above Bird and Magic.
Yes, we can argue about a lot of other things, but
Magic's got 5 too. Magic's got 5.
And Magic should be in there. If Steph wins the 5th one, is he at the level of Kobe and Magic and Duncan, or can he go above them?
If he wins 6, he goes above them. If he gets 5, he's in that category because the record books don't lie. The numbers in the playoffs don't lie. You think about what they've done as a trio, Dre, Klay, and Steph. Most finals road wins, right?
Yeah.
Most postseason series. How many series did they go under Steve Kerr in the Western Conference without losing? The Lakers series is the first time they ever lost a Western Conference series where they were all healthy together under Steve Kerr. So think about all the playoff records that the Spurs had or the Bulls had, that the Lakers had. Steph Curry, led by Steph Curry, the Warriors have obliterated them.
I look at Magic, Duncan, Kobe in particular because they all played on one team their whole career.
No doubt. And right? Magic gets a little more credit because him and Bird saved the NBA.
Well, of course.
They saved the NBA.
Well, you can also make an argument that Steph Curry has saved the NBA from a television revenue standpoint.
No doubt.
Because if you look at who has the highest ratings in the last 20 years since the Michael Jordan exit, it's been Steph Curry.
I agree with that. But there may not be an NBA today.
Oh, no doubt.
Without basically what I'm saying, without Magic and Bird. And
yes,
of course,
I agree
Michael
with
Jordan
that.
taking it to the next
and
level.
You have to respect it. Do I sound absurd to even suggest that a fifth ring for Steph Curry puts him at the exact same level of Duncan, Magic, and Kobe?
What about at the level of LeBron?
See, I just think LeBron. I think LeBron gets thrusted up into that Michael Jordan. Maybe I'm reading it wrong. I feel like for an entire contingent of people to say that Curry is better than LeBron, they'll never be able to admit that.
Right. Yeah.
I'm talking national narrative, national rhetoric, not what we say here locally. Because right here locally, we're going to be like, well, Steph did this all during the LeBron era.
Is he already there nationally? Because I've checked out on what people said about him nationally. I have.
I care.
Because they watered down the rings for so long. And I say, wow, we're watering down championships. For the first time in my life, growing up, I never cared about the finals MVP. Like, they did that. I always cared about the championship, Larry O'Brien trophy presentation. The finals MVP was a backdrop. And you're like, okay, Jordan, okay, Shaq, Kobe, whatever it was. But it didn't become a big deal until Steph didn't win it.
Yes.
And so that's when I started.
Well, it was an indictment against him.
Right.
That's what I thought.
And we all know, without Steph, you don't win that championship. Iguodala knows it. Everybody knows it. So I checked out of what the nation has said about the Golden State Warriors. I mean, you had Nick Wrong talking about, Andrew Wiggins got traded there. Yeah, they submitted themselves as a team that would never go back to the NBA Finals. And 2 years later, they win the championship. It's like national people don't necessarily know the game. That's all they do is argue about these stupid rankings and narratives about who's top 10, who's top 5, this and that. So personally, I know you care.
I do.
I know Steph's a made man.
But here's why I care, and I'll explain it. You can tell me, Joe, you're foolish to care at all. When I see like Barry Bonds to this day get diminished, it pisses me off.
But I get why. Because there's the
cloud of steroids, which he did. He did. Like, I love Barry, but he did it. You know what I mean? But to me, like, so did David Ortiz, and so did Roger Clemens, and so did Manny Ramirez, and all the contemporaries of that era. Like, that's a different argument, but it does hurt me to my core when I don't see him reference it. When I see Jerry Rice get put below Randy Moss, it drives me nuts.
Yeah, that's just because.
But that doesn't bother you?
Oh, I find it laughable. It used to bother me. It doesn't bother me no more.
It bothers me.
Because I watch Jerry Rice.
I know, but it bothers me. When I see Lincecum not get his just due, it drives me crazy.
It was just a short span.
I know.
I get it. And maybe 10 years from now, we do go back to Lincecum nationally. But when it comes to Jerry Rice, and these people want to elevate Randy Moss, and they want to elevate.
Randy was great.
Like, Randy was great. Just look at the record book.
Yeah.
Look at the football card, and look at the consistency of Jerry Rice. And I think that's what separates them apart. And if nationally people don't get that, then so be it. Let them sound foolish.
But
you know what I'm saying?
I like to see my guys get the proper just due in the limelight, because I think it reflects on us as fans and our community, fair or not. That's just how I perceive it.
Think about it, why it would never happen, though. And it's because these people don't watch every single game. There's not people on the East Coast staying up every single night watching Steph Curry to go to State Warriors.
I actually have a different theory.
I think some people are, but I don't think a lot of people are.
Well, let me give you my other theory.
But some people, but even when it came to Jerry Rice, think about when Jerry Rice played. You brought up Randy Moss. By the time Randy Moss started playing, that was in the middle of a shift in terms of NFL coverage.
Yes.
All of a sudden, the NFL ticket became a thing.
Agreed.
NFL Red Zone became a thing.
Fantasy football.
A lot of people didn't watch Jerry Rice every single day because of regional coverage. Same thing with college football. I'm not going to sit here in front. It was hard to watch every single Charles Woodson game when he was at Michigan. I wanted to, but a lot of times
wasn't like it
was
now.
Regional coverage.
Yeah.
So we got the Pac-10 game, whether it was UCLA, USC, Washington State, whatever, and we would get the live updates on what was going on in the Michigan game. And you would see a highlight or two, and then you would have to watch College Game Day at night to watch ESPN to see the Michigan highlights. But a lot of people didn't watch Jerry Rice. So if they say, hey, I take Randy Moss over Jerry Rice, it doesn't bother me because I know right then and there, You weren't able to watch every single 49er game. So you really don't know how good and how special Jerry Rice was.
Well, see, I understand the whole viewpoint because, like, Michael Wilbon's always talking about, like, oh, I can't vote for Bonds. I'm like, you didn't even watch Bonds. It wasn't even a thing. Like, we barely watched every Giants game because it just became a thing on, remember, Sports Channel back in the day, Giants Vision? Like, we as fans just started to watch every single at-bat when Bonds came onto the Giants. So how can somebody in Chicago keep up with what he did every single day?
Right,
and why should that person be the gatekeeper of the Hall of Fame when they didn't watch it, when we watched more at-bats of Todd Helton or whoever it is in this particular era? The reason why it frustrates me with Steph Curry in particular, he's done this during the LeBron era.
I know.
And LeBron is amazing, and I respect LeBron. But the part of LeBron that drives me the craziest is that not only is it the LeBron era because he's been amazing, but it's because he's controlled the media through relationships and friendships and partnerships and the agency that they've created, which he gets credit for, but it sours me when I see people that feel like they're paid and bought for, caping up for everything that he does while diminishing everything that Steph does. The fact that he's been aligned with Nike and the media his entire career plays a big factor in how we view Steph Curry.
And this is why I love Steph. Because one thing that LeBron has showed, I agree with you. He's controlled the narrative. He's got his own people in place in the media. He's got all these things. But the one thing I value with Steph Curry is he doesn't have any insecurities about himself.
No.
He knows who he is. He accepts who he is. He knows who he is as a person, as a basketball player. The fact that LeBron felt threatened that, oh my gosh, this little comet, this light-skinned comet is coming from the West Coast. Who is this team? Remember, everybody in NBA thinks, okay, it's LeBron turns a winning ring. Okay, Chris Paul's on deck with the Lob City Clippers or the Spurs or whatever it was. And the Warriors wrecked everything. The Warriors were not supposed to be there. And so all of a sudden, everybody had this problem. It's like, wait a minute. He's keeping my favorite player from reaching the heights of Michael Jordan in terms of championships.
Exactly.
And so LeBron got that insecurity because, like, look, LeBron's out there telling people, I knew I was a GOAT when this happened or that happened or this happened. It's like, GOATs don't talk like that. What they always say, lions don't worry about sheep. That's kind of like Steph Curry doesn't worry about what people are saying. He listens to it. He sees it. He's like, okay, I'm going to prove them wrong then.
But I think that, like, a lot of the Warrior fans and Steph's lovers, we just want to see him get the appropriate just due. And it feels like everything is with a caveat.
No,
because, like,
Boston shut that up?
Ring.
Oh, no, you don't think Boston shut that up?
Yeah, but I just feel like getting Durant should have been celebrated, and yet it was looked at as some negative, and it drove me crazy.
I'll tell you what,
because it delegitimized what I thought was one of the most fun Warrior experiences of all time.
Well, I tell you what, Kevin Durant, by this fan base, will be celebrated at Chase Center when he plays in front of a crowd at Chase Center for the first time. Remember his first year with the Brooklyn Nets? It was during the pandemic season. There was no fans allowed at Chase Center at the time. Now he gets to play in front of the fans again. Now, albeit it's going to be in a different uniform, but you better believe that Dub Nation's going to get up and celebrate the years of Kevin Durant. He's going to get a rousing standing ovation.
I agree with that.
And Steph Curry's going to be leading the charge. Hey, Kevin. And that's what makes Steph Curry special. It didn't matter about who's the alpha, I'm 2, I'm 1. Just play your game. Play your game. And that's what's special about Steph. That's what's special about this fan base. They will give Kevin Durant a rousing standing ovation next Tuesday night.
I'm very, we're introducing Chris Paul to the Warriors and Kevin Durant as a son on the same night.
On the same night.
My head might explode.
And you know what? They're all going to get love.
No doubt.
KD's going to get his tribute video. KD's going to get his standing ovation. And he deserves every second of it.
And the best part is when they show him hit back-to-back finals daggers in LeBron's face.
That's what I'm saying.
I can't wait.
So that's why,
that's one of my favorite shots
I honestly, it took me a while. I'm not saying I haven't always been like this. I used to go, heck, even a couple of years ago, I was like, man, Steph is this. This is Steph era. Remember I yell this is the Steph Curry era. Forget LeBron James. Because I wanted my guy to get his due. But he's got 4 rings. He's got 2 MVPs. He's got his finals MVP. By the way, one of the MVPs was unanimous, the first ever player to have a unanimous MVP award. You can't knock that. His season was that special, 2015-16. He's got all NBA teams. He's got the All-Star Game MVP. Dropped the 50-burger in that game. He dropped the 50-burger in Game 7. Steph is cemented. Now it's just adding the final touches like Brady did in his last few years with the Patriots. Can I get the 5? Can I get the 6? Can I get the 7? That is the focus of Steph Curry. LeBron can do all this stuff with the shop and talk about how he's the GOAT, and he could be insecure in his own lane. That's fine. That's fine. Steph Curry's not that. That's what I care about. So all those guys on the media and stuff who are caping for him on ESPN, let them continue to do that. People are going to stop watching, and people have stopped watching. They don't want to hear that nonsense. They want to hear about the game and why Steph is special.
Well, I think that one of the things that Joe Montana has that you look at the contemporaries of the 80s, he has all the rings.
Yep.
Right? Like, no one brings up Dan Marino in the conversation, and Dan Marino was amazing. Amazing.
Nobody brought up John Elway till he won those 2 rings.
Absolutely. And John Elway was amazing, right? And so when I look at the contemporaries of Steph Curry, the only one who's on par with him is LeBron James, which is an insane sentence to say all in one, right? LeBron James and his contemporary Steph Curry.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I want them to get this 5th so bad.
Yeah, Steph Curry and the Golden State Warriors wrecked the LeBron James era. Wrecked it.
As much as I want the Niners to win that one with, this crew, there's a part of me that feels like 5 might be more special than the 1.
If the Warriors win another championship.
Not all of me, but just a part of me.
This is the conversation we're going to have if the Warriors win this 5th ring. They win 5. Is their dynasty greater than the Niners dynasty?
Well, right now,
that would be 5 in 10 years.
Well, they're 4 for 6 right now in terms of finals appearances.
Finals appearances.
So if they go 5 of 7, that would be greater than. And Niners
won the first one in 2014-15.
And the Niners had did it 81 through 94.
Yeah. This would be 2014-15 through 2023-2014.
Yeah, that's pretty.
That's 5 and 10.
Yeah, that's pretty incredible.
That's not 5 and 13.
Yeah.
5 and 10.
And it's not like you dropped off and missed the playoffs the way the Giants did the following year.
Right.
The San Francisco Giants. I'm saying, like, you were pretty close. I think you only missed the playoffs the one time in the COVID short year. I called the play in the playoffs, but whatever.
Yeah. So that's where you're at. Could be a greater dynasty than the Warriors, than the Niners.
Yeah, I didn't think that was going to happen.
Nobody thought that.
Not in my lifetime.
What's coming up in the game? Sponsored by Flag and Anthem.
I'll tell you what's coming up.
Joey Lightyears is here. Does he like light years? Does he take Bart? Did he take Bart to the station? I don't know. Joe Lacob, live in studio, your owner of the Golden State Warriors, as he gets ready for a new season. A lot of good things happening with the Golden State Warriors this season. We'll talk to the owner of the Golden State Warriors next on the Morning Roast.
Cordelia RV Center is your trusted recreational vehicle dealer, and all our 2023 models must go.
put it on eBay. Joe Shashka, they just got to pay.
That is such a lie.
San Francisco. Go ahead, get that mic on, Joe.
That was my joke I told to you, well, and now he's repurposing it for you.
That's what the great ones do.
We're starting right here. Joe, you like Taco Bell? Because Bonte has it drop on our board. Taco Bell's so damn good.
Let's get
and now you've admitted that you like Taco Bell. You're one of us.
Hey, I've been one of us before you were one of us. Taco Bell, come on. I grew up in Southern California. Love Taco Bell.
Yeah, oh, my God.
All right, what do you get at Taco Bell? I need to know.
Well, I can't tell anybody when I have Taco Bell anymore. We have a famous drop. I used to go to the gym. I still do every now and then. But when I was going every single day, and on 6th and Gary, there's a Taco Bell KFC. And the bus would let you off right in front of the Taco Bell. And I was like, look, I'm not going to go. And there's a drop saying, Taco Bell, so damn good. I mean, gordita crunch wrap.
I'm a Taco Supreme. I get the 3 Taco Supremes, the hard shells, and then I get like a bean burrito.
Oh, my God. That's an interesting choice.
I know.
I am cheesy gordita crunch.
Yes, really?
Cheesy gordita crunch and a regular old school, from the beginning beef taco.
Oh, nice.
The double-decker taco was underrated. And I used to really, really like that. But, my girl would say, hey, did you go to Taco Bell? I was like, no. And she'd get in the car about 2 days later, and you see all the shredded cheese that comes out of the wrapper. It's like, wait, you were at Taco Bell. It's hard to lie to the significant other when you don't go to Taco Bell.
In my car, I'm sure you look down, it's all over the place.
It's all over the tomato chunks and everything like that.
I love it.
Oh, man.
Thanks for coming in today. Like, seriously, I'm so excited. This was a long off season. For everybody, for everybody with the Warriors. And you guys made a lot of moves, but I want to go back to the end of it. Like, what was your biggest takeaway from that Lakers series?
Oh, disappointment. I mean, terrible disappointment because several of our players just, had terrible playoffs. We weren't used to that.
Yeah.
They had bad playoffs, and I felt we were a better team. I really did. And I have high expectations for this year that we're going to pay that back.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Lonnie Walker, game 4. Can't get over that one. Can't
Anthony
believe it.
Davis.
Of his life. Anthony Davis. They sold game 1, of course, and the year ends, and there's a lot of question marks about what the team's going to look like the next year. You guys make a big, bold move, and we'll just start right there. Chris Paul, who a lot of us did not stand for a long, long time. And even at media day, I was like, wow, he's really in a Warriors uniform. And I like the fit. Once you start to think about the basketball aspect of it, I get what the vision was. But where were you at when that trade happened? Because I just took my daughter to swim class, and Shasky's blowing me up. I'm thinking, what happened at the station? Did we get fired finally?
I couldn't believe it.
It was Chris Paul's a Warrior. I'm like, what? My daughter's looking at me crazy. Where were you at when that trade happened? Were you in on it? Did you hear about it? What went down around that time?
We had been discussing it. Actually, it had been mentioned by Kent, my younger son.
Right. Not Kirk, who sprained his ankle at the tournament.
Yeah, not Kirk. No, it was Kent in this case who had mentioned it and prior to. And I just my first reaction to it was, huh? Just like you, like most people. But it sat with me for a week or two. We were discussing it. We had different options we were looking at. And then it really became a potential idea when he was traded to Washington. He wasn't going to stay there. And we just thought about it, and we just said, this kind of makes sense.
Yeah.
So it at first, just like you, I was sort of questioning it. And I have a lot of co-owners, friends and whatever, to this day, they come up to me and say, really? Chris Paul? Yeah. They get upset. And the truth is, I think they're all going to be won over. Yeah. I was at a dinner on Monday night that we did for the team and a lot of our sponsors, and Chris was there. And first of all, I've known him on the outside of basketball because of the collective bargaining negotiations over the years. He's involved in that, and I was involved in that. He's really smart, and he's very personable off the court. So I knew that about him. But the thing is, I think what people didn't understand is how much of a team player, how much of a leader he is. He's going to come in. He's already, starting in August, the team has been working out, playing together. He has engendered a lot of that, helped a lot of that happen, along with Steph and others. I don't think this is my 14th year. I don't think that we have had a year where we've had the players all working out together, getting together, becoming one, all that kind of camaraderie. I don't think we've had a year like that prior to the start of training camp. That helps a lot. So I think Chris Paul is a great leader. I think he still has something left. I think he fits a lot better than people think.
A move like that is very bold. And that's one thing. You guys have always been bold, and I've respected that. Right. From a basketball standpoint, sports standpoint, business aspect, a lot of people are risk averse to make a swing that big, to get rid of a young guy, 23 years old, Jordan Poole, to bring in CP3. When you guys are weighing that, how do you get everybody on board? Do you have conversations with the players, or is it just, we're going to make this move and we need you to buy in? Like, how does that work behind the scenes?
I listen to this show in the morning, and whatever you guys think is a good idea, we tend to do.
Well, I've traded away a lot of people, unfortunately. I've had to apologize to a lot of players.
This guy's going to be post-game show. Hey, Draymond, man, great game. Earlier today on the show, I traded you 3 times.
Yeah.
Oh, no, that's all.
It's tough.
No, look, these things, we talk to Steph, certainly. Yeah. We have some conversations sometimes with players. But, players aren't always the best people to judge these things, in all honesty. And we have to rely on Bob Myers and now, of course, Mike and our group to assess these things properly and to figure out how it might work. And they've done a good job over the years.
Yeah.
So it's a process. It's a bold move. Yeah. Well, we're not going to get anywhere by sitting still. We have to take chances. We have to do things like this. And I think this is a great move. I'm extremely excited about this team. And I know Steve, I can tell you as a coach, he's through the roof on it. He really likes this roster. I think we've got a very interesting roster. Admittedly, we have to stay healthy. We all get that.
Right.
Of course. We're getting a little older, no question. But if we do, and I think we can manage that, I think we have a chance to be a really good team.
Yeah, I agree with that. We'll get to Steve in a second here. What was that first conversation like with Chris Paul when the trade was official and you got to sit down with him and say, hey, welcome to the Golden State Warriors, welcome to the Bay Area? What was that like? What did he ask you? What did you ask him?
I don't remember that exactly, to be honest, Banter. But I think he was surprised, shocked, if anything. And he's told the story several times about when it happened, and he was kind of stunned by it. But I think he was, it didn't take him long to sort of figure out that this is something, if he could help make work, makes a change. Look, he gets a chance to win a championship.
Yep.
And that's the one thing he hasn't done. Every team Chris Paul has ever been on, I think they average, is 10 games better when he's on.
Right.
So I expect to see something like that here this year as well. But he hasn't won a championship. And I think he knows that he has an opportunity here. Obviously he's getting older, dwindling years. There are opportunities to do that. He's got a chance to do that. And we need that one. We need that championship. We need it badly.
Yeah. I know you follow the Niners. I love this. I know you follow the Niners, and I get annoyed by the quest for the next ring or whatever, quest for 6. And I'm joking around saying it's the quest for Chris. Quest for Chris to get a ring and to get their 5th. That's the hashtag. But no, all jokes aside, part of your financial brilliance is the ability to kind of pour assets and money back into the team, back into the organization, back into the facility. And that's why we love you, right? How much was this financially motivated in terms of flexibility moving forward in contending year after year?
Well, first of all, winning is the most important thing. That's actually, there's no point in doing this if we're not going to win. Okay. So
that's why we love
we are trying to win. That's number one.
Yeah.
And whatever we can do to make the team better, that's what we're going to do. Now, there are some constraints, obviously. Although I don't know, I seem to bust through those constraints often. It's because at the end of the day, we decide, hey, it's worth doing, and it's proven to work.
Exactly.
We've been to the final 6 times in 13 years, and we've won 4 championships. Should have won 6. And the truth is, we're going to do if we think we have a chance to win a championship, we're going to do it. Okay, but financially, this deal happens to make a lot of sense as well because we get some optionality at the end of the year. I'm not sure what's going to happen with Klay. We can talk about that. Or with Chris, he's getting older and so on. But as of right now, we have some optionality. We could decide at any point now, 2 weeks from now, somewhere in time during the season, we could decide what we're going to do with those guys. But that gives us optionality. And so that we didn't have that with Jordan, although I will admit it was hard to trade Jordan Poole.
For sure.
He's a hell of a player. Yep. He's a young player. I mean, it killed me to do that. Unfortunately, I don't like constraints. Nobody likes constraints, but we have constraints, and we had to figure out on a not only short term, but we have to take into account the intermediate and long term as well.
Also, Joe Lacob live in studio here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. Year 14 for Joe Lacob, owning the Golden State Warriors. All they've done is hang 4 banners, go to 6 NBA Finals, and they want another one. You just heard from Joe. He wants that 5th one badly because I know you want to one-up LeBron James, get into that Kobe. And
I don't think people understand how important this is.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Because, look, these guys are getting a little older. We all get that. We got a window here. We've got to try to win another title. And I really badly want to see Steph and our guys, Klay and Draymond, get another one. LeBron's got 4.
Yep.
They got 4. Yep. Let's get 5. Let's seed him to 5.
Right,
Thank you.
One for the thumb. I like that.
I got to ask him because he brought it up already. You left Father's Day 2016 drive.
Oh, why you got to go back
No,
there?
Joe, this is why I love you, because you care like we do, the fans. I will never get over that. And I love how you said we should have won 6. That means a lot to us, because a lot of people are like, yeah, we want to get there. And I get it. There's an accomplishment in the journey. To this day, I struggle going back to 2016. Father's Day, with the entire family there. I will never forget that loss. We were tied with 2 minutes to go. Should have won the game. And it just... I think the maniacal obsession with winning is why people think you're so great at running this team. And we appreciate it. It means a lot to us.
What a fan. If you're an owner of a team, the one thing you need to understand, you have to give your fans, who I am one of them as well,
yes,
hope.
Yes. Yep.
Okay? We have to engender hope. Otherwise, there's no point. That's why we are all fans. That's why we're interested in supporting our team and being part of something bigger, because we are all together in this in the Bay Area. We're the Bay Area's basketball team. We're all together. We want to win as a group. We want this shared collective experience. So, yeah, it's really important. And I'm sorry, but, that's always going to be job one here, always, no matter what.
Well, it's funny because a lot of people push back on me. I say on these airways with the 49ers, there's 5-1 right now. And I say, look, I don't care about being the best team in the league right now. I want to be the best team in January. I want that Super Bowl. Super Bowl or bust. And it's not saying that the season's a disappointment, but that should be the mindset. That's the mindset that Eddie DeBartolo, I talked to you about this, Eddie DeBartolo set this in stone. It's championship or bust. We will not stop until we win a Lombardi. Well, you kind of have that same mantra. And I remember you asked me, how many championships does Eddie have? And I think he knew the answer to it, because you keep up with the stuff. You brought up Dr. Jerry Buss a long time ago, but we get there in a second. I want to talk about the offseason, because one thing that got overshadowed with the CP3 deal was the Warriors bringing back Draymond Green. And as fans, we don't know, are they going to move on from Draymond? Are they not going to move off of Draymond? Look, last year was a rough season for a lot of people, including Draymond Green. Was there any thought in your mind that, boy, we may have to play next year without Draymond Green? Or were you ever concerned at all that he wouldn't be a member of the Golden State Warriors?
I was pretty convinced he'd be back, to be honest. But to sit here and I can't lie. I mean, there was a possibility he could have left, certainly. He had another opportunity that he's talked about. Possibly to move. But I think he wanted to be back, and we wanted to be back, and, we had the resources to do it. It just had to make sense. And he came to my house. We had a long discussion about it, one-on-one. I was pretty convinced we're going to be able to get it done.
He looks like he's in great shape, too.
I mean,
talked to him at media day. The ankle seems to be progressing well.
I mean, there was so much up in the air after last year. Obviously, the incident that happened at the beginning of the year, Jordan Poole getting CP3, to have Draymond back is a big deal to fans. And I think it matters to have our guys stay with our team on team-friendly deals, or at least give them optionality to move forward. Does that matter to you at all, or is it all about winning? Or do you care about, having respect for the people that help put you guys in a position to win championships?
No, winning is number one. I mean, there probably will come a time when we may have to do something that, it's happened to every team. It's just it's history. Right. It's what happens, because we're not always on the same page necessarily with the agents or the players, and we have to do what's good for the team. There's some of that for sure. But I will say it's really important to me to have the continuity. All right, to have the continuity and to have these guys retire as Warriors would be such an amazing thing to have happen. Steph, Klay, Draymond, the 3 most highly tenured players in the league, 1, 2, and 3, I believe right now. I'm very proud of that. And we should all be proud of that. And by the way, when I grew up, that was important to have. You knew that these guys were your guys. They were your team. They were always with the team. There wasn't free agency and all that stuff. Now, the world's changed. We all understand that. And business realities do enter into it sometimes. But look, I would love, more than anything, to keep those 3 guys here through the entirety of their career. And we're going to try to do that.
How do you guys balance the conversations of players evolving as they start to age, mixing in some of the younger guys, changing the kind of style of play by adding in Chris Paul? I mean, obviously you pay Steve Kerr, to have those conversations, but organizationally, what are the conversations like behind the doors as you guys are talking about, easing in some of the younger players that you obviously are very high on, like Moody and Kuminga, and still maintaining the level of excellence in winning as the number one priority?
I mean, we talk about that. Look, there is no such thing as everybody's in their 30s and they've won an NBA championship. I don't know. We could have Raymond look this up. Has there ever been an NBA champion where every player on the team was in their 30s? I don't think so.
No.
That's extremely unlikely and probably impossible. there are teams in this league today. Look today. We're all sports fans, right? We look at these teams, all these other teams. If you're all this talent in the world, but you're all like, 20 to 25, they don't win championships either.
No.
I don't recall any, really.
No.
So there's a window, where they get the experience, and somewhere in the middle is sort of the high ground there where you're 25 to 30 is sort of the prime time, let's say, maybe longer now these days. But we have to have a mix of young, developing players that we take shots on. They can become the next Klay Thompson, the next Draymond Green, the next Steph Curry. We have to have that.
Yeah.
On the other hand, we also have to have the experience to win. So there's a blend. And by the way, Chris Paul said this to me the other day. He loves this makeup of this team because we have these great veteran leaders, experienced players who know how to play and how to win. And we also have some really good young players who, by the way, are going to be able to spell these guys.
Right.
And they can't play 82 games, some of them, okay, and be healthy. Right. It just doesn't happen that way. They need to be healthy for the playoffs. So we need the Kumingas and the Moody's and the two guys we drafted, Trace and Podzinski. We need these guys and Quinones, another good young player. We need these guys to develop, and we need them to contribute minutes and to keep us, like them winning games. These last preseason games were really important.
Yep.
I know you say, well, preseason doesn't matter. I think it does. Winning, every time you go on the court, you should try to win. I believe that. And they won those games. And you know who won those games at the end? Those young guys.
Yeah.
That's important.
No, that is.
Kuminga was good.
It's kind of a couple of years ago during the championship run where they had those big wins without the starters there. Damian Lee and, of course, Jordan Poole and Jonathan Kuminga contributing. Remember that game in South Beach, Miami, when you guys were down, up, down, go back and win that basketball game. We have Joe Lacob, the owner of the Golden State Warriors, live in studio here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. Now, I remember you came to studio a few years ago and you talked about Klay Thompson. He was coming back from rehab. You said, Klay Thompson's not playing in another uniform. Now, you brought him up because he has a contract coming up here. Would you have felt better if you had got the deal done, the extension done before the season, or do you anticipate that being a distraction at all during the course of the season?
Well, I hope it's not a distraction. I mean, we're not in control of this. I mean, there's two sides to every negotiation.
Mm-hmm.
We want him back. He wants to be back. It's kind of like Draymond.
Right.
I think you guys, everyone needs to just chill a little bit. Let this take its course. My guess is it works out. Okay. I can't control it. I can't dictate it. You can't dictate it.
Right.
Fans can't dictate it. These things have to take their course. There's different parties involved, but the intentions are really good.
Well, the Draymond situation was different because he had an opt-in and he could opt out if he chose to.
True.
But do you look back at how that went and learn any lesson from that? Was it good, bad, indifferent? Was it just business? Like, did that have any tangible effect on the season last year, you think? Oh,
it might have, but I think there were some issues last year with respect to some of the contracts. Some of the other guys got contracts I know you're referring to. Maybe it did. I don't think there's going to be anything like that this year, though. Yeah. I really don't. Klay's a professional. Respect him tremendously. And we're going to do our best to get this done. And, hopefully it is done sooner rather than later, but it might not be.
How would you assess Klay's season from a year ago? Because we take a lot of calls. You say you listen, and it could go back and forth, back and forth. We argued about Klay a lot, and I'm thinking, boy, for a guy who led the league in three-point makes and shot 41%, it didn't do any 5-on-5 during the offseason, which I understood as a human. Like, he's gone through rehab for 2 straight years, 2.5 years. How would you grade his season? Because the ending wasn't great. And he talked about that recently, watching back that Lakers series. How would you grade or assess his season from a year ago?
Well, it's not my job to grade that.
I know.
I can have an opinion just like you guys can.
You watch every game, courtside.
I'm a fan. I can have an opinion. I can, obviously the end was not good. I was not happy. He was not happy. Right. I mean, it was embarrassing, actually, for him, and not only him, some other players too. So it happened, and who knows why these things happen. It's very hard to repeat, is the truth. We did it in 17, those 2 years, but it's very, very hard to repeat. Things happen. But, here's the good news. Good news is there's a lot more motivation going into this year. Mm-hmm. And I think we're very capable of having a great year this year and winning this thing. Yeah. I do think that.
Yep.
Well, let's ask one more contract question before we move on to the fun stuff for this year.
Yeah, because contracts is business. And the truth is we're here to talk about basketball.
Yeah, we are.
I know, but people always talk about lame duck coach and the guy wants to get paid. And I just know in my own situation, it's when it's in the back of your head, you want to get re-upped, you want to stay somewhere. it doesn't affect you on a minute-by-minute basis, but every now and then it seeps in. And Steve's more of a professional than I ever will be. What's going on with Steve Kerr? Like, are you going to have conversations throughout the year about a contract extension, or are you going to wait till the end?
No, we've had conversations. Not me and Steve. We're not going to do that. But, Mike Dunleavy and Kirk are having those conversations. And, I think, again, it's very similar to Klay. I mean, he was gone all summer. You can't get anything done when the guy's, traversing the world coaching the Olympic or pre-Olympic team. So, look, we're making progress. We're going to reward him for everything he's done. He'll be well compensated at the end of the day. And again, it's just business. It's negotiation. It's strategy. People, agents, this is what it's like. And so I would not read too much into any of that. Steve is the ultimate professional.
Yes.
And by the way, Steve, my experience with Steve is he is not necessarily, we're all, motivated by money a little bit, but I don't think that's really his motivation.
Yeah.
I don't. I think he wants to do a reasonable thing.
Right.
We want to do a reasonable thing, and I wouldn't worry about it.
At times I get frustrated. Steve's a great coach, but there's times I get frustrated because I want to see the younger guys get a little more of a role. I want them to stay on the court through a couple of, maybe misplays or whatever, and I get frustrated with it. Do you expect him to give Jonathan and Moses Moody maybe a little more leeway to play through some of the mistakes this year?
I'm not the coach, so it's his job to determine rotations, who starts, which is another question you might ask.
No, I don't care.
We can't talk about finishing.
All that stuff,
who finishes.
Finishing, starting, whatever. Right. He's the coach, and he's a pretty damn good one.
Right.
So
great one.
So let's let him do his job along with his staff and figure that out. And year 3 tends to be a big year for players. They make jumps.
Yeah.
And I think the first 3 preseason games have looked pretty good for particularly Jonathan and Moses. They're playing really well.
Yeah.
And, I kind of expected that, to be honest with you. I think Steve expected that. And we got to see how everybody meshes, obviously. But I'm very positive about those guys. And I think they're going to have big years.
Now, I think a lot of fans didn't want to see J.K. traded. Once Jordan Poole got traded, we're thinking, oh, no, it's J.K. next. Jonathan Kuminga, that is, because he's a special talent. Guy who could guard on the perimeter, could finish at the cup, get to the free throw line. Some of that missing element that you guys didn't have last season and finishing in the paint. I think that's going to be big and very imperative for this team moving forward. Real quick, before we get back to the basketball team, you also made some big headway talking about business, right? We're on the subject of business. WNBA is now coming back to the Bay Area, and you've already guaranteed a championship, which is pretty cool.
And I'm holding to it. Raymond's over there probably shaking his head.
No, that's cool. We love that. We can hold you to it if it doesn't happen. No, seriously, did you have a hand in the San Jose Lasers back in the day?
Yeah, I had more than a hand. I had my wallet. Hand on wallet.
So it didn't work out in the Bay Area, and I always thought this was a hotbed for women's basketball.
Lacob does fail every now and then, and I did fail, I guess you could say. I was actually the largest shareholder in the league. I believe I own 30% of that whole league.
Wow, American basketball
and
league.
The San Jose Lasers, the team, the local franchise. And I loved the idea of women's basketball. I thought it was ready at the time.
Right.
I was in venture capital business. Thought I could. In the 90s, we were pretty on top of the world. Thought I could do anything.
Right.
And the truth of the matter is, we did, but the NBA got involved. Decided that it wasn't going to let women's basketball go to anyone else. And, within 3 years, we were kaput. And I lost money. We failed, I guess you could say. But it wasn't a failure, actually, long-term, because I got to know people in the NBA. And ultimately, many years later, led to getting involved with knowing David Stern and Adam and wound up buying the Warriors. So it really had an important role for me personally. And I believed in women's basketball then. I think that the league has struggled over a number of years, for sure. We lost some teams in that league, and playing in the summer was kind of hard. And the NBA, so a lot of the NBA teams who controlled some of the teams didn't like working in the summer, right? That was an addition to their job. So I think there were some issues that had to be overcome. It's taken longer than people would have liked, but women's basketball, in my opinion, has really started to ascend. Women's sports have started to ascend. Skyrocket.
Do you think that
and I think it's ready in a big way, and we're ready. So I think it's a great merger of opportunity for all of us. And we're going to do this, and we're going to do it right, and this league is going to take off, and it's going to be a big deal.
Well, you already have 3,000 deposits, right? 3,000 season tickets deposits.
People sign up for season tickets already. That's more than most teams in the WNBA.
And I'm floating this. Chasky knows I've been saying this out there. Not only the WNBA, I think it's going to thrive here. I've been asking for years, why don't we have a WNBA team? Because I covered high school sports, and girls basketball is huge out here. Huge. It's
great
humongous.
Location for
and so
great
location. And so when you think about that WNBA team being here at Chase Center playing basketball games, what about the Women's Final Four? You got all these events happening at Chase Center, concerts. You got a boxing event coming up with Devin Haney December 9th.
Can you imagine that? Boxing in the Bay Area.
I love boxing. Yeah, he knows. I love boxing in the Bay Area.
We're ready for it.
And now, Women's Final Four, because you had March Madness a couple years ago, and I thought having the draw that you had.
I think it's a great idea. I'm going to write that down.
Write it down. All-Star game, too.
Bonte says.
No, I don't still. Don't give us credit, because we'll brag about it all day long.
From a marketing standpoint, though, and just a brief aside, like, the fact that the women, for the majority of them, stay 4 years in college, and then now with the NIL and social media being what it is, it feels like they, similar to college football, have a baked-in audience and a market share that maybe men's college basketball doesn't necessarily have right now. I think it's a really advantageous spot from a business perspective.
I think it makes a lot of, look, from a business perspective, which is how you started this question.
Yeah.
I think this makes a lot of sense for our organization.
Yeah.
We understand basketball. We understand how to build these businesses. We have the facilities in place that we now have time tested. Right. We know how to do this at Chase. We have the Oakland facility, which is going to be one of the best practice facilities in the entire WNBA. And the sport is on the rise.
Yeah.
Women's soccer, women's sports are on the rise. The sponsors, from a business perspective, are all interested in being involved in something like this. And for good reason. It's a really good sport. There's a lot of more better players than there used to be. Have you been watching the women's Final Four? The Caitlin Clark. Did you see what happened in Iowa recently?
Yeah, 56,000 people at the stadium, football stadium. Yeah.
Open up your eyes. Take a look, fans. Look what's happening. It's happening. It's happening right before your eyes. Women's sports, women's basketball, about to take off a big way, and we're going to help it.
Yeah.
Caitlin Clark, we're getting ready to raise a jersey
seriously.
out here to Bay Area.
Well, I'm ready for him to buy the San Francisco Giants right now. I mean, I was going to drop that at some point.
A's International. Please, God, ask them to buy the A's. Buy the orange and black.
You've done this for almost 15 years now, and much longer beforehand, behind the scenes. What have you learned is more difficult, building the roster of a great team or managing the success and the egos that go along with a great team?
You know, honestly, those were hard things, but nothing unanticipated. To me, the hardest thing in 15 years is building that arena.
Really?
Yeah, definitely.
San Francisco? Come on.
I mean,
just the red tape.
The California, San Francisco, it was just a really difficult thing to do. Hardest thing I've ever done was working with others, obviously, but working on doing that. That was a really difficult thing. And I didn't know anything about real estate development, to be honest. So I think that was the hardest single thing. The surviving the pandemic, which none of us have ever seen before, was a really hard thing to do. We've had to navigate a couple of really big things while we're dealing with what you just brought up, basketball issues, building rosters, dealing with the effects of winning, the egos, and so on. Honestly, I don't think that's been all that hard. I mean, we have great people doing it. I have Steve Kerr, I had Bob Myers, I got Mike Donnelly. We can do that stuff. We can do that stuff. And so I don't view that as all that hard.
Are you frustrated with the amount of red tape that I don't want to get in trouble, but it feels like the league has put together certain parameters in the current salary cap structure, and it feels like it's very penal toward people like yourself and guys that are running teams the way you are, which is pouring money back into the product, trying to win. That the point of sports is to win. And it feels like a lot of the rules are trying to punish those who have done it the right way, drafted their own, developed their own, paid their own, brought in more talent, poured the money back in. Like, I get frustrated on your behalf.
It's the Eddie D rule.
Yeah.
In the NFL, the salary cap rule is the Eddie DeBartolo rule. And I look at this rule
drives me crazy.
with the second apron and the tax apron and all that stuff. It's the Go to State Warriors rule.
Hey, you guys can keep talking about it because I can't talk about it.
I don't want you to. We don't, trust me, we don't have money help you out.
No, I'm not going to get in trouble because I'm not going to say anything bad.
Right.
I'm just going to say that whatever the rules are, we're all part of a league, and we signed up for these rules, okay? And we help make the rules. And so you can view it however you want to view it. Sometimes it helps us, sometimes it hurts us, depends. But the bottom line is, whatever the rules are, we're going to do our best to be good. Okay, to win and hopefully to make some money. But it's all about investment. You know, I believe in investing in the future. I grew up in Silicon Valley in business. And what do? We don't have companies that generally have dividends until they get really, really big.
Yep.
They don't spit out capital return to anybody. They just build. They reinvest to build for growth. You want to grow it. And if you grow, the spoils come.
Yep.
And that's the way I view the Warriors, and I view the NBA, and I view sports. I view it the same way. We've never taken any money out of this thing. We've made profits. We built a great arena for the city, for us, and we invested in players in a tremendous way in the last few years. Tremendous way, record way. But the bottom line is we're investing in the future. We're trying to create something bigger and better. It manifests itself in franchise value, at least according to those that look at those things. Right. And look, I like the scorecards too. I don't mind seeing all that. But to be honest with you, it doesn't really affect me because I ain't selling and we're not selling and we're not taking anything out of it. We're reinvesting because we're trying to do what? Grow. We're trying to get bigger and better. Okay? And that's what this is about. Not only as a team, but as a business, as a charitable organization within the construct of the Bay Area. We want to be able to help a lot of people, and we've done that with our foundation.
$15 million, right?
$30 million.
$30 million.
When you include in kind. Wow. And growing.
Double
so
that.
We want to be number one. We are number one, I think, actually, in that.
Right.
And we want to continue to do that. That's really important to what we do as well. So it's about growing, becoming better, becoming bigger.
You talk about getting bigger and better, and Nicole's helped out the foundation. She runs it. You say $30 million, and you guys have grown Chase Center. So the growth in your 14 years, what is the most... is it the 4 championships that you're most proud of? Is it Chase Center and Thrive City itself? Is it the Community Foundation, which helps out all sides of the Bay Area? What is the one thing that you, right now, today, you say, boy, I'm mostly proud of that?
That's a very interesting question. Look, obviously, winning the championships, because it is sports,
right,
probably has to be number one. But I am really proud of this this building and what we've managed to accomplish in building that arena. It was so, no one will ever know how hard it was and how expensive it was and became. And it's just a really hard thing to do.
You had to change peers.
Yeah, so I'm really proud of that. I'm proud of the fact that we got through the pandemic and the way we did. And I'm proud of the fact that we're finally entering the WNBA and we're doing something that I think is going to be really big and great for the community. And so I'm proud of it all. Most of all, I really enjoy having partners also that I've done this with. It's not just me. It's my wife. It's my kids. It's my investor partners who almost all have been with me for the entire 13 years. And we've enjoyed doing this together. We travel together. We have fun. We go play playoffs, in different cities. We play golf together. Like, that's a shared experience. And that's the same thing with our fans. And we're all part of it. Look, I'm not an idiot. I like walking down the street and somebody saying thumbs up or, hey, great job or whatever, instead of, hey, you screwed up, or you really did something. And, I got booed once, as you remember, a lot of years ago now, 11 years ago. That was not fun. And I don't want that again.
Did you recognize in real time?
I want to just, we want to be successful and you want to do something great for the community.
Did you recognize in real time that you were catching boos for like 30 years of anger at just the whole situation? Because that is a seminal moment. Raymond's talking about how that's the start of the 30 for 30 or the book that there's going to be written about your guys' tenure as owners. But that is one of those moments. I was pissed off. You traded away Monte Ellis for Bogut. He's hurt. What's going on?
It was a Team Monte, Team Steph thing. It was a deal. And then Bill Simmons came out with that article.
It wasn't about
you read there, what was it, 60 Ways to Lose a Fan Base?
I hated that article.
Yeah, it's fun to go back and look at now.
But how wrong can one person be?
Oh, it's wrong a lot.
Hey, no, wrong a lot. Do you look back at that moment and go, look at me now? Or is that one of those things that kind of just shapes your point of view? Or how do you view that?
No, honestly, I don't really think about that, to be honest. I look, it was no fun, certainly, and I consider, everyone fails in life. All successful people have times when they failed. I told you about the ABL in the 90s. Yep. I got booed here in the first 2 years. I don't know if that was a failure, but it felt like it. So everyone wants to overcome those things. You are stronger when you go through things like that, and you become better at what you do. And I think that's a truth for all young people, by the way, when they're developing their careers. It ain't straight line up for anybody, okay? You have to go through some tough times, some travails. And so, I look back at some of these things, and the booing was, a really good thing to happen, actually, in retrospect. I'm an optimist. I look at it as, in retrospect, a really good thing to have happened. Because when you hit rock bottom, there's nowhere to go but up.
So true.
No doubt. No doubt about that. Joe Lacob live in studio as you are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMG FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. And don't forget, we're live on YouTube and Twitch right now. You can wave at the camera, Joe, if you want. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. We're going to open up the phone lines at 9:15. We'll get some questions. See, Joe's not afraid of the fans. He's going to take some calls here. 888-957-9570. Ask Joe anything. You brought up your kids. And I'm intrigued with Kirk and your family here. Where do you see your two sons in the next 5-10 years, their role in this organization?
Well, they've continued to grow and take on more and more experience. You know, Kirk's been with us for 13 years, Kent for 9, I believe.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
And, you know, I told them from the first day they joined us, I'm going to treat you like every other employee. And if you screw up, I'm going to be really mad. And if you do well, I'm going to be really mad. And you need to work harder than anybody else because people are going to be really critical of the fact that you're my son. It's a burden, okay? So I'm proud of them. I'm proud of the fact that they have thick skins, that they've continued to just do their job, get better and better and better at what they do, and I think they're respected around the league. And that's all I can say about it. What are they going to do? And they'll prove themselves, and, you know, if I'm not here someday, I think they'll obviously wind up owning and running this thing, and hopefully they'll be ready.
How's the dynamic been with Mike Dunleavy? I know he's kind of been in place for a long time. Group threads all day, because, you know, you and Bob talked a lot about how texting nonstop or calling all day. How's that going? Has the relationship changed at all?
With
Mike? I mean, has it, as his role has grown, has
you should ask Mike that. I think Mike is great. I love Mike. I love the fact that he's very collaborative. Mm-hmm. That's a big thing in our organization and the way I like to do things. You know, people think, you know, I have a certain image or whatever, but actually I try to be incredibly collaborative with other people. Because it's a we thing. We do things as a group. The reason we're successful as an organization, hint, hint, it ain't me. It ain't just about me. It's about a we thing. It's about Raymond Ritter doing his job. Only one time did he not do his job real well. And
when? I need this. You told me it was perfect.
I'm kidding. But
Xavier McDaniel must have been here. He must have been in the building. Wichita State, Raymond Ritter. That's why Xavier McDaniel. Xavier McDaniel is
the great
PR
guy, vice president of the Warriors, and has done an incredible job for a lot of years. But the point is, it's a we thing. We have such great people in our organization. I am so proud of that. That's one of the things I'm really proud of, that we've developed our organization, that we continue to develop and develop young people into their jobs to get better and better at what they do so that we always have somebody great in a position to continue to do a great job.
Speaking of Mike Dunleavy, obviously he's replacing Bob Myers. He did great things here. And we all love Bob Myers. He joined us all the time here at 95.7 Games. Just saw him at the Niners football game. How weird has it been for you to just see Bob, not in a Warriors uniform or just a Warriors polo or whatnot, and he's on the set with ESPN
I haven't seen it yet.
You haven't?
No, I need to watch him.
He was on the broadcast last night.
It's pretty good.
I saw a highlight of him on the first one when he was asked to comment on the
Klay stuff.
Yeah. But I haven't actually seen him do it. I'm sure he's going to be really good, is my guess.
2 years, 3 years, and he's back in the league. I know you don't want to speak for him.
I think he loves basketball. You know, he might miss it and want to be back. But I think he did need this time off, as this has proven. Yeah. No one believed that a year ago, but I think it was the truth. And look what happened. He's doing this. I think he's going to be great at it. And I do miss him. I miss talking to him all the time. But I do have a job to do, and Mike and I talk all the time, and Kirk and the rest of the group, and so we're doing it. We're really getting along great, and it's been pretty seamless.
You know, I know we're going to get into the roster, but like, you fascinate the hell out of me. All these little things you say, I got a million follow-ups. You said that people view me a certain way. If you don't mind me asking, what is it that you think people view you like? Like, what do you believe the perception to be that you think is erroneous?
Boy, that's an interesting question.
Because it sounded like it bugged you. Like, and I don't want to be viewed a certain way.
No, it doesn't bug me. It doesn't bug me.
Because Twitter says you're cheap?
No.
That's so fake.
I know it's
we don't really. I don't think I've seen that, actually.
That you're in total
I think
control? People
think that, I'm a very tough or megalomaniac or something like that. I'm not. Or too involved. I love. That's the one that bugs me. I will say that's the one that bugs me.
You're the owner.
Well, it's not just that I'm the owner or whatever you want to call it, governor or whatever. I think, honestly, that's a misnomer. I believe that a great owner of any sports team, actually any organization, needs to be very involved. That doesn't mean they're making the decisions for people. You let people, you empower them, you let them make decisions, you let them make some mistakes. But the truth is, you have to be involved and know everything that's going on. If you don't, you're not going to be successful. You're just not. It's really all about the details. It's not about the one big thing like everyone thinks. It's all about the details in every respect. And so if I'm going to own this organization, this business, and be involved, and Peter's going to be, we're going to know what's going on so that we can make good decisions when people bring to us things like, hopefully, the new name of the women's WNBA team. People are going to come up with a name. They're going to bring it to us. We're doing a process.
Right.
And we need to be involved. We need to understand all the issues there.
Well, we're going to take calls. 888-957-9570. Talk to Joe Lacob. Ask Joe Lacob anything. Maybe you have a team name in mind for the new WNBA team that will be coming to the Bay Area. 888-957-9570. We'll do that in a few minutes. Now, I'm eager, too, because Joe asked you that great question. How do you find out about some of these criticisms about yourself? Do people tell you?
On
Do they
Twitter?
Send you tweets?
No.
You got no fake account.
No burners?
I didn't say that.
No burners? Is it because Twitter? Because there's a lot
you said, am I on Twitter? Meaning, do I tweet? And I have never tweeted.
So you're out there somewhere.
I can't believe how disciplined I am about this.
You're talking to two guys.
Now people are going to.
I have wanted to tweet
right.
so many times.
Oh, I know you do.
But I have not. I have not because I don't think it serves me a positive.
Is that where you find most of the stuff, or is it just
no? I do read
or?
Twitter religiously, X, whatever it's called.
Yeah,
I do because it's news,
right?
And that's the way the sports business works.
Have you ever talked to Elon? Now I got to ask you.
Yes.
What's your thought? What? Because he's another one. He's out there. So is there? Give me something on Elon. I gotta.
I don't know him well enough to give you anything. I've only met him once. He was at a concert, I think, with Chris Rock and whatever was here.
Okay. Chappelle, yeah.
Chappelle, yeah. And after there was a meet and greet, and I got to talk to him for 20 minutes. That's actually the only time I've ever spoken with him.
I just figured that you get to meet everybody, and I'm jealous of
fan of the Tesla
interactions.
Fan of the Tesla. Or are you driving?
I'm a car guy. I like sound and fury.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. I'm with you there. Joe Lacob live in studio. We're going to take some calls. Line them up. 888-957-9570 is the phone number. Ask Joe anything. Now this roster. You brought up Kuminga. I don't think we dove into it because he's become a fan favorite around here with his athleticism, his personality. He's so young. He's so raw. But we saw glimpses of him guarding guys like LeBron and guarding wings. We're like, wow, Kuminga could really do this. The Luka Doncic's of the world. What is the expectation? Because somebody asked me yesterday, do you think Jonathan Kuminga is going to be here in 3 years? And I said, why not? Why not? He's somebody you could build around here. Your thoughts on Jonathan Kuminga and the prospects of that year 3 leap?
I mean, I think he is. I think it's looking really good.
Right.
The evidence so far. We're going to find out a little more as the year goes on. But I think he's incredibly talented. I think everyone feels that way. And it's a process. He just turned 21. Think about that for a second.
I know, it's crazy.
He just turned 21. It used to be you didn't get out of college till you were 21 or 22.
Right.
So I think this is the time when you're going to see him really take off. And I think he understands, after being around here a couple of years, what he needs to do to contribute and be successful on this team with these players and this coach and this organization. So I think he's doing a great job. I expect him to have a big year and probably be here a long time.
When you look at the roster right now, they got a lot of small guys. There's not a lot of height. You got to go up against Jokic. You got to, at some point, hopefully you face Embiid in the finals or something like that. You got to get through Anthony Davis, at least hypothetically. Do you like the size of the team right now? Because you got Kevon. I guess Kuminga could be utilized as a big. Draymond.
Dario
Saric, who I love Saric.
Everyone says we're small. We're actually, I think we should look at this, but I think we're bigger than we were last year. We got to be a little bit bigger.
Right. Yeah,
well, Saric is 6'10".
Yeah.
And Trace is 6'10".
Yeah.
And he's athletic, by the way. So, I think we're bigger than we were last year. Are we one of the bigger NBA teams? Probably not. But when you look at size of an NBA team, I do think you need to look at the whole court.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
And Klay has always, one of the things Klay has always been is a big guard. There aren't many guards the size of Klay, right? Andrew Wiggins is a prototypical size 3. So I don't think we're really all that small. Draymond is the one position you say he's clearly undersized for the position he plays. And Looney is, I don't know if he's undersized. He's actually 7'4" wingspan. Wingspan's more important than height.
I love Looney.
Because you got to look at the necks on these guys sometimes. So and he's, guy gets 20 rebounds a game in playoff games. So I don't think you can sit here and say he's too small.
You brought up Andrew Wiggins. How important is it for Andrew Wiggins to be that same Andrew Wiggins from a couple of years ago during that final run? Because I could make an argument he was the second most important Warrior for that entire playoff run. He was spectacular on both ends.
X factor.
Yeah, they need him this year, big time.
Well, we do. And when he plays with, as Steve has said, with force, it's a whole other player. He changes our whole team. So I think I think he's ready, primed for a good year. I think he knows one of the reasons we didn't do so well last year is he missed half the season, for whatever reasons, an injury and some other things. And I think, hopefully he's going to be here all year, and that alone makes us a much better team.
And GP2's back, Young Glove, and Gary Payton II. That media day was yelling, we're 11 deep, and he looks to be healthy as well. He was a key part of that championship team with the way he defended as a small guard and playing that dunker role on offense here. But we're going to take some lines, take some phone calls. 888-957-9570. Ask Joe anything. I want to get your thoughts on the NCAA tournament before we leave as well.
And load management. This thing that came out about load management. Why?
And don't get fined. Don't say anything to get fined. And then we'll ask a question. We'll take a hit. Don't ask us for any money, though. We work at this place. We don't.
I'll say it on your behalf.
See how we dress. You see our boss man, how he's dressed? He's not dressing to impress. Also, NCAA tournament. And then Kevin Durant's coming back to town next Tuesday in front of the fan base. So I want to get your thoughts on that as well. But let's go to Horace down to Texas.
What's up, Horace?
Horace down to Texas. Ask Joe anything here on the Morning Roast. What's up, Horace? Good morning.
Oh, good morning, guys. Hey, appreciate your show, man. And Joe, man, I just want to say, man, I appreciate you just putting yourself out there like that. I never got an opportunity to talk to an owner, man. And I just appreciate you opening yourself up like that for questions and everything. So I just got a question for you, sir. The one thing that I did not like last year is watching us get beat up by the Lakers in the front court. And we were small. And there's one thing I've been crying about to these guys, especially for the last year and a half. Why is Boogie Cousins not in the league? I think there's unfinished business with the Warriors for Boogie Cousins, man. Talk to me about that, brother. Please talk to me.
This is the text line, Joe. Every day. Every day.
We love you,
Cousins
Horace.
is available.
Horace, look, I can't comment on Boogie, really. He hasn't been picked up by any team, so I don't know.
Yeah.
Perhaps he was with us. We had a run. Sometimes it's hard to go back, right?
Yeah.
And I would say that, you're right about us getting beat up by the Lakers. They are one of the biggest teams in the NBA, no question.
Absolutely.
They definitely beat us last year.
Yep.
But I would argue to you that it wasn't so much getting beat up by size. If you really look at it, it's that, a few of our players who normally would perform much better just didn't. And they know that. Mm-hmm. We know that. And our team just overall didn't perform. If we play our style of ball, they have to play against us too, right. Remember. So, yeah, we have to play against their size, but they have to play against everything we do well. And historically, we've done pretty well with that.
Yeah, your style obviously starts with Stephen Curry and the style that he plays. We'll take some calls in a second here, but what else could you say about Steph Curry? I mean, what he's done for the organization and the entire Bay Area.
I can't even put into words how important he is, how impressive he is, how much I admire him, respect him. He is a phenomenal human being. He's a great friend as well. I try not to say that kind of stuff or do that because you never know who is a player on your team. Monte Ellis, look back, we were friends with him, and things happen. But Steph Curry is an amazing individual. He's been a great leader of this team, albeit a quiet leader perhaps, but he leads how he leads. And he's been an incredible player. I expect him to have a fantastic year this year. I love the way he and Chris Paul have bonded. And he's, I want him to be with us, the organization, obviously, for a very, very long time, even beyond his playing years.
Well, what's the thing that he brings to the table that most people would never understand?
Well, I think most people would understand it. You just have to look and see how hard he works, his commitment, and the fact that he's so supportive of everything. Yeah. Does he have issues that he'll bring up? He'll bring to management quietly sometimes, and we try to act on those. Certainly true. He's no shrinking violet. But Steph is just as an employee, as a player, as a human being, he's great. Well, he is really great.
Here's the number one question. How many strokes is he giving you per side?
Well, he's a lot better player, obviously.
Yeah. You see that eagle putt in Tahoe?
Unbelievable. And I'm not as good as I was at one point, but I'm still nowhere close to him. I'm an 8 index or something, and he's scratch. So
yeah, nothing to slouch out. I seen you out at Pebble. I seen you out.
Let's go back out to the
play a little bit.
I saw you.
You're gonna ask him to caddy.
Well, he hit the par at the 17th hole. You came up. You hit a nice ball right onto the green a couple years ago. I was with the whole family. My dad was like, "Not bad. Not bad. Let's see if he can make a putt here."
Yeah, the problem is, as you know, when you're an amateur,
exactly,
you don't realize the difference between how good the pros are and how good the amateurs are.
They make it look so easy.
Let's go to White in Hawaii. White in Hawaii has a question.
Wow, we're international today. Let's go.
Yeah, or nationwide. It's still part of the United States. Wyatt, what's going on? Good morning. Wyatt?
Hey, how's it going?
What's up, Wyatt?
Hey, Joe, nice to talk to you.
Thank you.
Hardcore Warriors fan and all that stuff. I'm kind of nervous talking to you right now. I just want to know about, like, the Dwight Howard situation, like, what had happened in that. Like, I heard rumors about him coming to the Warriors and all that stuff. I just want to know, like, what had happened. I know he was supposed to be interviewed too, by members of staff. So I just want to know, like, about that situation.
I mean, there's nothing to comment on. I'm personally a big fan of the guy you mentioned, who I guess I can mention because he's not in the league right now, Dwight Howard. Big fan, loved his history. At one point, certainly could have been a big contributor, maybe in some way to our roster. But I think the coaches and the basketball operations people, made a decision that this wasn't going to be the right fit right now. And it's as simple as that.
Let's talk about the actual, Chris Paul acquisition, what it looks like on the floor. How much, and he's a pick and roll guy to death, and I know Kerr does all of the actual in-game strategies. What does it look like for you when Chris Paul's on the floor alongside Steph Curry? How are you're closing your eyes? What's it looking like?
Well, I think we need to see it. We haven't really seen it yet. It's only been preseason, but I will say when they're on the floor together, you've got two of the greatest point guards in the history of the game. Incredible recognition of what's going on the court. A lot of people are going to get very good shots.
Yeah.
So I think that's great, but I also think when he's on the court, because really it's a mix and match with the roster. The roster, it's not even a question of starter versus bench. It's whenever they're on different combinations.
Staggering.
I think he's going to make other players so much better. He historically has been doing that every single year of his career. So I don't think it's too much of a stretch to think that that's going to happen this year.
And I think he got that impact like Sean Livingston with that second unit when he does play with those guys, getting them in the right sets or whatnot. Sean Livingston did such a great job of that. Feels like that's been missing for this team, getting those guys in the right sets. He'll know where, hey, Jonathan Kuminga, get down there on the block, or Dario Saric, get out there on the three-point line. That'd be a lot of fun. But he's going to be opposing his former team, the Phoenix Suns. And Kevin Durant's coming back in front of fans for the first time at Chase Center. When he did come back that first year, obviously it was during the pandemic. No fans were allowed. I believe the ovation is going to be special for him because you can't forget what he did for the 3 years.
I want to say this to all of our fans. It needs to be. It should be, and it will be. A tremendous ovation for a guy that helped us win 2 world championships and should have been 3, right?
Totally.
If it wasn't for injury. So this guy, I have nothing but the highest regard for him. He was a fantastic person to be on our team at the time. For various reasons, he decided for him it was not, he had to leave, whatever. I can't comment on that. I don't know if I understand that. I wish he would have stayed. But the bottom line is I have nothing but the greatest respect. All of us should feel that way. And he should get a massive ovation.
Massive. And how has that helped the appeal to go to St. Warriors? Landing a free agent like that. We think about Tom Brady, LeBron, Kevin Durant. Those are some of the biggest free agent signings in the history of North American sports. How's that help the appeal to go to St. Warriors when it comes to signing players or guys who may be able to get money elsewhere, but they come here because they're saying, you know what, we can compete for a ring.
It was a big deal when he came here. And let's not forget that. It changed us. It raised us up a level in the basketball world, if you will. And he was a big part of that history.
Yeah, no doubt, no doubt. Let's take 2 more calls here before we wrap up with Joe Lacob live in studio. Jaime in San Carlos. Jaime, what's happening, man? You're on the roast.
What's up, guys?
What's up, Jaime?
What's up?
Hey, Joe. You are probably one of the greatest owners that I've seen in sports, and I've gone through the Niners in the 80s when they were owned by Mr. Eddie D. And I just got to.
Uh-oh, the line's cutting out, Jaime. Oh, you got off to a great start. Go to Prince in Oakland real quick, then we'll take one more after Prince. Prince in Oakland, what's happening?
Man, what's going on with y'all, man? Thank y'all for taking my call, man.
Anytime.
Really what I wanted to say, Joe, because I'm a real fan of all Bay Area sports, and you really, like, as an owner, you really represent us well. Like, you fierce, you humble, like, you keep the competitive spirit. You let other people, make decisions in your organization. But what I really wanted to ask, because I heard Banter say this before, because I really do care about the Giants. I really do. I care about the Warriors. I care about the 49ers. I wanted to know, as an owner, do you guys have a group chat? And are you talking to these guys? Do you care about if they win? Does it affect you? Do you have pointers for these guys? Do you give these guys advice?
You talking about the Giants?
As a fan, I just wanted to know.
Any of them.
Just, does that affect you?
They run their own businesses, to be honest with you. It wouldn't be right of me to tell them what to do. We have our own business to run. I'm friends with, in the case of the Giants, Greg Johnson. I'm friends with the 49ers owners, and a lot of the players, as you see, come to our games. We're pretty close to that organization, and I want to see them do well. 49ers are doing great, actually. The Giants will again, I think. So you got a great fan base here, a great ballpark. They're in a down period. Sports teams go through down periods sometimes, and great fans, you need to stick with your team, is the truth of the matter. And you can criticize. You can have your opinion. I do too. Yeah. And if I weren't on air, I'd probably have some criticism here, but I'm not going to do that. So, but I think they will be back. They're in a great organization, one of the top 5 baseball teams in the country.
Before you get out of here, you talked about AT&T Park. It's got beautiful statues all over, right? All over the property. The Willie Mays statue. And B loves when I bring this up. Like, if there ever was a guy who should get a statue while he's playing, I feel like it's Steph Curry. Now, I don't know if you guys are going to do that, but...
Yes. Oh, you said a statue for Steph Curry?
Well, no, I'm saying while he's playing.
While he's playing.
And it feels a little, I know, gratuitous, but is there, how are we going to unveil this? Because that property is so beautiful. When I go there on game day, I was telling B, like, you can take an Uber, me and my wife, we get dropped off right in front, we get some food, we boom, 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 we go into the game. Like, it really is amazing. And I would love to see the Warriors history decorated throughout, and I'm sure you have plans. What's going on? Is anything fun happening this year at Chase Center, like an unveiling of a statue?
I don't think there's an unveiling of a statue, but we have a lot of new restaurants opening up this year. One called K Fico.
Very popular. David very well.
Nico,
Great guy.
And I know that's during the course of the year, and I think also during the course of the year there's at least one other major.
You got a wine bar, Glue. You got the bake shop, cupcaking. You got a lot of things happening. You got
I think we got that going on. We're trying to coming out of the pandemic. Obviously, it's been tough.
Yeah.
But that's all starting to happen. We're very proud of that facility. Thank you for saying that. Yeah. I get chills every time I walk into it, and I'm not kidding you.
Park across the street too from Chase Center that's now being built. You can walk
park
around there.
I'm told is going to actually be done by early November.
Yep. 5.5 acres.
I'm told. So I offered to put the grass in. It's taken a while.
Real grass or turf?
I think it's real grass. I'm not in charge of it, so. But look, it's coming together. These things take a little time. Very proud of this place.
Should be.
Will there be? We have a lot of great sports art throughout the arena. I don't know if you've noticed when you go through it, Shasky, and it's we're very proud of that actually. If you look around, and so I think we can continue to improve on that with some statues in the future.
Got an emergency alert. That means you got to get out of here, Joe. Don't forget, open practice tomorrow at Chase Center, 5:30. Tickets are $5. $5, Warriors.com. There's still tickets available. You guys have already sold over 10,000 tickets for an open practice tomorrow. Tonight, we're giving out the bobblehead, a Steph Curry graduation bobblehead when the Warriors host the Sacramento Kings, and it felt good beating the Kings in the first round. We get a lot of Kings fans who call the show. They talk a lot of junk.
Yeah, they want to play 4-on-5.
Yeah, it was really fun to beat them in that series.
Let's leave the Kings for a little later.
Yeah, leave them for a little later.
To do.
And then I was going to ask you, but we ran out of time. How many times do you turn off the radio when Joe and I just open our mouths and say something about the Warriors? You're probably like, do you see this off the air? I got to wake up to these guys?
Well, he's doing a great job on TV, isn't he?
I mean, it's C+.
He's great. I enjoy his energy.
I know. Yeah, C+ performance. Mully carries me.
I'm jealous because his relationship with Mully has grown, and that's the guy we idolized growing up. And I'm like, he's FaceTiming Mully, and he forgot about me.
I'll get you on a 3-way call next time.
Oh, yeah, that's fine.
Hey, Joe, always a pleasure to have you in the studio.
Thank you guys for having me in, and we'll do this anytime you want to do it.
Absolutely. We're excited about the Warriors. The season starts on Tuesday against the Phoenix Suns.
I want to say one thing about that. Last thing, real quick. That is going to be an epic, epic night. Okay? Think about this, guys. Kevin Durant, first time playing against his former team in our building. They're a great team. This is going to be one heck of a season opener.
Heck yeah.
Everybody, come on out. Watch it on TV. Let's go.
Joe Lacob, everybody.
Let's
Joe
do
Lacob.
this.
We got a break here on the Morning Roast, and it's brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises.
BMO has officially arrived. Our correspondent is on the
to when you get the owner and, an hour flies by. An hour just flies by, especially when you're having fun.
So, it's funny how we open up the lines and what does everyone want to talk about? Bigs. And we just gloss over Steph Curry, Chris Paul, Draymond Green, and Klay Thompson.
Right.
Though we asked him the appropriate questions on those things.
On all four players.
It's interesting.
On all four players.
It does certainly feel like to me, again, rejuvenation is the word that I would use when it comes to the Warriors. I feel very rejuvenated. I think the time off, as much as it hurt getting bounced by the Lakers, losing in that fashion as quickly as they did, it makes you look in the mirror.
Yeah. And Joe Lacob, you can feel the pain from losing that series against the LA Lakers. That pain of losing to LeBron James and Anthony Davis in 6 games. And he talked about, Klay Thompson not being very good. And the entire roster, it wasn't just Klay. It wasn't just Klay that had a down series. Everybody was down. And so
Looney didn't play great. He was under the weather.
Looney was under the weather. He didn't start game 2 and game 3. You know what I'm saying? JaMychal Green got the starts in those 2 games. JaMychal Green actually had a great game too. Remember that?
He did.
And then game 3 wasn't there, and then he wasn't starting no more. So it is refreshing to have them back in the reset, having this big question mark. How is Chris Paul going to fit? All eyes will be on him. My eyes will be on Jonathan Kuminga. Will he take that 3rd-year leap? Is he ready to roll and be a key member, key contributor to this organization?
It certainly feels like he's on a Brandon Ayuk trajectory where he kind of got...
I like that.
I don't know what the word is. I don't like the doghouse thing. I think that's...
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't like that term. But like where he's basically had to earn certain things, and maybe he thought he had arrived before he had arrived, or he wasn't doing the little details that the team needed him to do and to find his role. And now you look at Brandon Ayuk, a couple years later, and he's really an ascending player. And he's someone that you have to build around moving forward. And I feel like Kuminga, this is that year for him to prove he belongs in the same way Brandon Ayuk did last year.
I agree. That's a great call with the Brandon Ayuk, and he is ascending, and he's going to get paid by the Niners. And you hope that they pay Jonathan Kuminga, and you hope that one of these players hits. Jordan Poole's moved on. They moved on from Jordan Poole. He's in D.C. now. Wiseman's in Motown playing for the Pistons. So you would hope that one of these lottery picks that they were fortunate to get. Think about that. You get the number 2 pick at Wiseman. You got Klay coming back. You get 2 picks in that next draft when you get Moses Moody and Jonathan Kuminga due to the trade with Minnesota to get Wiggins and that pick that turned into Jonathan Kuminga. You want to hit on one of those guys, and it feels like that hit right on Kuminga could be it right there.
I'm just kind of marinating after the fact. It is crazy. Joe Lacob, one of the most successful owners in sports in the last 20 years, just came in here casually, did an hour with us, fielded questions.
Took some calls.
Like it was
Doesn't
nothing.
even care.
Like it was nothing. just shooting the stuff, as they say.
Right.
I don't know if we appreciate him, but I'm not sure we really understand how rare he is right now.
A couple big takeaways from the interviews. One, he does have a Twitter account, and I'm sure everybody's searching for that Twitter account, and he reads Twitter religiously. And the way he said it, with the disdain in his voice about, I see some of the things they say about me and the way they project me, it's not fair. It's not fair at all. Now, I see some things, and they're like, man, if Joe Lacob was so cheap, and I'm like, what are you guys talking about? The guys in the tax. I'm not even keeping up. Hey, the guys in the luxury tax, you can't be cheap by being in the luxury tax. Now, maybe some of the moves and some of the money they spent on certain players may not have worked out. You spent it wrong like the Giants do all the time, and their $183 million payroll. When they say the Giants owners are cheap, well, they still not $183 million. They still know how to spend their money. You made mistakes. Now, they haven't made many mistakes with this regime, with the Golden State Warriors. They've made a lot of good moves. But you hear the vibe and you hear the refresher. I think everybody needed a reset. Everybody needed a reset. And then, Chris Paul? And now you get him who's searching for that championship. So it is refreshing to see an owner like that be kind of blue collar. You know what I'm saying?
In the words of Guru, like Hawaiian, I don't want to bring up the punch.
Oh, my gosh.
But
that was a great line from Guru.
It was one of the greatest lines of all time from Guru.
I couldn't believe he said that.
But honestly, we need to move past it. As a fan base, as an organization, as, people talking about. No, I'm just saying, it's refreshing to be able to move on. And I do think that we left at the end of last year, and it was like, something's got to give.
Right.
You can't come back with these 2 guys and this whole thing, and we need to move forward and plow forward. And I feel like the organization, bringing in someone as polarizing as Chris Paul, it almost is the perfect deodorant to be able to move on.
The palate cleanser, right? I mean,
I don't know. Mouthwash, whatever you want to use.
Look, that's not to say the punch won't come up at times.
No, I know.
Throughout the season. But it did. It reminded me, last year in a way, reminded me of the final year of Kevin Durant, where they ended up advancing to the NBA Finals. But I remember that season, and everything was about what's KD going to do afterwards. And when KD got hurt, we're back to the old Warriors. And it took away from the basketball that was being played. It took away from some of the great things that they were trying to accomplish in three-peating, like the LA Lakers and Kobe and Shaq, and like the Bulls when they did it twice in the 90s, from 91 to 94, and then 96, 97, 98. It was, it just took over everything.
Yes.
The vibe. You could, every time we talked about the vibe or the road woes and the connectivity of that team last year, we always went back to the punch. Yeah. It was always about the punch. I was guilty of it. You're guilty of it. Jordan Poole's dad got involved. It hijacked the season.
Yes, it did. That's the way to put it.
It hijacked the season.
That's a great way to put it.
So now we move on. You're playing the Phoenix Suns.
Did you hear what he was saying?
About winning that fifth one?
And getting over LeBron.
Right.
It means something to him.
It does.
And I know you don't care about narratives nationally and all that stuff, but hearing Joe kind of validate what a lot of fans like myself are thinking, we got to get 5. We got to get that fifth one. Not just for Steph, not just to tie Eddie D for Joe, but we need this to get over LeBron.
Yep. No doubt.
God, we need this.
You got to get that fifth one, and that's what it's about.
I
should have been 6. But you know what? I like that.
Me too.
I like that mindset. And so now I don't feel so bad when I say Super Bowl or bust. The owner of the Golden State Warriors, who's one of the most valuable franchises in the world, is telling you guys it's about championships.
Yes.
It's about winning. And so when I get all flustered over the 49ers and they don't win, or if they fall short this year in the playoffs, sure, we're going to have a lot of memories. We're going to talk about the 42-10 game against the Cowboys. We'll talk about the great start to the season. But if they don't win, I'm going to be sick from it. And that's my mindset just as a fan.
Yeah.
This is the owner of the basketball team telling you the same thing.
Well, every time I asked him any question, what was his number one response? The most important thing is winning.
Most important thing is winning.
Everything. Whether it was, reinvesting into the team.
It's number one.
The finances, the flexibility, the X, Y, and Z. Winning, winning, winning. Isn't that what you want?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Now, Jake York wants it too. He's just stepped back.
No doubt.
The Giants are very interesting because I don't know what they want to do. But I know what the Warriors want to do, and I know what the Niners want to do.
I just don't know how you could be a fan of the Warriors, and if you're one of the people that doesn't like Joe Lacob for whatever reason, I just, what is it?
Well, I see a lot of comments on YouTube and Twitch, and I see a lot on the Comcast Business text line. Listen, there's a lot of people. Listen, Aussie Rose, Joe's a fan too, and I love him. Who was David Hernandez? Joe won me over today.
That's
Joe
what
Lacob.
I'm saying.
Uncle Looney.
He's maniacally obsessed with winning.
Right, he is. And how can you not like that? And especially when you think about who he bought it from.
Yes.
And I'm not here to rip Chris Cohen, but he did not care about the Warriors, and he did not care about the fans.
He was non-existent.
Think about that. Think about that. And he took over this decrepit franchise. Now we got a new building, got a WNBA team. Dry City's booming like the old Oracle Park on a Friday night when you would go across the street to Momo's and there was a buzz in the air. That buzz is gone. That buzz is now up the street at Chase Center because you got food trucks, you got GOTS, you got dumpling time, you got all this stuff. K-Fico's now coming into play.
Someone needs to hit up David for me and get me a spot at that restaurant.
Yeah, I'm just walking in there.
Excuse me.
I'm walking in. I'm just walking in. Hey, David, and Vanessa, I'm just coming in.
They got this noodles that are black. I don't know what they're called. No, there's a specific name for them. They're unbelievable.
Look, my pocket's been hurting, and I wanted to take her grandma to K-Fico, and I said, well, let's get a couple checks under our belt first for the television side before we think about K-Fico.
Taking grandma, huh?
Well, she just turned 86.
Oh, good for her. Happy birthday.
Boblick. It's your birthday, or it was your birthday last Monday. No, but how could you not want an owner who just wants to win? And he's like a fan, and he's investing into the team, and he's in the tax for you. I mean, honestly, I know we're going to complain. We're going to find things to nitpick on. Yes. We always do. But when you just take a step back, your team is in the tax because your owner wants to spend a lot of money on your team, and the ownership group wants to spend a lot of money on your team. So you're in the tax. You got premium players, all right, getting paid premium money. You have a team led by Stephen Curry. Life is good as a Warrior fan.
Who have you not retained that you wanted to as a Warrior fan? He's kept everyone you want.
Yeah.
And that means something. He said, I want them to, I mean, obviously it takes two to tango. Mm-hmm. He wants these guys to retire Warriors. Right. And that's music to everyone's ear.
Klay Thompson, he's not even worried about it. Now, if they want Klay Thompson and Klay Thompson wants to be here, he's going to be here.
Steve Kerr, same thing.
It's the same, and it's the same thing happening with the 49ers right now. If the Niners want you, they're going to stay.
Yes.
It is what it is. That's what great teams do. That's what great organizations do. They want you. You will be here.
They showed in the preseason game Saturday, like the record from last year, and the Kings had an incredible, and I'm not turning this into anti-Kings talk, but
they have 4 more wins than the Warriors.
I know. But when you see it on paper like that, and you think about, how their family, and again, they're in a different life cycle than where the Warriors are. They're on the way up. The Warriors are trying to stay on top or near the top. And so there's differences here. But for everything that went wrong last year, they still won 44 games. Now, I'm not saying put a banner up for it, but a lot went wrong. And I think this team is a little better than they were last year.
Dude, I can't believe, who's the caller? Oh, that was Horace in Texas. He asked about Boogie Cousins, man. We got to let Boogie Cousins chill, man. Even Joe. Boogie Cousins. Let's go to Can Opener Cow in St. Louis. Oh, Boogie Cousins. That was funny. Can Opener Cow. What's up?
Let me give a shout out to Tyler Miller, man, because now y'all know how I am about Klay and Shasky. I was feeling you on that. But, man, y'all just answered my question. I was saying the same thing about Boogie Cousins. Look, Jonathan Kuminga and Moody been looking good these preseason games. I know it. But when you think about the coach admitted that he failed the team. Why, if y'all knew y'all was having bad road games, why not let the dogs get loose and let the young boys play in some of those games where they could have got some better experience? But Kuminga and them showing you what they could have done, and they make you think, had they been playing Moody and Kuminga the whole time, they would have done better. Mm-hmm. And, Banter, let me apologize to you about those 49ers, man, because I'm telling you, man, I feel you and everything else like that, but I think that's a fluke. I think San Francisco going to come through the next game and everything else like that. Christian, he going to get his legs back and sound like he's not hurt as bad as everybody thought he was and everything else like that, man. But I'm telling you, man, I'm looking forward for Steve Kerr, who he acts like he hates dogs. Kuminga's a dog. Green's a dog, but we need some more dogs on the team. And let Kuminga get loose, man. What's up,
Cal, what's your favorite breed of dog?
Man, come on, man. I ain't gonna lie. I definitely want to say a pit bull, but I grew up on German Shepherds. I don't know about y'all, but I love German Shepherds and pit bulls.
I knew you were going to say pit bull. I just know you're a pit bull type of dude.
What about you, Bonte?
I'm a pit bull type of guy, too, but I don't have a dog right now. Hey, by the way, Devin Haney's fighting out here in the Bay Area. Can't open the cow. Devin Haney, December 9th, Chase Center. Regis Prograis was walking around downtown. If you want to check out his Instagram page, he's fighting Devin Haney. And I don't know if I could play it straight from my phone because there may be some curse words.
Do that.
Don't do it. Not now, huh? Not in this new studio.
You looked at me like I'm going to do it. I might do it.
I'm tempted to do
like
it.
What Benny does. When
if we're going to play sound, can we play the CJ Gardner sound talking about Deebo Samuel? Now, Deebo, let me just preface this by saying, Deebo, we love you because you talk that talk, but right now, I just think that we've talked enough, Niners. Let's focus on ourselves. Here's CJ Gardner on Instagram Live addressing Deebo Samuel.
Bro, listen, don't be friendly when you see me, because you be so flashy. You better hope, bro. You better hope all that talking you be doing when we see y'all, whatever round it may be, because I can guard you. You can't run routes. You're a running back. I ain't going to sit here and play with you, little boy. Just because you got a little bag, people gave you a little clout, man, you ain't nothing, bro. Stop playing.
Okay, so I don't know who started what.
CJ started it.
I mean, well, CJ also started it with Kittle like 3 years ago.
So, you know what? It's time to finish it.
No, just let
you
it go.
Start something, I'm going to finish it.
It feels very unnecessary.
You can't start, but you can't. But why is he coming at Deebo? The Niners don't play the Lions this year unless they meet in the playoffs.
I mean, Deebo, you're the premier weapon on one of the best teams in the league, and he's a slot corner safety. Like, come on. Like, I don't know. I just let it go. That's what I would say. You got a problem,
but
CJ?
No, yeah, I do, because he came at. You see Deebo run, typical wide receiver behavior, then act hard when Trent tried to save him. All right, man's named Deebo. You want to poke Deebo Samuel, he's going to clap back and talk. Micah Parsons, we had no problem with Debo clapping back at Michael Parsons, did we? But no problem with that.
But I did have a problem when they were talking after the Super Bowl about the Eagles.
Okay.
It was like, come on, guys.
Yeah, I did too.
Okay.
But we didn't have a problem with them talking back to Michael Parsons. By the way, Michael Parsons saying, where's the same energy for the Philadelphia Eagles after their quarterback threw 3 interceptions? Micah's talking too much. That's a person who's talking too much. CJ is chirping. He's not even playing right now. He's hurt, and he's always chirping. I actually like CJ because he took a shot at the city of Philadelphia.
I kind of
and
like
I'm all
CJ
for
too.
people taking shots at the city of Philadelphia. I have no problem with that. But you know what? CJ started it. And hopefully Debo gets to end it on the football field. Because it won't end on Twitter. They're going to go back and forth. And now CJ's making it personal, talking about if I see you off the field. All right, come on, now we're doing that. Now we're starting to, now you want to fight people? Come on, man.
I just think the whole thing's unnecessary.
I'm riding for Debo. That's my
I love
guy.
Debo, but I think it's unnecessary.
No, it's not. What, you want him just to shut up?
No, you don't have to respond to everything.
Why not?
Well, every now and then you got to turn the other cheek. That's what the Bible says, Monte.
Oh my gosh. Sausalito Shasky.
No.
Got the button up on.
Shasky.
Yeah, that's even worse. We got
altar servers get paid.
Man, that was a fast show.
Depending
fun
on
show.
Funeral, wedding.
Hey, we said that was going to be a fun show. It was fun, right?
It was great.
Time for Fast Five. Boy, we just had Joe Lacob's studio. Aren't you glad he's the owner of the Golden State Warriors? Don't you wish he was the owner of the Giants? I got honest. I'm not even just sucking up to Joe Lacob because he was here. But I always defend him, even when he's not here, and that's why I defend him. The guy wants to win. That's all I want in my ownership group. Spend money and wanting to win. He wants to win, and he spends money. I hope somebody down at the Giants is listening to that. Jed York, what does he want to do? He wants to win. Win. And they spend with the 49ers. They spend with the Warriors. That's what I want in my ownership group. Want a guy who wants to win. Super Bowl or bust. That's the mentality of Joe Lacob. That'll forever be my mentality. Yeah. Felt good.
I'm jealous of the Philadelphia Phillies right now. I think they've got an unbelievable
from CJ
dynamic going right now with their lineup. Just unreal. I mean, Kyle Schwarber hitting bombs with a broken bat off the end of it. I mean, are you kidding me? And they feel like the most comprehensive team left. I don't want to count out the Rangers. I still think that they can, finish off Houston and give them a fight. But boy, the momentum is in their corner. And that team went to the World Series last year and added Trey Turner. They added pitching. God, the Phillies look good.
I'm jealous of Philadelphia.
I'm jealous.
I will never. They got to live there.
Trey Turner's a baller.
They got to live in Philadelphia.
Trey Turner is a baller.
Shout out Jason Dubas. I love you.
Handshake update with Mr. Lacob. Better. Still soft.
He gave me a great handshake.
Still soft.
Maybe he just doesn't like you because he knows you're a Laker fan.
Well, I told him to his face I was a Laker fan.
Did you really tell him that?
He shoved me, too. He did, yeah.
Hi, Joe. I'm a Laker fan.
I did not say it sound like that at all. I don't know what that was. They said, my brother is a big fan of you. I'm taking a picture for him. And then I was like, I'm actually a Laker fan. Then he shoved me. It was very nice and playful. I like Mr. Lacob.
Well,
I wish he owned the A's. I know Jaime was going to ask that. I wish he was. It's not for sale, yada, yada, yada. I don't think he's happy with what's going on over there. Neither here nor there. Happy birthday to my brother, Ray Ray.
Ray.
34 years
That's
old.
his name, Ray Ray?
His name is Raymond, but I call him Ray Ray.
No, Ray. I like that. He got a little hood in him.
Yep.
Ray.
Yep.
Love, man. What you got?
Yeah, I think the thing that stuck out to me that what Joe said was that it's as the owner, it's your job. You got to provide fans with hope. The amount of times I talk to Giants fans and they say, I just have no hope for this team right now. I'm just so uninspired. Like, it's saddening. And then when you hear Joe Lacob say that, I agree with you, Bonte. I really hope that Greg Johnson was listening to the show and he heard what Joe Lacob said. It's like, oh, I got to give them hope. It all makes sense now. Yeah. And that was it. Today was the day where Greg Johnson was finally inspired to make the Giants a winning product and be a good owner.
Well, Joe Lacob said he listened to the show and he that's probably why he shook Spadoni's hand the way he did, because I ain't a Laker fan. I'm not giving him a real handshake. Disrespect.
When's your first broadcast on TV?
Next Tuesday. Pre and post, no halftime.
I'm excited for that.
Who's
on the crew this year?
Aha. Teaser.
Oh, my bad. I didn't mean to do that.
Teaser. Yeah, no, it's the same crew. That was Fast Five, brought to you by Xfinity, the next generation 2G network, only from Xfinity. The future starts now with Steiny and Guru.
Here's a message for Bay Area architects and designers.
This is where I'm the realist.
Let's chop it up.
Okay? This is where I'm the realist. Dre was feeling a little heat that it might not happen. He took matters into his own hands, drove to Joe Lacob's house, did a little bit of begging, and Joe said, I'll tell you what.
Draymond.
Here's the deal. Clean up your act.
Oh, stop.
And we'll take you back.
Dude, I almost crashed on my scooter coming in here like, that's what I'm talking about, Snotty. That real stuff.
All right, well, Draymond's under contract. He's going to be here for the next 4 years. What did you – and we're gonna play Joe Lacob starting at 10:30, a lot of the sound bites. And
just a great interview by the fellas, man.
What'd you think of the way he answered the Klay Thompson question?
Okay, Steiny. Now, here we go.
Chill out a little bit.
And he wants him here, and the big 3 or 4 retiring here is a big deal. But, Steiny, there were some words. There were the cadence of, this is just me now. Steiny, I feel like there could be a scenario to where Klay's not in the Warrior uniform. And he didn't say that. It was just the conversation and everything that's around this thing. Like, this could go a bit different.
I think Klay's going to be a free agent, and we got to acknowledge it. If obviously he doesn't sign a deal this year. Now, the one thing I do think is interesting, and I don't know how it plays in, but they can do the deal anytime during the season. But I got to believe that once the season starts, they'll probably play it out. But Klay's going to become, I think, a free agent and test the market. And I remember when Kevin Durant was here and Joe was asked about the one-year deals that Kevin Durant took, this is where he gets the business. He's like, look, Klay deserves to test free agency. Testing free agency doesn't necessarily mean signing with another team. It just means getting a fair value on your worth and seeing if other teams have any interest in you. So I think that may be coming, but I'm not. If I were a Warrior fan, I wouldn't be panicking yet about Klay.
Yeah,
I wouldn't.
Because we got the season before us, right?
Right.
And Klay does, and so does Steph, Dre. But like you said, Steiny, we're all excited about next Tuesday against Phoenix. Shasky asked him about the cement, the statue that is Steph Curry. So we all know that's coming. But that's going to be, whenever that day does come, I mean, that's going to be incredible. But Joe, Steiny, here I go, because I'm reading it on the text line. Adam T, on the YouTube chat, First NorCal Credit Union chat, best owner in sports. I'm like, man, that's how I feel about Joe Lacob. You got the 4 rings. You're still going. You're still in it to win it. And that was a man that's still hungry. I told you, now I wasn't stalking you, Joe, if you're listening, but I went to the Kings game late last year, and I'm in the media section just watching my Joe Lacob cam. Steiny, you would have thought he was playing. He cares.
Yeah, see this is, and I know that Joe's in his car listening, so you're going to be
probably back at home now.
Are you kidding?
Well, if they went to work? His office at Chase.
At Chase Centers, man. It's
people calling you Matt Slim Mats. Nice haircut. You're looking good.
Thank you very much. Yeah. What was I going to say now about
Joe Lacob?
Yeah,
he cares.
He does care. But best owner in sport, better than Robert Kraft.
Well, Robert's been doing it longer. Yeah, but
just a little pushback.
All right, what about the best owner in the NBA right now with what he's done and Chase Center and the just all this stuff, the WNBA team, like that means a lot. I'm just, I ain't being a fan. I'm just giving the dude his props.
Yeah, he's all right.
You guys got into it a little bit. About the golf stuff.
Oh,
and then you're a tire. He was playing with you.
I wear a T-shirt every day to work.
Steiny, you're fine. He was just playing with you. Yeah, don't get a complex on us now.
No, I would have. You know what? I probably should have put a collared shirt on, come to think of it. But no,
you told him we go way back.
By the way,
before the rings.
By the way, I said to Spadoni before
Uh-oh.
you ever came in, I'm like, what are the odds that Guru wears Warriors gear today?
We have a summit today. You guys give me crapola about I'm wearing the other stuff, and then I'm wearing the home team. Get off me.
Hey.
You hate when... Yeah, get off me.
No.
Yeah.
Not gonna.
I got the home team on, Jack.
I don't... You know what? I like that from the front. I'm not crazy about it from the back.
Yeah, the Warriors.
Yeah.
Lil Daryl said that.
Did he really?
What don't you like?
I just don't like that it says Warriors on the back.
I like it.
It's nice.
I'm going to retire it after because I wore this also when we went to Chase. And we'll be there Monday. Monday. We'll be at Chase Center, the station.
Steiny, you dress like you're 13. Probably true.
You look good.
888-957-9570 is the number if you want to react to the Joe Lacob interview. And listen, the one thing that I've always maintained, before Joe Lacob bought the team, it was owned by Chris Cohan. And they didn't win. They never won. And the one thing that I'll always stand by is during those years when you don't win, when an organization doesn't win, it just brings out the worst in people.
Damn.
It brings out the worst in the media, myself included. It brings out the worst in employees, in the team, all that kind of stuff. When you win, it brings out the best in people, and then it just becomes more fun.
And isn't that real quick how it should be just in life across the board?
Sure.
Like you know what I mean? That's why you strive for perfection or to have morale or things going your way in any type of business.
Now, the one thing I will say, and I always say this, because they brought up the booing. They brought up the booing 10, 12 years ago, whenever that was.
That's incredible.
And the one thing that's happened over the years is we've what's the word when we consolidate it down to one reason? Oh, he got booed because of the Monte Ellis trade. I think there was a lot more to it than that. That was a big part of it.
But if the previous owner was bad, you would think there would be claps of like, thank God that tenure is over. You know, he didn't even get that benefit of the doubt.
When he took over the team, he said, there's a banner up there. It's lonely. We're going to get more. They didn't win for 2 years. Like, he didn't win right away. So 2 years after he was the owner, 2 or 3, then it was the Mullen night. So one of the reasons that people booed him that night was because he had promised something big as soon as he'd taken over, and it hadn't come to fruition yet. I also think another big part of it was, and I'm going to actually give him credit for this, I mean, he announced pretty early he wanted to move the team to San Francisco.
Yeah.
And so there are a lot of East Bay people, season ticket holders, that weren't crazy about that.
All right, that's
either.
real.
Then there were little things. Then there were just little things. For example, it was Mullen's night.
17.
And see, I'd love to give him grief about this because Peter Guber's the Hollywood guy, right?
Okay.
Well, why didn't Peter Guber know that when you have a headliner like Mullen, after he's done, it's over?
Yeah.
But Joe spoke after the headliner. It's like
I hadn't thought of that.
The Rolling Stones were playing, and then somebody else came and said, "Well, you're not the Rolling Stones." But anyway, hell of a tenure for Joe Lacob.
And look now, but that man is hungry. Chris Paul again, Steiny. I hated it when we heard it, but by all accounts, it looks like they're going to have a grown-up on the floor and off. Let's see it.
Well,
and he said he also, real quick, he hated to trade Jordan Poole, and I believe that. Now, I know Jordan Poole didn't have the best season last year, but they raised that guy. They raised him from a young pup to a dog, and he was a bucket getter. He could get to the free throw line. I'm going to miss him. And Joe Lacob, I'm just taking him at his word, Steiny. He said, I hated it. That hurt. That cut him. I'm paraphrasing.
Well, as it relates to Chris Paul, I thought he would be a fit the minute that Phoenix was deciding to move off him, because what did this team have? One of the big problems with this team was kind of their carelessness with the ball, especially late in games. And yeah, Jordan Poole was a part of that, no doubt. But Steph can get a little careless, and Draymond also. Chris Paul does not turn the ball over. He does not turn the ball over. He makes free throws. He makes the right play. And the one thing that I would, if I were another NBA team, the one thing that would worry me a little bit is the Warriors' finishing lineup. Because if they're healthy, it's going to be Chris Paul, Steph Curry. It's going to be Draymond, Wiggins, Klay Thompson. And
what if Jonathan Kuminga's having a night?
Well, I was talking solely for smarts down the stretch. I'm not saying Jonathan Kuminga isn't. Yeah. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying you've got an 18-year veteran who's been in a million big games. You got Curry who's been in a million. It's going to be tough to beat the Warriors, you would think, in the last 3 or 4 minutes of a game that's pretty close. And I know people say, well, they're small as hell. And I always
they brought that up. He said, hey, but look at the wingspan, Steiny.
I always go back to Don Nelson when size is brought up, because he always said that what he used to do as a coach was he would split up the Warriors at a practice. The six tallest guys, biggest guys on the team, against the 6 smallest guys on the team. And he said the small guys won every single time. And I believe it. And so when people say size and all the Warriors, yeah, it's an issue, but I don't think it's a deal breaker.
Wow. I just had fits in my head. Size matters, and the guys asked him about the Lakers series. Was size, because you kind of came down my road a bit about, it wasn't just size why the Lakers lost to the Lakers beat the Warriors in 6. It was, and Joe mentioned this, his guys had bad series. Like, he said that. He felt it. Well, I said he sounded like Steiny.
There are reasons guys have bad series. They get defended better.
Or they're tired.
Yes.
And you get that when you're older.
Yes.
Or didn't touch a basketball in the offseason. Talking Klay.
See, you know what? That's done.
Those are facts.
What is Klay going 3 for 19 in January, February, March, in May have to do with him not picking up a ball the previous July? Come on. Come on.
Legs start feeling like cement. You know what I mean? You get tired. Fatigue. Fatigue makes cowardice of all men. That's a good one.
Hey. Like Lubman feet?
Dude, what was that yesterday?
Did you get that notice about an earthquake on your phone?
Dude, and when did we start getting the alert on the phone?
I got it on my watch.
And it was the anniversary of the 89 earthquake a couple days ago. Remember that?
I wasn't here. Where were you when the big one hit?
We thought my dad was on the Bay Bridge because he worked in the city in Treasure Island in Steiny.
He was on the bridge?
No, he worked. He got across the bridge, but he couldn't get to us about 12, 15, or 20. So we were all in the garage in the Yoon, tears running down, no cell phones.
Right.
And we thought he got caught in the bridge with it collapsing.
How long did you have to wait before you knew he was okay?
12:15 at night, the next morning. We were crying. My mom. Dude, I'll never forget the day. The neighbors were all at our house.
You mind if I ask you more about that?
No, go ahead.
Okay,
one of the worst days of our life that ended up being the best.
It was like 5 o'clock at night.
Yeah, 5 is when the earthquake happened, but right before
So he was working at 9 to 5?
Yeah.
Okay, so he was driving?
Yeah.
So it took him 7 hours to get home?
No doubt about it. And you remember that?
How come?
Well, you couldn't go back. There was just, his whole way home was just all effed up.
Gotcha.
But Steiny, we really thought like, oh my gosh, waiting on a phone call, and you wouldn't even get, just seeing the stuff. Oh man.
Yeah, I was
there. He had a Datsun Corolla we had, and then he just
one of those too.
He just putted past us. The garage was open. Damn! Damn! Yeah.
You ever remember those Datsun B210s?
Yeah.
That's what we had.
Look at
one of those. But oh wow, I was back in outside Philly, getting ready to watch a game.
That never happened.
What if I told you I'd run 12 miles that day?
Look at you. You must have got a haircut because you say you run when you get a haircut.
I was in my day off, and I would take a really long run once a week, like really long, 12, 15. And then I would get done, and I would go to Burger King. 2 double beef cheeseburgers, ketchup only, 2 fries, and a big Diet Coke.
So you're Bonte. They got into Taco Bell. Bonte told Joe you're a Taco Bell. He eats Taco Bell.
Joe does?
Yeah. With the fire sauce.
How about Nahigian then coming with Taco Bell's expensive. He's telling a billionaire Taco Bell's expensive. He looked at him like,
yeah.
He didn't know who this guy was. 888-957-9570 is the number. Joe Lacob was in the house earlier, and great interview with him and Chasky and Bonte. And we're going to be playing some of that for you all day. Couple things.
Great interview,
things to bring up. Don't forget don't forget.
You ready?
The Summit. Summit starts today at 4 o'clock. Fieldwork Brewing Company in San Leandro. And everybody's welcome. We've done 2 of these.
This is number 3.
Before, and the last one was bigger than the first one, and we hope this one's bigger than the last one. And it's a lot of fun, I think.
No, okay, people, Norm didn't make a stop. I mean, come on, guys. Jesus. Oh, my goodness.
That's a good one. Who said that? Is that on Comcast Business?
Yeah. These people, man.
Hey, man.
Pops had to reroute, man.
Hey, Norm, let me tell you something. If you got to the East Bay,
good God,
safe and sound after that earthquake.
Okay, there we go.
Go have a pop.
Yeah, oh boy.
You gotta face
I
little.
never asked him that.
You gotta face little Daryl. It's like, you know what? I gotta get loose first before I go home.
Stop it. Yeah.
That's pretty funny.
Boy,
that is pretty funny. Yeah. But if there's ever a reason to make one, and
I'm feeling good about this season all of a sudden. I know it's words, but that's the doctor.
What are you? Okay, you know what? I'll throw that out to Warrior fans too. What are you most optimistic about?
That Chris Paul will work.
Okay.
I went with this and that. We saw that there was no connectivity. I will not let that word go. Thank you, Mike Dunleavy. And I think Chris Paul was the Glade, the antidote, the air freshener to that. So with that, still comes the basketball component of it. What did Joe say to Banter and Shasky? Oh, he's going to get guys shots in their sweet spot. He's got the IQ, so let's see.
Yeah, I could see how that would make people feel pretty good. I don't know if I'm optimistic about Chris Paul being a Warrior, but I see how it could work. You can see how it could work.
You called it.
I think. CP3, according to Talus Mike, CP3 will work for the regular season, but postseason is what we want to know.
Now, I want to know if it'll work for the regular season, but that's valid. But you got to start at square one, right? You got to, and they start with Phoenix. You don't think this is where I think you sell me short sometimes. Oh. You don't think he wants to kick the Suns' ass?
Why would I say no?
Who told him deuces, and they still got championship aspirations?
No,
that's like. I
think he's motivated. I think he'll be motivated.
Okay. Open at night.
Okay.
2 games
Here's what I think. I think the fact that, Durant, when he comes here and Paul plays Phoenix, I think they want to kind of stick it to him.
Oh.
Even Durant wants to stick it to the Warriors as much as he's going to get standing ovation and all that stuff. What I really don't buy, and I kind of heard Joe say this, is we're really motivated after last season. And that's the part that I wonder about, because it's such a long season. And can you really hold on to a motivation all year long? I mean, there can be a theme. That's the only thing. Like I question.
Well, what we're watching, and I know it's a different sport with the Niners. I think they're motivated by not playing that NFC champion. Of course, you got to win and qualify, which they're off to a good start. But, Stoney, I think their motivation is we can't slip up hardly at all because we want home field advantage.
888-957-9570 is the number. Warrior basketball is back, and so is the Warriors Summit. It's today. Wednesday, October 18th. Join us at Fieldwork Brewing Company in San Leandro, 4 to 6 p.m. Willard and Dibbs are going to be doing their show there. Bonte Shasky coming out there. Guru and myself are coming out there. We're going to talk Warrior basketball for 2 hours. Public, more than welcome. In fact, they're encouraged. Couple things here. Someone that attends this afternoon is going to walk out of there with a Kevin Durant signed game shoe from the 2018 championship and MVP season. Also, Billy, our guy at Atco, is giving 2 tickets away today to a future Warrior game. That's Billy and Atco putting the rat on the table. Rat on the table is going to be, you're going to, your mic's off.
Yeah, my bad. Talk to you.
So, we'll see you out at the Summit today. 888-957-9570. Line them up. We're talking Joe Lacob and the Golden State Warriors.
Are you scared to put money in your bank for fear of...
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
That's Stein, Metz Down, the Guru Johnson with you. 10:33 on a Tuesday.
Don't bury the lead, Steiny. I looked at Dibley's Twitter. That was a 4.5 earthquake. 4.5.
I never feel them.
You and me both. And we're up high here. 10th floor.
You guys feeling it there? Spadone, Evan? Nothing? No, nobody felt it here. All we felt was the watches and the phones going off.
Well.
Anyway, I hope everybody's safe out there. 888-957-9570 is the number. We're talking a lot of Warriors today.
Felt the presence of Joe Lacob.
Perhaps. He's a big personality.
That's a 3.
No doubt about it.
Over under a 4.5.
Dude, if that convo, we burying another lead. Raymond Ritter, best dressed dude in the game. Dude came in with the.
Okay.
That was swag, Steiny. Okay. Give him his props.
I won't. I won't.
See, you're a hater.
No, he
was clean.
I don't want to. It's hard for me to say. I feel like
You don't like dressing up.
I don't, but I
Well,
will.
then why you just congratulate? Don't hate.
Well, I feel like and he'll admit this. He likes to wear clothes that are a little big on him, especially his suits when he's at a game.
All right.
His jackets are big. But they're beautiful jackets.
What's your point?
I just maybe, Ray, get a tailor.
No, he was clean today. Yeah.
That's all. Let's go out and take a couple calls. Let's go to, we got to start with Couch Potato. Couch Potato. Let's talk Draymond Green. What's up, Couch Potato?
What's up, fellas? Hey, listen, I got a couple prop bets I want to get your take on. The first one is Draymond Green 8-1 to blow up the season at some point, a la 2016 finals or last year preseason. And the other prop bet on Dre is him doing something crazy to embarrass or damage the Warriors' chances this season. I got my.
Doesn't sound like you're a Draymond fan, Couch. Is that true? Can I read into that correctly?
No, I actually love Draymond, the player, and whatever else there is about Draymond that is not a player, I'm not a fan.
Well, he got 400. Don't you think financially he's got the security? He knows he's going to be here. I guess I'd ask Potato, what are you worried about?
Just, his entire history in the NBA. Other than that, I'm not worried about anything. I'm hoping for the best. I'm prepared for the worst. I think CP3 is going to be a great addition chemistry-wise, but the big problem with the Warriors is still with the Warriors. So, what can I say? Thoughts and prayers. Let's go. I love you, Joe. You're doing a great job. Jed York, you should pay attention, my brother. He's the bro who's doing it right. I'm out.
All right, thanks, Couch Potato.
Wow.
Okay. The worry about Draymond Green shouldn't be any more than you worry
because I'm not
any other time. Well, you know what?
He's a heart and soul.
I'll meet him.
There's gonna be nights.
Well, nights aren't the problem. Seasons are the problem.
I would give you one.
I'll meet Couch Potato halfway there. He was a little sarcastic. I don't like that. But, yeah, I think it's fair to worry about Draymond Green a little bit.
If the team doesn't get off to finish that with wins and losses. Because he got his contract. I think we're going to see.
See what?
Junkyard dog in full effect.
Okay.
They want number 5.
All right, great. So does LeBron. Okay. And Giannis wants his second.
Yeah.
And Devin Booker wants his first.
Yeah.
And Durant wants his third. I was talking about Draymond Green.
Oh, well, those guys, you're saying he's going to flip. That's what our caller with Couch Potato was. I don't understand it. He might get ran He might get ran a couple nights.
Well, he will.
That's what he does.
Right. He also can hurt a team over the course of a season.
Are you going no Bob Myers? Maybe Couch Potato was saying that.
Couch Potato was saying Draymond was a big reason that the year got sideways last year.
Nobody argued that.
Right. Yeah. So now he's that's what I mean. I think he was overstating it, but I'm not going to run from it. Draymond Green just got a 4-year contract. He might be emboldened. He is a made man, if you want to use that term. Yeah. So I could see a situation where he's even more forceful or more incendiary.
Well, I was looking at it from the vantage point of, I bet my life right now, he's not going to punch anybody. So that superseded everything he didn't do on the court, Steiny. He played damn near the whole season.
You know what, Goo? I wouldn't take that bet. I would not take that bet.
We need to clarify it because I feel like we're talking about
if he punches somebody in a club, it counts as punching somebody.
Oh, as long as it's not your teammate.
Well,
yeah. Barkley threw somebody through the window.
Exactly. You're doing it again, Goo.
What am I doing?
You're distracting me. You're distracting me. You know what? Maybe that's the reason we should switch back to the other seats because
Evan probably wants to cuss both of us out because you started it.
I like eye contact.
Oh, yeah.
I like eye contact, and it's clear you're looking at right at my left shoulder because you can see the hallway.
Oh, no. Oh, my gosh. I don't know what to do with that. My eyes are all on you, Steiny.
All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. Ironic how you don't like sarcasm, but you use it. That's why I used it, Steiny.
They don't get you yet. Come on.
Nah, they do. Yeah. They like to rip me.
Lacob gets you.
Let's go to CJ. CJ in the city. Let's talk a little Klay Thompson.
Good morning, Steiny and Goo.
Hey, buddy.
How you guys doing today, man?
Talk to us.
Hey, so the main reason of my call is to talk about Klay Thompson re-signing and why I'm not stressed about it one bit. Just to respond to the last caller, so considering what happened last year, right, and if the Warriors didn't see Draymond as a big enough of a liability to re-sign him to a 4-year contract, they will absolutely re-sign Klay Thompson to a similar deal, I would think, because A, he's been with the team forever, B, he shot 2 free throws on the torn ACL for the team. So if that dude is willing to put it all out on the court for the team, and just hearing Joe Lacob earlier and the way he spoke about the guys and building a statue for Steph, I don't think he's just going to build a statue for Steph. That it's going to be 3 statues out there because they brought 4 championships out here. Considering everything that Draymond has done, all the bad, he's brought his 4 championships to the city. You cannot take that away from him. That's the main reason why he's here. Draymond is a dog, and when you have a dog like Draymond, you take the good and you take the bad, regardless of what happens. They were willing to part ways with KD. I mean, that's a different story. He wanted to leave himself, but Jordan Poole as well. So you can see all the stuff happens, and who stays here at the end of the day? Draymond Green. Why? Because he's a key part to our championship run. That's all I got, guys. Thank you so much.
And I would add one thing, one little caveat to that, though, CJ, and that is He's also, they had to keep him as an asset. They couldn't let him go somewhere for nothing. And so by signing him, yes, he's still in the fold, and he might be in the fold for the rest of his career, but now you have the option of moving him if you find the need or feel the need to transition at any point. All right, let's start getting into some of this Lacob sound. 888-957-9570 if you want to jump in and comment on anything. First one I want to listen to, and some of this I haven't even heard because I was walking over.
I was on the scooter listening.
Dude, why are you doing that? What about exercise? It's a perfect 20-minute walk.
Oh, are you not watching me? I got to move the in and out of traffic. I'm exercising.
No, you're
buddy.
not.
Oh, yes, I am. And that wind on my face is just invigorating. I'm back. I would take it to the summit if I could. Dude, I'm hooked.
Do you know how much it costs yet?
About $4. All depending on how far you go.
You know what? I may take one today because
I'm
we're gonna,
worried. You said your hips bothering you. You got to maneuver, Stein. You got to be strong. Yeah.
Actually, I'm probably going to walk. All right, let's go to Joe Lacob. Hey, Joe, how'd you feel after you guys traded for Chris Paul?
Sort of my first reaction to it was, huh? Just like you, like most people. But it sat with me for a week or two. We were discussing it. We had different options we were looking at. And then it really became a potential idea when he was traded to Washington. He wasn't going to stay there. And we just thought about it, and we just said, this kind of makes sense.
Yeah.
So it at first, just like you, I was sort of questioning it, and I have a lot of co-owners, friends, and whatever. To this day, they come up to me and say, "Really, Chris Paul?" Yeah. They get upset, and the truth is, I think they're all going to be won over.
Well, the other truth is, he was listening to the show clearly, and over the course of a week, I sold him on it.
But I'll tell you what, it sounds like Mike Dunleavy didn't have to get him to sign off to make that move.
One more time.
He said when he found out, he was like, huh? So Dunleavy had the power to kind of facilitate that deal without, hey, boss, this is what I'm thinking about.
No.
That's how I took that.
No, I took it as though they brought up the idea of Chris Paul, and he went, huh. And then he said over the course of a week or so, they thought more about it and talked more about it, and they thought, it may work. But his first thing was, huh? So,
and some friends said, basically, what are you guys doing?
We do chuckle about the scooter, but you do have to I want you to be careful on that thing. I've never said anything more honestly in my life.
Do you want me to be honest?
Yeah.
I almost got hit. Steiny, I came down.
What would you think about a helmet? And I'm not being a
well, then I'm out. Yeah.
I'm out. All right. Be careful, buddy. Yeah. Be careful.
Dude, I had to brake fast.
So it was Chris Paul, and then over the course of a couple weeks after he got traded to Washington, and then you could get Travis Schlenk, who used to work with the Warriors, on the horn, and they have a relationship, and Chris Paul's here.
People saying Loon should get a statue. I'm with that.
Well, you know what?
No, I'm saying, what are you? Come on now.
Okay, Goo. This is why I love you, but also that's why I love you. Kevon Looney is not getting a statue, nor does he deserve a statue. He averages 6 points a game.
Oh, so you're the guy. It's all about points.
It's about legacy. And I don't know if I want to get into this, but my feeling on these statues is there should be one statue. Steph Curry.
So
that's
Bird, the Magic, Kareems, the Jordans.
Yeah.
Not the Pippins.
Because I just think that okay, what about Draymond? What about Klay? Well, then what about Durant? What about Iguodala? Like, there's not, the biggest separation is between Steph and everybody else.
And I got that from Brandon Ayuk, Ayuk, on the YouTube chat, Steiny. I guess it's a compliment for Looney. You know what? You're right. There probably won't be a statue, but for any Dub fan to say, Loon deserves one, he brings his hard hat. His job is not scoring. I won't run down his resume, but he's an anchor. He gives you all that he has, man.
Yeah, he does. The other thing about the statue thing is statue's different than retiring a number. Statue's bigger than retiring a number. So you can still retire
I agree with that.
You can still retire Draymond Green's number and Klay Thompson's number. You can do that. Statues are.
So you're saying once you get too many, it loses its.
Exactly. Exactly. I mean, that's just the way I feel. That's just the way I feel. Chris Paul. Let me ask Warrior fans this, because now you've had a time to let it all sink in. So here's what I want to know from Warrior fans. If you were out on Chris Paul or didn't like it, the move 6 weeks ago or whenever it was, do you feel any differently now? Do you feel any differently now? Do you feel like, you know what, Chris Paul, he may be the difference or a big piece of the difference between last year's team that exited in the second round and this year's team that wants to go further? Is Chris Paul, how big of a missing piece is Chris Paul, if at all? 888-957-9570. What do you think, Goo?
Stylistically, I'm going to give it a chance. I want to watch because I don't believe it can work. I believe teams could take advantage of when he's out there with the rest of the starters you mentioned. They could be small. I keep hearing, Chris Paul's going to do this for Stoney and Evan, but what's Chris Paul going to do for Chris Paul? Like, what if you need that bucket? I'm not saying he can't give you any points, Stoney, but the Chris Paul I've watched over the last few years, I'm just like, I don't know if he has that for him to be the best version of himself. But when I hear the owner talk, Steph Curry, Draymond, I'm like, okay, let's go. And the one thing that I have processed, and I mean this, last year, I don't want to say romper room, but I told you I was disappointed in the Warriors culture. And it seems like right now this dude is bringing all his experience, all his leadership, and he is the Elmer's glue to bring this thing back to where it needs to be on and off the court. So I cannot wait for Tuesday. I cannot wait for Monday for us to be out there and just soak in some of that aura and that good juju before opening night. So let's go. And Stoney, I'm going to be real with you. I think we're going to know in a month. We're going to know in a month if this thing can work. I don't think we got to wait till the All-Star break. And I know I'm quick to come up with this is what I think it's going to be, but I think we're going to know soon if this was the right move and if it can work.
I wonder how fast it'll take to know. Because if you're only giving it a month, then you expect it to click right away.
Yeah.
And that's asking a lot for an important player who handles the ball so much. And keep in mind, they're going to have to adjust his style of play and vice versa for sure. I want to read something to you, though, from The Athletic. John Hollinger. Here's what he says about Chris Paul. He says, oh, boy.
You need your readers. I was like, my boy.
Anyway, he says that essentially reports of Chris Paul's demise are a little bit premature, is what he said.
Good news, then.
Golden State, here it is. Despite playing 2 NBA Warriors best hope for, you know what? I can't find it. My bad. I'll find it during the break.
But he's saying he ain't washed.
Choke artist.
Yeah, he's saying he ain't washed.
Yeah, that's what Hollinger was saying. He was saying he's still probably a better defensive player right now than Curry or Klay on the perimeter. Chris Paul might be who's the best small Warrior at keeping a guy in front? Because that was a huge problem last year.
Can Moody be an answer? Gary Payton II?
Yeah, Payton could be.
Yeah. I'd give it to him.
Payton II.
And Moody is not too far behind.
Yeah, he is. He's behind Kuminga. Kuminga's a better on-ball defender.
Let's put the right on the table. Brought to you by ADCO.
Well, he's giving 2 tickets out today at the Warriors Summit.
Yeah, look at you.
Hey.
Lacob also mentioned how that's a threes, but they're taking this preseason. It's important.
Joe's taking it serious.
But my point is the biggest beneficiary of the preseason thus far has been Kuminga. But will we see that Kuminga Tuesday night? Are they like, here's the throne, son. Take it. We ain't giving you ain't Steph. What? You know what I'm saying?
Well, then why would you give him a throne? But a throne is for a king.
Well, they're giving him the license to go get all the rebounds that he can.
Well, he has always had that license
but
to
now
go
I
rebound.
think he knows.
Oh,
that's the area that you need to go.
Oh, and
that's better than buckets right now, JK.
Oh,
Go
he
get your
just
boards.
found that out.
No, it's about now. I think he's figured out the puzzle. If I can do that, I'm gonna stay on the floor.
Over who?
Well, that TBD.
I love the move now. Great fit, 650 on the Comcast Business text line. Another one. It feels like wishful thinking that Chris Paul is going to make the difference this year. But this gentleman also, a woman, I think a healthy Andrew Wiggins is a bigger difference than Chris Paul. You might be right on that. I don't have a problem with that statement.
Yeah, and that came up with the guys too. They asked him about Wiggins' absence, and Lacob had spoke to that. Like, I know it happened. We don't need to revisit it, but if you ask me what went wrong last year, a lot of stuff did. But during the season, that Andrew Wiggins, number 22, his absence, it hurt. And when he came back, I never thought they got their mojo back as far as guys knowing, okay, I need to go back and do my regular role, you know?
Exactly. And I think Kuminga felt the brunt of it because Kuminga was playing more when Wiggins was out, and then Wiggins came back and boom, he was right back to his same role. Let's go to Mike. Mike's in Oakland. What's up, Mike? How you doing, my man?
Doing good. Wanted to talk about Chris Paul.
Yeah.
I was like Goo when the trade happened. It took me a week or two to come around. First, thinking we gave up the.
Mike, you got to call back and I'll get you on. I promise.
Yeah.
Let's go to Chuck. Chuck's on the Bay Bridge.
Chucky.
Don't make a stop, Chuck, like Norm.
Oh, boy.
Oh, nah. Nah, we just trying to get through this traffic on the Bay Bridge. Hey, love y'all show, Sonny Goo.
Thank you.
Appreciate y'all. I just wanted to say, when I first got the call about Chris Paul, I think the first thing came to everybody's mind was, is he going to make it out the playoffs? Injury? We know Chris Paul can ball, and we know Chris Paul is going to make a difference on the team. He did it with the Clippers, Live City. Ooh, they something to mess with now. When he went to Phoenix, you got KD and Booker. Watch out for Phoenix. Okay, cool. What happens? Injury. Doesn't make it out the playoffs. And that's the thing that, we all, was like, okay, Chris Paul's been in the league for a while. He want to get a ring. Where do you go? Go to the Warriors. But this team is still good, but it's just really a matter of, is Chris Paul going to get over that hump, stay healthy, and get another chip? That's all I got for y'all. Thank y'all.
Man,
it's fair, but I'll tell you, it's fair, but I hate it.
You're the guy that says the older guys get hurt.
Well, they do. But Chris Paul's got hurt before he got old.
Oh, okay. Because he damn sure affected that series against Denver last year. I never was like, oh, this dude's a bum. He can't play. Put some respect on his name. It's just the injury comes at the most inopportune time.
Bad luck.
And Phoenix couldn't replace him on the fly.
I feel like it's just
Series
bad
over.
luck. I really do. And I know you could say, well, Stein, it's happened 7 times. And you're right.
Go Niners running back.
You're right. You're right. He's got a history of it.
And he's older.
Well, he's not going to play as much either. See, I can look at it that way, too. Chris Paul and Steph Curry allow each other to play a little bit less. Why are you going...
Well, to make an impact, we want to see a lot of them. I'm not saying 48 minutes, but...
You do want him to play like 40, though, and that's
come on. You ain't going to hold up
32, 34, 30, 32 minutes.
Well, to that caller's point, Chuck, it's not about anything we see during the 82, Stoney. It's the availability in April and May.
I disagree.
And that's scary.
I disagree with that. It's about the regular season because they got to make the playoffs. And I know people are like, what are you talking about? But they got to stay healthy to make the playoffs. So I think the regular season's huge. Just to gauge how good this team can be or what you may need to improve during the course of a season. I think this is a big regular season. I really do. And you know what? Do I think they're going to make the playoffs? Yeah.
Right.
Are they a lock? No. They're not a lock.
Well, over here they are.
Over where?
In my world.
Okay. Well, they're
And we'll
here's
get
the
to the
Here's the other thing. Oh, I gotta go. Warriors basketball is back, and so is the Warriors Summit today, October 18th. Join us at Fieldwork Brewing Company in San Leandro from 4 to 6 p.m. And here's the deal. Someone that attends is going to walk out with a Kevin Durant signed game shoe from 2018. That's the championship season, the Golden State Warriors. Also, our buddy Billy from Atco Pest Control is going to be giving away 2 tickets to a future Warrior game. So if you're at that summit today, you got a chance to walk away with some stuff. Put it that way. Once again, Fieldwork Brewing Company, 4 to 6, today's summit. Be there on 95.7 The Game.
Time's running out. Don't miss your chance to play the prized-packed Monopoly.
Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I'm the deciding the time I'm gonna lift you up like a sacrifice. Hey, yo. Great song, Goo. What's up, buddy? How you doing, my main man? My main man, Goo. Yes, sir.
I'm down in the dumps.
I know. I can tell. I can sniff it.
26 pounds off soda. I used to make love to the camera when I take pictures when I was Evan and Spadoni's age. Take a picture with Lacob and Hegan takes it. And
you don't look good?
I hated the one with Steph.
Yeah.
Looked like rerun, but 26 down. And Hegan sends the picture. I sent it out, man. It ain't what I wanted, man.
Did he send it to me?
No.
How about, hey, I forgot.
I'm down,
Dude.
man. I'm old.
Oh, you know what? I forgot I'm mad at you about something.
Oh, what happened?
Listen.
You got the hit for
Listen.
what?
I'll acknowledge you got your little thing now with Joe Lacob. That's fine. I'm not envious of that. Raymond Ritter has been in the Bay for 25 plus years.
Oh, she's the man.
His first year here, I was here. Raymond and I go back almost 3 decades.
I know this.
So when I said, Raymond, let's get one together, I didn't want you to jump in to Raymond's left.
Oh,
you don't know him as well as me.
And I thought somebody said jump in there, Goo. You know what? I won't. I've never felt as bad.
That's all right. We'll put it put it out there and just do a who doesn't belong.
God, Steiny, I jumped in like I wasn't supposed to be in this. I apologize, bro.
That's all right.
Bruh.
It's all good. It's all good. Joe Lacob was on the morning roast today with Banter and Shasky for an hour. So he talked about a lot of different things. And one of the ones that stuck out to me was him talking about what an owner's responsibility is. Take a listen to what he said about this. Interesting.
If you're an owner of a team, the one thing you need to understand, you have to give your fans, who I am one of them as well, hope. We have to engender hope. Otherwise, there's no point. That's why we're all fans. That's why we're interested in supporting our team and being part of something bigger, because we're all together in this in the Bay Area. We're the Bay Area's basketball team. We're all together. We want to win as a group. We want this shared collective experience. So, yeah, it's really important. And I'm sorry, but, that's always going to be job one here. Always, no matter what.
Damn.
Now, listen.
Come on,
Now,
boy.
this is where
You'll hate.
You got it. I could leave it a mile wide and an inch deep, but I'm going to dig deeper. And it's up to the fans to determine whether that hope is real or manufactured. The Giants, did they give their fans hope this year? Were they selling it?
They don't have a Joe Lacob.
Well, I'm not going to take a shot at their management group because they've won titles.
Yeah.
So.
Well, how long ago was that?
It's the same ownership group.
Yeah. But they don't have a Joe Lacob. That's how I feel.
Well, they have multiple owners.
Yeah. We won't get into that.
Well, they blew it for me.
No, but
it's just the point is when the Giants in 10, 12, and 14, that team had some really, really good players on it. And they had some great pitching.
Yeah.
Right. So it's easy for those fans of those teams to be hopeful.
Oh, okay.
But how are Giants fans right now?
Okay.
They're not hopeful.
You're saying business is good.
What I'm saying is, like, these Giants fans weren't hopeful when the team was 54-41, really.
But that was a surprise. They were playing above the means.
And that's what makes it even worse, is because they were playing better than they obviously played the second half of the season. But no, nobody really bought into the Giants this year. And
I guess what I'm saying, partner, is there was nothing to buy into. This was supposed to be the year before the year with the Giants. The Warriors are 2 years removed.
They had no hope. The Giants have no hope. Had no hope. Is all I'm saying. So lately the Giants have been unable to sell hope.
And the Warriors coming off a bad, when you talk about connection among the team, a bad year, everything that happened with Poole and Draymond, but you still got to the conference semis. You had Chris Paul regardless if you believe it or not, you still got Steph, Klay, and Dre, and Wiggins, and Loon, and Kerr.
Yeah.
You think you got some, okay, we cooking.
Are you hopeful?
I am.
Yeah, and you're a fan. And I'm being dead serious. I'm not a fan. So
I feel bad.
Don't. I'm very comfortable with it. Very comfortable. I pick teams over the course of a year that I like, and I start to follow them, and then they become my team, kind of. But, it's more important for you to feel hopeful about the Warriors than me, because you are a fan. You guys are fans.
Yeah, but if we felt like the Giant fans, I'd come in here and we'd put it on the table like this ain't right.
Well, that's what
that's what the Giant fans did when you look at attendance.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, the one thing about Lacob and this hope thing is, let's see how hopeful we can be down the line. Listen, as long as you have Steph Curry on the team, you're always going to be hopeful.
Who was it yesterday?
Even Klay and Draymond, for goodness sakes.
I love you for going there. I got to be careful here.
Oh.
It was Stephen A. Smith. Oh, and Shannon Sharp. They had a list of their top 10 NBA players. And in the top 5, Steph Curry was in both on their list at different he made the top 5 for both of the list. I don't know exactly where. My point is the Giants don't have that type of player. So you're right. If you still got Steph Curry, hell yeah, you got hope.
Nobody's got Steph. Like, he's one of them.
No, the Warriors do. The Warrior fans. And that's why I'm like, they got action.
Maybe.
Well,
He's going to need some help, though, right? I mean, like, Luka Doncic was also on that list for both of the players, but I don't think a lot of people have faith in the Mavericks this year, right?
That's funny. You're gonna laugh.
That's a good question.
Who picked them to win this morning driving into work? It was, help me out. It was on the national TV. He kind of went. I didn't know if I believed him. One more.
I know he was above Steph on Shannon's list that you're referring to.
What player?
But this was the Mavericks to win it all. This guy said the Mavericks are going to win the chip. I'm like, you're doing that to go viral. Might have been. Get your facts, Goo. Evan, keep looking at me.
Don Dada, 1200. Steinmet's not a fan of the team, but on the station. That's crazy. No, it's very, very logical.
That was a low blow.
No, it wasn't.
Might have been Kendrick Perkins.
It's fair.
It was somebody that picked the Mavericks.
I'm talking about the text line.
Yeah.
I think you're talking about TV. You want to put the bow on Jordan Poole? Let's put the bow on Jordan Poole.
JP.
Because that was the biggest move of the offseason. Getting CP3 and trading Jordan Poole. Here's what Joe Lacob said about why they ended up moving Jordan Poole. Long answer, but a great answer.
Well, first of all, winning is the most important thing. That's actually, there's no point in doing this if we're not going to win. Okay. So
that's why we
are trying to win. That's number one.
Yeah.
And whatever we can do to make team better, that's what we're going to do. Now, there are some constraints, obviously. Although I don't know, I seem to bust through those constraints often. It's because at the end of the day, we decide, hey, it's worth doing. And it's proven to work.
Exactly.
We've been to the final 6 times. In 13 years, and we've won 4 championships. Should have won 6. And the truth is, we're going to do if we think we have a chance to win a championship, we're going to do it, okay? But financially, this deal happens to make a lot of sense as well because we get some optionality at the end of the year. I'm not sure what's going to happen with Klay. We can talk about that, or with Chris. He's getting older and so on. But as of right now, we have some optionality. We could decide at any point now, 2 weeks from now, somewhere in time during the season, we could decide what we're going to do with those guys. But that gives us optionality. And so that we didn't have that with Jordan, although I will admit it was hard to trade Jordan Poole. He's a hell of a player. Yep. He's a young player. I mean, it killed me to do that. But unfortunately, I don't like constraints. Nobody likes constraints. But we have constraints. And we had to figure out on a not only short term, but we have to take into account the intermediate and long term as well.
I mean, as far as explanations go, that's pretty comprehensive. The question why'd your eyes light up a little bit there when he said something about Klay?
Because that was the part that kind of led me,
talk to me.
Like it could go either way.
It can.
And that,
It can.
that was like, oh,
most things can.
I know.
Dre could have gone the other way.
No doubt about it. And I thought if any one of the three, obviously not Steph, Klay or Dre would not be here, it would be Dre. And he got his 400. But just hearing it like that, just kind of like, man, it's a reality is all.
Yeah, I think, what do you think about this distinction? Because I don't know if people, this is directed right at Warrior fans, because I want to know what they think, because here's the way I think and what it means. You tell me if you think I'm off base. All right, Steph Curry's under contract for what, 3 or 4 more years? Draymond just got signed, 4 more years. Klay, all indications are they'll get something done at some point. Okay. They're all going to be signed probably. Let's assume they're all signed for 3 or 4 more years. That doesn't mean, to me, they will retire as Warriors. Not necessarily. I think what it means is we're going to take care of our core. We're going to take care of our big three for as long as we think they can get it done. But the minute we don't think they, and I guess I mean the big three and their teammates, the minute we don't think we can get it done, then we've got to use every asset we have on our roster to try to improve it. And that may mean Klay and or Draymond.
There's no way
yes
I can
no?
tell you. No, that's realistic, but I'll tell you what Dub Nation's saying and what I'm saying to that.
Okay.
Steiny, tell me if you agree. That's worst case scenario. If you got to that juncture and you start talking about, hey, and we could all see it, then that means it's all over.
I think worst case scenario would be to end up like the Celtics in the late 80s when they got old and they had contracts and they all retired there except Parrish.
I'm going to say this to that, and you're going to laugh. You're going to be like, "Good, that's why I'm glad you're not my owner." Sometimes I think that's the cost of doing business. And the Celtics, they got old. Maybe it happened faster than they thought. But Steiny, I don't think anybody was mad. It was like we rode this MFR out, and this is what we got to do now, and it's now to the next phase. And that's why I'm big on this big Klay staying and Dre and Steph kind of riding off in the sunset together.
But I think people overlook or ignore something Joe Lacob said this morning. They asked him about a trade and why they made a move about Jordan Poole, financial basketball. And he said the number, like, we're trying to win. We're trying to win. And that's the number one priority for Joe Lacob.
He said
trying to win. And I believe there may come a time when trying to win may mean you got to come off one of these guys, not Curry, if we're not succeeding. Like, let me ask it, what best case scenario, this team stays healthy and they make a deep run, obviously.
All right.
Worst case scenario is they all get banged up to a degree where nothing's cohesive all year and they finish 500, let's say. What do you do then? That's the question that's the question.
Well, right now it's running it back, Steiny, if that were to happen.
Yeah. And I didn't like the idea of running it back.
500, I think a lot of people would, again, that's worst case scenario again. But if all that happened and you got flat tires and guys got hurt and they were not readily available, then you're facing that and it stinks. But it's the JD thing. We got to see how it looks, but I just don't see 500, if guys stay healthy.
Well, yeah, if guys stay healthy.
As an option.
If they don't stay healthy, they might not even be 500, is all I'm saying. My buddy Harry.
Yeah.
You're going to hate this. Now, Harry, I've told you, watches every Warrior game.
And his name is not really Harry.
And he's a little older gentleman, but he's very tapped in. And he knows, I feel like he really knows the game. And you know what? He's a fitness freak.
Well,
he really takes care of himself. And as he's gotten older, he really is tuned into
talk to me,
guys getting older and what it means. And he doesn't think this he thinks it's unrealistic to think everybody's going to stay healthy. Like, it's just unrealistic to even think that.
At different junctures, Harry and you, Steph missed time. Dre missed time.
That's right.
And they still got 48 wins.
44.
44.
Right. They were 6th.
Right.
That's not good enough, Goo. 6th isn't good enough for Joe. That's all.
Tell us. Okay, I'll cut you off.
That's all right. I don't
But
know.
it's unrealistic to think everybody's not good. But I would just tell Harry, even in the years they won the chip, Steph missed time. Guys were out at different junctures.
Not.
Like, everybody ain't going to come in. We all got the same injury. We're all out for the same time. That's how Harry makes it sound.
Well, the point is, I don't think they can afford to lose a guy or even, a guy.
Well,
or
that's
two.
where you're going to miss Jordan Poole, right? That guy that could get you 25 or Gertie or 35 if Steph is out or Klay is out. That is what I'm watching. Because Chris Paul, to me, doesn't have that in his toolbox.
What?
Scoring.
Come on. He can score if he wants to.
Well, not like Jordan, 25, 30, 35.
No, but
not that they said, hey, Jordan, we need you to get 35, but on a good day, he could be the man.
Yeah.
Don't sell my guy short.
Oh, he's your guy? Jordan Poole?
Washington's my league pass.
Here we go. Now he's his guy. All last year, he wanted to just take credit for Stacey Adams' shoes. You know what? So he denigrates Jordan Poole all year with a really good one-liner about the guy wears dress shoes out on the basketball
I think
court.
it was Fred Astaire.
And now he's my guy.
No, Fred Astaire.
See how he tries to do this?
No, somebody on the YouTube chat talked about you. They said, nobody keeps receipts like you.
That's right.
Problem is, you only keep half the receipt. I still whispered sweet nothing's greater than my concerns for Jordan Poole and the Stacey Adams. Like, we figured out why he might be Fred Astaire, because he was Joe Frazier. Down goes Frazier before the season started, and I said that might have an impact. But Jordan Poole's a hell of a ball player, and I told you as much.
Evan, I was on my way in today, and I thought, I once in a while reflect on the year I'm having.
Were you on a scooter?
No. I sometimes reflect on the year I'm having, and I realized I was right about something else, but now I can't remember what it was.
Must have been really important.
I'll remember at some point.
And you're
it's going to be added. It's going to be added to the ledger.
Your year is not really the year. You got the Chris Paul.
Great year.
And you got, was one more thing.
You better be careful.
But Dibbs got to put it in.
I got Bob Myers leaving.
Right.
Just like I got Kevin Durant leaving.
Stoney, that was an 18.
But Kevin Durant, he's going to stay. He's in basketball nirvana.
There's cobwebs on
Get
that
out of here.
That's retired.
Basketball nirvana.
Give us some new stuff.
That is. I said the Giants were going to have the exact kind of year I said they were going to have. Right around 500.
You didn't predict Kapler getting ousted. Now that
I did not predict.
That would have been like that. You would have been on to something then. You'd have been hot.
Come on, we all knew that. Harry said the Warriors now have a 6-foot, 38-year-old player that's always injured and receding in ability. Did Chris Paul have 5 turnovers?
Talking about Iguodala?
No, we're talking about Chris Paul.
Dude, I love his lexicon.
His best player, Steph Curry, is turning 36 this season with legs that are not quite as quick anymore. This guy sounds like me. Thompson turning 34 and's had 2 major injuries. Green gets injured often. Has a bad back and turning 34.
Now.
How about this one? Wiggins is a head case.
Harry
had only one good year.
All right, Harry.
And it's been a flop in the playoffs.
Talk to us after the first month of the season.
Looney is an average center. Only shines when the other guys are having a great game.
I can see why you guys are friends.
Overpowered by good centers and a bench filled with average players.
Evan, what if I told you that's really not Harry, that's Steiny?
It's really not. It's not Harry. That's not his name. I'm just telling you.
There's a reason they're best friends.
Yeah, no doubt. We know it's really not Harry, but those are your
209. No, they're not. Yeah. No, they're not. Like, I wouldn't say. I wouldn't say this about. Like, I would never say Chris Paul's always injured. Like, I just would never phrase something like that.
It's when he gets injured, to me, it's mostly when it's playoff time. That's what scares me about this.
Although he played more regular season games than Steph last year. So, I mean, that's the real question I have is how many games, the 6 most, forget Looney for a sec. We'll go 5.
All
right. Forget Looney. How much can those 5 guys, how many games can they all play together?
That's the key.
I know.
Yeah.
And if we go on track record, it's scary. Can you at least acknowledge that?
Yeah.
Older teams get hurt more than younger teams?
Steinmetz.
And the track record, the track record of these players makes it a little scary.
All right, no doubt. But then you say naturally you need to protect them. Like you need to sit some of them.
Yes, but while you're sitting them, how do you win those games?
We're about to find out.
I know.
Dude, my day has been made. Can I read something to you?
Sure.
Alnetta Harrison on the first Spadoni, Evan, listen up. First NorCal Credit Union. Guru, you look 34. Your gorgeous skin complexion. You have great hair, a magnificent job. You got a great personality. Relax. Like, Alnetta, thank you. I'm back.
She didn't say anything about your paycheck.
Now, why would you bring that up?
Because maybe people don't envy your paycheck.
But who cares?
Well, I do.
You always count pocket. I really believe that's a bad trade. Like, you play it off, that ain't good.
I don't care. It's a shtick, and I'll keep doing it.
Lacob didn't like you should have said that to Lacob.
I should have. Hey, Joe, how much money you make last year?
Dude, who's his financial advisor?
His answer's probably not enough.
Dude.
I don't know.
Good God. The world we live in.
Well, he was expecting a finals run, so.
And he's got a WNBA team. What's the name going to be? That's what we need to hone in on.
Not really.
And
we got 2 years to do that.
Well, you're right.
We got 2 years.
No, you got to start the merchandise. You got to get the name.
That's true. That is true. That's, you got me there, Goo. You're right. They want to pre-sell. He said 3,000 season tickets for the WNBA team already.
Did he say that?
Yeah, 3,000.
I'd lock in.
I'm definitely going to go see him play.
What about the Golden State girls?
Oh, my God. Are you living in 1953? They're women. There are many women that take offense when you call a woman a girl.
Yeah. I was going high school.
It was like that.
Girls. Yeah.
But
that was
back to Wiggins.
Some women don't mind it because they like it.
No, but that wouldn't. That's why I don't have that job.
What job?
In the room to come up with a name.
Oh.
I probably would have been let go. Okay, there's the door. I was feeling good off Alnetta's compliment.
Alnetta, are you going to be there tonight? Because she was there last time, I believe.
Today, that would be 4 to 6.
Golden State breeze.
Now, that's dope.
It's a little more windy, though, than breezy sometimes. Bay Area hoopsters. Oh, gosh.
No, that ain't it.
That ain't it.
That's like a 303
come
team.
on, come on, Chris M. You're better than that. You're better than that.
Hey, I like the breeze. Golden State breeze.
I kind of like, believe it or not, I don't mind the Riveters.
What does that even mean?
I know. It's.
You are so.
Okay. Are you familiar with Rosie the Riveter?
No, I'm not.
All right. Well, she was originally from the Bay Area, and she's like a welder. And she's a symbol of female strength.
Oh, love it.
A blue-collar female. Rosie the Riveter.
What
she
era?
welded.
Yeah.
She welded. Somewhere here in the East Bay.
Like 80s, 90s now?
Oh, no. Back like 50 or 60 years.
Okay.
So it was Rosie the Riveter. And she became like I don't know if an icon. Nah, just a big symbol. A big symbol. So Riveter. The Riveters.
That's better than my suggestion.
510 says that was my idea, Steiny. Yeah, it's not mine. It's not my idea. I like it, though. I do like
People say she's a legend, Steiny. Damn.
Yeah, she is. And I believe she's got ties to the Bay. All right. And I'm not even sure how real she is, quite frankly. 888-957-9570. Time to take a little breather. That segment was brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromise. Compromise is also brought to you by Lucky, California. On the other side, I'm going to give you details to the summit today. We want you out there.
Bonte Hill from the Morning Roast. And let me tell you guys something about the California.
Yes, sir. Summit today. Let me give you the details if you want to mingle with some of our talent here. Warriors basketball's back. So is the Summit today, October 18th. Fieldwork Brewing Company, San Leandro, 4 to 6 p.m. Don't forget, someone that attends this event is going to walk out with a Kevin Durant signed game shoe from the 2018 season. Somebody else is going to walk away with some tickets to a Warriors game in the future, courtesy of Billy, our buddy at Atco. Once again, Warriors Summit, 95.7. The game starts at 4 o'clock, goes till 6. Fieldwork Brewing Company in San Leandro. And the one thing about these summits, and I do. Because
we got to head over right after.
Love them, but you got to be on your game. You know what I mean? Like sometimes I just like to go somewhere and, look at my phone and be by myself. You got to be on your game. You got to be on your game. What day is today? Is today Wednesday?
Yes, Tanya.
That's right, it is. My bad. Rosie the Riveter. Rosie the Riveter represented women joining the workforce to support the war effort as men went off to fight.
Wow.
There's a Rosie the Riveter Museum in Richmond.
Now you learn something new every day, man.
Yeah, so appreciate all the people that gave me some information on that. I had it was vintage me. I had about 40% of it right.
Yeah, she has a museum. Let her check that out.
Yeah. Joe Lacob was in the studio today with the Morning Roast, the owner of the Golden State Warriors, and he was here for a good hour talking to Banter and Shasky and hitting all the big topics. And to me, there's two issues. One is, how's the team? Obviously, the team on the court. How are they going to be? Are they going to be any good? But the other issue is Klay Thompson's contract, and to a lesser degree, I think Steve Kerr's contract. Here is what Joe Lacob said. First of all, here's what he said about the end of last season for Klay Thompson. And you know what? Maybe you don't want to. Maybe Klay didn't have a lot of leverage. Listen to the way Joe Lacob described his end of season.
Obviously the end was not good. I was not happy. He was not happy. Right. I mean, it was embarrassing actually for him, and not only him, some other players too. So it happened, and who knows why these things happen. It's very hard to repeat.
Right,
is the truth. We did it in 17, those 2 years, but it's very hard to repeat. Things happen. But here's the good news. Good news is there's a lot more motivation going into this year. And I think we're very capable of having a great year this year and winning this thing.
He is. I missed that part.
No, I remember. I noted that. I noted that.
Wow.
What was the wow? What's just the biggest wow for you there?
It wasn't just Klay, but it was Klay was playing below the average or the barometer that he knows Klay for. He didn't say no names after that, but he said it was embarrassing. That's like me saying, Joe, I don't like how I'm licking weight wine. Yeah, Kuru, you're fat. That's how he went there. Like, it was that bad. Man, he did not bite his tongue. And maybe that has something to do with the reluctance on the chicken re-up.
Maybe Klay was like, I don't want to even negotiate a contract now because after last year, I got no juice.
Man. Leverage, you mean?
Exactly. That's exactly it. 888-957-9570. Steiny and Guru with you on 95.7 The Game. You want to jump into this conversation? Lines are always open, 888-957-9570. All right, Joe Lacob, how are we doing with the Klay Thompson contract situation? We got to get something done? Yes, no, maybe?
Well, I hope it's not a distraction. I mean, we're not in control of this. I mean, there's two sides to every negotiation. We want him back. He wants to be back. It's kind of like Draymond.
Right.
I think everyone needs to just chill a little bit. Let this take its course. My guess is it works out. Okay? I can't control it. I can't dictate it. You can't dictate it.
Right.
Fans can't dictate it. These things have to take their course. There's different parties involved, but the intentions are really good.
Well, the Draymond situation was different because he had an opt-in and he could opt out if he chose to.
True.
But Do you look back at how that went and learn any lesson from that? Was it good, bad, indifferent? Was it just business? Like, did that have any tangible effect on the season last year, you think? Oh,
it might have, but I think there were some issues last year with respect to some of the contracts. Some of the other guys got contracts I know you're referring to. Maybe it did. I don't think there's going to be anything like that this year, though. Yeah. I really don't. Klay's a professional. Respect him tremendously. And we're going to do our best to get this done. And, hopefully it is done sooner rather than later, but it might not be.
It might not be. Now, what do you hear when you hear that, Warrior fans?
When I hear him say it's in other people's hands, I'm like, no, Joe, it's in yours and Klay Thompson. Whoever's working for Klay, they do what Klay tells them. They advise Klay, but if it's meant to be, like I'm in this dream world of it, he wants to be here, you want him here, then it should be closer than you. I'm not in control of it. The Janet Jackson. So maybe it'll play out and he'll be here, Steiny. But there's and the soundbite before that bite is the one that has me like Klay didn't play great in the playoffs. We all know that, but man, who took a note? The guy that matters the most, Joe Lacob. And to use the word embarrassing, now it's almost like what I said to you. You think this is a tryout? In a crazy way, it's like Lacob is about his cash, Nani, and his chicken. He wants to see how Klay's going to follow that up, if that makes any sense.
No, it does.
And I could be totally wrong.
No, I'm coming around. I'm coming around to that's what's going on. This is kind of what I believe. You tell me if you're with me or not. So Klay was terrible in the playoffs. But he wants an extension. But Joe Lacob is a businessman. If you're Joe Lacob and Klay just had the year he had, I think I'm trying to get Klay Thompson for $28 million.
See,
because he did not have a great year, and I don't like some of the signs. And I totally get why Joe Lacob might be like about 28-30 right now. And while Klay Thompson might be like, I'm not taking that. I have a better year in me this upcoming season. And you know what? I'm going to play it out, and I'm going to turn myself back in to a $38 million player. That's what I think's going on.
And you know what that all equates to? Is he's rolling the dice.
Because which guy?
Klay. Because if it goes the other way and you're okay, then we got problems. But I can't speak on any athlete's money or contract, but Steiny, I just don't think.
Yeah,
I can't believe Klay wouldn't be like, you know what? I've made so much in my career as a Warrior. They gave me the chicken when I was out.
Okay.
28 will suffice. Meet me at 2 for 60. Like that. I can't believe, and who am I? I'm not an athlete, but Klay, you think you still want 40? Like that? That's where I'm like, that's what's holding all this up. And it sounds like Lacob is like, damn, not a hometown discount, but Klay, you really want Jaylen Brown money?
I don't think that's preposterous. That's preposterous. But
like 28 is not an insult in my world. And I thought Klay would be like,
I bet it is to Klay.
Meet me at the Steph Curry.
That's a $15 million pay cut.
Right, but how much did you lose from a body pay cut when you had these 2 injuries that we paid you through?
Well, every contract in the NBA is guaranteed. So I don't think Klay looks at it as wow, they did me a favor by paying me 2 years when I didn't play. And I also do, this is where I'm on Klay's side. It's not like he was Jimmy jacking around for 2 years. He was rehabbing to get back into the NBA. Like he worked. He might have worked harder those 2 years. The one thing I do understand, I think, is Klay. And if I'm Klay, do you have any doubt Klay believes he can be better than he's been the last 2 years?
There's no doubt.
Well, then why would he sign a contract extension now?
And there you go.
Because
I don't feel like Joe wants to pay for what he saw last.
Thank you. I don't like. Maybe Joe right now thinks 30 is too much for 3 years. Like, let's 30, 30, and 30.
But now I'm starting to get the vibes that if Klay just has a so-so year and, maybe subpar to his standards, Joe ain't right giving you that chicken.
No.
He ain't thinking like I am. Oh, it's Klay Thompson. You've been here. That could have Klay in another uniform, and that's what I feel like we're staring at now. Like, this is not a tryout, Stoney, but these results, Klay's metrics and his numbers and his percentages are going to go a long way in this negotiation, good or bad.
Exactly. He's betting on himself.
Man.
510, sounds like Lacob's putting it on Klay. See how he plays and what his worth becomes. That's Teeks from Hayward. I think I'm kind of with you, Teeks.
Yep.
I think I'm kind of with you. Let's go to Jason. Jason's in San Jose. By the way, coming up at 1 o'clock, Brian Geltzeiler joining us, Sirius XM Radio. This is a great pull for us today, and I'll tell you why.
Good job,
because
Evan.
we have Joe Lacob in studio. We're talking all about that interview, but we're out here in the Bay. Let's get a guy in here with some national perspective to give us his thoughts on what do you do with Klay? What do you do with Kerr? How good is this team? How old is this team? That kind of thing.
Yeah, and he's a good one.
He likes you a lot.
Well, you don't know that.
Yes, I do. You can tell by the way he talks to you on the phone. He really likes you.
He always calls you Daryl.
I like Daryl. But sometimes people say it, it's like I ain't feeling that goose stuff.
Oh, it's like when my mom calls me Matthew.
Oh, boy.
And I know I'm in trouble.
Yeah.
Jason's in San Jose. Hey, Jason, how you doing, man?
Matt.
Hey.
I'm good. Hey, Matthew. Hey, Daryl.
Hey.
So one of you guys just said, does Klay think he has, I'm paraphrasing. Does Klay think he still has it? Does Klay think he's going to have a better year? Klay thought he was going to have a better year last year. And that's the problem with these contracts. There's so much guaranteed money instead of it being performance-based. Doesn't that solve the problem right there? You go out, if you hit these goals, and you're going to get the money you want. If you don't, you're going to get the money you were worth. Why won't that work?
Well, I think it's got a lot to do, Jason, with the fact that they're four-time championship players that we're talking about. And even though it's a business, there's definitely a lot of emotion when it comes to those three in particular. That would be what I would say.
What a word, emotion.
What do you think, Jason?
I'm talking about sports across the board.
Oh.
Across the board. This guaranteed money is ludicrous. You're not out there solving cancer. You're playing a sport, and God bless you. You're some of the best in the world at doing it. But hundreds of millions of dollars we're talking about, and you know what? You can have that money when you perform.
All right, that's Jason in San Jose. I mean, Jason.
And I got to give Klay credit.
Klay did perform. Klay has performed.
But Klay still, you said it, and I ain't mad at him. He still thinks, Stoney, he still thinks he's 42. That number could go up.
But 42 back then is essentially what like $60 million would be now.
Right.
So he might be a $42 million player based on this current market. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, I do. Because the cap's going up, too.
Yeah, like I get, it's not that he's half of Jaylen Brown, but if he thinks that his resume can negotiate the same ballpark as a Jaylen Brown, who we all kind of scoffed at when we saw that ridiculous sum, then $42 million might not be out of the ballpark for a player like him, even if he's not the player he used to be.
Fair.
Yeah, and I get it. Jaylen Brown doesn't have anything to do with Klay, but he's got everything to do with Klay at the same time. Guys, definitely, everybody knows what everybody else is making in the NBA.
And Klay is not just by himself. Lacob talked about it. He has his people, so he's being advised. They're talking to Klay, Stoney.
415, that caller is right. I don't think so. The thing I hate is, so this is the problem with the NFL, is they don't have guaranteed contracts, and those guys get treated like dirt.
Some do, but yeah, the
running
I'm
backs.
with you.
The caller's right. Let's use Bosa, for example. Let's say he doesn't live up to his contract. He just does what he does, and he gets his guaranteed money.
Bang, bang.
But it's not all guaranteed in football.
Well, some of the last quarterbacks have done deals and got that.
That's true. Yeah. That is true. 888-957-9570 is the number. Steiny and Guru with you on 95.7 The Game. Joe Lacob was in studio earlier today with Banter and Shasky, addressed a number of topics is what he did. And he did it in vintage Joe Lacob style. Though here's the one thing. Hey, Spadone's on the phone. The one I want to play is the one where Spadone said it was really good about getting one more than LeBron or the Lakers.
I love
Did he say something like that.
Yeah, he was counting chips, Steiny.
Well, he's. I'll go to a call first. Mac's in Union City. Hey, Mac, how you doing?
Guys, Klay seems like such a great guy, and he's a legend in the Bay Area. But I mean, if you guys are really being honest and watch them carefully, he's pretty much washed up, and the Warriors know it. Lacob knows it. The fact that he used the word embarrassing, Lacob's a very polished guy. He's not just going to throw out something that's, that slipped out. I mean, those are very, very strong words and pretty indicative of how they feel of him. I mean, embarrassing, that's a tough word, man.
Interesting.
Some people, when we played that originally, said maybe Lacob slipped with that, letting that out, the embarrassing part, but I don't know.
Well, he didn't say he mentioned Klay.
There were some other names on that list.
He was asked about Klay. He never said Klay's name, but he said it was embarrassing, meaning Klay. But then he said a bunch of guys.
No doubt.
And let me tell you who's in that group. I think Andrew Wiggins is in that group.
All right.
I really do.
Yeah.
But I think Jordan Poole's absolutely was in that group.
Yeah. But Wiggins, to me, is the one that I believe structurally nothing is wrong with his physique. He didn't sustain these two injuries that Klay had. He had a sabbatical, things going, drama. Whatever took him off the court. So you could kind of come back from that, to me, quicker than Klay. Klay is like, can you get back to whatever level? Like Evan said, pay me the inflation. That 42 was back then, but what is that now? So I'll tell you what, Stoney, and we already know, this ain't going to be easy. This ain't no walk in the park if we already know that.
With Klay or the Warriors?
Klay. And what he thinks he is, what he'll take.
Klay's got a stubborn side, people. We know that.
And he's got a winner side. On the court. He's got to pay me what I'm worth. And Joe might be like, yes, Sonny, that was bad. Whoa.
650, Matt, did you just say multimillionaire young men who play a few months a year in football get treated like dirt? You're one of my favorite hosts, but you got to be kidding me. Yeah, I don't think NFL players are treated fairly.
Yeah, I'm right.
Those guys are put through the ringer. I mean, it's got to do with the CTE.
Yeah.
It's got to do with the fact that a lot of guys can't walk after their career's over.
You got to go sue the league to get what you should have had.
I wouldn't say it about basketball or baseball, but football is the most violent of all the sports. If any league should be taking care of its players better than another league, it'd be the NFL, but I don't think they are. But that's just an aside. Mike's in Daly City. Hey, Mike, how you doing, man?
Hey, guys. Pretty good, man. I have a quick question for you guys.
Sure.
Let's say Kuminga and Paul doing really well with the second unit, and it starts eating into Klay Thompson's time because let's say Kuminga can guard the fours better than Klay can. How do you think Klay's going to react with his minutes diminishing?
Yes. Yes, Mike. That's a good question. And that's where I think the season...
You get off the hinge, there could be drama, friction.
It might be a little strong, but Klay's in a contract year, and he's made a lot of money, and he's a hell of a player. He's looks to be on the downside after 2 surgeries and then playing the last 2 years. So, but you know what? This is also where Steve Kerr comes into play. Steve Kerr knows how important contracts are to guys. And you know what? Steve, tell me if you think this is crazy. Like Steve Kerr will make sure that Klay Thompson plays.
Oh, there's no doubt.
I mean, it's not like Klay's going to go down to 25 minutes a game. No chance.
And why? Okay, here I go, because you're going to say, well,
then he'll leave.
You're going to go.
Then he'll end up leaving, I think.
You give me nothing for saying and stating the facts about Klay Thompson, because everybody that has a mouth and a voice will remind you that he's been hurt and he's missed the 2 years. He made the most three-pointers in the NBA last year. He also took the most. He basically shot his career percentage from deep. So that ain't all the way done. Did he run out of gas? Did he have a horrible shooting performance in the playoffs against the Lakers? I got my hands up. Yes, he did.
Okay.
But we're talking about 1 to 82. Steiny, he was spray Klay still. It ain't like he shot 26% from three. So I think maybe we need to maybe that's why Klay is like, all right, I got you suckers. Okay, y'all think I'm done? But please recite that I led the NBA in most threes. I had a fantastic December and January when Steph and some guys were out.
I mean, look, and you know what? That's where Joe Lacob, Joe Lacob, you had a good 2 months. You had a good couple months. You did not have a good all-around year. Like, and that's not me. I'm sure that's what Joe Lacob is saying. And you know what? I'm starting to get it. I do think Klay just has a terror, like, okay, the season's over and he was a mess during the playoffs.
No, oh, man.
Why? Like, let me ask you this. Why would Klay Thompson want a contract extension after that year when he knows any owner worth his salt is going to try to pay him exactly what he's worth, and that might have been one of the worst years in Klay's career? So I can totally see Klay saying, you know what? Fine. I'm 28. You think I'm worth 28 now? I'll play it out.
Hey, you could be right.
What do you guys think out there, Warrior fans? 888-957-9570. I always like to do this, too, and we had Joe Lacob in studio. And I don't want you to answer right now, Goo. I want you to think about it, but I want Warrior fans to think about it, too. What's the theme? What's the theme of this year? It's not underdog. I'll tell you that right now. I'm not allowing it. What's the theme?
Oh, I got it.
Hold on to it.
I know.
Hold on. It's called a tease, people. 888-957-9570. Hey, we are about 4 hours away from summit time. Fieldwork Brewing Company today in San Leandro, 4 p.m. We're going to be out there, all of us, from the station.
Steiny, 2 pair of tickets from ATCO.
Oh, so 4?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. That's toned. Yeah. So there you go. Also, we're giving away a shoe. Not just any shoe.
Did you wear your Jordans?
I got a show. No, I got it.
God. Finish the read. I'm going to get us in trouble. Yeah, my bad.
Has a signature on it.
Wait, what?
The shoe.
What does that mean?
It has KD's signature on the shoe.
All right. I thought you meant mine.
I
thought you meant mine.
I'm a bad influence.
In a weird way. I got a new pair of shoes yesterday, and they're not my kind of shoes, but I got to try to shoehorn them into my, no pun intended, shoehorn them into my resume. All right. I mean, let's take a break on 95.7.
The Made Flex Performance Collection from Flag and Anthem is quickly replacing everything in my closet, and it's Christian.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Matt Steinmetz, Dell, the Guru Johnson with you on 95.7 The Game. Coming up in an hour, Brian Geltzeiler, Sirius XM Radio, covers the NBA. He's one of our favorites.
Yeah, he's a big boy and does a good show.
He's good. He's really good. Yeah, go ahead.
I wake up today because I told you guys, you, Evan, and Spadoni, I was excited about Joe Lacob. Bonte and Shasky do a phenomenal interview. Dub Nation gets pretty much everything they want from the owner. We get to react. Then when you and I are done, we hit the summit with Willard and Dibbs, Shasky, and but don't
little
who's
overkill.
Got it better than us.
That's overkill, don't you think? A little bit of overkill.
It ain't about the kill. It's about what we do for a living.
Yeah,
the game stops for no
6
one.
hours today.
Oh, you'll be fine.
You know what?
And I'm gonna have a tall one. Tell the boss
No, you're not. No, you won't. That's the one thing. That's the one thing this guy is adamant about. And I'll tell you, it bothers me because he's setting a rule that never used to be there. And I told it's not about drinking on the air.
A social beer.
One.
Yeah.
Now listen, I'm very.
I think the Marines can win 50. We ain't getting to that, boss.
No.
Wet the whistle.
You can't get that loose in 2 hours anyway.
Well, you're right. Well, some people can, but yeah.
So a lot of people out there are wondering what kind of shoes I got.
Jordans.
Yeah, my niece works at Converse, Nike, whatever, and once a year or two.
What's her name?
Amara. Mara
That's
Keith.
a beautiful name.
Yeah, she's cool. So she goes, go to the Nike site, pick out a pair of shoes, and I'll get them for you. I'll send them out. Do you know how much shoes are? Like Nike shoes?
Oh, I know, Steiny.
So I'm feeling like I can't order a $300 pair of shoes.
You can.
I know you can.
Yeah.
But it's like Don Nelson with the shrimp. Just because you can.
Yeah, that's great.
So I settled on the Jordan Jumpman Team 1s.
Look at him.
Jordan Jumpman Team 1s.
This helps the show, Steiny. The swag. Go ahead.
So let me know what y'all think of them.
And
of course, I can't. I'm trying to put the image on the chat.
Tell the truth.
Oh, yeah.
I'm going Will Smith. Tell the truth. Evan walks in. I go, why didn't you wear them? And this is where I want to radio wrestle you. Tell the people what your answer was as to why they're not on your feet.
because I didn't know if you could wear them with shorts.
Oh, my. What? Like basketball sneakers at the end of the day.
But clearly I'm going to have to. I can't wear socks with them. That's a bad look, right?
No. I can't take you nowhere. The cool kids.
I have to wear one of the, what do they call, middies? Midi
you can do whatever you want.
All right. Oh, I'm looking at Brian Windhorst. ESPN reporting James Harden was not at Sixers practice today. 76ers first regular season.
Remember that was
game.
my dude? I'm done.
Oh, I thought you were going to say he's wearing a pair of Team Ones.
That's a 4. Let's go.
Where you want to go?
Let's go to Joe. How about Joe? Joe's on 580. Any chance it's Joe Lacob, and he's got some problems with our show. Hey, Joe, what's up, buddy?
Gentlemen, thanks for taking the call. I just want to say there's levels to the Klay situation. And I just want to say that I think Moses Moody is the key. How he plays, he looked great coming off the bench in the playoffs. And if we get that Moses Moody, it's really going to make Klay expendable. And also, we have Klay on an expiring contract. We have Chris Paul on an expiring contract. Now, I know they changed the NBA rules. I don't know if that's as valuable as it used to be, but I don't think Lacob's going to want to, pay Klay and not have him be able to be such a valuable trade chip. They, decide to move on from him. So I really do think Moses Moody is the key. So I don't. Maybe you guys can explain that a little bit more about the contract. I don't know it all. So
no, I hear you on the contract. I mean, let's face it.
I didn't get the Moody angle.
Well, if Moody steps up and he's not just a guy, and you look at Moody and say, this guy can play. This guy can really play.
Right.
Like, that's how you keep success going. Yeah. If it's like you wanted Kuminga to be a little further along in case you wanted to move off Draymond.
No doubt about it.
If Moody's really good, it'll be easier to move off Klay. I don't think either of those players are near there, though, yet.
I'll tell you what, before you grab the next call, I love both of those players, Moody and JK, but just to the caller's point, this is about Klay Thompson. This is about what he's earned, and this is about, let's just say there's a slow start. Brother's going to be able to get a chance to work it out. So Moody can be consistent. He can even be good, Steiny, but he'll never surpass Klay, even if Klay has a bad year, if you get what I mean. Klay's going to always get what he's earned in regard to minutes, the starts, and if he doesn't, worst case scenario, the season is below his standards, Moody will never surpass him in the rotation.
Now, why would you ever say that?
Because that's like Klay would have to, there's no way. What if
Klay resigns? And we're talking about next year or the year after.
Well, if he resigns, then he's still going to, I feel like he's going to be Klay for 2 or 3 more years or to the end.
See,
Klay's not.
No, I'm not saying Moody's better than Klay or anything like that.
Either
I'm just saying.
There's levels to this. Klay Thompson, if he gets re-signed, Steiny, good or bad, he's getting his allocated minutes.
Probably.
Yeah.
Probably. But the other thing, the way you can look at it is like with a guy like Draymond Green even. He's a little bit different because he's a little more volatile. But, there's another silver lining to signing these guys, and that is you don't have to necessarily then give them everything they want just because they want it. In other words, if you like Draymond Green this year, if Jonathan Kuminga emerges, okay, if he emerges and it becomes obvious that Kuminga's getting better and he's going to be pretty good.
Undeniable, Steiny.
Well, then Draymond Green's minutes are coming down. And you know what? If he doesn't like it, lump it because you got 4 more years left on your deal.
And I don't want to say this, but that would be a good problem to have.
Exactly. All right. Exactly right, Gil. I don't like what I'm hearing here.
Dude, you got the jump mans.
No. Stop being cheap, Steiny. Get some real retro Jordan 1 or 11.
Oh, see, I didn't know.
What are those?
Those are the other, like the Banter Jordans. Shasky has
those were the ones I was telling you about before the show, like the Concords, like the one Jordan wore in 96, like those are the 11s.
Okay.
Those are extremely expensive basketball shoes.
Like, Evan, $500 worth?
Yeah, face value probably.
Oh, my.
Secondary market, it might be more, depending on the condition.
You know what? I'm going to be dead serious here. I wouldn't want to wear a shoe that expensive.
Well, as I'm saying, you're wearing like a piece of art.
And then people will think I think I'm full of myself, right?
No,
well, you don't have to do that.
Yeah, well, but they already know you are. My point is, you like your shoe game.
Okay.
People blaming it on me that you didn't know about the 11s.
Evan mentioned something about the 11s. I have no idea what they are. But
yeah.
I will like. Well, this is one of those. I'm damned if I do, damned if I don't. If I wear them, if I got these $500 shoes, everybody will look at me and say, "What a fraud!"
No,
or
they're normal.
Oh, look at Steiny, the big baller. Steiny. Okay, I don't want that. But now I'm wearing what I thought was a nice pair of shoes, and people are going to be like, "Yeah, those are knockoffs."
No,
those aren't the real deal.
You'll be one of a million wearing these expensive ass shoes. People ain't got no job wearing them. They ain't got no business with the shoe on. I'm going Norm, but they got the shoe, so you'll just fit in.
Somebody's saying Jumpmans are not Jordans.
I didn't want to break it.
We'll have that later.
But for you, they're Jordans.
Maybe they could open the door to
Evan,
Jordans.
I didn't want to say it to him, but just rock them today at the Summit.
You know what, 408, that might not be a good idea. That might not. I'll sign them and put them up for auction.
Look at you.
They'll go from 145 to 45. Oh,
you
man.
are special.
You know what, Goo? You're right. Who's got it better than us?
Not too many, man.
Leroy.
Our guy.
Leroy's in Oakland. Leroy, I'll tell you what, Leroy lives a life that he enjoys. I can tell.
Oh, there's no doubt.
Hey, Leroy, how you doing, buddy?
You know, I do live a life that I enjoy, Steiny, Goo, and, hey, this is part of it, being here with you and Goo, man. So awesome, man. Thank you for that.
Sure.
And check this out. Check this out, Steiny.
Okay.
This is what's wrong with Klay, Goo. Goo.
Talk to us.
And it's going to hurt y'all. It's going to hurt y'all. His nickname is the gift and the curse. They call him two-way Klay, right? And he's always got two-way money. But now you're not two-way Klay anymore. We could depend on you to hit 25 a game and shut down the best player on the other team every night. And that's what kind of money you got. But now you're not playing like two-way Klay anymore. So I will be brief. If you're not going to play like two-way Klay, you're not going to get two-way money.
Wow.
That's Leroy.
That was, wow, profound.
Thanks, Leroy. Appreciate it. Leroy, our show's better with you being a part of it.
No doubt.
Absolutely.
What about what he said? Do you think Klay, because Evan got me now with the 42 when it was 42, what's the new 42? But what if Joe said, you know, Klay, 80, 90% of your game now is getting us 20 to 25.
Yeah, you could catch and shoot.
Yeah, no, but come on, Stoney. Like, I don't know how Klay in his camp, and I'm pro Klay, could justify getting more than he's getting now.
Well, we don't know that that's what he wants. We have no clue. And I'd be surprised if Klay right now is saying, I need 3 years for $140 million.
Then where's the new deal?
Because Lacob's trying to get him for 26.
All right.
There was that rumor, allegedly, that his agent had said that Klay wanted a max deal.
Yeah, remember
That's
that. I
true
remember that.
year.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
So if
I'd like bigger ratings. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I'd like to eat candy and get skinny at the same time. By the way.
Dude, you look good right now.
Not on that picture.
Dude, you look phenomenal. People were calling you Mass Slim Mets.
Who put the keg under my shirt?
Why am I laughing?
I was just impressed you didn't stand on your tiptoes.
Yeah, dude.
I forgot. I totally
And you
forgot.
hadn't seen your picture of Raymond with you and Raymond, the one I kind of jumped in.
That might be a bad one, too. I don't know.
The boss, you got to tell him to send it.
They're telling me I need to go on soda.
Remember you picked
Ernie Chavez said it.
You ain't so they wouldn't take you.
Ha Steiny. I think it's time to shock Guru's world. He needs to be ready in case the big three may not always play on the same team.
Shot a little last night.
Wait, I'm sorry.
Shot a little.
Who did?
Me.
He's talking about the big three.
But he said that I need to be ready. I said I shot a little last night.
You need to be ready for this team not retiring.
Good God. Guru, wake up, son.
Oh,
Get in
maybe
the
he
game.
did mean that.
That's how I took it.
Yeah. Let's go to Nick in Berkeley.
B-Town.
What's up, Nick? How you doing, my man?
Hey, I'm doing good, man.
Cool.
I'm bewildered as to why people would even doubt Klay. I mean, he's coming off 2 back-to-back injuries, man. It takes like a couple years to get his legs under him. And so, I saw him put up 55 last year against the Hawks in double overtime. So if Klay's got his legs back this year, he gonna light it up, man. It's like the same thing when people talk about getting rid of Ayuk. I just don't get it, man. Klay is the man. He's gonna light it up this year, and then all the boo birds and naysayers gonna be biting their tongue. But I will tell you this: if Draymond doesn't play up to his contract, he could be trade bait in a couple of years. You know what I'm saying?
Sure.
If some other teammate might need him down the lane, if he wants to act crazy or whatever, Draymond he got to pull up the youngsters, man. He can't be.
Let me ask you this.
You know what I'm saying?
Let me ask you this before you hang up. I'm pro Klay. I want him to get his bread. I'm with you, and I want to see him go berserk. Are you at all bothered that it's at this status to where he could enter the season without a new deal? Because I'm old school. I'm going all that he's done. Let's get something done. Why do we got to do this? But I know it's a business. Does that bother you?
Well, I mean, it's all the business, but if Klay wants a little more money, he's gonna maybe Lacob's like, hey, you gotta light it up before the All-Star break. Show me what you got by the All-Star break, and then at least give him a contract by the All-Star break. But then if he doesn't sign, then he may want to go somewhere else. So that's the nature of the beast. You know what I'm saying? I just hope that Draymond don't be coming out there screaming on CP3 because that could get ugly.
Appreciate the call, Nick in Berkeley.
Yeah.
Oh, I forgot.
Oh,
I'm sorry. I asked you this before, and I didn't pay off the tease, which is not a first. What's your theme of the season? Remember I said, and you said, I said hold it till after the break, and then I forgot.
Brotherhood. Now, why would you look at Evan and Spadoni and laugh?
I like that.
No.
Why?
Because they were disconnected. Mike Dunleavy, when it was junior, it's Mike Dunleavy
Sounds
now.
a little corny to me.
No, it's real.
We can do something a little
When you got
edgier.
2 dudes going boxing before the first game, the season was hijacked. And kudos to everybody working with the Warriors, coaches and players.
Why?
They still got to the conference semis.
They almost lost in the first
Okay, what's your
round.
word, Mr.
I don't
Words?
know.
Mine is brotherhood.
I haven't really
That's
thought
what
about
Chris
it.
Paul has me. I've done a 180 on his
welcome.
presence here.
You and Joe Lacob.
No.
After listening to me.
Because it's off the court. It's off the court that I didn't give any credence to. It's off the court. It's that stuff that matters. The stuff where, Kuminga, I didn't even talk to my young guys. All that's fixed.
Oh, yeah. See, that's honestly, that's what I don't believe. If Draymond can't just say it's fixed and everybody, if Draymond says it.
It's not just him. It's Chris Paul getting the guys together, doing things.
Theme of the season. Show me. Don't tell me. I like it. Yes,
2022 on line 1.
That's ancient history, Chief.
2018, back to back.
How is that? How is 2018 remotely relevant 5+ years later?
Because you want me to be real and break it down?
Of course.
Computer.
Break it down.
If any NBA fan base is thirsty,
don't even say this.
It is not the Golden State Warriors. Okay. That's what I'm saying. So, slow down.
What does 2018 have to do with that?
They've been spoiled. We've been spoiled. I'm not saying we want to not win, but you just, come on, 4 chips. Back to back, boom, 1-22 when nobody even knows they're going to win.
It doesn't mean anything now other than that they've won them.
Well, no,
it doesn't help them on the court.
I'm preaching patience.
You just said they had to get off to a good start.
Yeah, and I was going to see if you wanted to bet 25 wins on the road. We already got the Kings bet.
I thought we did bet that.
No, we didn't.
25?
We bet sack over 48.
Okay. Yeah. What do you want to bet?
The Warriors get 25 wins on the road.
25 or more.
Well,
wins on the road.
23 wins.
No, it's 25.
No, I did my math. 24.
No.
All right, maybe at 24.
No. You just said 25.
Come on, fat mouth.
Put your money where your mouth is.
I just said 24 wins on the road for the Warriors.
You said 25.
All right, 25.
Okay.
So we got 2 bets. Kings over.
I actually think you should give him 24.
No. It is my
the best world record in the West last year was 25 wins.
That's right.
So you can at least give him one game.
No, come on. All right, no bet then. No bet.
You just made it.
No, Evan came
Spadone?
in. Richard
Spadone saying you made the bet. 888-957-9570.
All right.
Did Guru make the bet or
Go
not?
ahead. I'm not afraid of that.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
A little bit.
I'll tell you what. I'll give you 24.
Okay.
If they go 24-17 on the road,
No doubt.
what are we betting?
Dinner.
Yeah. Cafeteria.
Another episode Friday where I paid my own bill. Hey, but go ahead.
Hey, Uncle Looney and I agree on something.
What'd he say?
He goes, Sacramento's a 40-win team. I have them trending that way too, Uncle Looney.
Wow, man. We got to get Brian Geltzai. We got to get his thoughts on the Kings. We'll tell him about our bet and see what he thinks.
25 is a lot of wins on the road. A lot.
The best road record last year was the Bucks, and they won 26 games.
Yep.
Thanks, Evan.
They
won 11 last year. They won 11.
Here's the other thing.
They won 11.
You can only load manage on the road. Right? Or no, at home. I forget. But the one that's bad.
Well, the Warriors always do.
What do you mean by that?
I mean, in half their road games, they're going to have 4 guys out for load management.
Yeah. I'll go 1-1 because I'm going to win that King bet. They're going to get 50. Nobody takes a regular season serious except the Kings and the Warriors this year, this version of them.
Listen, I don't think the Kings are garbage. I just think they won. They had to me, playoffs excluded. They had the year before the year.
So you're going to say
year.
they're going to go Vikings, where the year before, last year the Vikings won every
exactly
close
right.
game.
Well, first
now
of all,
they're losing.
I don't know
game.
that. No, they're not losing every game.
No.
They're 2-4.
No, but every game they've lost, it's almost like everything's going the reverse of the close. When the close games they were winning, now they're losing, buddy.
Right,
That's
it's
all.
going to even out. I might win 45 games.
And I want my money too.
For what?
These bets.
You don't get. Listen, real quick. I don't know if you know this or not. You don't get money if you lose the bet.
I understand
all right?
that.
Okay.
Just
wanted to make sure. Sean's in Oakland. On.
Yeah, so I understand what the conversation that you have. For one thing, Sacramento is going to be up there, one of the top teams in the Pacific West, because of the Warriors and how they feel. Yeah, last year, they was dismal on the road. But at the same time, it's a whole big change with the Warriors right now, and I can see the offense flowing a little bit better because of Chris Paul and Steph Curry and everybody like that. Why not Klay get his money when at the same time as Draymond was doing all his antics and got Durant sent up out of there? Well, he didn't want to play no more because all that old issue on the bench. But it was just like Draymond got his money, Klay deserves his money. That's the whole bottom line, man. Like, you cannot win without Klay. And Klay's a lot better than he was last year because he was still coming off those 2 injuries.
Yeah.
Ain't nobody coming out like that full strong without that.
Hey, Sean. Let me ask you this real quick. Do you think Klay Thompson, taking into account, he missed 2 seasons because of surgery, is he getting better right now because he's 2 years removed from the surgery, or do you think he's declining because of age itself?
You can't. No, I don't think he's declining. At the same time, it's hard when you're coming off those 2 injuries and trying to get your legs back from being off for so long, all that rust and everything. It's hard. But at the same time, he could do it. I've seen it happen. So I'm not going to give up on the guy after he won us all these championships and all that. He's part of the core. And if you give Draymond all this money, why not give Klay all this money? He's just as much of a bigger piece just as Draymond was.
Good. Sean, that's fair point.
Wow, man.
Absolutely a fair point.
And you know me, I go Whispers, the Beatles, New Edition, all the great groups. So I'm about team. So I hadn't put that out there because I kind of took my foot off that pedal, but he hit me in the cardiac muscle with the, how good do you think it is just keep it real for the locker room, that Dre got his money and Klay is kind of at a standstill. But you could say, I was expecting you, Dre's ran out and Klay's got one more.
Well,
because Dre did what Klay's about to do.
I do think they were vastly different. I mean, Klay's at the end of his deal. He's going to be a free agent. Draymond didn't really test free agency like.
Well, Joe mentioned
Klay.
He had another offer too to the guys this morning. What do you mean, please?
Please.
I thought it was.
Who do you
sad.
think wanted Dre?
Who do we? I think it was Geltire that told us it was Sack.
You might be right.
BG.
That's right.
Yeah.
Geltire said.
Well, he giving me count the bucket.
I just thought you thought so. Hey, how about this? I forgot about this too. So Draymond Green, there's three. Draymond's going to be fine. Draymond's going to be fine. So he messed up the 16 finals, right?
No doubt.
He messed up the Durant final year. And here's the one I forgot. He quit on the Bay Area when the year Steph was hurt.
He got a license to do that.
Oh, so but he doesn't
win season.
What about the next 4 years?
Culminated. James
what about
Wiseman.
the next 4 years?
He just got 4 for Hundo.
What is
good?
What does that mean? He's good though. Explain.
His organization loves him. There's more good than bad.
Okay, but there's gonna be bad, right?
No, it ain't about gonna be. You cited old stuff, and it went down the funnel of sign him up for 4 for Hundo. So when you get a new contract,
it's four things. He blew the 16 finals. Then he ran Durant out of town. Then he quit the year Steph got hurt. And oh my goodness, I forgot about the punch. So it's 4.
And also you forgot about the 4 for Hundo.
But that's irrelevant.
No, it's not.
How?
It's super.
How is that relevant?
People, his employers, looked at everything that he brings to the table, and what you cite that's minute to them.
Oh, really?
No, obviously.
Oh, it's minute.
Yeah, they re-upped
2016 minute?
No, not to
They're just that serious.
No, what I'm saying is, I know what you're doing. It don't matter. His greater good and what he brings to the table got him that contract.
What if I said real quick that actually 3 for 100 or whatever, the 4-year contract, I mean, now that he's got paid, why would he change? Why wouldn't he be emboldened?
I'm not asking him to.
Well, why wouldn't he be more emboldened?
And maybe we'll see that.
This guy. 888-957-9570 is the number. And, Draymond Green, he'll be on his best behavior. We know that. Why? Because Goo's an optimist. On 95. Yeah.
Are you scared to put money in your bank for fear of IRS?
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Steiny and Guru with you. Brian Geltzeiler, Sirius XM Radio, NBA. What do we say? NBA podcaster, Geltzy.
He's got a great show.
Yeah.
Don't you wish some of the stuff we talk about off air, you, Evan, and I could be on air?
No, that's why it's
we might get a TV deal or radio deal.
We'd get fired.
That last conversation we just had?
We'd get fired.
Oh, no, there's no doubt. But it was great. And it was funny.
I thought it was funny.
I got to say some energy for the summit.
What's that? I'm sorry?
I got to say some energy for the summit. I'm letting a lot of bullets out early.
Well, it's not your summit. There's going to be 5 other guys with you. So you don't have,
but when Willard
you don't have to do your normal dominating of a show.
When Willard throws it to me.
I love Willard. Keep kidding around with you like this. It's just not. Okay. Draymond Green. So Draymond Green opted out, and then he got a contract 4 years for $100. But he went down to Joe Lacob's house.
I get it.
And then got the contract.
Right.
Why? That is completely unusual for something like that to occur.
For you and your boss to break bread and talk about whatever's going on. No, seriously, Steiny.
Darryl.
It happens all. We saw Magic go to Jim Buss's house. Jerry Buss, come on.
Oh, go. Most guys just let their agent handle it.
Oh, but this is the Warriors. They've won 4 titles.
Why did he go down there? He had to go down
I'm
there
sure
to
he didn't
sell.
just do a drive-by.
I think he went down there to sell Joe.
Now that's strong. And I think
here's the other thing. And here's the other thing I'm going to push back on.
That's family stuff, Steiny.
Please.
What?
He went down there because I think there was maybe doubt.
Or let's talk about it. Hey, what if Dre he really was thinking about leaving? I'm going to defend Dre in this one.
Forget this.
Right.
Forget that.
Okay.
Here's the other thing. I'm going to tell you to go pound sand. Oh, the Warriors. The Warriors know Dre better than anybody. And they've said the good outweighs the bad. And they've made a determination as a franchise. They need him to. That's bull. They re-signed him because one reason they re-signed him is because they had to. They absolutely had to. They could not let him walk.
So he had leverage.
They needed to protect their asset. It's exactly why they did Poole. It's why they re-signed Poole and traded him the next year.
So can I, before you finish,
it's all about you cannot lose a player of Draymond's caliber for nothing.
Okay, and I agree.
That isn't part of the equation. Let's acknowledge it.
Okay, but if I'm driving around, it feels like you're saying to some that he was a chip. He got the contract. He was the beneficiary of the contract, but part of why he got the contract is maybe he'll be a pond something down the road. It wasn't all love.
That's right. It's not all love. There's no chance it's all love. How could it be all love?
I mean, for 100 until we find out otherwise, to find out if guys like you are right.
I don't have to find out if I'm right to say that you did not want to leave Draymond. You did not want to lose Draymond Green for no compensation. Like there's that was the one thing that they could not do. So I don't believe Draymond won him over. He wouldn't win anybody over. You had to do it. And you know what? How do you feel about that contract? Is it fair? Is it did they lowball him? Did he get over?
He took less than what we thought. You know, we all thought it might be 30 or asking a little more. He got more years. But I'll say this. Then kudos to Draymond on this front. Everything that he did, the way that he reacted in certain situations, you know, you listed your 4, whatever 4 you want to use, 8, 9, 10. The bottom line is he knew they couldn't live without him.
Exactly.
And it paid off thus far.
Although, he could have just walked.
Yeah, wow. I think he wants to be in this uni. I think that's what the talk was about. Like, Joe, I'm really thinking about leaving. And they chopped it up. And the Joe Lacob that was on with Banter and Shasky, and it was telling us about Klay's performance and players' performance. I believe Joe would have been on the sofa with the remote. Like, if I thought you couldn't help us, I'd tell your ass right now. Like, you know what I mean? No bad blood, but we can end it like true G's and go our separate ways. And it didn't go that way. So something happened good.
Was it good? It was just a move. It wasn't good or bad yet.
No, I'm saying that him going over to the house.
How long 4 years is for this guy?
I'm sipping some Hennessy.
Yeah, that's great. You want him sipping Hennessy when you're trying to win a title.
I'm talking about over at my house in the offseason.
You know how long 4 years is?
Oh, it's a long time.
4 years for Draymond Green, a guy who has been unbelievable. Unbelievable. Nobody thought he'd have this kind of career. Nobody. But he's wearing down,
I will not argue that.
And he's wearing down faster than others because of all the things he's been asked to do over the course of his career as an undersized 4/5. That's like
I wonder what Joe would respond to that. Like, I'm not saying you're wrong, but every player is doing well. You're talking about the acceleration of Dre, but last year he was there for 70 games, Donnie.
Right. It was a contract year. How about that? It was a contract year. Like, that's the other thing. I do not expect Draymond Green to he's got a 4-year contract. Yeah. So, he's going to come to post every day and he's going to play 7. No, I think he's going to do the opposite. I think he's going to spend the next 4 years trying to maximize what he can be as a player, but the only way he can do that is by missing a lot of time and getting his body right.
Again, I don't disagree, but Steiny, you've been consistent with saying because of their age, the organization is going to do that for him. Even if he wanted to play 82, load management.
It's
like that's part of how they stay successful.
Okay, he's going to miss the opening game already.
Right, got you.
Okay, so he's already hurt.
No doubt.
And, hey, they're saying 50-50 opening day. Maybe not. Maybe not.
But he's hurt already.
Thank you. That's all.
The picture I'm trying to paint is I feel like you're kicking him in the knee saying he's going to miss time, but you're also telling us because of the big three's age, they're going to miss time anyway. So in my mind, this is going to sound crazy. In some crazy way, it can almost be the same time. You know what I mean? Like they're going to try to protect him from himself. They don't want Draymond at his age to play 82. Same for Steph.
Okay, so how many games do the Warriors win if Steph plays 56 games again?
It's not a lot. That's
But he's had
especially with no Jordan Poole. I hear you, bud, but you can't predict injuries.
Yes, you can. Yeah, okay. Let me ask you a question.
Huh?
4 years. Draymond's got 4 more years left. 82 games a year. That's 260, 320. Okay. 328 regular season games are left for Draymond on a 4-year deal. How many is he going to play? If he gets to 200 and some,
okay,
I'd take it right now.
Wow.
Give me 50 plus a season.
Obviously in there you got injuries with an S.
Yes, I don't believe Draymond Green is going to play 300 of the next 328 regular season games. That would be 7 misses a year. That would be 75, 75, 75, 75. Like, my thing would be no chance. Like, what would you take? You want to take the over on that?
Well, this is how I'm doing your math. I feel like you're telling me, Goo, there's going to be an injury every year.
There might be.
And I'm not calling you crazy on that. But what I want to say is that dude comes to the game, I believe, more often than not, wanting to get and unleash the beast that he is within. He wants to play ball. Now, are they going to say, hey, Dre, we need you to sit this one out, wink, wink? There's going to be that. But, Steiny, you can't predict. Now, you can feel, but what if he doesn't get injured? What if it's minimal?
Well, what if Chris Paul doesn't
take that over?
Why are you worried about Chris Paul?
Because it's happened time and time again.
Dre's been hurt over the course of his career, too.
But Dre
and he's
gets
quit
hurt,
others.
Game 27 is fluke. It's more flukish than the seasonal. Chris Paul's the one in the playoffs.
Draymond Green's injuries have been flukish. Come on, Goo.
Steiny, what playoffs has Dre been hurt? To me, now, has he got nagging? Chris Paul is almost like Christmas. It's coming in the playoffs, and the team can't respond or do anything. Like Phoenix last year, when he got hurt against Milwaukee the first year, they were up 2-0. Houston's hammy, when they had our Warriors down 3-2, the hammy exploded. He missed the last 2.
Why'd they get him?
It's seasonal.
Okay, so they actually got Chris Paul because they don't think he's going to play in the postseason.
I'm going to do what you just said about Dre's contract.
Okay.
There was some money stuff involved in why they got him. How about that?
Why they got who?
Chris Paul.
That's right, because he only has 1 more year left.
No doubt
in his
about
deal.
it. So maybe it wasn't all just about basketball.
It wasn't. There's no chance it was. They had to get off Poole's money. Mike's in San Jose. Let's talk Klay Thompson. Hey.
What's up, fellas?
Hey.
It's been a while. So happy to be talking about the Warriors.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. Just
talk to us.
Great interview. And if we aren't blessed to have Lacob of an owner, I don't know what city is. Guy just wants to win. What more can you want? So as an older guy that sat in a few management negotiations, I'm going to tell you where Klay falls. Klay falls at about 3 and 100. Because the argument will be he never will take one dime less than Chris Paul's 30 because he has 4 rings. If they add a 4th year, it will be at a management option to stretch the money. Just like you're arguing about Draymond, the only reason he got the 4th year was to spread the money. This is a 3-year plan for all of them. There is no 4th year. And if they lose this year, say they win 37 games, Draymond will be gone, Klay will be gone, they'll all be gone. That's how it works. That's why they had to get numbers that they could live with if it falls apart. Now, everybody believes it won't. I'm not saying that. And I believe the conversation about everybody worrying about 3 years from now, this is all about this year. This is about win now. Every dime of it, every bit of it. But Klay starts at a way higher number than the other guys did. He's not going to take a $20 million pay cut. So, I mean, he's going to get about 3 years and 100, and they may announce a 4th year, but the 4th year will be voidable. Love having you back. Good summit today, guys.
Thanks, man.
Love the voice. Look, just so fired up for the Warriors, it's hard to believe.
Yeah, I am too.
Thanks again.
I am too. It's going to be
we're less than
a 3-ring circus.
They play Durant.
They play the Suns. You're always why do you?
Because they're going to give
your individuals over. Like, that's the other thing. You and I are so different. It's why we work. You're all about individuals, and I'm about teams.
And that's why I'm smiling at you.
They
like
just play.
Obama
Hey,
when he won.
I like the Warriors' chances on Tuesday. against Kevin Durant. I like that 5-on-1. I think they're going to be able to dominate.
That's good stuff, but it's teams with me. You think we see an emotional Durant when they give him – they got to do something. I expect the Warriors to go all out on the tribute.
It's going to be a 2-minute montage like every single tribute ever is.
The lights are going to go out, though. Lights will go out, and we'll all look up at the board.
Yes, that's how they all go.
Somebody might get on the mic.
That would be a mistake.
Why would you say that?
Just show his highlights. Steiny, I made a joke earlier, and I feel bad. I forgot about your hip. So what? What, because I have a little pain in my hip, you can't make a jerk out of me?
Yeah.
Of course you can. I'm still the same horse's ass I've always been.
I apologize. I told the guys about your surgery. I didn't know if you...
Who?
Willard and Dibbs when we crossed.
Well, I'm better friends with Dibbs, so he knew.
Oh, okay. My bad.
Actually, I don't know if he knew or not.
Yeah, I don't think he did.
You ever heard of HIPAA laws?
Yeah, I'm familiar.
I'd appreciate if you would. I'd appreciate if you keep my health.
Speaking of HIPAA, that's how I looked at that photo with you and Joe.
Nah, dude, you're fine. Seriously, you're fine.
I used to be fine. That's why I hate Evan.
Why?
He can eat McDonald's for 2 years straight, and he gonna be skinny. The camera don't lie, man.
I'd like to think I'm skinny because I don't eat McDonald's for 2 years straight.
When's the last time?
You know what I mean?
How about the way?
Evan don't eat junk food either.
How about that for the upset of the day? The two bosses, one of the Warriors and one of 95.7 A Game, talking about Taco Bell.
It was incredible.
And whether or not the prices are too
and
high.
our boss said it was. I did catch that. Like, boss didn't just say that. Oh, boy.
You know what happens when you go to Taco Bell? You get Taco Belly.
I heard Taco Hell. Because you got to pay for it on the other side. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, morning after.
Mm-hmm. You know, what's funny? You know whose name hasn't come up today?
Steph's.
That's right.
Because he's... Well,
because he's what?
No, Shasky, they both brought him up.
I know.
Like, the dude...
You know what?
I think you're jealous in a good way.
Of what?
Of Steph and what he means.
I love Steph.
He's perfect.
Well, I'd never use that for a human being.
Okay, but
we're all created in God's image, but it doesn't mean we're perfect.
Mm-hmm. But I'm saying to lead your franchise, to be the face of your franchise.
Did you not hear my soundbite that Steph Curry's been the best thing to ever happen to my career?
That's more of a selfish thing. I'm talking about
that's right.
Yeah, but I get you. But when I say if he was the gang I joined, I think he'd be there with me. We'd all be in there.
I'm in Peoria without Steph Curry.
Peoria.
Are you kidding? Oh, my God.
That's Illinois, right?
Yep. It's where Sean Livingston's from.
Where is Sean?
He went to another organization.
He did. I should know.
Everybody's walking from here.
I'll give you a one.
Oh, man. So, no.
Titletown.
What?
This is Titletown. Since Joe Lacob took over.
No, it's not. It's not.
You just want to fight.
Who are the defending NBA champions?
Denver.
Thank you.
How many have they got since 14? I'll wait.
You know, your attachment to the past is what's going to kill this franchise.
I've had relationships because of that.
Thank God, seriously, thank God Joe Lacob doesn't have your emotional baggage.
Well, he did say they should have 6. I told him as much. I said, this guy gives me crap, Joe. I appreciate you saying that.
Yeah.
If Joe Lacob had emotional baggage, you think Monte Ellis would have retired a Warrior?
Yes.
But he didn't get attached to Monte was pre him.
Monte was here for 2 years. They overlapped for 2 years.
That's you know what I mean.
Curry was pre-Lacob.
Yeah, that I know.
That's right. See that's the kind of thing, Goo, where that's
no. Come on, now.
Here's the other thing. Like Goo is for the last 2 weeks. It should be easy. What? Kerr, K, Joe, Lacob. Lacob comes in here. Hi, sir. Like, ask him. You had Joe Lacob right next to you. Why didn't you say Joe?
Yeah.
Why isn't it easy with Klay Thompson?
Then that's groupie stuff. We were chopping it up, having fun around the cooler.
What you did was groupie stuff. What we needed to do was ask him a hard-hitting question.
No. He was in here with the fellas.
Softballs.
That was work.
That's what makes Joe Lacob, to me, interesting.
Well,
he's not afraid to take on.
Right, but he didn't want to do the after show.
He was doing it.
He just did an hour with the guys. They covered everything.
But he hadn't been talking to me yet. So you knew he was going to talk to me for 10 or 15 minutes because we go way back.
You are something else, boy.
And you know what? He talked about something.
Oh. No, go ahead.
Go ahead. Yours is more important.
Klay, if you listen to that interview, when you going over Joe's house? That's how I'm thinking.
Klay won't go.
No.
See, that's
what I'm like, that ain't happened. Like Klay just take
Klay wouldn't do that.
Right down the peninsula.
See, that's where Klay's stubborn. Now this is where
No, I'm being real.
I'm being real too. Klay's the kind of guy that says, deal with it. I don't want to know. I don't want to hear anything.
You think?
Of course.
Oh boy.
Yeah. Brian Geltzeiler coming up in 8 minutes. NBA Sirius XM radio. He's we love him here on 95.7 The Game. We love all the Warriors here too. Draymond Green.
We love our job. We love everybody.
Sometimes.
Yeah.
Sometimes.
Ow. I just tried to pull a power move.
Oh, I'm sure that went over well.
Tried to kill the crossover for today. Dude, if we got to walk back to our car.
You're going to take a scooter.
Well, no, I'm going to walk.
Why?
Because that'll be longer on the text.
Oh, you want to?
No.
Oh, okay.
And then we get to San Leandro. That's rushing. And you don't ever want to get anywhere rushing. No, seriously, if we leave here at 2:30, we might not get there.
We're not leaving at 2:30. We're leaving at 2:10 like we always do. We'll get there at 2:30.
2:12.
But Evan, my point is by the time we get to I just sent it.
What'd he say?
I just sent it. No
they
response
didn't.
yet.
He didn't say.
Yeah. So it takes me 18 minutes to walk to get the car.
Exactly.
So 2:30, the bridge traffic, Blue Angels, and get there by 4. Dude,
You'll get to San Leandro in about 40 minutes. Assuming there's nothing on
Will
the
I
bridge
ever get a
going on.
wingman that has my bag?
With Steiny's jump, man, so you could jog there.
Oh, boy.
To the car.
See, I got to stop at home and put those shoes on, too.
Are you really doing that? The debut?
Yeah, I am. I'm going to put them on. I got to change my shirt.
Let me guess real quick. You had a pair because they remind me of, and I had them, and I think this is why I didn't ball out in high school. They were so damn heavy. I had Larry Bird's black.
Of course,
that is the heaviest shoe ever invented. Chuck Taylor's wasn't no ACLs back then. Guys weren't getting hurt like they do now.
I love those Bird weapons.
Dude, they were the heaviest things.
It didn't
I
matter
hated
to me.
them.
Something tells me Steiny's game wasn't predicated on aerodynamics.
It wasn't. Neither was Larry's. And I call him Larry. Mm-hmm.
He could dunk.
Steiny, why can't you guys get an actual Warrior player on? Well, Guru's scared off Draymond. You know why? I'm going to answer that question, 562. Just take this play off. I'm answering
I got Steph Curry with us on my phone.
The bottom line is this.
Don't say that.
Some of the players on this team are gutless.
No, please.
Whoops, sorry about that.
We've had Looney.
A little exaggerated.
We've had everybody.
Looney's a fringe player. Give us a star.
I'm getting sick of
There's
that.
only one on the team right now.
That hurts to show. We've had everybody. When you say we ain't had them.
everybody for over
We've been
the past
face
6
to face with Curry, Kerr, Myers.
Well, everybody gets
Draymond.
Myers.
All we're missing is Klay. Looney.
We've never gotten Klay.
That is, yeah.
We got Steph. We got Draymond because of the Subway promotion.
My relationship with his barber, Brownie Blends, and
how's that relationship going?
What you saying?
How's your relationship with Brownie Blends?
I'll get him on.
I don't want Brownie Blends. I want Draymond.
We had Brownie. Boy.
Well, you guys just had the owner of the team in the studio. You could have asked him
Why
about
didn't?
What?
We're going to be out there Monday. I was hoping you say, hey, Steph, maybe.
I don't need to say, hey, Steph, maybe.
No, to Raymond.
I'll get him. You want me to get him? I'll get him.
Oh, Evan, cut this.
No problem.
Let us get out there Monday and we don't got no Curry.
We'll get Curry.
All right.
Settle.
How
many other people are going to be out there, though? Is it just going to be us? Or is it going to be like Super Bowl Radio Row?
TBD.
Or our Vegas trip. Remember they thought we were fighting? Evan, you didn't hear this story. We were at Radio Row. Steiny and I got into it over Brock Purdy and Cousins, and they were looking like those dudes are about to fight. Remember? In Vegas, our last trip, and we were going at it over the quarterback. Kirk Cousins and Purdy were making some compare, and we were getting loud, and my hands were flailing. And Evan, they were looking like, are we at the zoo? These dudes are about to throw down.
Yeah, I don't remember. I just remember it as an ordinary show.
Now that hurts.
It was an ordinary show.
No, at the end, we got into it.
I honestly don't.
Sounds like an ordinary show.
Exactly. So wait a minute. There were two incidents, because you talk about the show now, but you really had a problem with me at the sports book, apparently.
Oh, no, you
when
were
I
messing
came
up
over.
because you were on another page, and I was on I'm watching my stuff page, and you kept, just hitting me hard, not knowing how hard you were hitting me, feeling good. I'm like, dude, I'm stressing. Right. Yeah. Leave me alone.
All right. On the other side, let's get a little national perspective.
There we go.
I'm a little sick of this rose-colored glasses, San Francisco. Everything's great at Chase. Let's get a guy in here who's a little more objective than the pom-pom carriers. Brian Geltzeiler on the other side. He's good. Seriously, on 95.7 The Game.
Hi, this is Brian Bakhtiari, Executive Manager of Stevens Creek Subaru.
Odyssey FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
A couple things I gotta say. A lot of people saying, Steiny, why don't you get Warrior players? Because they only play softball. That's all the Warrior players want to do is play softball when they get interviewed.
But we get Warrior players. That's why I don't like this bit.
Nobody good.
Please, I got Steph on my phone. He asked us who was winning the Masters. I said Tiger.
Yeah. That shows you how long ago that was.
2 years ago.
Yeah. Last time we got Steph Curry.
We got him last year, buddy, at the facility.
Hey,
Go ahead.
can I give a shout out?
Oh.
I give a shout out to my old radio partner.
Who?
Sean O'Connell.
Wow, Steiny.
Sean O'Connell.
What made you think of him?
He's in town. He just texted me, said he's listening to the show. Said it's almost as good as the one we had together.
Dude, I listen to that at my desk every day.
And
I
the joke
swear
is, you're the one.
Tell him to come. You gonna tell him to come?
I told him to come to San Leandro. I don't know why he's in town.
He's a real one,
He's
man.
yeah. Love Yossi.
He's a fighter.
Love Yossi.
Literally.
Great 11-month stretch.
Is that how long it was, Steiny?
11 months, and then we were canned.
God, I used to listen to you too.
Yeah. No, you didn't. Nobody did.
Dude, at my desk, I had you guys on. Well, look where your career's gone now. O'Connell's the man.
Oh, boy. Yeah, no. Look. You know what? Seriously, that's why I like Lacob. He takes on all comers.
Yeah.
He called me negative.
Dude, if we could have that and send that the whole
funny.
convo, and Raymond Ritter sitting there with his butt, he was clean. But man,
it's funny. Like, I have the same problem with Lacob as I have with you. He said, I'm an optimist. And I said, well, I'm a realist.
Yeah. I don't believe your handicap's 8. Your index. Yeah, we got BG now.
All right, let's go out. Welcome in Brian Geltzeiler, Sirius XM NBA Radio. Comes on our show a fair amount. We always appreciate it. What's up, Brian? How you doing, man?
Good, guys. How you been? All right?
Yeah, we've been doing well, and just we had Joe Lacob, the Warriors owner, in studio for an hour today. He answered a ton of questions. Let me just start out by asking you about the national perspective. What do you think of the Warriors this year? How do you think they're going to do?
The Warriors go in a group of teams in the Eastern Conference that have veterans that are vital to their success that have to stay on the floor. And so you can say the same thing about the Warriors with Curry, Thompson, Green, and Chris Paul, that you can say regarding the Suns with Durant and Beal, and to a lesser extent Booker, that you can say about the Lakers with LeBron James and Anthony Davis, that you can say about the Clippers with Kawhi Leonard and Paul George. You got to keep your players healthy and on the floor. And I think so much of what happens, and I know it's probably like an oversimplification of all of it, but so much of what happens in the West, because the margins are so slim between all of these teams, so much of what happens in the West is going to depend upon who's on the floor at the right time. And so that's the really interesting part of all this that's compelling when it comes to the Warriors. Listen, the Warriors are capable of winning 55 games. They're going to win 55 games if Curry plays 75 and Green plays 70 and Thompson plays 75 and Chris Paul plays 72. They won 55 games. But if those guys all have numbers that are in the mid to high 50s of what they play, the Warriors could be a playing team. And so, you look at a veteran team like this, and we saw it last year. Miami came as a playing team as an 8 seed and made an NBA final. Even the LA Lakers as a 7 seed as a playing team ended up in the conference finals. You can do it from there. It's a much harder road. You could do it from there. But so because of the Warriors' reliance on these veterans, so much is going to depend on how healthy guys stay. And again, I probably not the answer you're looking for, but when you look at this conference, that could be the difference because you have so many teams that are so close. Listen, John Morant's going to miss 25 games for the Memphis Grizzlies. That's already baked into their cake. Who else is going to miss 25 games for reasons that are not John Morant reasons, that are injury reasons, that are vital guys standing these other teams?
BG, good stuff. I told my partner, I got to give him kudos, because when Chris Paul was out there available, he was like, you know what, Guru? I think maybe the Warriors, he could fit here. And I went crazy, BG. I was like, no, stylistically. But you know what, Brian? I've come around. But I figured out why I'm unsettled. It's because Chris Paul, all guys get hurt. I know that, especially older ones. But last year, Phoenix going up against Denver, his injury, CP3, seemed to happen at the most inopportune time. 18 in Houston when they had the Warriors up 3-2, the hammy went out. So do you think it's fair if I'm just a little skeptical about not the regular season CP3 and the Warriors, but when you need them most in April, that's when his body will break down?
Yeah, that's more than fair. I think it's very fair. And I'm going to actually build on your point, because I will tell you this. I loved the trade. You the guys, I bet on you enough that you knew how I felt about Jordan Poole. Yep. I made it very clear for a long time. And what they did with Jordan Poole was what they needed to do in bringing Chris Paul on board. And it works for a variety of reasons. But to me, it only maximizes and works if he comes off the bench. Now, again, he doesn't have to come off the bench to start the season. Draymond's not going to start the season. He's hurt. So you start him then, yeah, that's fine. But when you're fully healthy, he has to come off the bench. You can't. You're going to be too small in what's an enormous Western Conference with a lot of really big teams. And I just don't, and correct me if you think I'm wrong, guys, I don't think you get out of Kevon Looney what you want to get and what you can get out of Kevon Looney as a bench player. I think Looney's vital to their starting lineup. I really do. And if that's the guy you're going to go to the bench with, that's a problem. I don't think they're going to go to the bench with Wiggins. I don't think they're going to go to the bench with Klay. I think they're going to play small with Looney off the bench. I wouldn't do it, because here's the other part of this. Chris Paul is a wonderful anchor for a second unit with Kuminga and with Payton and with Moses Moody. Like, hey, to me, put Chris Paul there. And first of all, he guards a little bit. His ability to pick and roll is second to none. And you have so many different options with him there. And really, you talk about being able to put these young guys, Kuminga and Moody in particular, their feet to the fire. Playing with a guy like Chris Paul regularly in a rotation is going to do that. So, like, I love him in that spot. And not to say you're not going to close some games with him on the floor, depending upon the matchup. Not to say him and Curry can't play great together. There's so much you can unlock playing more pick and roll with Chris Paul, with all of this talent on the Warriors team. It really is. I felt as though, from a basketball standpoint, I never doubted if he'd fit. But a situation like this at this stage of his career, he should be the sixth man. It fits right. Like, the Warriors starting lineup is tried, true, and tested. They won a championship this way. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. So we're going to, what, because of his fragile ego, because he doesn't want to come off the bench at this stage of his career because he's in a contract year and wants another deal, we're not going to do what's right because we're worried about pissing him off? To me, it doesn't make sense. I would have him come off the bench, and if he's not happy with it, well, you better learn to deal with it, dude. This is part of being an NBA player when you're 39 years old.
You're listening to Brian Geltzeiler, Sirius XM NBA Radio. Good stuff there. So it's funny, this 5-man unit that's supposed to be the best. Well, it's the best in the NBA according to the numbers. And okay, I'm with you, but they don't use that lineup to close anyway. One of the things I always say is, yeah, it's a great lineup, but if we're that great, they would close with it. Well, they don't close with Looney a lot. I think we're looking at a closing lineup. I'm just going to run, because they're talking about Klay Thompson guarding fours right now. Here it is. You ready? What do you think of this closing lineup? Chris Paul, Steph Curry, Wiggins, Klay Thompson, Draymond Green.
Well, so here's my issue there. Okay, how are you gonna handle Denver? How are you gonna handle Jokic and Gordon and Porter across the front line? When, by the way, you don't have a guy in that lineup as big as Jokic or Gordon or Porter. They're huge, the Nuggets. That's 7 foot, 6'10", 6'10". Across that front line. You know, that's a big issue. When you and right now, you want to talk about coming out of the conference, the Nuggets were the NBA champions, or the reigning champions. Look at them first. Those are the ones that you have to worry about matching up with, and that is my worry. Listen, you're going to match up with the Suns that way. In the end, the Suns' best big is Nurkic, and I don't think Nurkic can play much anymore. I think he's a very, very old 29. I think you can, in certain matchups against a team like Phoenix, you can absolutely get away with that. Listen, I don't even know if you get away with the Lakers, and that's playing Anthony Davis at center and LeBron at the 4. Like, there's teams that are so big in this conference. Listen, if the Clippers are going to end up playing with Paul George at 4 and Leonard at 3 or vice versa and Zubac at 5, you could probably get away with that against them. But you have to look at who you're matching up with. What about Memphis? You're going to match up with Memphis with Steven Adams and Jaren Jackson at 7 foot and 6'11" in the front court with Draymond and I guess Wiggins or Klay as your 4, whoever you decide is going to be that 4. It's just my issue with that closing group is that it's just too small. The thing about Looney is this, and Matt, you're right. They don't close all the time with Looney, but Looney tends to get going early in games. The offensive rebounding thing with Looney is a rhythm thing. Definitely. He gets in his rhythm and he's comfortable doing it. So if you are in a situation where you need to go bigger late in a game, if Looney has started that game, you're much more likely to get more out of him late than get something out of him when he's entering the game 7 minutes in. I don't think he's the type of player that adjusts to the game as well. Just some guys, whether it's mental or for whatever other reason, seem to play the game better as starters. I feel like Looney is that kind of guy. So I hear you that they finish a lot of games that way. And again, I just gave you a bunch of matchups: Phoenix, the Clippers, where it could certainly work. But against some teams you're going to have to beat if you want to get to the finals and win a championship again, it's just too small.
Man, good stuff, Brian. I need your help, okay? Last year, the Warriors had a lot going on. Everybody knows that. Jonathan Kuminga, when it was all said and done, had, people in his camp say he almost needed, I'm paraphrasing, a guarantee of how he's going to be used going forward. I thought Draymond might be let go or they would let him walk because they would give Kuminga an opportunity. And there's risk in that. But, Brian, I got to tell you, he's a 6'8" freak. I don't have to tell you. He's putting on a show in preseason. I know it's preseason, but I'm worried that the Warriors may not be able to give Kuminga what he wants as soon as he wants it. We're on the West Coast. Where you're at, what's the skinny on Kuminga and his upside?
Yeah, it's a great question. And the thing with Kuminga right now is, frankly, around the league, and not to say somebody wouldn't take a shot at him because of all the reasons you just said, but everybody's a little bit down on him. Like, I think there's this whole thing about how Kuminga's being used is, listen, how about just going out there and taking the minutes that you're given and playing better? And how about going out there and taking the minutes that you're given and defending a lot better? I think one of the big disappointment with Kuminga athletically is that there is a really good defensive player in there, but it's not coming out. Yeah. And I think that, so as good as he looks here in preseason, yes, it's preseason, and yes, many teams are not rolling. They're not certainly not giving you the looks they're going to give you in the regular season. They're not rolling out their best players night in and night out. But I don't think anybody's ever questioned the fact that Jonathan Kuminga is an athletic freak. The dude is an unbelievable athlete. But rubber's got to meet the road here for this kid if he wants to get paid. Like, it's time to apply that. And so I kind of look at it. I don't blame the Warriors for not anointing him with anything. And quite frankly, when you look at him and Moody, actually Moody's afforded himself better as an NBA player just because for Moody, you could see a 3D future in him. The defense did get a little bit better last year. He became a good corner 3 shooter later in the season. Like, I like what I'm seeing there. There's Kuminga's upside dwarfs Moody's. He has upside of a superstar, but you got to start to get there at one point. And like, the good example I'll give is Michael Porter in Denver. All right, Michael Porter in Denver was a guy that gave them trouble, frankly, earlier in his career. Wanted to be a star from an early point in time. Had a bad injury, came back somewhat humbled, worked very hard, and let's face it, last year was a pretty vital role player on a team that won an NBA title. And I think for Jonathan Kuminga, that's your mold. Like, you don't just be – it's not everybody's Ja Morant and steps to the floor and is a star from day one. It's a really hard thing to do in the NBA. You have to grow into that. But when you are blessed, and Lord knows, Kuminga is blessed to be with the Golden State Warriors. When you are blessed to go to a team with a championship pedigree where you have to play a role and they can teach you how to be a winner and you can grow into it, that's a great spot for you. But you got to get out of your own head. And I think some of this with Kuminga is, hey, they're not using you right. How about doing the best you can in the role they are using you? Because I just don't think he's done that up till now.
You're listening to Sirius XM NBA Radio's Brian Geltzeiler on 95.7 The Game. I might not ask this of another guy, but I know you're up on it. So Draymond Green opted out and got a 4-year deal. Klay Thompson is making 42-ish this year, and it doesn't look like he's going to get an extension heading into the season. Is that something that you'll note going into the season, or what do you think about that?
I'm watching. I have to be. And the reason I say that is because, listen, Klay last year's a first full year back off of a major injury, all right? The year before he came back halfway through the year. His first full year back. And he didn't look like the same athlete. He certainly had his moments where offensively he looked like old Klay, but the defensive stopper that could shut down point guards wasn't there. Now, this year, let's see what happens. Let's see if it's father time or if it was the injuries. We don't know. So I think right now the not offering him an extension is just to see what he has. I mean, listen, if he were to take a deep discount, I'm sure the Warriors and him could figure something out. But Klay Thompson has never been one to not bet on himself. And I think there's something here with that. Not to say that they don't come to some kind of compromise, whether it's sometime during the season or whether it's, early off season next year and they figure it out, a la what they did with Draymond to bring him back. And I frankly do think that that's the likely scenario. But I think for Klay Thompson here, I think he feels like if he's going to take what he deems a significant discount off of the player that he is, he's got to believe that that's kind of who he's come to and who he is at this stage of his career. And I don't think he thinks he's that right now. So I think for Klay here, I think this is kind of a little bit of a feeling out process for the Warriors. Who is Klay going to be? And then how do we price that? But not necessarily for Klay, but for the Warriors and for everybody involved to make it right. So yeah, I'm watching very, very closely on how Thompson plays, what he does, and listen, how he also factors into the success or lack thereof that the Warriors have.
B, I can't. I'm calling you B, Brian. I can't let you go without asking you.
Okay. Whatever you want.
All right, BG then. That's what I called you before, BG. Hey, I didn't think Dame Lillard was going anywhere. He ended up in Milwaukee with Giannis, and I'm still like, uh-oh. Then I look up and I see Holiday with everything that fell out there. He's in Boston. Who got better in your opinion? Like, who won that?
Boston. Boston got better. And listen, and I will tell you, I'm as big a Robert Williams fan as there is. I didn't love them moving Robert Williams in that deal. And I do worry about how much they're counting on Porzingis. And I think Porzingis healthy is fantastic. I mean, he played 70 games last year, went for 20-9. If they get that guy, they're winning the championship. Really. Because I think Holiday will help them a ton. I think Holiday's a better fit for them than Smart. I love what Boston did. Listen, here's the thing about Milwaukee. You got to understand about the Lillard deal. They didn't get much better. They just did what they had to do so they keep this window open with Giannis longer. Giannis wanted Damian Lillard there. He wanted to feel like they were doing something to try to help them get better after last year's loss. But I have legitimate concerns about Giannis in this situation with Lillard. Drew Holiday was their best perimeter defender. And I know Jimmy Butler torched him in that first-round series, and Giannis supposedly wanted to guard him, and Mike Budenholzer wouldn't make the change. Well, now, Giannis, you're going to get what you wish for because they don't really have a lot of good perimeter defenders there, and they have to play drop defense. They drop defensive scheme because of Brook Lopez. Because if they're going to maximize him, it's maximizing him in the paint. That means you're going to need guys that are out there and aggressive on the perimeter. Giannis is going to have, he's their only really good perimeter defender. He's going to have to guard the Jason Tatums of the world. He's going to have to be the guy that's on those guys. And it wasn't that way. Drew Holiday insulated him from that. So yes, Milwaukee will be better than the 15th ranked offensive team in the league this year. There's no doubt, but they're not going to be as good defensively. And I don't know what that translates to in the playoffs. I look at Boston and I feel like with what they've done with Joe Mazzulla, giving them two very strong assistants now, and Sam Cassell and Charles Lee, and I don't think we can underrate the value of having Jeff Van Gundy there as a senior consultant to be able to help Mazzulla along. I think Boston got the best out of all of that. I really do. I like how they look going into this year.
Brian, thanks a lot, man. We really appreciate it, as always, and we're excited out here because we don't know what's going to happen.
That's the best part of this league, guys.
Yep.
It is as unpredictable as it's ever been. It was like that going into last year. I picked Denver to go to the finals last year. I didn't have them winning at all, but I picked them to go to the finals last year. I do my show on Saturday morning, and I'm going to give all my picks, but I'm digging deep to look at some dark horses. So hopefully next time we talk, I'll have all that for you.
All right, man. Good stuff. We'll talk to you soon. That's Brian Geltzeiler, Sirius XM NBA Radio. He's terrific.
Yeah. I forgot to mention
about that.
I came in here and forgot to tell you.
I forgot that I had Denver going to the finals all year, too. Remember, they had the best record in the conference, and we were talking about the Warriors, and I'm like, Denver's good. Oh, boy. And, no, they don't know. They don't know. They're not good. It's a regular season.
Oh, boy.
Fact.
I think you had Milwaukee at the beginning of last year.
That was in the East. That was in the East.
No,
we're talking about to win it all.
No. That was early in the season.
You wouldn't forget that.
Yeah, I'll give it to you. You came around to Denver like December.
Yeah.
I'll take that.
Yeah.
Because you were all counting them out.
Western Conference Finals.
You guys, see, this is the kind of thing that I remember. Denver can't win it. Why not? They've never been there before. They don't have the championship pedigree that the Warriors have. And really, you think Jokic is really that good? Yeah, I think he's really that good. I think they're good. I think they're damn good. I think they're the best team in the West again this year. Mm-hmm.
What about his Michael Porter Jr. comp for Kuminga?
The Warriors right now, if you told them Kuminga's going to be Porter Jr., they would say, we'll take it.
Oh, there's no doubt.
He's not that good, though, Goo.
Oh, no, I'm not, but he possesses the skill set, Steiny.
Oh,
I got to be honest. I was watching Kuminga scores 16. Don't give me 26 in the free. There's good omens going into the league, but Steiny, I was like, say some of that for the regular season, but he ain't going to get that. Hopefully he does, but I don't see how he's going to get those many minutes to ball out like that. And I think that's the worst thing for him because he's like driving home from a preseason game. I can do this. It's nothing. And then when you come and, you get in to rebound and do the small things to keep you on the court, I'm just worried, man. Because after that playoffs hit and his people were like, you need to tell us how you're going to use us. I'm like, dude, you didn't play like that to do that, pull that card.
I mean, if
he's an athlete, man.
Yeah, he is. But I'll tell you what, if they're all in on a title this year, he's going to have to overcome the same issues that he's had to overcome the last 2 years if he's not gifted minutes.
Man.
In order to help him, do you think if Draymond misses the beginning of the regular season, do you think it might be a situation where we could see Kuminga starting games?
Yeah.
At the 4?
I think it's possible. Didn't he start? Well, that's the one thing is everybody, Kuminga, he's a 3. Warriors don't think so.
Wow.
Not yet, anyway. They view him as a big. No, I think it's interesting, Evan and Goo, they just paid their 34-year-old power forward for the next 4 years. And they've got Jonathan Kuminga, who's now in his 3rd year in the league. So
he was the loser in that. Nobody will say that.
You're telling me this team still has title aspirations? Well, how's Kuminga going to play more than Draymond Green? Assuming they're both healthy. Yeah. Now, maybe Kuminga's the insurance in case Draymond does get banged up this year.
Yeah.
Warriors basketball is back, and so is the Warriors Summit. October 18th. That's today, ladies and gentlemen. Join us at Fieldwork Brewing Company in San Leandro from 4 to 6 p.m. Someone that attends this event today is going to walk away with a Kevin Durant signed game shoe from 2018. That's the championship and MVP season. Warriors Summit, open to the public. Also going to be giving away some tickets to future Warrior games, compliments of Atco Pest Control. So there it is, 4 to 6 today, Warriors Summit, Fieldwork Brewing Company, San Leandro.
Hi, I'm Holly O'Neill.
By the way, Summit. Warrior Summit coming up at 4 o'clock today in San Leandro. Fieldwork Brewing Company. We're going to have Guru, myself, Willard Dibb, Shasky Bonte. We're going to talk about the Golden State Warriors. A perfect day to do it after having Joe Lacob in studio. We're looking for a big crowd. We're looking for numbers.
Yeah.
We're looking for numbers. And
Evan stiffing us. He going to the Warrior game.
Yeah, that's all right.
I want you to stick it to him, and you just.
I'd rather go to the Warriors game too. I didn't say that. I'm looking forward to meet. I'm looking forward to meeting more listeners.
Dude, they're the reason we do these summits.
Yeah, I know. If we're up to me. What are you doing?
Nothing. I just got from a listener
Distracted.
on IG. Guru, I have to work, but my daughter and wife are coming down. They'd like to get a picture with you. You got it.
I got to figure out what to wear. Because I didn't like my barrel chest with Lacob. I'm going to have new kicks.
You're insecure. You let Lacob.
Huge.
Oh, wow.
Massively insecure.
He went in on you.
Vice versa.
Well, see, I wore my new stuff. He didn't say nothing.
The reason I like Joe Lacob is because he's unlike his players. He's willing to play hardball in an interview. The players, softball only.
Oh, please.
Hey, Steph. Here's the kind of question. No, I'm not going to do it. I'm not doing it.
Because you're making it up on the fly, but go ahead.
No. I was actually thinking about it earlier in the show, and then you said something.
I stepped on you.
I lost my train of thought.
My bad.
All right. Can I chastise some Warrior fans?
You do it every day.
All right. So here we go. I'm down on you guys right now. Well, not everybody. So let me get this straight. We had the owner of the Golden State Warriors in our studio today for 1 hour.
All right.
We opened up the interview for fan questions.
That's the greatest thing ever.
Yes, so far.
Okay.
So far.
Oh, I know where you're going.
We got 2 questions.
I love it.
You have the owner of the Warriors. You can ask him anything. And we had one guy ask why we haven't signed Boogie Cousins. And another guy saying, what's going on with Dwight Howard?
Size matters, baby.
Oh, my God.
You just heard BG say, how are they going to guard people in the West? IQ, Steiny.
Come on, people.
Size matters.
You wonder why sometimes you're referred to as casual. Come on.
I did hear him.
Now listen,
Howard.
Luckily, I go back 3 decades with Warrior fans, and I know that was not a good representation of most of the fans, but I'll tell you what. Unacceptable. And I'll tell you what, Joe was not happy. He was not happy about those questions.
He answered. He appreciated it.
He did say they could ask him anything.
Yes, they asked about because the Warrior fans are scorned. James Wiseman's not here. The hope of having a great big, they just want a big man. Nothing wrong with it. And BG just said, how is this team going to guard in the West? And you just listened. You didn't say anything. Now, if I would have said that, you'd have been up in arms.
No, I agree with you.
No, I was trying to use your voice.
I mean, I get it. That team's small. That may be the finishing lineup. But no, they're not a big team.
And what about BG? Are they going to play to Chris Paul's ego?
Okay, you can't do that. There's only one BG, and that's Brad Gilbert.
Well, there's 2 BGs.
Well, but
one in the Hot Boys. He just got out of prison. He's a rapper, Steiny. BG just got released. BG. I got you.
Yeah, Benito Santiago. What are you talking about? I don't know. It's a G. Sorry.
You all righty?
Yeah. I love Eastman. Hey, yeah, so are they going to play into that? Like the finishing games, or is it going to be, you know what? Chris Paul, sit this one out.
Sit what
Not because you're playing the end of the game, because other guys got it going, or are they going to play into who he is? He's a presence. He's a future Hall of Famer. Those are the real questions, and I said that before BG said it to you, Stoney, but it's real.
What did you say?
About Chris Paul.
What about him?
Are they going to feed into who he is? Or are they going to be like, dude, this is your first year here. It's about the team. It's not about your starting, the 6 starters. It's not about your record you got going. Are the Warriors going to operate on, we know who you are, you're new here, but we're not going to bow down and put you in the game in certain times just because who you are, or we're afraid of how you're going to react. And to hear somebody else say it was refreshing.
Listen.
That's all.
Listen. I dare Steve Kerr. I dare Steve Kerr to play crunch time without Chris Paul. I dare him to try to keep Chris Paul off the floor finishing a tight game. You're going to tell one of the greatest ball handlers in history, one of the smartest players in history, the player who turns it over the least of any point guard of all time, a great decision maker, a great facilitator, a great foul shooter, and, oh, by the way, maybe our best smallish perimeter defender still. You can't keep him out of the finishing lineup. You can't. You can't. Right?
Phoenix said by night we can get past it. Everything you mentioned is who, Steiny, I think we're living in the past a bit.
So who's going to play? Who is playing?
Okay, Wiggins, Klay, Steph, Dre, Looney.
Okay.
Wiggins, Steph, Klay, Dre, Kuminga. It could be CP3, but the notion that we can't
right.
CP3.
You know what else
That's
we can't?
What I don't like.
You know what else we can't? We can't. Maybe you take Klay Thompson out because he's not the most cerebral player the last 3 minutes of a game. CP3 will finish games, period.
All right.
I think so, too. He's got to. Isn't that why you got him?
But your wrist, then you're small, man. You're tiny.
They were small when Jordan Poole finished games.
All right.
But Chris Paul ain't going to turn it over 3 times in the last 5 minutes of a game.
No dress shoes.
See, there you go again. And you know what? And he does it right after the guy leaves town.
I did it when he was still playing.
You know he doesn't.
And I used Kenneth Coles.
No, you
I didn't say
Stacey Adams.
Well, I used all of them. Come on now.
How, not like, honestly, like seriously, I don't see how, there may be an outlier game here and there, but if you, you know how people are saying, chemistry, camaraderie, we got to get along, how's the chemistry? And people are worried about Chris Paul and Dre. Yeah. I'm not worried about anything like that. Chris Paul is, I don't worry about his relationship with anybody on the team. But you want to keep him on the bench in crunch time, and it's something that's somewhat consistent, now we've got a monster problem, I think. I mean, you're asking Chris Paul. So you're saying to Chris Paul, now just let me get this straight. You're saying to Chris Paul, hey, Chris, real quick, we just got you. We think you're important, but we're not going to start you, and you ain't going to finish either.
Well, it looks like he's going to get the start. The start,
but only because of injury. The only way that Chris Paul is going to embrace coming off the bench is if he knows he's finishing.
So if I'm going up against the Warriors and I'm Bradley Beal, I'm just using Phoenix as an example. Yeah. I'm Devin Booker, I'm Durant. Any team, and on the court, I got Steph, Klay, and CP3.
Clay's 4. Clay's played 4.
But those are 3 guys I feel like I could have my way with to get to the bucket.
What about the other end?
Right, I'm talking about defense.
No, I'm talking about offense.
Oh, okay. Well, that we can work. We can talk.
I mean.
So you're using my old adage. So sometimes your best defense is your offense.
I'm saying the Warriors have had a ton of success over the years playing small.
All right. Okay.
And that's somebody saying, you know what? I'm gonna do this. Even suggesting that CP3 is in the same realm of GP2 is horrendous.
Well,
I said smallish.
Okay, yeah.
And here's the other thing. You know what? And I know we all like Gary Payton II. I do too. I like him a lot. I think he's cool. He's got to show me he's still got something left.
Speaking of which, he
didn't help last year after they reacquired him.
And somebody tried to say that's why Kuminga wasn't playing. No, Gary Payton said he wasn't ready to go when he came here. Remember he tried to play? He he wasn't in Kuminga's way is all that I'm saying. He wasn't in Kuminga's way. But, Stoney, I do think when healthy, he's your best defender, him and Wiggins. Gary Payton second. We're not even allowing for him to finish a game. Or Looney.
You've got to. You don't think they just fouled Looney? What Looney shoot from the foul line last year?
I'm going to guess 71%.
Oh, I'm going to say lower.
I'm
going to say lower. And what Payton the second shoot, too? I bet he was under 70. Maybe not. He's about 70. Yeah.
Kevon shot 60%.
60%.
Yeah. I lost that one.
What about Payton?
GP2. Come on, baby.
Gary Payton the second shot 67%.
Both D's.
That'll get your ass planted to the bench.
What about Draymond, Evan?
Draymond does a little more than those other guys.
He also shot 71%.
Well, damn.
Who?
Day.
Draymond from the line.
71.
Well, a 71 and a 60. I'd still
no
foul
doubt.
Draymond.
No, Stoney, that's vastly different to me.
Wiggins shot 61.
Here's the other reason.
What?
4-1-5. Yeah, Wiggins couldn't make a shot either. Hey, look at your boy.
60.
Why don't you look at your boy in the playoffs?
Klay?
He took the choke, too.
Who?
Curry. Look what he shot from the line in the playoffs.
Dude.
Yeah, you don't want to look that up.
His
his
back was hurting.
Okay.
Because he was carrying the team.
No, it is weird. If you look at his, he only shot like 80% from the line in the postseason. It was weird. This is right, 4-1-5. You can't have two non-scorers on the floor.
You know what?
That's what got the Warriors beat a lot last year, I thought. I like this guy, Marcus Spears.
Hey, he don't take himself too seriously.
Yeah, I like him. We're just watching TV. If you're not listening, you probably wouldn't know.
I'm
what's
all
up.
over.
Okay, what's up?
Hold on.
Yeah.
I came in here. I swear I wrote it down. I forgot to tell you and Evan because I love me some Jeff Van Gundy that he took an advisor role with the Celtics. You hadn't heard that, huh?
I hadn't.
Think that makes him better or nothing to see here, Goo?
Nothing to see here, Goo.
Yeah.
But maybe, I don't know. I kind of think the game, I don't want to say passed him by, Van Gundy. That would be stupid. But
Can the game ever pass you by when you call the games like he did? Like Mark Jackson, he's been out the game. No, he's been front row for however long they did their run watching.
I think Phil Jackson at the end had totally, what was the phrase I used?
Passed the
game by. Absolutely. Remember his tweet?
Well,
how's it going?
Yeah.
The Warriors were down 2-1 back with their first title.
Oh, boy.
And he put out a snide tweet about, you 3-point teams.
Yeah.
How's it going?
Yeah. Ain't heard from Phil in a while.
Let's go to Devon. Devon's in an Uber. What's up, Devon? Devon, I hope I'm saying it right, my man.
Yeah, Devon, though. It's perfect. How you doing, gentlemen?
What's up, baby?
Man? Hey, so, going in on the final lineup, I'm you touched on it when Poole was there. I just don't see what the issue would be if we have a Hall of Fame guy leading us into with Steph. One, it helps Steph be
yes,
open.
It does.
We know he moves without the ball. It helps him. We're not going to act like Chris Paul isn't one of the most clutch players the game's had as well. And we know the media is deadly. And so he's going to make the right decisions. We love Steph. Sometimes he doesn't make the right decision passing wise, sometimes. So to have Chris Paul there, I see that as a win. I'm not saying we're just going to go 82-0, but I just think it helps, so I don't like the argument against him where it's like, he's injury prone. Well, yeah, he's forced to do so much in the playoffs, and he's forced to play offense and defense, tough minutes in the playoffs. So yeah, he might get hurt here and there. But I think with us, with him having to be able to breathe, like, wow, I got Klay in the corner, I got Steph on the wing, I got Andrew Wiggins ready to slash at any moment. Now the guy guarding me isn't solely focused on me. It might be easier. The game is going to be so much easier for him, I believe. And that's all I wanted to say, gentlemen.
No, I'm with you. I'm with you, Devon, for sure.
Calls like that get me excited, Stone.
I mean, the other thing is, we got to remember the playoffs last year and how Jordan Poole played. We have to remember.
Then he started hardly playing, Stoney. It was an afterthought.
Exactly. They to me, getting Chris Paul for Jordan Poole, one of the reasons they got him is because he'll finish games way more consistently and way more sound than Jordan Poole. You know what? And I'll say it too. Look, Steph's had the times in his career he's had turnover issues. It's a little careless with the ball. Guess what? He doesn't have to handle it all the time late in the game if Chris Paul's out there. He just doesn't.
I'll give you that, and I'll come around to that. But I'm going to say this to a lot of people saying this about Chris Paul, Stoney, and it was apparent to me when I watched the preseason game. This CP3 played, and it wasn't even about his play. But we act like this is an open offense and there's no defense. Oh, he's going to get the ball to Curry. He's going to get the ball to Klay. And those things are going to happen. He's going to get it to Wiggins. But when you watch and have resistance of defenders knowing, okay, I got a guy that's probably looking to pass, it ain't as easy as people picking up the phone, calling in, saying, oh, I just want to get the ball to Steiny. It's easy. It's when you get older, everything becomes just a tad bit more difficult. So a lot of people say, oh, there's just open gym. I'm going to just throw it to Evan. No, there's going to be people in the passing lanes. It's hectic. And again, those guys are going to get the ball, but a lot of people calling in like, oh, it's just going to be easy as if there's no defenders. Just watching preseason, it was a reminder like, I get that, but also remember, you got active legs and young guys with wingspans in the way of knowing, okay, I got a natural J-kid type of passer. He's probably looking to pass first. So it ain't always just as easy and smooth as people make it out to be.
I think it's pretty easy for Chris Paul. Like, that's what he does. He loves to distribute. And I think he's going to be able to do it here. I'll say this about, okay, if you really think, you know how people say, Steiner, you hate on the Warriors.
You don't hear that, do you?
You hate. You're a hater. Okay, I'm going to be honest with you. If I truly was a hater, you know, in other words, if I hope the Warriors fail, okay, let me tell you what scares me. If I hate the Warriors, it does scare me that this closing lineup with Chris Paul, Steph Curry, Klay Thompson. The closing lineup. They are going to be, we got to find out what happens on defense. We got to find all that stuff out. But man, those guys, Chris Paul and Curry, I get it. We may have trouble on the defensive end, and the defense is half the game. I think that fivesome is going to be really hard to guard, especially if they have a big on the floor. Man, Chris Paul's good, man. He's smart. He's really smart.
And I was going to say, what did he do against, not in a bad way, what did he do and who did he guard against Denver? But we were robbed of that because he got hurt in that series last year.
Yeah. 510, no way you take Klay shooting out at the end of the game. I don't think I said Klay.
No.
I think Clay's got to be.
There's no doubt. He's in it for me. We know what he is on the line.
3 for 19?
The free throw line. You ain't fouling him.
That's because he never gets fouled. He goes to the line 1.7 times a game. Should we go to... we only have a minute. I'll go to sophomore. Right. Sophomore Pacifica. I'll just cut you off if you go long. How you doing, man? Actually, I'll just do it right now.
Let him be a junior.
Why can't he? He's bad connection.
He's more like a freshman. Get it, sophomore.
What's up, Evan? I can always tell when you're ready to say something.
Granny was still on the phone with sophomore when you called.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah.
You were overzealous.
That's right. It wasn't green.
You were
30
overzealous.
seconds.
It was
Apologize to sophomore. We'll get you tomorrow.
Who the hell is he?
Dude, we should take calls at the
What are you looking forward to at the summit, guys?
That lager they got at Fieldwork Brewing Company.
And I was looking at the food, the pizza.
Hey, we better get fed tonight.
I'm looking forward to Christy, Willits Christy, the great Christy. She takes care of us.
It's just fun. You know me. It's all about the listeners.
Are you really stopping to put on your Jordans?
Yes, I am. I got to change my shirt, too.
15.
Because of Lacob?
No, because I realized, you see this red stuff?
Oh, yeah, you need, yeah, I see you.
I guess I had a red towel in there that bled a little bit.
People on the radio can. Gotta go.
Oh. All right, we got to go.
It's that time again, Dub Nation.
got dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Okay, right away, we need noise. We need noise from the early arrivers. The early arrivers, stand up and be counted because
Yeah. Wow.
Let's go.
Man.
You all have a special seat at the table. Appreciate you so much. And you got the good seats. So make sure you tell everybody as they're on their way in. But, yep, it is Warriors Summit Day right here on 95.7 The Game. Willard and Dibs live kicking the whole thing off. Fieldwork Brewing Company in San Leandro. And for some reason, whenever we do these, it's outdoors and the weather is perfect.
Yeah.
We're on a roll.
It's called Radio Karma, Mark. Yep. And when you have a station, look, I dialed up. I prayed last night for perfect weather. I asked for 79. I got 80. I'll forgive it. When you do these summits and, when you get these summits and you get great crowds and great people and great content, you get great weather, Mark. That's how it goes.
We are so excited to be here, and the only way that this is not going to get better as the day goes is if you are not making your way right now down here to see us, because as you already heard, the crowd on the scene is excited, but there are so many more of you on the way so that we can talk about all kinds of stuff and get ready for this Warriors season. And, of course, we want to break bread, shake hands, clink glasses, whatever it is. Steiny and Goo, who, of course, you better be here early now, Steiny and Goo, because, of course, you wind your way out of the crossover. So now you better be here early. So they're on their way. Banter and Joe on their way. We hope all of you are on your way. There is parking around the area here in San Leandro. The beer, the pizza, the weather. Come down
giveaways, Mark. We got some giveaways,
thank you for
too.
bringing that up.
Yeah.
Warriors tickets. Man. Kevin Durant's big old shoe sitting behind a frame right next to us. Joe Lacob this morning with some interesting things to say about Kevin Durant and how this should sound next week. So we will get to all of that and what we promise is going to be a special day.
Yeah, and Wednesday is one of those days where in the NFL calendar we still maybe take a glimpse back, but we're getting ready for the upcoming week, but it's not until Monday where they play again. So this is actually a perfectly positioned summit where we're in a little bit of a tweener mode. I know we do have some NFL topics to discuss, but you mentioned it in our pre-show confab. 6 days, Mark. The NBA season starts in 6 days, which it feels like it used to be closer to Halloween or on Halloween or early November, but here we are in mid-October and we're ramping up and we got preseason hoop. We've got starting lineup convos. We've got Draymond Green's ankle. We had the owner in studio.
Contract talk.
Yeah. Oh, God.
Steve Kerr, Klay Thompson. We're going to get to all of it, but you mentioned we are still in the throes of a very, very big NFL season and coming off of what was the most discussable 49er game so far this year. So want to make sure you all know that as we have the Warriors Summit at 4, there's going to be plenty of Warriors, but also 49er discussion in this 2 to 4 window until the rest of the gang gets here. And in thinking about that, the game still 5 days away when they take on the Vikings. But we were having a conversation earlier, and I just find this sort of dynamic interesting. And I certainly try, as you know, I try to look at the things people are saying about whether it's certain players, certain coaches. If I hear something that to me is like, wait a minute, I want to challenge you on what you're saying, because it is way too easy right now to say things in the national media like Brock Purdy's a system quarterback, or he's a product of his surroundings. And I woke up thinking about this today because we don't know if Christian McCaffrey and Deebo Samuel and Trent Williams are going to play on Monday night. And I thought about how those two things that people say actually bump right into one another. If you're a system QB, that means Kyle Shanahan can scheme anyone open. If he can scheme anyone open, then it shouldn't matter who plays. The system should be what takes over, correct? So if he's a system QB, then he'll still play great on Monday night.
Well, if he's competent in the system, then yes.
If he's a product of having great teammates, then he would crater on Monday night if he doesn't have three of his best teammates with him. So I actually have a more pointed question about this thing, but right now, which one of those do you think is actually driving that Brock Purdy commentary? The idea of system, which is the coach, or teammates, which is obviously all the guys.
And that's what I'm fascinated by in terms of Monday night, because if McCaffrey doesn't play or is limited, same with Debo, same with Trent, I think we get a more definitive answer, because if Brock throws to Ray, Jawan, and Brandon, if he hands it to Jordan
Mitchell.
and Eli, if he has a depleted talent squad around him and Brock Purdy goes out and throws for 270 and 2 or 3 touchdowns, whatever it is, and they win the game, and he gets back to his usual 30-point outburst, well, then it's not the system, it's Brock Purdy. But if Brock Purdy goes out there and he doesn't have the same level of talent around him and he struggles and they struggle, well, now you're looking at a quarterback who maybe needs these security blankets around him. If Brock goes out and has a game like he did against Cleveland, against a much lesser defense, and the Niners only put up 18 or 19 points, then I think you can rightly look at Brock Purdy and say, man, maybe he does need to have these guys around him.
Your phone calls are always welcome, 888-957-9570. The text line is open. The YouTube and Twitch feeds ready to go. The chat's there, and you might want to get over to YouTube, especially today, and take a look at what our very, very different and awesome surroundings here at Fieldwork Brewing Company in San Leandro look like. So check it out. We'd love to chat with you there on YouTube, and hello to our YouTube audience, many of whom I know are on their way to show up here today. So here's where this is leading for me. I think that for many, we have set up a scenario, or maybe / arrived at a scenario where Brock Purdy can't win. He can't win. If he goes out, there is one hypothetical here, which is that some portion of Trent Williams, Christian McCaffrey, and Debo Samuel are either not available or not themselves. If they go out there and they are less or unavailable, and the 49er offense does not look good, well, now it's, you're simply a product of your teammates and your surroundings. If they do go out and play well without those guys, it's, wow, this Kyle Shanahan system is really something. It works no matter who you put in. Is there a scenario where he could go out and play well without some of his top teammates, where he actually ends up getting credit for it?
Of course. It depends on how it looks. Now, if they go out there and Brock Purdy has a quiet game, yet Jordan Mason does McCaffrey-like things, and, Jawan Jennings steps in, or Ray McLeod steps in as a receiver and does what Debo normally could do, then you'll look at Kyle Shanahan's system and say, well, the system didn't miss a beat, and Brock was 14 of 21 for $180 and 1 touchdown. Brock was able to manage what they had. If he goes out and Kyle Shanahan looks at what they have and says, you know what, Brock, we're going to need you to do things differently. And I talk a lot about the personnel, 21 personnel. If they go to a lot of 11, which is 3 wide receivers, or if they go to 4 wide receivers and no running backs, which I think they might do at some times when they have to throw the ball. If Brock Purdy goes out in those formations and throws for 325 and 3 touchdowns, he gets credit. So it's not as easy as, it's a lose-lose for Brock. It depends on how it looks to me.
It's not as easy as saying it's a lose-lose. I agree with you. But I do also go, didn't we already do this? He went out. We already led up to a game where everyone was like, okay, you've done X, you've done Y, you've done Z. Do this, and we'll be convinced. And that was a week and a half ago on Sunday night with the Dallas damn Cowboys coming to Levi's Stadium.
Right.
And he threw 4 touchdown passes, all of them out of the pocket. They won by 32 points, and the world moved on with the idea that, okay, we can finally stop questioning who this person is and how the 49ers are going about their business. And I get it. I understand. We overreact to whatever we most recently saw. But here we are 7 days later with, okay, now is there something wrong? Is there something wrong? You know, he doesn't have the access to all of his teammates. He threw an interception. He had a bad game. The 49ers lost. All of that stuff comes right back after one game.
Right, but I'm with you in terms of what you said Monday about sample size. If the sample is too small to call him good, the sample is too small to call him bad. And I'm not saying that after Monday we definitively think one thing or the other about Brock Purdy. I do know this. He's never played a game without Christian McCaffrey in the backfield. So if he goes into Monday without Christian McCaffrey in the backfield, if he really struggles or if he really plays well, that'll be something you could look at as either, hey, Brock was able to overcome not having an MVP candidate, or, geez, Brock really struggled without having an MVP candidate. And you can say the same thing about Trent Williams. I don't think that he's played a game without Trent Williams yet.
No, I don't think he has.
I don't think Trent missed a game late in the year. But, again, I'm not trying to, throw a blanket over the entire career or make broad sweeping statements about Brock Purdy. I'm just saying this is a new hurdle. It's not a higher hurdle. It's not a make or break game for Brock. I just think it's an interesting game in terms of if he doesn't have these guys, how does it look? How does Kyle Shanahan make it look? How does Brock Purdy play without potentially the three of the most important people on your offense?
Well, I think what you just said there is kind of what I'm interested in, which is this time, if you're playing without those guys, you can plan for it. Doesn't mean it's going to go well.
Sunday you couldn't really plan for it.
Sunday it was unplanned. And now you got to do things on the fly. The 49ers, I'm sure, know right now, not definitively, but they've got an idea of where those three guys sit physically and what the likelihood is that they're going to play or be limited or what have you when the practice week for them gets started in earnest tomorrow because it's a Monday night game. So I think they've got some sort of an idea and they can plan around it. But I guess I would ask it to you this way. And again, largely, A, are we talking about a hypothetical? And B, everybody is going to be entitled to however they want to view this, obviously. But I am always interested in the way we react to things. So what if I ask it to you this way? If the 49ers are missing some or all of those guys, they come out on Monday night and they play very well. They win the game 27-17. Brock has his normal whatever. Give him 240 yards and a couple of touchdown throws and a touchdown run for Eli Mitchell, something along those lines. If he does that, who do you think the national media the next day is complimenting?
Brock Purdy.
Not Kyle Shanahan?
Well, I mean, Kyle Shanahan to an extent, but nobody's going to look at Kyle Shanahan in a one-off in that way in terms of, boy, Shanahan really schemed the hell out of that game.
I'm not
sure.
Boy,
Ray McLeod and that jet sweep.
I'm not sure.
I don't think so in terms of the broader scheme, unless Kyle does something totally different.
It was after the Cowboy game that Shannon Sharp made his comments that Brock Purdy was a system quarterback. It was after the Cowboy game.
Right.
4 out-of-the-pocket touchdown throws.
Shannon Sharp.
Yes.
And he's out there trying to advance his brand.
Of course. I'm not sitting here saying it's the end of the world or it even matters. But I do wonder if we have created a box where Brock Purdy can't be great based on a narrative, can't do this, that, or the other until he wins Super Bowls. Is that where we have to go before we can even change the conversation? Because we have built a box where if Christian and Debo are there running, then it's them. And if they're not there, well, then it's Kyle and his scheme. What is the path to Brock Purdy busting this narrative?
Well, you know the path, and we can talk about fair or unfair, and you just mentioned it, and the path is to get to the ultimate spot where you win the ultimate game, and then that quiets everything. And it is draftism, and it's a number of other isms that you have coined and that we've talked about on this show, but because he was the last pick taken, he's always going to be looked at a certain way until he gets to that point where he quiets all of it, which is by winning the Super Bowl. And think about Jimmy Garoppolo. If Jimmy would have beaten Kansas City in the Super Bowl, if they would have won that Super Bowl, it wouldn't have mattered that he is, and I hate to say injury prone, but he's injured again. So whether he's injury prone or not, he's had a long career that's been beset by injuries. He's got two injuries.
Two injuries this year.
Two
injuries. Already
injuries.
missed a game with Aiden O'Connell earlier
Inside.
in the year.
We used to do that bit. I'd like to bring that back. 2 owies inside the
one
same
season,
body, one body.
And it's only week 6.
Correct. And so
6.5.
all those narratives change if they are Super Bowl champs. So for Brock Purdy, he's going to have to fight against this albatross the entire time. I do think if he doesn't have Debo, Christian, or Trent, and he goes out and plays well and wins a Monday night game on the road, I think he gets more respect and more credit than you think. And I don't want to ruin a beautiful day here at Fieldwork with this bit of news, but rise and shout, the Ruiz quarterback rankings are out, courtesy of The Ringer.
Yep.
Yeah, you're not going to like it.
I didn't like him. I didn't like him last week. I didn't like him last week when things were good. Why would I like him now?
You know the expression stock up, stock down?
Sure.
We like to play Brock up, Brock down.
Is Brock down?
Down, down.
Way down?
Like,
you want to do this now or you want to hold it 10 minutes?
Let's do it now.
Go ahead.
Let's do it live.
Go ahead. Tell me
Let's
where
do
it is.
live.
I haven't looked at him because I don't go there.
According to quarterback guru and noted football expert Stephen Ruiz, the new quarterback rankings are out. Patrick Mahomes continues to be number 1 on the big board. He's been number 1 the entire time.
Docker.
Mark Willard.
Okay. He scored 19 points last week. Go ahead.
He's number 1.
Yep.
And nobody can put asunder. Yeah, Allen, Jackson, Herbert. Trevor.
Oh, I'm sorry. Say that. No, don't roll through that. What? I'm sorry. What happened now?
Allen.
Yeah.
Josh.
He scored 14 points on Sunday. Go ahead.
Lamar's up from 4 to 3.
Okay, Lamar.
He had receivers who actually caught the football, as I do my Brian and
Exciting. Yep. He went. He was in London and was fine.
Justin, don't call me Sherbert.
I'm sorry. Who?
Justin Albert.
Justin Herbert.
Down from 3 to 4.
Justin Herbert fell from 3 to 4.
3 to 4.
Now has a losing record and played probably what objectionably viewers called the worst game of his career.
Yeah, just
7. He also didn't score 20 points.
He's down a spot. What do you want, Mike? Stephen Ruiz to do?
I'm just processing information. I'm an elite processor of information. I'm just like Brock Purdy. Go ahead. Yeah.
T-Law is 5. Trevor Lawrence. Stafford is 6.
Okay.
Don't sleep on Dak, up from 9 to number 7. Dak.
Dak moved up because he scored 20.
Yeah.
Okay.
Geno Smith is down from 7 to 8.
Geno Smith is top 10. God.
Jalen hurts so good.
Oh, because he scored 14 points and made a beautiful decision there at the end of his game. All right.
Tua's up from 11 to 10.
Okay, Tua, they put up 40-something. All right, I get that.
Burrow went from 13 to 11. He's getting healthy.
Well, and he scored a whopping 17 points. Okay, keep
You're going to love
going.
this one. Tom Brady.
I know. That's his little joke. Okay, so that's fine. That one doesn't even bother me.
Calamari is
Kyler Murray, who doesn't play football.
Well, we prefer calamari, and if they have it here, I'd like a nice hot steamy plate.
That would be great.
With some aioli. Cousins in a Monday Night Showdown is 14.
Okay.
Jared Goff, sneaky MVP candidate.
Jared Goff should be higher.
Than 15.
Jared Goff should be way higher. Like putting Jared Goff below Geno Smith is hysterical.
Ryan Tannehill holds at 16.
Okay, also hurt and also terrible. Go ahead.
C.J. Stroud soaring up to number 17.
Right, the rookie. Okay.
Derek Carr comes in at 18.
Fantastic game for Derek Carr. Loss.
Here's one that'll hurt you. Russell Wilson. Sliding to 19.
Got it. His own team would bail on his contract if they could. Go ahead.
Danny Dimes, I'm too hurt to play.
Daniel Jones
at number 20.
Holds at number 20. Also didn't play football.
Deshaun Watson with a subscapular shoulder issue.
Also didn't play
football.
football.
Shout out Doc Pandia.
Okay.
He holds at 21.
What else?
I mean, we may never get to Brock Purdy.
Apparently we won't.
Baker Mayfield is at 22.
Baker Mayfield, who made fun of himself in his own press conference, saying that was as bad as he could play.
But Corkle Jones, with one of the worst interceptions of the season, is down to 23.
Mac Jones, who is involved in an active chess-playing tank by Bill Belichick. Go ahead.
Brock Purdy, down to number 24, lost 2 spots.
24.
On a...
okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Good.
Your thoughts?
My thoughts are that Stephen Ruiz does a great job of being talked about on the radio each week.
We just gave him 5 minutes.
I know, and we say it every time we do it.
Yeah.
But it is. It's like a drug. It's like a car chase on the news.
Hey, man, can I get a dime back, Ruiz?
little shot of Ruiz.
Yeah, you got any of that Ruiz, man?
Yeah.
I can say that because the boss is not around.
Listen,
let me get some of that Ruiz.
I'm sure that it sounds this way, and let me dispel. Like I don't lay awake at night worried about what Steven Ruiz, Shannon Sharp, Skip Bayless, or anyone else has to say about Brock Purdy. I get it. I more look at the whole thing as a collective. And there is a collective incongruity right now.
Look at you.
With regard to, I said it slowly before the beer comes. Incongruity going on right now in this discussion. And I do think that the conversation we had earlier helps us arrive at one of the reasons why. So, sure, there is a way to explode any narrative. You need to go win. You need to go win the whole thing. Go back to Brady versus Belichick. There were plenty of people who would have been like, Belichick! Oh, it's Belichick! And then Brady goes to Tampa, wins the Super Bowl, and it was a slam dunk. Your argument is over. It's a wet newspaper. It's been torn in half. You better throw it out. And so when Brock Purdy gets the 49ers a division title again, when he goes through the playoffs, and if and when that goes well for the 49ers this year or next or whatever, because you know my great saying, it is Super Bowl or try again next year. The hats are still on the way. But once he does that, then it mostly, by the way, goes away. But because of what I'm talking about, and maybe this is one of the things I should have said off the top, I think we've reached a point where even if he wins the Super Bowl, he's not going to get the credit we think he's going to get.
He will.
I don't think so. People have won the Super Bowl before and been called game managers. You know the list. Everybody always whips out of their back pocket, and they go, but Dilfer and Brad Johnson and Joe Flacco.
Jeff Hostetler.
Is he going to have to win too? Because we've created a box where if his teammates play well, it's them. And if his teammates are not there or playing well, it's Kyle. Where is, and I mean this now, I know you think it's there, I don't.
Yeah.
Where's the avenue for Brock to kill this bug?
Let me ask you this.
Okay.
What's in the box? Is it Brock Purdy? Is Brock Purdy in the box?
He's not.
There's two boxes.
The box is the narrative.
Right.
The
And
box
one
is what
narrative
people
is
say.
He's surrounded by unbelievable talent.
Yeah.
And the other box is you've got the QB whisperer and the laminated play sheet. I do think that if he goes out Monday and plays without those guys, and we don't know if they're going to be out or limited or whatnot, but I do think that Brock Purdy can continue to change the narrative. He's already changed the narrative by the very fact that he is the first Mr. Irrelevant to throw a pass, let alone complete a pass, let alone throw a touchdown, let alone win a game or 10 games in a row. So he's already exploded through the ceiling of what the expectation was for him to get to the point where he's given the credit. Maybe he has to win Super Bowl MVP, or maybe he has to win the MVP, or maybe it's as simple as him going to Minnesota without Trent and Christian and Debo and putting up another 30-burger.
What if I threw this at you? Do you want Christian McCaffrey to play on Monday night?
Do I?
Yeah.
Absolutely not.
You don't?
No.
Why not?
Because the injury he has, and I don't know how badly he's hurt, I know that with rest, he can get better. And I'm just concerned that if you play Christian McCaffrey and he's compromised in a position where you're going to get hurt and you're going to get hit in the oblique, you're going to get hit in the ribs, I'm concerned about the potential for re-injury. If Brock Purdy plays with this injury, and he did last year, he has a better chance of avoiding hits. Christian McCaffrey cannot avoid hits.
No, he can't avoid hits, but what if I offered this? Because Doc Pandia was on our show yesterday, and that idea of can you make it worse? I know people are like, well, anything could be made worse. Sure, you can break anything, right? Kevin Durant goes out there, and there's an indicator that something's wrong in the muscle, and yeah, he made it a whole lot worse, right? We know stories like that. But there are certain injuries where if they do boil down to just a very sophisticated bruise, you can't bruise a bruise. You can't more bruise it. Like a break, something like that, if it's a fracture, can become a clean break. Or a muscle that's pulled can snap. But if it's just a bruise, and all you're saying is, Christian, when you get hit there, it's going to hurt. Well, what if I responded and said, right, football hurts. It hurts. It's going to hurt no matter what the hell happens on Monday night.
Okay.
No matter when, you can be fully healthy, and it's going to hurt. Football for a running back hurts. So if you cannot make it any worse at all, and it is truly just a matter of Christian gritting his teeth and doing this, what's the concern?
The concern is that he won't be able to play at 100%. And if he's injured or if he's hurt, I don't know the difference between injured and hurt. I understand that. If he's hurt and bruised and limited, maybe he can't do everything you need him to do. Maybe he's more conservative in stretching out for a pass that Brock throws high and that results in an interception. And I don't know that we know definitively that this can't be made worse. I don't know if we've seen an actual confirmed diagnosis of what this is.
The MRIs,
they won't say.
The MRIs and the X-rays were clean. So It hurts.
Right.
It hurts really bad. I mean, if you even go back to what we watched Christian do on the sideline, when you watch him trying to stretch out, he's doing some lunges and all this stuff. And then when he goes out there on the field, he does one run, and you're like, he could tell, oh, dude, that's uncomfortable. But he just runs off. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't appear, at least, that physically he can't do what he normally does. It just hurts.
Okay. I mean,
I'm not a doctor.
Yeah.
I'm just telling you what they're saying.
Well, I am one on the radio. I'm a radio doctor.
I know you are.
Yeah. So we'll see.
I would play him, and if it doesn't end up feeling good or end up being a game that he can get through, you then have a home game the following week against the Bengals.
Yeah.
You and I have pizza on the line.
Oh yeah, we do. Babysitting.
And is that the babysitting one?
Yeah.
Oh, the pizza. The pizza's the Wiggins thing.
Yeah,
so I get paid twice next week by you.
No, you don't.
This is great.
The Bengals, don't sleep on Joe Burrow. He's healthy. He's coming in with the W, and you're going to have to be swabbing up some diaper.
There's literally zero chance.
And
but
this baby of mine, she's going to hit you for not 5, not 6, but 7.
You can stop talking because it's not happening. We're sponsored by Flag and Anthem, but you have the bye week after that. But you can certainly weigh in on that. This early in the season, would you almost rather Christian McCaffrey decides to sit this one out? 888-957-9570. We've got some eye-opening comments from Joe Lacob about Steph Curry, about Draymond Green, and about Klay Thompson. That's all ahead as well. We're at Fieldwork Brewing Company in San Leandro. Warriors Summit Day is here. You better get here. Willard and Dibbs, 95.7 The Game.
On 95.7 The Game.
Fieldwork Brewing Company, let's go! Yeah. San Leandro's on fire today. I want to point out a few because a bunch of our favorites are already here. Grandpa Daddy is already on the phone. Okay, Ernie is here. San Jose Jazz fan is sitting over there too, and I want to point you out, Jazz fan. A, because I think you were the first one here.
Yeah.
Second of all, you came in your cell shirt. That is a hell of a look. Stand up and be counted. There you go. With Trevor May on the show yesterday, and he was even saying he couldn't get one of those. We got to see if we can get some. Keep the cell shirts alive.
No doubt. And I wonder if the boys had a chance, and they were so good this morning. I didn't catch the whole thing. Joe Lacob live in studio. Did they ask him about buying the A's? Because that would have been.
It definitely was at least insinuated.
Okay, good.
An insinuation sensation.
That's
no
a
doubt.
buck.
Yeah.
And it's gonna. I mean, it'll take more than a buck for Joe to buy the A's, and I know that he's addressed it before. And the answer is, I would if I could, but I can't, so I won't.
Well, and then Shasky tried to get him to buy the Giants.
That's a little bit pricier.
Yeah, it's pricier.
Yeah.
But, you get better property.
Yeah.
It's better, you know what I mean?
Man, and that's basically all of that land between the two stadia is now developed, and it's crazy down there. Crazy.
Yeah, Joe Lacob, that could have been the question. You down with OPP? The P stands for property.
Yeah, okay. It always has.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. So anyway, those all came up, and we'll have some Joe Lacob sound for you in a little bit because he said a whole lot of interesting stuff. But another reminder, if you're on the fence right now, get off the fence and get here because this is fun here. We are in a beautiful setting. The weather is fantastic. The seats are filling up. The vibe is elite.
Yeah.
The beer is fantastic. And all of the boys are on their way. 4 to 6, Warriors Summit. We've got the KD shoe combined with it. Bring it over here to YouTube.
Yeah.
Check this piece out. Check this piece out if you're on YouTube right now. Framed Kevin Durant signed shoe from the NBA Finals MVP season, surrounded by some pictures of KD, framed, matted with Warriors logos. Really, really good-looking piece. And one of our attendees is going to walk out of here with that. And then we have Warrior tickets as well, right? We got Warrior tickets. We got a couple sets of Warrior tickets to give away as the season gets started. So you got to come down here and join us at Fieldwork Brewing Company in San Leandro. They have been unbelievable hosts. Now, speaking of being the opposite of that, poor hosts.
Geez.
Well, the 49ers were very poor hosts when the Cowboys came to town a week and a half ago.
They were rude and unwelcoming, Mark.
Micah Parsons is doing good and bad things right now. One thing that Micah is doing is he's almost taking a page out of the Kelsey book, the Draymond book, which is, soon as anything happens, get your butt to the podcast. Get your butt to the podcast as quick as possible because you're going to build a brand. His podcast is called The Edge. This week, the Cowboys get a win on Monday Night Football. The Eagles and 49ers get a loss. Listen to how Micah handled that specific scenario.
I just don't condone the bashing of Dak Prescott and the Dallas Cowboys and have the same energy for the Eagles. We want the same energy for everybody because there's a whole bunch of bashing when it's Dak Prescott, but not the same when it's the Eagles. I got time today. A lot of people said the Browns defense was overhyped. I said the Browns are the real deal. Acho said this, which pissed me off. I'm not worried about the 49ers. They were missing Christian McCaffrey, Deebo Samuel. The Browns were missing Deshaun Watson, Nick Chubb. They were missing them key factors before the game even started. So why is it that we are just scrubs and we're nobodies that don't deserve to be on the field and we're just all talk? But there's 100 excuses for these other teams. If y'all just want to hate Cowboys Nation, just say y'all hate Cowboys Nation. I'm tired of people trashing my quarterback. I'm tired of people trashing my team. And that's why I had nothing to say to the media this week. You want to hear me talk? Come to hear me talk on The Edge Monday night. And that's point blank period.
Okay, before we react to that, Fieldwork Brewing Company family, do y'all hate Cowboy Nation? Let's hear it. So first and foremost, there's nothing wrong with that. Hating Cowboy Nation is what you're supposed to do as a human being. That just means you're a good person.
Well, there's no such thing as Cowboy Nation, first of all. There are only two nations, the Raider Nation and the Sioux Nation, which was the original nation.
What about hashtag Dub Nation? We're here at Warrior Summit. You're going to leave out Dub Nation? Steph Curry would like a word.
It's not Dub Nation. It's strength in numbers. It's Warriors ground. It's many other things. We can be creative without having to nation everything. But go ahead.
That's what he tweets before every game. Lock in Dub Nation.
Right, and it's a bite off the Raiders, and it's an unfortunate bite.
Okay.
And it's regrettable.
All right. Dibs came to Fieldwork to rip Steph Curry. Go on.
You came here to rip an athlete for speaking his mind after yesterday you went out of your way to defend the right for athletes to speak their mind.
I have no problem with athletes speaking their mind. I have no problem with
You just don't like what Micah Parsons is saying.
Well, I think that he's leaving something out. If he wants to have a podcast, I think it's fantastic.
Well, he's coming at one guy in particular.
He's coming at Emmanuel Acho.
Right, and I didn't hear what Acho had to say.
Acho, that was the 49er piece. The Eagles thing is not about Acho. His point is you all freaked out about Dak Prescott when he had a bad game and lost, and nobody said a damn word when Jalen Hurts and Brock Purdy went out and had bad games and lost. The problem is I didn't see Brock Purdy throw 3 picks. I didn't see Jalen Hurts. Now, I did see him throw a real bad pick.
Really bad pick.
Really bad pick. But what I did not see is Brock Purdy and Jalen Hurts lose by 4.5 touchdowns.
Yeah.
4.5 touchdowns. You lost by 32 points.
And it wasn't that close, Mark.
No. So, to me, great. Have your podcast. Have a take. Don't suck. And you can rip whoever you want in a public forum. That's fantastic. Grow your brand, my brother. I got you. But your points, when you make them, are now open for debate. And my response to Micah Parsons would be, what happened to you at Levi's Stadium on Sunday night a week and a half ago is not akin to anything that we've seen happen to any other of the top teams except one. If you want to compare this to any other of the 5-1 teams, you compare it to the Miami Dolphins.
Right.
What happened to them?
They got freaked in Buffalo.
When they took on the Buffalo Bills and lost by 4 touchdowns. When you get completely outclassed on a football field, we are allowed to say that. That did not happen to the 49ers or the Eagles last weekend. They simply lost football games.
Yeah, but I think that what he's saying, what I'm hearing him say, is that he thinks that Dak is bearing too much of the responsibility for that loss, and there's too many people who are coming down Dak's road for the fact that he's not playing well, and that's what I'm hearing him say. He's defending his quarterback, like Eric Armstead is defending his kicker. He was defending his quarterback, saying too many people in the media, and he singled out Emmanuel Acho, are singling out Dak Prescott as the reason that Dallas isn't as good as they thought they'd be.
Well, I do think, look, that resume plays into this. Jalen Hurts and Brock Purdy are both still relatively new to the party.
Yeah.
They're young players. Jalen Hurts has had like one full season where he was like, everybody get out the way. This is our QB. We back him.
Don't both have more playoff wins than Dak already?
Indeed.
Because Dak's got the 1, right?
Indeed.
And Jalen's got 3.
Jalen went to the Super Bowl. Brock is 2-1.
Right. Wow.
And he hasn't even played a full season as a starting quarterback yet. So I do think that that's a big part of it. It's almost like the boy who cried wolf. If you're going to show up to a party now and be like, Dak's a really good quarterback, it's like, we've heard this before. We've watched you go into big games, and seemingly every time you do, you come up short. Look, he's had 3 shots at the 49ers just in the last 2.5 years, and he's getting further away. He's not getting closer. He's getting further and further away. While Brock Purdy and Jalen Hurts, in theory, every few weeks, every month that we watch them, I feel they look a little better. That may not be the truth for Jalen Hurts this year. He looked a little better last year than he does so far this year. I'm not really sure what that is.
Well, hard to look as good as you did last year when they were, 13-0 to start the year or something?
Fair point. Although Brock Purdy, you probably would have come into this year, and I remember our discussions about whether or not he can get better.
Right.
And it was like, well, how can we be better than last year? Well, through the first 5 games, he was. Now he's at his first loss.
He's been better. He has gotten better.
Absolutely.
I acknowledge that because that was my question as to, can he get better? And you and I had this discussion about, most quarterbacks at his stage in his career, they do get better. Some regress. It's rare. Sure. But he got better, and he got a lot better between last year at the end of the year and this year at the start of the year.
It's bringing to mind something that Grandy threw at us, though, like a week ago with regard to what Dak's career looked like through Brock Purdy levels. Yeah. Like once you had started about 11, 12, 13 games, I would argue Purdy's numbers were almost all of them were a little bit better than Dak's, but they were comparable.
Very close.
Dak had only had 1 loss. The completion percentage was just a little bit lower.
Yards per attempt were basically the same.
Pretty even. Touchdown to interception ratio. I think it's important sometimes that for all of us to do this exercise just so we can sort of check our own perceptions. And I mean this in both directions, because I know a lot of you think that I'm like too positive on Brock Purdy. The exercise is to put things side by side and remove the name. The number 1 player in the NFL, I would argue right now, in the what I would call the remove the name game, just line the numbers up next to each other. Take the name away, and you tell me, okay, which quarterback do I want? Which set of numbers do I want? Or which set of numbers do I want to compliment? The number 1 name in the NFL right now is Jared Goff. If you put Jared Goff's numbers next to Tua's or Josh Allen's or Herbert's or Mahomes, you cannot tell the difference. And Purdy is dang close. It's a little bit different on yardage, right? But Goff's team, that's why I keep looking at this. We're only 6 games in, but if you truly want to ask who's a threat to the 49ers right now and the stated goal of the 1 seed, it's not the Eagles with that schedule that's coming up. It's the Lions.
It's Detroit, and
It's the Lions. They look fantastic on both sides of the ball.
I was looking at former coworker Joe Fortenbaugh's Twitter earlier today, and he said something that he probably got from me last week in terms of who wins the NFL MVP, and it's almost always a quarterback, and it's almost always a quarterback on one of the top 2 seeds. And so you look at the top 2 seeds, and as you would forecast them to be right now, if you looked at the top 2 seeds in the NFC, based on what you're saying, and I agree with you, Detroit's schedule, they have an inside track to being one of the top 2, and then either the Niners or the Eagles you would expect would be one of the other top 2, and in the AFC, you would look at Kansas City, Buffalo, Miami as the 3 front runners, but if you look at just those quarterbacks on just those teams and those numbers, and then you add in the wrinkle of the Detroit story, if they wind up going 14-3 and they are the number 1 seed, and Jared Goff is doing what he's doing, he's going to win the MVP.
It's not out of the question. It is not out of the question at all. They already have a 2.5-game lead in their division. I know the 49ers already have I guess theirs is a 1.5-game lead over the Seahawks, but the Lions already have a 2.5-game lead, and you can look at the lay of the land. They're the only team in that division with a winning record. They're going to run away with it. The challenge for the Lions is going to be keeping their focus the last 3 or 4 weeks, because that puppy is going to be over. Right. They are going to be playing only for seeding, I would predict, in the last 3 weeks of the season.
Well, that's where the new format actually helps them to stay sharpened, because getting that bye and getting home field throughout is a real thing. You know, when you used to get the top 2 would get the bye, you weren't as incentivized to get the 1. Obviously, you want the 1 for the home field in the conference championship game, but now you get the bye, the all-important bye, when you get the 1 seed.
I'm just pulling some of these numbers up since we're on it, just for fun to kind of look at it right now. By the way, in terms of yardage, Jared Goff, 5th in the league right now with over 1,600 yards. He has thrown for more yards than Mahomes. He has thrown for more yards than Allen. He has thrown for more yards than Hurts. He has thrown for more yards than Trevor Lawrence, Justin Herbert, Dak Prescott, Russell Wilson, Lamar Jackson, Joe Burrow.
Those are names.
All of them. Yeah. All of them. Like, the people he's behind would even shock you. Everybody knows Tua's leading it with the way that offense is going. But the next 3 are Cousins, Stafford, and C.J. Stroud, of all people. So I do think that that's a good exercise to go through to sort of check how you feel about a player, take the emotion out of it, and look.
And the resume.
And look at the production that you're getting. Goff and Purdy, for me, are the 2 most underappreciated quarterbacks in the NFL this year.
And Purdy continues to lead the league in QBR, not quarterback rating, but the more accurate ESPN stat of QBR, even though he had a bad game. Ooh, Brock had a bad game.
Yeah, second in regular rating now.
But number 1 in QBR, which to me is a more accurate rating. Jared Goff is 4th. And we mentioned the top 2 seeds in each conference as potentially being those 5 teams, and not coincidentally, those 5 quarterbacks are your 5 leaders in QBR. Purdy, Tua, Allen, Mahomes, and Goff.
By the way, and also I still focus on that interception category. To me, it is the thing. It is the number 1 thing, the touchdown to QB ratio that you are asking for your quarterback to do, to not go out there and lose the game. And if I click on QBR and get an ordered list of what's going on in NFL quarterbacking, he is number 1 with 1 interception. And as I roll down the list, it is almost impossible to find another QB, the best in the league, who can match that. All of them, other than Stroud. Stroud is the only other player, and his TD to interception ratio is 9-1. Brock's is 10-1. Those are the only two guys who have thrown just one pick this year as far as starting quarterbacks who've played most of the game.
Yeah.
Anthony Richardson has also thrown one.
Is he out for the year?
He's going to be out for the year.
Yeah.
It's not official, but
that's what I heard today.
They are considering. Is it official yet? I knew
not official, but I heard something.
The owner of the team said 2 days ago, looks like he's out for the year.
Yeah.
He's going to have surgery that's going to knock him out.
Which, I mean, Gardner Minshew stepped forward again. Brock Purdy's number 2 in the league in what I think is a more accurate stat in terms of picks, and that's interception rate, like the percentage.
Turnover-worthy plays?
No, just interception rate. Like, what percentage of your throws? Stroud is at 0.5. Brock Purdy, 0.6%, Mark. 0.6% of his throws result in an interception. What Lucas is telling you is 2:57 is the break time.
Oh, 57.
Right.
Okay.
A real producer would write an actual note with actual words on there.
No, a real producer would have known how to make a 5. That was some chicken scratches that I got.
You know what? That's anyway, a 5 for you calling out his 5.
I'm glad that
you get a 1 for your 5.
I'm
Lucas.
glad you're sitting next to
Lucas
us. I'm glad you're here today. Yeah, Grandy back at the studio. We should take a moment actually to thank everyone on scene here at Fieldwork Brewing Company in San Leandro.
Do you see that sign over there?
Guru's rat count. Oh, my gosh. Don't put it at 1 yet. Let's be accurate. Yeah, Guru, I'm sure you're listening. We've got a Guru's rat on the table.
Brought to you by Atco.
Pest Control.
Yeah.
Actual cardboard counter
it's so
in the building.
Yeah.
So, Guru, bring your rats and put them on the table. There you go.
He's going to show up with a gigantic cage
of
rats. And real quick, 30 seconds on rat on the table. Can you imagine if he actually pulled out a rat and put it on the table?
I wouldn't put it past him.
I'm just saying.
I would not.
You want to see the crowd skitter and scatter. Anyway.
Atco Pest Control would love.
They'd be
like on the scene, coming in like Ghostbusters.
So
no, but thank you to each and every one of you who are here. Thank you to each and every one of you who are on the way, and also our 95.7 The Game team up here at the table with Matt and Lucas and Tim. What time did you get here today, Tim?
Probably about 11.
What time did you get here today, Tim? Yeah. What time did you get here?
Yeah.
He never wants any credit, but thank you for everybody.
And Tack as well. Tack,
yes, you guys are all here putting everything together for us, and we appreciate it so much and can't wait to see so many more of you here on the way. And we should probably start getting into the dubs here and grease the wheels for what we're going to be doing here from 4 to 6.
I'd love to, and I'm a little bit bummed. I'm a little jealous that I wasn't there for the Joe Lacob in person because I would have been the only one who might have come at Joe a little bit. Because last time,
what do you want to come at Joe for?
Well, I came at him last time he was in studio back in the Jolo and Dibs days. We were going back and forth. It was in advance of the disgrace at Chase, and one of the last questions was, who do you think's going to win between Low Neal and me in a one-on-one game? And Joe Lacob, he didn't take the bait. He's like, well, you got a pro athlete and you got some radio guy, and so I'm going to go ahead and side with the pro athlete here. Very well reasoned.
So you came at him? He was right.
Well, he was right.
Okay.
But I said, you know what?
Yeah, that's the thing.
I said, that's fine, Joe. I've always been more of a goober guy anyway.
Wow.
And I walked him off. Walked him off.
Tibbs admitting that he's a goober right here live on the radio on 95.7 The Game.
I do a Peter Goober, but I'll save it for off the air.
You mean the part owner of the Dodgers, Peter Goober?
Oh, boy.
Yeah, see, that's why I can't. I got nothing. Peter Goober, great part of the ownership group.
Yeah.
I got nothing to say. But when I once upon a time was at a Dodger Giant game at Dodger Stadium, and Goober was about, I know, get the drop already again, because he was, he was about 3 rows in front of me. But it made my heart hurt, because he's sitting there rooting his butt off for the Dodgers over the Giants.
Yeah.
And it was killing me. I'm like, wait a minute. You're a Warriors. You can't be rooting against the Giants against the Dodgers.
That's unfortunate.
He's like, yes, I can.
Well, that said, we're all Rangers fans now because your guy.
We're kicking everybody's ass.
Yeah. Rangers-Phillies would be a fun series.
It looks like it's headed that way.
Yeah.
It looks like it's headed. The Phillies look unbeatable. And that environment in that building.
Right?
Oh, you want to talk about what I'm jealous about? That's what I'm jealous about. I am jealous of the Phillies' atmosphere. I'm jealous of Bryce Harper being on their team, but I'm just jealous of that atmosphere because, by the way, I think that this city has forgotten, and as we go back to Jazz Fan in his Cell T-shirt, this market has forgotten the environment that we created in a baseball building. The national media was blown away by what that ballpark at 3rd and King sounded like in 2010.
Oh, I thought you were talking about 66th and Hagenberger in 2014 when we all booed Josh Hamilton when he dropped the fly ball.
That too. This market has forgotten about what can be created, and there are a number of reasons why. John Fisher and obviously the boredom that has been created within the Giants organization. All of it is guilty, and it's a shame. It's an absolute shame, and they've got a very, very short amount of time to turn it around and go the other direction. However, the beauty is right now we got the dang Niners and we got the dang Warriors to talk about.
6 days from now, the vibes at Chase Center are going to be off the chart, Mark.
Absolutely. So let's get into it. Joe Lacob with some fascinating comments about the Klay Thompson contract situation, the Steve Kerr contract situation, what Draymond's contract situation. Help them learn about these contract situations. We're going to get to all of that coming up next. We're presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. We're Fieldwork Brewing Company in the Dro. San Leandro's the spot. The weather's beautiful. Get your butt down here and join us on Willard and Dibbs. The summit is on the way.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, let's go, Phil Work. Let's go. So we're in San Leandro, but Oakland is showing up. Fox in Oakland is here. Gene in Oakland is here.
This is Gene in Oakland.
I love it. This is becoming a family, isn't it? Look at y'all. Everybody's getting to know each other. And it's all part of these summits, which I know we're going to keep doing. And this one, we are thrilled to be at Fieldwork Brewing Company in San Leandro. We hope that you are on your way. Yes, there is still good seating available.
Yeah, couple.
But not a lot. And everybody is showing up. And so we want to thank all of you for showing up. We want to thank Fieldwork. By the way, 8 Bay Area tap rooms, as we know, for Fieldwork.
Yep.
Stop by any one of them. Fresh beers, game day, tailgate party, that kind of a vibe. You can get free delivery if you're within 5 miles of a Fieldwork. There is a big Halloween party coming up at all 8 locations.
It's an actual Dog-a-ween.
Dog-a-ween Halloween costume contest. October 29th, noon to 2 at all 8 locations. There will be prizes available. At October 29th, let me think. That's a Sunday, right? We got football all day.
Correct. Yep. Halloween's on a Tuesday this year. A possible sick day. I got to let the boss know.
Well, allow me 10 seconds to do my annual why the hell is Halloween not on Friday every year complaint. I'd like to lodge that with the government if possible. I don't understand why Halloween would ever be on a Tuesday, but it is. Also, though, and they're bringing these up to us right now, so I'm going to report back to you a little bit.
Okay.
But Fieldwork Brewing Company introducing an all-new line of non-alcoholic beverages.
Oh, I'm in.
For those who, I don't know, might need to work when they're at a Fieldwork Brewing Company.
Good point, yeah.
So you've got the lime and salt super tonic, which is delicious. You've got the passion fruit and orange bitters super tonic. You've got a root beer and a ginger ale option that I think might be on the way. So again, Fieldwork Brewing Company, we are having experience after experience with all 8 locations, and it has been absolutely first-rate each time.
I've been to 5 of the 8, I think.
Oh.
Much like my children, I can't figure out which one I like the best, Mark. Even though deep down I do know which one I like the best.
That's a lie.
Yeah.
Do you believe what Deion Sanders said a few weeks ago, that we all play favorites with the kids?
Without a doubt.
Yeah, see, I don't.
And my oldest is still, and shout out Quest for those of you who remember when he was a baby doing
to get down.
Doing drops on another station. He actually still holds it against me because his younger brother was clearly my favorite for decades. And so he and I have had to make amends over the years because clearly I favorited one over the other, as do you with your 3. I don't. I won't call you out.
I really don't. I really don't. Get on over to YouTube. You can get a new look and see a little bit about what we're doing here at Fieldwork Brewing Company. And the gang is all on the way, less than an hour away. The full-blown Warriors Summit, preseason style. The gang will all be here. We'll be talking it all out. We've got tickets to give away. We got the beautiful Kevin Durant signed shoe to give away. So if you're on the fence or you're in the area, make your way over to Fieldwork Brewing Company here in San Leandro.
I'm really interested to see where the conversation goes because, we've got certainly topics that are obvious, such as, is this still a championship team? Are they in a championship window? The one that we've all beaten into the ground about
who's
Chris
starting?
Paul, you starting? You coaching? That whole idea. Jonathan Kuminga, I do think is going to be a hot button topic as far as, is he ready to make that year 3 leap and be a real part of a playoff championship caliber core? And if he is, what does that mean? What are you going to get from the veterans? And then obviously the big ones, contracts. Klay Thompson, Steve Kerr. Do they sign? When do they sign? How does that all go?
Well, let's dive into this right now. And in fact, so Grandy, how about AB38? This is Joe Lacob. Earlier today, in studio with the Morning Roast, they did an unbelievable job, got all kinds of stuff from Joe. I hear he hung out for an hour, maybe more. So very, very generous with his time, and the guys got to everything. You bring up Kuminga, and I think there's a lot of excitement about what he might be able to do as a player this year. But the bigger issue that Joe got to is how long Jonathan Kuminga will be here. Take a listen to what Lacob said about Jonathan Kuminga.
I think it's looking really good, right? The evidence so far. We're going to find out a little more as the year goes on. I think he's incredibly talented, like I think everyone feels that way. And it's a process. He just turned 21. Think about that for a second.
That's crazy.
He just turned 21. It used to be you didn't get out of college till you were 21 or 22.
Right.
So I think this is the time when you're going to see him really take off. And I think he understands, after being around here a couple of years, what he needs to do to contribute and be successful on this team with these players and this coach and this organization. So I think he's doing a great job. I expect him to have a big year and probably be here a long time.
Okay, so interesting. I always want to hear the tone when they talk about that. And when he says at the end, he's going to have a big year and
sourcing sort of activity about where people are at in terms of, Jordan Poole, should he come back or should he not come back? And then Mike Dunleavy talks about how, he's still under contract, and 2 days later that he's gone, and, Chris Paul is in and everything changes from there. But the one thing you've heard about, Steve Kerr joined us earlier this week, and he talked about leadership and what Chris Paul brings and how this group feels a lot more connected. And that's the word connectivity they've been using throughout the entirety of this preseason.
I got to tell you, I'm surprised about this. And Grandy, if you can pull up AA 39, this is Steve Kerr talking about that comment you just referenced with regard to the leadership they need. I think this is definitely something we'll discuss with all the guys, because this grabbed people's attention, especially if you don't hear the context of it. And you're like, wait a minute, you needed Chris Paul's leadership? Even though you've got the likes of Draymond Green and Steph Curry and Steve Kerr and Klay Thompson and Looney and people like this already on the roster. So if you want the context of that, take a listen. Here's what Steve Kerr said specific to Chris Paul and leadership.
He's the perfect fit for us right now because, frankly, I think we need his leadership. I think we needed, a guiding force for this group. I think our team was so young last year and obviously, never really got it going. I think we put up a pretty good fight in the playoffs, but never really found our groove. And I think, coming into this season, I think Mike Dunleavy and his staff, I think they recognized that we needed more veteran leadership. And between Chris and Dario Saric, Corey Joseph, we added 3 incredible professionals and really, really good players. I mean, obviously Chris is a Hall of Famer, but Dario is a terrific player. Corey's been a rock-solid point guard in this league for, almost a decade. So it just feels like this group is more balanced and more capable of kind of getting off to a good start and establishing something early and building some momentum.
I am fascinated by Steve Kerr saying, quote, we needed more veteran leadership. I wonder how you sort of pull that apart, because they had plenty of veteran leadership. However, I'll also say this. You do, as we know in sports, you always get to a point where the same voices start to become quiet. I don't know who it is that was necessarily tuning out the veteran leadership, or if he's simply talking about the Jordan Poole situation. We know Jordan Poole and Andrew Wiggins were really tight.
Right.
I know that recently Moses Moody pointed out in a positive way, saying Draymond Green is the one who's really like leading my way. But I don't know if we needed more veteran leadership. We needed different veteran leadership.
I think both, and I think in terms of the second unit, and we all expect Chris Paul to be a big part of the second unit at some point, leading that group and trying to unlock Jonathan Kuminga and all the rest of it. But when you look at what you had last year in terms of Jordan Poole, not a veteran leader. Kevon Looney's a veteran, but he's not an outspoken leader. Wiggins is not either, and he missed half the year. Klay Thompson's more of a keep to himself kind of a guy, and he doesn't necessarily lead in that way. And what did Draymond Green say at the start of the year, or what did he say about the start of the year? His leadership was muted because of what happened in that practice with he and Jordan Poole. So you really had a big-time leadership void for a number of reasons that you won't have this year with Chris Paul there.
Here's my big question, man. This is something we're going to throw out to fans today, to listeners, to people on the scene, and obviously all of the guys when they get up here in front of these tables. I think it's one of the biggest questions off the court facing the Warriors right now. How important is it that Klay Thompson, Draymond Green, and Steph Curry never, ever, ever wear another jersey?
I mean, how important is it to the fans? How important is it to the organization?
You can only answer for you.
For me, it's very important because we've been in situations forever in this town where we've wanted this in certain ways and we haven't gotten it. And now you have this group, these three guys who've won 4 championships. Kevon has won 3. He's a forever Warrior. But just take the big 3, Steph, Klay, and Dre. It rolls off the tongue because it's a thing. They all 3 were born Warriors, and they all 3 need to have their careers end as Warriors. For me, it's very important. Even, Mark, if it means on the back end, you got to eat it for a couple of years, and you got to have a couple of years where, geez, this guy is overpaid, and your team is not championship level anymore.
I'm with you.
I know Joe Lacob doesn't see it that way.
I know.
And I don't believe he's going to proceed in that fashion, but as a fan, if they're 38, 37, and 37, and they're all past their prime, and they're all in their last year, and the Warriors are 30 and 52, I'm going to remind myself it's okay.
I'm with you, but that to me is the issue that I would love to actually get a real answer about behind closed doors, because Joe Lacob is a type A billionaire. He does not want to lose. He does not have an ego that will allow him to say, sure, it's okay if we're just kind of mediocre
He'll never
for a little
admit that.
while. But by the same token, he stated very clearly today that he is activated by the idea that all 3 of these guys never, ever wear another jersey. So the truth of the matter is, it does feel like Joe thinks something can happen with the Warriors that is probably not realistic. It is not. It is not a rational thought to say you can pay all of these guys what they want to be paid, you can make sure that they never wear another jersey, and you can be elite for another 4 years.
Right.
That is not a realistic NBA thought.
I think you're right, and I know Joe was talking about getting Steph and Klay and Draymond past LeBron in terms of titles, because right now they're all tied up with 4 chips apiece.
We'll play that for you in a sec, but yes.
I do believe that if they were able to get one, then that would make the back end of these contracts a little bit more palatable for Joe Lacob, which is why I do think there's a lot more urgency on this year than anyone's going to let on, because you made the trade, Poole out, Paul in, thinking that Chris Paul can help you more right now than Jordan Poole can. So if you're Joe Lacob, yeah, you don't want to have these guys end their career in their late 30s and be no good. However, if you can get one more chip before that happens, I do think, one for the thumb, I do think you can tolerate this back end looking a little bit unseemly.
Is it one for the thumb, or is it simply about beating LeBron James? Listen to this now. Joe Lacob talking about the idea of getting Steph a 5th ring. Grandy, give us AB 29. Joe Lacob and the idea of getting Steph ring number 5.
We got a window here. We've got to try to win another title. And I really badly want to see Steph and our guys, Klay and Draymond, get another one. LeBron's got 4.
Yep.
They got 4.
Yep.
Let's get 5. Let's seed him to 5.
Right.
Thank you.
Nice cameo by Joe
it.
Shasky.
Yes.
Slam that table. Thank you. Here's one thing I love. This is an owner who, and he does a good job. The decorum, I get it. You're an owner. You realize that your statements are going to be taken and replayed and massaged and moved and discussed and all of those things. But what Lacob does a great job of, outside of just wanting to win, is I do think he lets some things into the room that normally people in his position won't. Joe Lacob did not make it about wanting to win and doing the best we can for Steph.
Right.
He just flat out made it about LeBron. He's like, that dude's got 4, we got 4, let's get 5. I love that. That's different. That's different than what you normally hear someone in his position say.
This is why you love him as an owner, is because he's an owner first, but he's a fan second. And he might be a fan first, and oh, by the way, I own the team. That's the vibes you get from Joe Lacob. And you see him courtside, and he gets up, and he's pumping his fist. And normally you would look at an owner and be like, okay, all right there. All right, Susie cheerleader, settle it down.
Right? There's Cuban, there's Ballmer.
But these guys really, really mean it. They're not phonies. Like Cuban, when he's getting $1 million fines for yelling at the refs, he really is mad at the refs.
Yes, I was going to say, you don't think Cuban's a phony on this.
No. These
Cuban,
guys are not phonies.
No,
that's what I'm
Lacob,
saying.
Cuban, Ballmer. Who am I missing? Owners that are actually in row 2, like ready to pump a fist, ready to roll up their collared sleeve, take the cufflinks off, and let's have a night.
Yeah, and that's where, so Joe Lacob says what he says, and honestly, he speaks for all of us because, we want to get not 5, not 6, not 7, thank you, LeBron, but to have more than LeBron, already you feel like Steph and Klay and Dre, you've gotten over LeBron. You've done better than LeBron head-to-head. You beat him year in and year out. However, when you look, and I pulled up the Wikipedia earlier, and the list of players ranked by title, and the 4 guys active with 4 titles are LeBron, Steph, Klay, and Dre.
Yep.
So wouldn't it be nice to be up with and I think it's Tim Duncan's got 5. Steve Kerr's got like 13.
Right.
But
Kerr and Robert Horry mess everything up for everybody.
Kerr has 5, though, as a player. But as an exec and as a coach, I think he's got maybe 10.
Doesn't he have like a third of the rings the last 30 years?
That was the stat.
Yeah, something like that.
Big time.
All right. Here's the elephant in the room. And as we start the season, the elephant in the room, and the reason we're asking this is obviously about Klay Thompson. We all thought this was among the most interesting things that Joe Lacob said earlier this morning on the Morning Roast when he compared Klay's contract situation to the negotiations that just took place with Draymond Green. So AB 25, Grandy, here's what Lacob said in comparing the Draymond situation, which is now done, and the Klay situation, which is not.
Well, I hope it's not a distraction. I mean, we're not in control of this. I mean, there's 2 sides to every negotiation. We want him back. He wants to be back. It's kind of like Draymond.
Right.
I think you guys, everyone needs to just chill a little bit. Let this take its course. My guess is it works out. Okay? I can't control it. I can't dictate it. You can't dictate it.
Right.
Fans can't dictate it. These things have to take their course. There's different parties involved, but the intentions are really good.
Well, the Draymond situation was different because he had an opt-in and he could opt out if he chose to.
True.
But do you look back at how that went and learn any lesson from that? Was it good, bad, indifferent? Was it just business? Like, did that have any tangible effect on the season last year, you think? Oh,
it might have, but I think there were some issues last year with respect to some of the contracts. Some of the other guys got contracts I know you're referring to. Maybe it did. I I don't think there's going to be anything like that this year, though.
Yeah.
I really don't. Klay's a professional. Respect him tremendously. And we're going to do our best to get this done. And, hopefully it is done sooner rather than later, but it might not be.
Okay. I mean, for me,
man,
there are 5 fascinating things that come out of that conversation alone.
First of all, Lacob telling all the fans to just chill.
Chill.
Fish be chill.
Well,
go back in there and chill out, everybody.
All right. And I quote, my guess is it works out. Then again, that was his guess with Bob Myers as well. And I know that that's totally different because we're talking about an executive. But when I hear him talk about that and speak about the fact that, look, there's 2 sides to every negotiation. This is not completely in our control. He's sort of saying it takes 2 to tango. And we know that Joe Lacob is not used to people saying no to him.
Right.
So when I put all that into a bucket, do I feel like confident that, sure, chill, it's going to work out? I got to be honest with you. I don't.
Wow.
I don't feel that way based on where we sit today. If Joe Lacob is right, chill out, my guess is it can work out, but I'm not sure. Meantime, Woj and Myers are on national TV saying sides are far apart. There's been 0 movement. Season starts in 6 days. Like, I think we can read between the lines. There's a lot going on here.
Right,
and there's a lot of work that needs to be done and a lot of agreeing that needs to happen that right now isn't.
I think, and from what I heard him say, is this whole thing's going to get tabled until April, May, or June, whenever the season gets done. Yeah, I don't.
See, I think that gets loud if it goes that, and it might. Well, if it goes that long, it's going to get loud.
I can't see either side wanting to negotiate during the season, and we are 6 days away from the start of the season. So what you're saying about, the 2 sides seem far apart, I agree with you. Joe saying, chill out, I think it's going to all work out, tells me we're going to let it play out, and then at the end of the year, if Klay does what we expect him to do, and we're in a spot that we expect to be with Chris off the books, Klay's going to get the money he wants, and Klay's going to be here. That's what I was hearing.
Yeah, I don't know if I see it that way, and in fact, when you hear what he says, and I thought this was an interesting job by Shasky to sort of say, hey, what'd you learn from the Draymond thing that you can take to this? And he said, look, last year some guys got some contracts that, clearly it was still in the room. It was, he didn't use these words, but what I'm gathering from listening to it, it ruffled feathers. I thought in that clip, Joe Lacob confirmed that money last year was absolutely a part of the disagreements in play. But then as he wraps out of that conversation, he goes, look, this year we've got professionals. I mean, I know no one really wants to go too deep down this road anymore, but I hear veiled shots at Jordan Poole when I listen to what Joe Lacob just said.
For sure. And the reason why they signed Jordan Poole when they did was so that they would have some flexibility, or as we like to say now, optionality is the word we all use now. So by signing Jordan Poole, you had optionality. Jordan Poole's year, the way it went that way, and you realized, you know what? We need to do better. Well, how do we get better without taking on a ton of money, which we can't take on? We trade Jordan Poole. So, yeah, veiled shots or not veiled shots, they're all taking him now that he's out the door.
All right, here we go, okay? You can hear it behind us. The place is filling up. Fieldwork Brewing Company in San Leandro is the spot. I see everybody settling in with their beer of choice or whatever. Yes, hello, welcome, great to see you. Everybody is looking good. I hope you're feeling good, and I hope the rest of you are still on your way, including the rest of the guys. So coming up next, not only will we let you hear exactly what Joe Lacob said with regard to the importance of the Big Three finishing in Warrior uniforms, but also coming up next, the arrivals. You're going to watch Goo walk in, and Steiny walk in, and Bante's going to walk in, and Joe's going to walk in. And
Joe's already here.
We are going to get ready. Is he? I didn't even see him.
Spadoni's in the building.
Spadoni, everybody.
Spadoni's in the building.
All right.
Spadoni.
So we're getting close to the full-blown Warriors Summit, and that is coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, now you want a root beer.
Yeah.
Now you want a root beer.
Yeah. I got it. Yeah.
I mean, truly my style. I'm holding up this Fieldwork glass right now with what looks like a Guinness, and it's a root beer.
I got root beer envy.
Now you want one.
Now I want one.
I tried to tell you that they were first rate, and now you want one.
No, you're right. They're first rate, and the only thing maybe better than the beer and root beer here is the crowd, Mark. My goodness.
Listen to all of you.
Yes.
Let's go. Really excited because we are just getting started. The crowd already looks fantastic here in San Leandro at Fieldwork Brewing Company, where, yes, there is now an entire line of brand new non-alcoholic options. It does not look like many of you have made that choice, but you can, and that's the beautiful thing. You got the lime and salt super tonic, the passion fruit and orange bitters super tonic, and then ginger ale and root beer, which is what I'm rocking right here as we wait for the rest of the boys to get here and start the full-blown Warriors Summit on 95.7 The Game, celebrating the start of yet another Golden State Warriors basketball season. And I tell you, before we hear more from Joe Lacob, I'm going to ask you to do something that you do well.
Okay.
And that is keep it real.
You know I like to always keep it real, Mark. I keep it real.
So, when you look at what the Warriors have done, and all of us had different feelings, mine very negative when Chris Paul joined the team.
I've never seen you like that.
But this team was an old team, and they got older.
Oh, I love it.
So, in your heart of hearts, do you really believe that this is a true championship contender this year or not?
I mean, I don't want to borrow from slogans gone by, but not only do I believe, we believe! Yeah! And I'm not just playing to the audience.
Not at all.
Okay, not even
Not at all.
bit.
Not at all. It would have been fun if you were like, no.
Yeah, exactly.
Not really. Not into it.
I said this a couple months ago when the whole thing went down about Chris Paul, and I do believe that this is the only scenario where they can win a championship. And I know it's always health, the big question about health, but if this group is healthy in April, I do think that they can win a championship. That to me is not pandering.
Yep.
It's not homerism.
I feel it.
It's keeping it real. It is a bit of a long shot, though, to think that a 38-year-old Chris Paul, who will be 39, who always seems to be hurt in April, that he'll be healthy. Andrew Wiggins missed half a year. Can he be healthy? And I know that it wasn't physical. It was outside of the purview of basketball. But you're asking Klay at 34 to be healthy and Steph at 35 to stay healthy. And he's had his moments slipping on Lake Montejunas famously and getting a grade 2 MCL. And you need Draymond, who gets ice every time he comes off the floor. You're expecting him to be healthy. So I do think it's a bigger ask than, if they're healthy, they'll be fine. If they're healthy, I think that they're going to be a tough out.
Quick reminder that we're sponsored by Lucky California. It's Willard and Dibs for 23 more minutes, and then the gang all jumps in here, and we do the full-blown Warriors Summit, and we absolutely cannot wait to talk all of this out with you, and we thank you for listening or being here today at Fieldwork Brewing Company in San Leandro. I'll tell you what has really kind of spoken to me with regard to this Chris Paul acquisition, because when I first saw it, you're like, gosh, I can't do this. I can't wrap my head around the idea of Chris Paul being with the team. And then sort of the PR of it all starts to take over, where the Warriors are like, no, this is exactly what we need. Even though they also admit that a big part of it was the finances. Like, let's just be honest here.
Yeah.
The fact
Just
that
keep it real, Mark.
I'm going to keep it real. The fact that they can get out of the Chris Paul deal at the end of this year, as opposed to Jordan Poole having 4 more years, is a very, very big part of this maneuver. There's no doubt. But what I've noticed and what has made me come around a little bit is not the words, it's the actions. Because as the old saying goes, the actions speak so much louder than words. What I don't think you can fake is the way the Warriors feel about this Chris Paul addition. I feel like it's genuine when I watch and listen to the things now that Steph and Klay and Draymond and Steve Kerr with us earlier in the week, when they say what they are feeling and what they see right now in practice, it feels genuine to me. It almost feels like even they're surprised.
Right.
Like pleasantly surprised that it is vibing the way that it is. And
Right.
to me, that's important. We know how good the basketball players are, but the vibe is what killed last season.
No doubt.
The off the court is what killed last season. That's got to be on point, and they look like they're vibing.
Yeah, the vibe has been great early on, and it's only preseason and it's practices, but the whole idea of Chris Paul and what we know about Chris Paul, the villain, Chris Paul, the opponent, and Chris Paul, the pitchman, and Chris Paul, a guy who may or may not have led his teammates through a secret tunnel to try to fight with an opponent after a game, and all the other things, and things you know from your time in LA, and things we've heard and all the rest of it, and yet he comes here, and after the "you coachin" response, once he got here, media day, in practice, volunteered to be a part of the San Quentin contingency, and all the other things he's done. Not only has he had no missteps, he has gone out of his way to integrate himself into the culture, and I think that when it comes time to him coming off the bench, he'll take an additional step in, I don't know if he'll volunteer to come off the bench, but I don't think that's going to be a problem when that comes up.
All right, so how was Joe Lacob's experience compared to ours when Chris Paul arrived? Because while I'm sure he was in on all these conversations, he's also not the one necessarily conducting these trades. So, Grandy, give us AB16 right off the top. Joe Lacob's reaction when the Warriors traded for Chris Paul.
Sort of my first reaction to it was, huh? Like just like you, like most people. But it sat with me for a week or two. We were discussing it. We had different options we were looking at. And then it really became a potential idea when he was traded to Washington. He wasn't going to stay there. And we just thought about it, and we just said, this kind of makes sense.
Yeah.
So it at first, just like you, I was sort of questioning it. And I have a lot of co-owners, friends and whatever, to this day, they come up to me and say, really? Chris Paul? Yeah. They get upset. And the truth is, I think they're all going to be won over.
Well,
he's a fan, Mark.
I'm not going to say count me among them yet, but the openness to this whole thing has obviously changed for almost every Warrior fan I know. On draft night, when this discussion was ongoing, and then right around that time when it actually happened, there was a ton of resistance from this fan base. Whether this is all truth or fiction, whether it's going to work or not, we'll find out. But we have absolutely, and I am definitely among the group, like the shift from where it was when it first happened to where we are now has been real.
It's been profound, too, and it's happened in a short period of time in terms of the acceptance. And I know that if they come out and they don't look great, and I do think the biggest problem they're going to have is on the defensive end. So if you go out and you lose a game 132, 125 because Chris can't guard anyone and Steph is exposed and, maybe Draymond's not in the game yet or whatever happens, if you're finding that defensively you've got liabilities and you're losing games because of it, we might feel differently. But right now, going into the year, it's all positive, and the vibes are great.
Yeah, so the defensive side of the basketball, it's one of those moves where people will turn on you quickly if it doesn't work.
Right.
There's no doubt. We're going to go right back to, I mean, it's almost the Chris Paul thing to a degree is almost like the Brock Purdy thing in one respect. There's resistance to the idea at first. There were so many Trey Lance fans, and people were like, wait, really? You're going to use Mr. Irrelevant and just tell us that that's going to work?
Right.
And then you're sort of wooed by it, but then if it turns around and doesn't work, you're going to go right back to guns and be like, come on, Shanahan, what on earth were you thinking here? I do think the same exists here. You've convinced Warrior Nation that Chris Paul was a good idea. If it doesn't work, then all of that history of disliking Chris Paul is going to come right back at the Warrior organization. So there's a lot of risk here.
Poole's averaging 28 a night in Washington.
No doubt.
And I do think that's an interesting piece of what you're saying, Mark, because if Chris Paul is either injured or ineffective or both, and Jordan Poole's out there putting up 40 burgers and 50 pieces, or is it a 50 burger and a 40 piece? I can't remember which way we went.
I think it was a 50 burger and a 40 piece.
Right, so either way,
burger's more special than pieces.
Pieces and burgers, if they're happening in our nation's capital, we're going to feel differently if CP3 is unable to go out there and do what he needs to do.
All right, the functional question, though, that is on the minds of every Warrior fan right now is not just this season, but beyond. And do these 3 careers that we've watched from beginning till now, do they end in a Warrior uniform? This was an important conversation they had with owner Joe Lacob this morning with regard to his level of importance that he puts on Dre, Klay, and Steph retiring as Warriors. So this is AB 23, Grandy. Here's what Joe Lacob had to say.
But I will say it's really important to me to have the continuity, all right, to have the continuity and to have these guys retire as Warriors would be such an amazing thing to have happen. Steph, Klay, Draymond, the 3 most highly tenured players in the league, 1, 2, and 3, I believe right now. I'm very proud of that. And we should all be proud of that. And by the way, that's when I grew up, that was important to have. You knew that these guys were your guys. They were your team. They were always with the team. There wasn't free agency and all that stuff. Now, the world's changed. We all understand that. And business realities do enter into it sometimes. But look, I would love, more than anything, to keep those 3 guys here through the entirety of their career. And we're going to try to do that.
I tell you what, there's something in there that is so important. It's so important. I mean, he can give the whole it would be great, and it's really important to me, obviously. But do you hear when he goes back to when he was a young NBA fan? Yeah. And he says, you used to watch NBA games, and it mattered that these were your guys. I would love to clip what Joe Lacob just said there and drive it across the parking lot to Oracle Park and show the San Francisco Giants why they are upsetting everybody so much, because it feels like nobody on that team is, quote unquote, your guys. And so I don't know if this is going to happen, but to me, I'm comforted that Lacob is looking at it that way, because it goes to what you just said 10 minutes ago. I'm with you. If the Warriors are mediocre for 2 years at the end of this, I will make that trade and be totally okay with it if it means that Steph, Klay, and Dre can never wear another jersey.
And it's a totally throwback idea, and he talked about being a kid, and he's a little bit older than me, but you think about basketball back then, Mark, and it was McHale, Parrish, and Bird. It was Magic, Worthy, and Kareem. And even if you go to the Spurs, it was Duncan, Ginobili, and Parker.
And the Bulls.
The Bulls, Pippen eventually went elsewhere.
Sure,
so
they
Jordan,
all eventually, right? But
in terms of core guys who stayed together their whole career, it matters when you think about players who came from a different era. You joined a team, and if you won there, you stayed there, and you were part of a collective.
Well, and think about it from this perspective. If you're going to do what Lacob did and compare these 3 to LeBron, if you're going to say, hey, we need to get them 5 because LeBron only has 4, what better way to sort of put out your anti-LeBronism, if you will, than to do it only in one uniform? LeBron James is the guy who will go down as the man who changed player empowerment in sports, I don't think it's a bad thing. That's all good. But this idea of super teams and player movement, Guru and Shasky are here. Go ahead and let them hear it. Go ahead and let them hear it.
Guru and Shasky
are here. Right? But what better way to sort of create that we're not LeBron vibe than not just to pass him, but to do it all in the exact same jersey in a very different way than he did his.
But even if you don't pass him to that point, the fact that you're all going to stay in the same jersey, if they wind up with 4 apiece and LeBron winds up with 4, and you all did it in the same jersey, and he had to go ring chase, quote unquote. I know it's not really ring chasing when you're the guy, but the point is he had to go to 3 different teams to win 4 titles, and the 3 of those Warriors would have won 4 in one uniform and started and finished their career together. I think that matters. As a tiebreaker, it matters more.
I will say this, though, just from the view from 10,000 feet and listening to Joe today, forget how important it is to you, and if you want it to happen, what about do you think it is going to happen? Every single time he talked about this, I hear a measure of a hypothetical tone that makes me wonder. Let's put it that way. I really think that this is maybe a 50-50 proposition at
Wow,
best.
really?
Yeah.
I would put it
really
at 80-20 or even 90-10 that Klay stays for his whole career. I think that right now it's October posturing by Joe Lacob, and it's
maybe
if you say, oh, we're going to do whatever we can to keep Klay here, then you lose your leverage.
Well, but it is the number one question that we could ask Steve Kerr next week. Everybody's sitting around right now going, oh, they want to be here, and we want them here. We want them here, and they want to be here. Cool. Then why isn't it done? Why isn't it done?
Yeah, because it doesn't have to get done.
Okay, maybe.
Pressure or deadline spur action, as you like to say.
We did this, though, for a full year. I know it's different, but we did it all year with Bob Myers. We did it all year. Oh, when it gets to the end, Joe will be there with the offer, and Bob won't be able to say no. And Joe was there with the offer, and Bob said no. And this idea that Bob just woke up that day, no, I guess I'm not. No, this is these people's lives.
Right.
They are thinking about it on the daily. And so Klay Thompson right now, if I had to bet, he's bugged. Not in any unrecoverable sort of a way, but I guarantee you that this guy's looking at it going, if you love me so much, let's go.
Well, I mean, if
put a pen on it.
I'm sure he could sign right now if he wanted to, but it wouldn't be for the amount of money that he wants. So,
I'm not blaming the Warriors for it.
I'm not saying that he doesn't have the right to be annoyed. However, he did get 2 years of millions of dollars to get better in a rehab facility, which is great. The Warriors did him a solid. He owes them nothing. But in terms of Klay being hurt or offended by the Warriors if they're playing hardball, I'm not that worried by it. And you know what? If I'm the Warriors, I want Klay to go out there and be motivated.
I agree. I don't think the Warriors should necessarily do it until they feel better about the way that he's playing basketball. He came out publicly already in these last few weeks and said that he was basically shot at the end of the year, and he watched it on tape, and he hated the way it looked. And all of the not shooting last offseason and all of that stuff boils over to a point where there are now questions, and you got to go answer them. But I hear in their voices something a little different this time around. I never, ever believed that Draymond Green was going anywhere. The Klay Thompson situation and the Steve Kerr situation are different. And if you do start the season, you're right, you may get a better view of what someone's worth. Doesn't mean they're going to see it the same way.
Right.
And there's all kinds of, if he's going to talk about, hey, this is not under our control. Well, if Klay Thompson comes out, starts scoring 27 a game for the first month of the season, well, now it's even more out of your control. it may get more expensive, not less expensive.
Right. Well, ultimately, it's out of your control anyway in terms of he's a free agent. So if he wants to go be a free agent, he can go out in the market and be a free agent. So the control aspect is a two-way street. If Klay goes out and doesn't play well, his value most likely goes down, and then the Warriors probably have a better chance to retain him at a lower price. It's all a little bit of a push and pull. I think about Klay Thompson in terms of what motivates him, and if he goes into the final year of a deal and that motivates him to be in better shape, which he is, to play better, and not that he's not playing hard, but if you get the best Klay you can possibly get, because you're not holding the deal over his head, but if he's waiting on a contract, he's going to be motivated to go out there and earn it.
The more I think about it, the key to the whole thing, maybe on the court and off, is Jonathan Kuminga. The young fella's only 21 years old, but they're going to need someone with youthful legs to step forward and play a role that allows them to keep all these guys together, because if they don't have that, then you're not mediocre in their last few years. You're awful.
Yeah.
And that's something that I don't think this franchise is willing to do that.
No, if you're paying over the luxury tax for a team that's 25 and 57, I don't think that that's going to be something that Joe Lacob is going to tolerate.
Hey, Fieldwork Brewing Company in San Leandro. Is everybody ready for the Warrior Summit?
2023.
All right.
In the building.
The 2023-2024 season is upon us, 6 days away. We have got so much to discuss. We thank each and every one of you for being here, and it is go time. We're going to get the rest of the crew up here and talk it out from every single angle. This is Willard and Dibbs, but the Warriors Summit, Fieldwork Brewing Company, San Leandro, is next on 95.7 The Game. The gang is all here! Yeah!
Yeah!
Yeah! Woo! Yeah! Yeah! Let's go! Hey! Let's go! Hey!
Let's go!
All right. Preseason Warriors Summit 2023. First and foremost, thank you, each and every one of you for coming here to Fieldwork Brewing Company in San Leandro. Yeah! It means the world to all of us. I know I speak for everybody up here when I say that, so thank you so much for being here. And the gang is all here. Welcome, Banter and Shasky. Morning Roast is here. Yeah! Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Welcome, Steiny and Goose. Yeah! Steiny and Goo are here. And all of you are here, and all of our thoughts on the Warriors are here as well. So without any further ado, let's dive right into this. Banter, in many ways, on the media front, you're the face of this team. So why don't you lead us off with an opening thought on what we're looking at right now?
What we're looking at is the unknown, right? I mean, we got some four-time champs here with Steph, Klay, and Draymond. You got Kevon Looney. You have Andrew Wiggins back. We have the unknown with Jonathan Kuminga. We're waiting to see him rise and take that third-year leap. So what we have is an entertaining team, a team that's won championships. But honestly, I don't know what to expect this season. Expect the unexpected, but I think it'll be entertaining. And, hey, that's a lot better than the Giants, right? It's a lot better than the Giants. That's all we could ask for. I had to take a shot at the Giants.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah.
Pay the under on how long it took for Banter to rip the Giants. Let's go to Joe Shasky. Joe, what do you got? What are you thinking?
I mean, look, this is the golden era of Warrior basketball.
Yeah, man.
I mean, I know Steinmetz was covering the team at this time, but I'm a Depression era Warrior fan. I'm gonna soak the Steph Curry era as long as I can. So, as far as I'm concerned, every year he's here is a blessing, and every year he's here, they're a contender until we see otherwise. Why not them? Seriously.
Hey, you guys did a great job with Joe Lacob this morning.
Yeah, you did.
What stood out to you from that conversation?
That he loves me.
Okay. All right. There it is.
He does want Shasky to caddy for him at Pebble Beach. He said that. The biggest takeaway, why wouldn't you want an owner like that? A guy who's going to spin, and the number one priority, all we want as fans, are you going to try to win? That's all we want. Super Bowls or die trying. Finals or die trying. Joe Lacob wants to win, and that's all you want in the owner. He spins, and he wants to win. Now, will it work out in the end? Not every year, but that's all I want in the owner. And I think that's my biggest takeaway there with Joe's light years.
Yeah, he's maniacally obsessed with winning, which is all you can ask for. And then, more than anything, they take big, bold risks. I don't know if Chris Paul's going to work out, but damn, it's going to be fun to check it out. I mean, the ultimate villain joining the Warriors, and you trade away Jordan Poole, who, look, I was a Jordan Poole fan, but he didn't play well at the end of last year. So they needed to shake it up. And if you're going to ride with Draymond, Klay, and Steph, well, then you had to shake something else up, and that was really the only other variable. Chris Paul, let's see it. Let's see it. Let's just see what it looks like. They need his smarts and his IQ. They might be old, but the last I checked, old teams do well in the playoffs.
Exactly.
So I'm here to see it.
All right, let's get over to Steiny and Goo with some opening thoughts on the Warriors this year. Steiny, as you said, you've been around this team for a long, long time. What are you thinking with this particular group?
With this particular group, they have a better chance of winning a title this year than they did last year. I don't think they had a shot last year in hell. I really don't. Coming off a championship, they had a lot of stuff going on. They were not going to win it last year. Stuff was going to happen. It just was, and it did. This year, I give them a chance. I give them a chance because they're really smart. They're a really smart team. They are old. But if they stay healthy, ... That's what it's all about. If they stay healthy, then how good are they?
Guru, what do you think?
What I think is, before I even get into it, I just want to give my two comrades, Banter and Shasky, love, because that was a great, real interview this morning. You got to give them a round of applause. And every sports team or city should be envious to have an owner like Joe Lacob. And I ain't kissing ass. That was real. That's a real owner, 4 titles. He got booed. We saw all that, and look what he's built. But to that, I will never forget the Friday morning. It might have been about 5
5:48. I got up and grabbed my phone last year, and we saw the visual of Draymond punching Jordan Poole.
6:42, Guru.
Yeah, we were on air. Business was for booming.
Yeah, so much for Football Friday.
Hey, look at you. And from that moment on, I was in denial, thinking what the Warriors have built and we experienced was the Warrior culture. But I realized how hurt I was when the dust settled after the Lakers took the Warriors out last year. They never fixed the culture. It was so bad. And now I hear Joe Lacob in the studio this morning. Stylistically, I'm not Hubie Brown, but I didn't like the Chris Paul fit. But what everybody's told and sold me on is he has brought these guys together. We got to sit down with Dunleavy. What did he say? The new GM, connectivity. So now I feel like Chris Paul is going to fix what ailed the Warriors in regard to culture, and that was the rat on the table last year. Where's my man? That won already.
Hey, good.
And that's why I think they're going to be okay. Yeah.
You realize you affected the show today. He's going to say it every time he talks. He's going to put a rat on the table with our cardboard counter over here.
The culture's going to be better and healthier.
Well, so you said something, though, that's interesting there, which I agree with, which is that we're being sold something, and there's negative connotations there. That's not what I mean. Right now, there's two sort of separate topics with that Chris Paul thing. There's the basketball side of it, and we don't know yet. But then there's the culture side of it, and the Warriors as a group, it has felt like a campaign. And they have all used that word, connectivity. Yeah. It's a campaign. And it feels like you're buying in.
Yeah, I am buying it. No, but listen.
No.
This is the beautiful thing about this season. You can't lie to the people, and I'm not saying they're pushing that. Chris Paul's an icon, a great. He's been the president of the NBA Players Association. I know what he's meant. But I hope they don't tap dance like Gregory Hines around what he's been. So he shouldn't finish the game, Mark, if he's not your fifth best player or he's playing that way. So I want to see what the Warriors do if they bow down, Ice Cube, if they bow down to what he's meant, or do they say, you know what, Chris, we don't need you in here tonight to finish the game. So I'm watching that scoreboard.
That'll be a problem. We got Game 7 tonight.
Will be a problem.
Steiny, tell why.
Rightfully so.
Why would that be a problem?
Chris Paul's got to be on the floor late. He has to be.
He's got one of the smartest IQs in the history of the game.
You don't require Chris Paul to not be on the floor with 3 to 5 minutes to go. And the way the Warriors are looking at it, and I remember you guys talking about Poole finishing, not finishing. Poole always had the first opportunity to finish. Always. Yep. Chris Paul's always going to have the first opportunity to finish, and he should.
Mark, are you skeptical? Because it sounds like you're skeptical.
Less so than in a basketball sense, yes. I'm still skeptical.
You're skeptical.
I'm still skeptical, yes.
Why?
Age and defense.
Okay.
Age and defense.
That's fair. Those are valid.
Yeah.
concerns.
Like I'm less skeptical now about the bigger picture stuff. Like I even look at the six of us. Like we've had a good year here. And sometimes, you look at the people in this room, whatever your family situation is, whatever your work situation is, when it clicks and when it doesn't. And if you ask, how do you make it click when it's not clicking? You can't just do it. It has to sort of organically happen. What I've noticed with the Warriors this offseason is that whatever this mixture is that felt wrong at the beginning, it feels now like it's working. It feels to me like they're buying it, but that's all preseason. The basketball X's and O's at some point this year are going to take over, and that's what I still wonder about.
Don't you think that all of their interests align? Like, whereas Jordan Poole felt like he had a career-long runway, and he had different aspirations, and I'm sure there was a ton of things baked into it. But like Chris Paul, he doesn't have many options but to get along. He's facing free agency. What's up?
Klay?
See, Klay's the interesting variable. I don't know. And Kevon Looney's been such a valuable soldier for them. Kevon Looney has taken on any role that they've asked for. I think it's very underrated. Kevon Looney is the glue.
Dan Dibley, opening statement. Your thoughts on this group right now?
Well, the reason why you trade Jordan Poole and you bring in Chris Paul is because you want to try to win a championship. And so you sacrifice then for now. So when you're going to go for it now, it comes down to one for the thumb. And that's what Joe Lacob said to you guys this morning, that he wants to get them past LeBron James so you don't worry about the future. I'm fascinated by Jonathan Kuminga's role. If Kuminga takes that year 3 leap and becomes the kind of player that Jordan Poole became in their 3rd year, and they stay healthy, they win the championship.
All right, real quick, do not miss the last weekend of the legendary and mind-blowing Maker Faire at historic Mare Island. Experience the ultimate showcase of innovation and endless possibilities. Celebrate creativity and curiosity this Friday through Sunday. Get your tickets now at makerfaire.com. This is Fieldwork Brewing Company in San Leandro. We're so glad to be here, and this is the Warriors Summit. And yes, we will get to Klay coming up next, but also coming up next, the journey of how we all felt when Chris Paul was first acquired to now, and how has that changed? We'll get into that. The whole gang is here for the Warriors Summit. Fieldwork Brewing Company, San Leandro, 95.7 The Game.
Bring your friends, family, and your Lederhosen to Almanac's Rocktoberfest, Saturday, October 21st.
Now back to the Warriors Summit, live from Fieldwork Brewing Company in San Leandro on 95.7 The Game.
Let them know you're here, Warriors Summit. Let them know you're here. Yeah. Fieldwork Brewing Company, San Leandro, one of 8 locations around the Bay Area, and we are just making our way through and having fun at each and every one of them. Beautiful day, still plenty of time. If you are now just getting off work and you're in the area, make your way over. We would love to see you. Say hi as we do our preseason 2023-24 Warriors Summit here on 95.7 The Game with the whole crew here. We were just talking about Chris Paul, and I do think, Guru, maybe you should start with this because it is interesting. The journey of a Warrior fan when you first hear that Chris Paul is going to be on the team to where we are now in terms of acceptance of him before he's even played a game. What's been the evolution of that for you?
Okay, I got to be careful here because the Warriors, they built something. They built a dynasty. They earned it brick by brick. And Chris Paul, I know he's a great player, people, but he's yearning for a ring, what the Warriors have. And to me, it just didn't, like my shoes in my drawer, they didn't match because he's looking to get to the mountaintop and his brand is so big. And I didn't know if that was cohesive. Like the Warriors have already got what he's trying to get. And now I feel like because he's such a big personality, will the big personality be bigger than the basketball, the right basketball decision is somehow he wouldn't be the benefit from that. So that's why I'm looking at it. I'm going to watch it play out. But just naturally, he's been the enemy. The Warriors have won. What is he going to tell this team about winning rings? You don't have any bling. But you can tell him a whole lot of other stuff about basketball, so we'll watch it play out.
Why you laugh?
It's just Guru has a way with words, man. Come on. That deserves a rat. Give me a rat on the counter. That deserves a rat. Guru Irish spitting fire. Well, yeah,
you can finish it? Or
yeah, all right. I thought Guru was going to finish.
I'll finish it.
Go ahead, finish it.
Well,
you start.
I hear what you're saying. He's a selfless player by design. That's how he wants to play the game. It would be one thing if he was coming and gunning, like he was James Harden, and it was going to be dribble, dribble, dribble. I'm going to only take the shot. It's me. It's Russell Westbrook. It's not. This guy wants to share the ball. Steph and Klay want to come off screens. Right. Wiggins is not a guy, give me the ball, get out of my way. So he's entering a team that already likes to share the ball and play without the basketball. Right. So I think stylistically, offensively, I think it's a great fit.
Especially when you go from Jordan Poole, who was exactly as you were describing. And Jordan Poole's a great player, and he's going to average 28 in D.C., but he is dribble, dribble, dribble. Exactly. How can I get a bucket for myself? Chris Paul's going to go out there and play like Jason Kidd did late in his career, 12 assists and maybe 1 for 3 from the floor. Chris Paul might lead the league in assists based on playing with these guys.
But Guru, I don't want to speak for you, but my perception of what you're saying, because I do feel some of it, is very little to do with selfishness on the court, and it has much more to do with when things get difficult, locker room, on the bench, and sure, if it's who's starting and who's finishing. We know who Chris Paul has been through the years as an NBA teammate, and that role is not all that available here. Like the guy that comes in, takes over the locker room, is a huge, huge voice, is someone who will hold people very accountable, maybe even sometimes to a negative level. I don't think any of those things are bad, but it's hard to imagine him as the alpha in the room on this particular squad. I think that's what you're saying, and I feel that. Okay. I get that.
And let me just give you this little antidote. The you coaching, that everybody laughed and that was funny, but there was some truth to that. And then Steve Kerr going out his way, Dibs and Steiny, 6 starters. Like, I felt like you were placating to that. Like, okay, everybody can technically have 6 starters, but that was like, what are we doing here? Play the best 5.
The ego
he was supposed to come
important.
off the bench. He was supposed to run the second team, I thought.
Well, he should be placated.
That's what I'm saying.
Essentially, it was a placation sensation
Exactly.
is what it was, Joe.
My question is why?
Because he's never come off the bench in his whole career. So you at least give him a chance to start, and then if it doesn't work, then you pull him aside. But because of Draymond injury, we may not know if Draymond's going to be ready or not.
I don't get that. I want to ask that. Why would you placate him upon arrival? Why?
Because
you need him. Because you need him.
You
need his leadership.
You need all of them.
Let me tell you what happened last year.
Talk to us.
The whole, Curry's a leader in his own kind of way, and Draymond's the heart and soul, and Klay. No. That myth came to an end last year, as far as I'm concerned. One of the reasons Chris Paul's here is it's going to take away a little of Draymond's voice. I firmly believe that. Because I absolutely think they need Chris Paul to lead this team because it doesn't come naturally to any of the 3 right now, and it really matters because they're not in their primes right now.
Okay, that's an interesting statement. You're reacting to that.
Yeah,
What's your thought there?
I think Steiny's on fire with that one. And look, not only do they need his leadership, but that second unit suffered last year. How many times did the Warriors get a lead? That second unit comes in, they blow the lead, give it right back. These guys are too old to continue to build 10 to 15-point leads. They don't have those 20 to 2 blitzes in them like they used to have in 2015, 16, 17, 18. So I'm looking forward to Chris Paul. Not only the starting thing is overblown, I think that's going to be overblown, and we're going to be talking about the finishing lineup throughout the season. Who's not in the finishing lineup? And I heard something that Steiny said earlier I want to get to. I think it's very fascinating. But what he's going to do to unlock Kuminga and play with Sarge and opposite of Wiggins, I think that's where you need him because quietly they've missed Sean Livingston, the stabilizer in that second unit alongside Andre Iguodala.
But I agree with that. But isn't that saying that you want him on the second unit more than the first? Like,
no, he's going to play with everybody.
Of course he is.
We're focused on the wrong thing.
It's not a line change.
Of course it is.
You're blending lineups.
But what Goo is trying to talk about is how Chris will handle things if they're thrown at him a different way than they have previous in his career. And Steiny, when you say they need him, I think that's a fascinating statement, the idea that Draymond's voice needs to be lessened a little bit. Yeah. But does that have anything to do with being in the starting lineup? Does that have anything to do with every night being in the finishing lineup?
All right. So, I don't really like fluff, and I don't like stories in the summer but clearly Chris Paul was taken by surprise to be a member of the Golden State Warriors.
Feels that way.
And it took him a while, a few weeks to adjust. But everything I've heard is he has immersed himself into the organization, not just with the veterans, but with the young players. All that kind of stuff. And usually I roll my eyes at that stuff. But I do know this. When I look at Chris Paul on this team, I think he is far more the solution than the problem. If you have to list the Golden State Warriors' problems or what you're most worried about, health off the board. That's everybody's number one. Yeah. Then what is it?
I think it's playmaking in the half court with 6 minutes to go. Go back to Klay had the ball in his hands, and he's forced into being a playmaker. Yep. That did them in at long stretches of the Kings series, and it ended up being horrible in the Lakers series. We could talk about Anthony Davis. No one's guarding Anthony Davis. He's a very difficult guard. They have lost in the finals because they have failed to execute in the half court. Whatever game you want to pick in the playoffs, they lost this year. They needed a second ball handler. We thought Jordan Poole, when he was good, provided that in the Memphis series the year prior. And then he got kind of played out of the Celtics series, and they relied on just Steph. They need a second ball handler to be able to take it off of Steph Curry's hands time to time. I think we're way too into the emotions and not into the X's and O's. Yeah. Defense is overrated. Wow. They've got stoppers on defense. Wiggins can stop someone. Draymond can stop someone. Looney, if needed, need-be could stop. GP2, they needed a playmaker in the half court.
But you're talking about a finishing lineup, and if it's Chris Paul and Steph, and you're going up against Denver, and they've got 3 7-footers.
It's matchups.
I don't know.
Well, so matchup-based
matchups.
That's why something Steiny said today was very fascinating. Steiny mentioned Klay Thompson, and we know how polarizing Klay Thompson is around here. He's entering the contract year. We don't know if he's going to be a Warrior forever. He may want 30, 35 million. But Steiny said something that rang very true. And I go back to when he came back. Steiny said that Kerr is going to find a way to play Klay. And I fully subscribe to that because when Klay was working himself back, they had the built-in excuse to not start Klay Thompson because they wanted to manage his ego. And so they went with Jordan Poole to come off the bench despite them getting off to an 18-2 start. It would have been easy to say, hey, Klay, you've had 2.5 years of rehab. Just ease into it here. But instead, they knew the psyche of Klay, and they inserted him into the starting lineup. I say all I have to say, if he's on the bench in the final 5 minutes, and if they're not winning, that's where the moping begins. Draymond's already hinted at it. We don't know how Chris Paul will react to that. If Klay's not in the lineup in the final 5 minutes, forget the starting lineups.
I agree.
And, hey, number 11, Klay Thompson out of Washington State. That doesn't matter. That's irrelevant. Who's on the floor in the last 5 minutes, and are they winning?
Yes.
Because that can determine a lot.
Now,
Yes, sir.
This is an interesting topic because
That's right on the money.
If you're talking about Klay Thompson, and you tell me if this is not the word that you would use, but if the ego is a little bit fragile or touchy, whatever it is, and now you're adding in a contract situation that is unsettled. So what does that mean for him this year and how that's going to look?
Well, that's a fascinating thing. What does it mean? Does it mean he presses and starts chucking up shots and getting his 22 field goal attempts and not playing within the offense? Does that mean he doesn't really care on defense? I don't know what it means, Mark. What does it mean for Chris Paul, who, yes, he was stunned on coming to the Golden State Warriors. He had his mindset on the Clippers. Oh, there's a point guard job available. I go back down to Southern California. I get to start again. Oh, wait, I have to go to the Warriors. So that's what that means. How does his performance get affected by it? We shall see.
Don't you think he's going to get better looks in the half court with Chris Paul and Steph Curry playing in the backcourt?
Butch, I'm not mad at that, but I'm so damn tired of people telling me Chris Paul is going to change everybody else's diapers.
No, he's going to make
Chris Paul can't change his own diapers. What are you bringing to the table offensively? Quit selling me on who he's going to pass the ball to, because there's going to be there's going to be times, Butch, if you watch, where he's going to have to score, and that's what I'm watching him take a step back. Mark, it ain't going to just be, I'm going to pass it to anybody. What if you got to get a bucket?
Well, he shot 38% from three last year.
Because the guy that's not on this team that you guys ran out of town is Jordan Poole. And that's who we need to be. Who's going to replace
Poole
those
shot 29% last year. That's the Russell Westbrook zone.
Oh, he's going to pass it and unlock Kuminga. Kuminga can unlock himself.
No, I don't know about that yet. We didn't see that yet.
He's 21. He's 21, Go.
21.
He's
21
now.
21.
I mean, I hear where you're coming from, but if you go back 2 years ago, if you ask an NBA exec, why did the Warriors suddenly rebirth themselves and win a championship? And I think most of those executives will argue because there was a surprise season from Jordan Poole. A player stepped forward for sure. There's
Wiggins
a bunch of reasons.
Wiggins in the playoffs
was huge.
Right.
It was almost.
But you're talking about all season long. Who gave you stuff that you absolutely didn't see coming? You could argue Wiggins, but Jordan Poole broke out.
Yeah.
I think this year is very similar. Someone's going to need to break out, and we all know who the candidate is. It has to be Jonathan Kuminga. If they're going to win a title this year, he's got to be amazing. He's got to be amazing this year.
He's their one athlete outside of Wiggins.
No doubt.
I mean, they don't have a lot of athleticism.
No. Steve Kerr told us this week that the three athletes that he's counting on, GP2, Kuminga, and Wiggins.
There you go.
I think Wiggins is the key. And if he plays with force, as Steve told us earlier in the week, as he did in 22 when they won the championship, he played with force. We had the K-Wig bit during our 51 weeks together.
He put it to rest.
That bit, he put that bit to rest.
Back.
All right, we'll see.
We had to rechange formats again.
Yeah.
It's been 3 years of tumult.
Did you have parking then?
Oh, too soon.
Too soon. This is the Warriors Summit.
I'm loving the Bart Chronicles, by the way.
It is dope. I love it. Fieldwood Brewing Company in San Leandro. We are having our preseason Warriors party, our discussion, the whole gang here at 95.7 The Game. We thank each and every one of you for being here, for listening. If you're just listening, why don't you make your way over here, Fieldwood Brewing Company in San Leandro. Guys, what about this then? I think all of this is heading to the same place. You get to the end of last year, it wasn't good enough. You go into the offseason thinking, okay, changes need to come as far as roster construction. Steiny, what would you say? Just look at the roster. Is the roster now, look at Milwaukee, look at Boston, look at Denver, look at the Lakers, look around the league. Is the roster what it needs to be?
Well, I would say no, but I would say that for every team almost. You know what I mean? Because everybody's looking to improve. I think they have more of a chance to win it this year than last year. Last year was a nightmare.
It was.
It was just. Jordan Poole had issues. Klay was stunk at the beginning. Then he stunk, and Curry had to be a leader
hurt his shoulder
than he likes to be, or that he's comfortable with. Wiggins went AWOL. I still think there might be some gray area about that. We'll see, but I think they have a much better chance to all be on the same page as opposed to where they were last year coming in. I think last year coming in, wasn't this when the report came out that Klay was looking for a max deal?
And they were
it kind of came out of nowhere, Banter, right?
They were trying to fit Wiseman in. They started off on the road 1 in 1,000.
Right.
I mean, it was everything. The punch.
Well, that's what's great about this season. They start 7 of their first 9 games on the road. So the connectivity word that keeps getting thrown around here, we're going to find out how connected they are right away on the road, because obviously that wasn't apparent last year after what Guru says is Hawaiian punch?
Early road
Not to go Hawaiian, but to bring it back to the punch.
Guru and Steiny with an over-under on road wins, 24.
Yeah. So I got suckered into that one, but it's all good.
24.
You tried to get out of it, and then you got back into it. So you look at the face.
I got it for 25.
How many 25-win road teams were there?
There were one.
One of the signatures of these summits is it allows us to take the temperature of the Warrior fan base.
I like this.
So, make noise, yes or no, on this question, and that is, have you as Warriors fans accepted Chris Paul? Who would say yes?
Quest for Chris.
And,
is that a thing?
I don't think Lacob wants to
I'm
fill
making
that.
it a thing.
Who would say no?
I think they're just cheering. NTK was just cheering.
Hey, it was. Can I play a game like that? Okay. Opening night, you're all at the Warriors game, right? Starting forward for the Phoenix Suns. 6'11" out of Texas, Kevin Durant.
Look at mine. That was good.
Nobody standing.
Should all be on your feet. Should all be on your feet.
Everybody see me up.
Do Devin Booker.
Wow.
Do Devin Booker.
Philmo was listening this morning with Joe
Philmo, he got up.
He asked for a standing O.
Hey, Willard, he was kind of by himself,
I would definitely get up.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah. Banter, what do you think? Is the roster a championship roster?
I didn't think they were a championship roster 2 years ago, and they ended up winning a championship. You don't know how breaks play through in the NBA. What we do know, there's about 6 teams, just like the NFL, where you have about 6 to 7 teams that have a legit argument to be a championship contender. I think the Warriors can be that, but we have to see it. Health, obviously, and that third-year leap with Kuminga, where Wiggins is at, and how Klay shoots the basketball. Is Klay going to evolve? Because I think there's something with the 2 big lineup to Klay Thompson's game. At this stage of his career, he's so dependent on others to get him open. And so when you saw Draymond come off the bench against the Sacramento Kings, 1 big lineup created a lot of spacing. Klay's looking like, oh my gosh, this is easy basketball. So how does it look like once they get into the playoffs and they're healthy? their minds are going to will them through some series here. So potential to win a championship, but I need to see it first. Need to see the first 30 games of the season.
And I think it's interesting what you say about
called a
the
hedge.
two big lineup, because when you have Draymond and Looney both on the floor together, that's two non-scorers. So if Klay's in with that group, Klay's got to be old Klay, and he's got to be able to knock down the three ball, because if he's not shooting it well, now you have three non-scorers, and that means Chris Paul can't be on the floor. You're going to have Wiggins and Steph. I just wonder how the lineups are going to look late in games to where they can play defense. I don't think defense is overrated in the playoffs. I think you're right, Joe, in terms of the regular year. But when you get down to ball crunching time, as we like to say, and you need to get a stop, you're going to have to be able to get a stop somehow, and it's going to depend on who's on the floor.
Guru, what you want to say?
I just want to double back to Kuminga, because I'm trying to be so positive about this Warrior team. And he is Ben Franklin. He is electric. He's so electric that I think, and I mean what I'm about to say, I thought we were saying bye-bye. Not that I wanted to Draymond Green, because I thought they were going to go with Kuminga. That's how much I think of him. I'm watching him play so freely in preseason, Mark, that I'm scared, guys, that there's a log jam for him to get those 18 and maybe 25 to 26 minutes so he could be the best version of himself.
I'm more scared that he's not this player.
That's what makes him struggle, Butch, is he knows he's not getting those allotted minutes. And I'm just, that scares me.
Baked in, like there's 82 games. Curry's not playing all 82.
I got you.
Chris Paul's not playing all 82. Klay's not playing all 82. So even if you
Kavon's playing all 82.
Okay, but let's say it's 70 for each of those guys, and that's just being conservative. Okay, there's a lot of minutes to be had, and he can play multiple positions, 2, 3, 4, 5. Right? The guy can defend on the perimeter. He can be a big. He gets to the free throw line. That's the other element that Chris Paul does. Draws a lot of fouls on a team that doesn't get to the free throw line a lot. I think he's poised for a bigger role. Moody's the guy I'm actually more like, where does he fit in, Moody? That's the question I have. Like, I'm not really sure.
But he's a guy that, you get in where you fit in. Like, that's not too much of a concern. But to their point, Guru, isn't this the kind of question that usually works itself out?
Yes.
Like, if someone had looked at Jordan Poole and been like, where are you going to find the minutes?
Wouldn't have said it.
And then he led the team in minutes because it works out that way, whether there's an injury or what have you. Kuminga, he can write his own story, man. Like, if he plays great, he'll find his way on the floor. That's what I think. But this is a question we can answer coming up next. And I think it's getting a little bit finer than what we already were with regard to Chris Paul in the lineup, and it's this. When you imagine Steph Curry and Chris Paul on the floor together at the exact same time, what comes to mind? What do you think of? What do you envision? How does that look? So we'll do that coming up next. We have plenty of Klay Thompson, contractual and otherwise conversation still ahead. This is the Warriors Summit at Fieldwork Brewing Company.
Hi, I'm Nabil Ahmed. At East Bay Law Practice, our mission is simple: to secure the best possible outcome for you, whether it's getting your case dropped, avoiding prison time.
Now back to the Warriors Summit, live from Fieldwork Brewing Company in San Leandro on 95.7 The Game.
This is the Warriors Summit! Fieldwork Brewing Company in San Leandro's the spot, and my gosh, the energy is just infectious in here.
Man, you'd think they were selling alcohol here or something.
Oh my gosh, seriously. You're all acting like you've had a few. It's crazy. But anyway, thank you all for being here. The Warriors season is upon us. We could not be more excited. We got the Kevin Durant framed shoe over here, the signed shoe to give away. One of you's going to walk out of here with that. We got Warrior tickets to give away.
From Billy from Atco Pet Control. He provided
Did you see Gilligan is here?
Yes.
Did you see Gilligan's here? Film the mic.
That's a 3.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's a 3.
He didn't hear me. He didn't hear me.
He suited and booted. No, we appreciate each of you being here, and those of you who aren't here yet, keep coming on your way. There's plenty of time left and plenty of things to share. So we want to get to all of it. And I tell you what, Dibs, we had those conversations for weeks when we were crossing over with Steiny and Goo as well. The Chris Paul thing made sense to some of us. It did not make sense to others. But specific to the idea of the point guard position, when you see Steph Curry and Chris Paul on the court together, in your mind's eye, what do you think of?
I think about Chris Paul being able to get Steph Curry open and involved like Draymond does. Because the one thing that Draymond does better than anything, maybe other than guarding 1 through 5, is knowing what to and how to get Steph Curry the ball. And I think Chris Paul, Guru, you're right about his ability to score. Yeah. It's not like it used to be. He's not a bucket getter. But, Joe, you said it, basketball IQ. He's an absolute basketball savant. So I think about Chris Paul, and we already saw it in the preseason, where Chris Paul penetrated, Steph relocated, he whipped it out, catch and shoot, bang. I see Steph Curry, not that he needs unlocking, but I see Chris Paul being another guy who can unlock Steph Curry.
I'll go. I think tempo was a big problem for them last year. As in, too fast at times when they needed to slow down, too slow at times when they needed to speed it up. You're talking about, if you're a coach, you have one of the smartest floor generals who's ever played the game now at your disposal. And I think the hardest thing to defend in the NBA right now, it's movement without the ball. If one guy's dribbling and 5 guys are looking at him, you can defend that eventually, even if you're an elite bucket getter like a James Harden. When you have that high pick and roll advantage and an ability to set things up, and Steph doesn't have to be a primary ball handler, and Klay Thompson doesn't have to have the ball in his hands with 6-7 seconds left on the shot clock, hey, go make a play. I think it opens the floor up for everyone. You're allowing now Andrew Wiggins to be a slasher and a catch and shoot guy. I think this is going to be high level half court basketball, unlike anything we've seen from the Warriors.
This is the side, and Steiny, I wonder what you think, but this is the side of it that does immediately make sense to me, which is just talk about the offensive side of the ball with the Warriors, the running that Klay and Steph need to do in order to get open and create shots. And obviously neither one of them are guys who are that traditional NBA player who can create their own shot. The idea of what Chris Paul can do, looking for them and creating space for them, that's the part of all of this that makes the most sense to me. But what do you see when you're in your mind's eye, you think of those 2 point guards playing together?
Well, I think if they play Chris Paul along with Steph Curry, with Draymond Green, Wiggins, and let's just assume Klay, I mean, those. First of all, you got 3 really good passers on the floor. And if you want to play with Looney, then you have 4. So they're going to be really hard to guard if they're healthy and they're spry. Because I think there's a fine line between them being able to run an offense that looks like, oh my God, they can get an open shot anytime they want, to, you know what, they're just a step slow and the shots are a little more contested, and that's the fine line. But I think at their best, they're going to be really hard to guard if they play at least 3 passers at a time.
And then what about when that all flows, though, over to the other side of the court? That's, Joe, you asked me right from the jump, what's the hesitation? For me, it's age. There's nothing you can do about that. but the defensive side of the ball. I am curious to see what that's going to look like.
Yeah, that's super small. I mean, there's this myth that the Hamptons 5 was a small ball lineup. Kevin Durant, his wingspan was what? 7'2", 7'3", I don't know. Iguodala, 7'2", 7 whatever. They were actually long and athletic with that lineup. This is going super, super small. Chris Paul, Steph Curry, two, I'll say average at best defenders, especially at the stage of their careers. Klay Thompson, not the defender he used to be, so I don't think it looks good. You may be trading buckets, and I don't think you can do that at the end of the game. So one of these guys is going to have to be out. Now, the original question, how does Paul look with Steph Curry? They're going to be fine. Hall of Fame players figure out how to play Hall of Fame. So they're the greats of the greats. They're going to figure it out. How does Paul adjust to Draymond Green, a non-shooter? How does Paul adjust to Kevon Looney running the pick and roll? Can Looney finish? Paul used to have a lot of finishers, whether it's Phoenix, New Orleans, OKC. No matter where he went, he had a finisher. Can Looney be that finisher for him? So Steph and CP3, they're going to make beautiful music together. I'm not worried about them two. It's how CP3 adjusts in place with everybody else.
B, don't you think that the Miami Heat, with having two elite defensive players, Bam Adebayo, Jimmy Butler, and a bunch of shooters and non-defensive players, they went pretty far running a lot of zone in that Eastern Conference. I feel like that's a template. I believe 60-70% of the time they went zone in the playoffs.
Would you say though Bam Adebayo is more of a threat to block a shot, to be a paint presence? Where you look at Draymond Green at the stage of his career, guys are going in. The Lakers series is bad. That's a bad matchup for the Warriors.
That's one bad matchup. He does defend Jokic better than anyone, though. Bam could not defend Jokic. Draymond, in the past, before Jamal Murray was fully healthy, he defended him as well as you can. Guys, we watch it. Even then, he had a triple-double.
Jokic said it.
Yeah.
Jokic said that's the hardest guy as far as a matchup for me in the league. So, and then Goo, what about this? I feel like this is up your alley. When we're talking about the acceptance of Chris Paul, and this audience in front of us already gave us what felt like about a 75% approval rating, but let's be honest, that's in the end not really good enough. You want the support of all of the Warrior fans. These two playing together, I think that Steph Curry, he's one of these guys that the positivity emanates off of him on the court at such a level. I think the acceptance of Chris Paul rests on how the fans see him and Steph interact, both on the court and off.
Yeah, no doubt. Great point. And I'll say this because I hope I'm not coming across this way. I put major respect, Rodney Dangerfield, on Chris Paul's name. And the reason I have so much energy about Chris Paul is I've rooted for him in the past, and his injuries happen at the most inopportune times. They had the KD Warriors up 3-2. His hammy blew. Last year, before Denver, they needed him in the Phoenix series. He got hurt, didn't come back. So it's going to be good early. What I'm worried about, guys, is can he last when it comes April? But about what I expect with him and Curry, it's going to be art. And it always is with Chris Paul. But I've watched Steph Curry make art with Draymond Green, with any point guard he's played with. Like, I could give Steph the ball and it's going to work, but what about the defensive end? That's what concerns me when Paul's out there. And if Banter and Shasky are right and Steiny talking about they're going to finish small, I mean, they couldn't protect the rim last year. That is nightmare on Warrior Street for me until we see otherwise.
Was Jordan Poole a better defender than Chris Paul? Because I would say no.
But sometimes, Butch, your best defense is offense, and he could get you on the other end. Chris Paul ain't getting you on the other end. So if he's bad, if he ain't scoring offensively, who's he guarding? What do you mean? What am I talking about?
If you add up Chris Paul's points and assists, he's probably more productive than Jordan Poole.
So you two are going to tell me that Chris Paul at this point can get you major offense. Phoenix said bye-bye for a reason.
Number 2 or 3.
Speak on that.
He's like the 4 or 5.
Speak on that. Why did Phoenix say bye and we're trying to win a chip?
Bradley Beal. Do you believe it's possible to trade a passer for a scorer and you get better?
Yes.
Is that within the realm of possibility?
I think so.
Okay, that's what I think is going to happen.
Someone else does have to score those points, though.
Chris Paul,
we're not even talking about it.
But Chris Paul averaged 14 a game last year, shooting 38% from three, over 40 from the field. He's a very good shooter, especially when he's wide open. He embraces a mid-range where Jordan Poole got erratic last year. Yes, he could blow by people, and he could probably blow by defenders better than Chris Paul at this stage of his career, but you save possessions with Chris Paul. You don't turn the ball over. And they were one of the worst teams in the league when it came to that. You have to value possessions. How many one-possession games did they lose last year? The first 5-game road trip. How many games came down to possessions where they turned it over or smoked layups? So Chris Paul will get you in the right set. Defensively, different conversation. But offensively, I think he's a better fit right now than JP.
I also think that defensively, they're going to be better just based on what Joe was saying about tempo, because when Jordan was out there, it was so much more breakneck back and forth, and that led to easy buckets on the other end, which hurt your defensive metrics because
they were first in pace and first in turnovers. And
he was
that was a bad mix.
And because of that, not only because of that, but that was a big part of why your defense was so bad. You couldn't set up your half-court defense.
How many times did he get blocked at the rim, fall down, and there goes a fast break the other way? How many times?
He was unplayable in the second minute on Lakers series.
And I love Jordan.
And I know we went through a lot last year. It wasn't all his fault.
Right.
But he was basically unplayable, and it was bad. Chris Paul will never be that unplayable in a crucial situation.
That is the part of this whole thing that makes the most sense to me when you hear that the Warriors were first in pace, but also first in turnovers. People want to know, well, how's Chris Paul going to meet the pace? Well, maybe the Warriors need to slow down a little bit. And Chris does need to speed up, but meet in the middle, that does feel like a doable situation.
Isn't that placating?
No.
We can't placate.
No, that's playing basketball.
That's adjusting.
I'm not worried about Chris Paul's ego, not even a little bit. You're listening to 95.7 The Game. KGM's EFM in HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. This is the Warriors Summit. Yeah, let's throw. Here, who wants a Warrior ball? Yeah. Oh, let's go. Who needs a Warrior basketball? Who needs a Warrior basketball?
Who wants a pint glass?
Yeah. Willard, can you be the opener with that arm?
What's that?
Can you give me 5 minutes?
No, I'm already in pain. But anyway, to get you guys all involved on this, we got a question for you. We'll throw it out there. Fieldwork Brewing Company, San Leandro, great crowd that is assembled. If we take away, and we're going to go through a list here, so you can show your support with noise. Outside of Steph Curry, who is the most important Warrior this year?
Wiggins.
To have a great season. Hold on. We're going to go through the names with a round of applause. You can let us know what you think.
Pajemski.
Rodney Magruder.
Outside of Steph Curry, who's the most important Warrior this year to have a great season? Is it Klay Thompson?
Wow. I'm actually shocked by that response.
Is it Draymond Green?
No.
Is it Andrew Wiggins?
Smart audience. Very intelligent audience.
High IQ.
Is it Chris Paul? One last one. Is it Jonathan Kuminga?
Role player. Come on.
Fillmore Mike got the Holy Spirit. Did you see that?
That's supposed to be one good chicken wing back there.
That's how you speak without talking, Philmo. That's how you do it.
Yeah.
All right.
Wow. Wiggins or
Wiggins and Kuminga were the two top answers on the board. Joe, what do you think? You said Andrew Wiggins.
It's Andrew Wiggins. Okay, I was watching the game on Saturday night. I know, it's preseason. And Mark Jones was slurping the Kings. I get it. He works for the Kings. They won 4 more games. It was a disaster season for the Warriors. One of the best players punched out one of the best young players. They started 0 for 1,000 on the road. Klay was very erratic at best. Steph missed a million games because of injury, and they never had a consistent lineup. They didn't trust anyone. They had dead weight with Wiseman hanging over their head at the beginning of the season. They traded for a guy who was hurt in GP2, and they still won 4 less games than the Kings. If just a couple things go right, and Andrew Wiggins plays 65 games
instead of 41, right?
This is a team that's going to be looking at 50 wins at minimum, in my estimation.
Dante, what do you think?
I mean, to me, that's why the whole Chris Paul starting, Draymond, Klay, the X factor is Andrew Wiggins, which I guess makes him important because he became the second most important Warrior during the championship season. The rebounding, defending guys like Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown. Think about what Boston's paying Jaylen Brown. And then you go look at Wiggins' contract. There's not much of a drop-off there. Jaylen Brown has to do a little more offensively, but Wiggins can do that. He's proven that he can score 20-plus in this league, so there's no doubt. To me, if he's healthy, he alleviates so much on the defensive end, guarding opposing point guards, 2 guards. He gives you so much versatility and a guy who can slow down LeBron James at a time. So Andrew Wiggins is my X factor. I think he's the second most important player. It's not even close.
Hey, Bonte, you've talked about this a lot. We hyper-focus on Anthony Davis and Jokic. There's many more Paul Georges, Bookers, Luka Doncic's. Those are the guys Wiggins is going to have to guard with 5 minutes to go, right?
What do you think?
Absolutely.
I think it's Jonathan Kuminga because Andrew Wiggins is a known commodity, and last year was a weird thing with the off-the-court issue, and he missed 41 games, but if you look at his career with the Warriors, he plays about 82, he plays 30-plus a night, and even though I give him a hard time for the K-Wig, and he goes, 5 of 12, 14 points and 4 rebounds, he's a known commodity. If Jonathan Kuminga can be the guy in that third-year jump, if he can be 15 and 8 and play 26 minutes a night and be an electrifying, impactful force off the bench, to me, he's the guy who elevates you from you're good to watch out for this team.
I tell you where I think you really have a point, too. Like, when we look at Andrew Wiggins, it's not to disagree that they're both obviously incredibly important. That's why they were the 2 top answers on the board. But in NBA history, when you sit there and hope for Andrew Wiggins to be forceful every night, you walk away frustrated. That has been his history in the league. We have seen basically 1-2 month stretch where it looked like he brought it every single time they laced him up.
He was an all-star that year.
I know, he was awesome.
And then had a rough second half. So if he can be that, then I'm totally with you. But Kuminga, who obviously has got a lot to prove this year, feels to me like someone who is ready to absolutely go max effort every single time on the floor. That's why I think that there is definitely a point in his favor. Goo, what do you think?
Again, I'm a Kuminga fan, but I'm blown away. It's Andrew Wiggins. This is a former #1 pick in the NBA draft. Since he's been here, he's arguably been your second best player. He can guard the other team's best player. He can put it on the floor, shoot 40% or close to 40% from 3. So last year was an anomaly. He had some drama. So if he's on point, he has to be on his A game, and there's no telling what heights this team could get to. But for Kuminga, he's got to kind of still prove it. And it's not a bad thing, but Andrew Wiggins, hey, Mark, I thought you threw shade at him. He was an all-star. I don't care about the second half. Because he was balling.
Because of the TikTok guy.
Where's the lie?
Overseas, the TikTok guy.
Where's the lie? Where's the lie?
Hey, you better leave Bam Bam alone.
My whole point was making the all-star team superseded the slow second half, but they don't beat Boston without Andrew Wiggins, who we all forgot
without Andrew Wiggins.
No doubt, man.
Dallas.
No doubt. Wiggins is
Who argued that? But argue this.
Okay.
Does Steph Curry, Draymond Green, and Klay Thompson all go to press conferences when Andrew has a good game and go, that's the guy we're hoping to see every night? True or false? True or false?
Yeah,
I give you that.
But Anthony Davis has the same questions.
Like all of us do, I want Andrew to be Andrew every single night.
But isn't this a lot of pressure on a 21-year-old and Jonathan Kuminga to say, hey, we need you to take a leap and play at a championship level when he's never done it.
But
He's
just be the
won the last
seventh man.
two
We're not
seasons.
expecting
That's what we
him
did
to
last year with the
24 and
kids.
13.
We put so much pressure on Wiggins, Wiseman, and Moody, and Kuminga, and just threw them out there and say, hey, go save the day. And then all of a sudden it was like, wait, they can't do it because they don't have the experience yet. That's just a lot of pressure for Kuminga.
I don't think he has to save the day.
Yeah, no one's asking that.
He just has to be your seventh man and a guy who you could look at in May and say, you know what? I want to play you. I want to play you. Thanks, Joe. Last year in the playoffs, they could not play him. He became unplayable.
You can make the argument Sarge may be more important when it's all said and done
we didn't even mention
than
him.
Jonathan Kuminga because of his size.
I don't hate that.
Sarge take.
I love my European bigs.
How about Dario Saric? Hey, Mark, that's Steiny's guy.
They know basketball.
Steiny, what do you got?
They know
what do you
who.
got?
Well, first of all, and I have to do this frequently, as many of you know, the anomaly was the year Wiggins had.
Thank you.
That's the anomaly. His career has been one of underachieving. Can he get that 1 year back or whatever it was? Then they got a ball game. Absolutely.
Wasn't he good in the play-in year?
Maybe.
I thought he was
But
very good.
it's a play-in.
I'm saying the entire year.
Yeah, you know what? He was a good player on a what, ninth seed?
Well, I mean, they were technically the 7th seed and they lost 2 games in a row.
I think everybody can be right with their answer because I think they need multiple players to have great years.
Sure.
You know what, though? I keep thinking about this Chris Paul and Draymond thing.
Dude, go ahead.
And I actually am starting to think that one of Chris Paul's big roles is going to be, you know, I know everybody thinks they're 4-time champions and Chris Paul hasn't earned it and he's never won and he gets hurt. I think Chris Paul is one of the only guys who could come into this locker room with the support of Steph Curry. Klay's probably going to be on his way, but Draymond Green, Chris Paul can stand up to Draymond Green. And the reason he can stand up to Draymond Green is because Draymond Green's going to say to Chris Paul, you ain't never won anything. We won 4 times. And you know what Chris Paul's going to say?
What?
You're a coattail rider. You're the 3rd best player. I'm just telling you. That's what he's going to say. That's what he's going to I'm just telling you what he's going to say. If push comes to shove, Chris Paul's going to say, yeah, I don't have any rings because I didn't get to play with Steph and Klay. Congratulations, Draymond. And I know, and that's an exaggeration, but if push comes to shove, and you know what? And the team is starting to get a little tired of Draymond, which I could see Steph getting a little tired of Draymond, and Kuminga is, you know what? And
after 12
Wiggins
years,
Wiggins is a Poole guy. Wiggins is a Poole guy, and I just don't think like Draymond better be careful. How about that?
You come for the beer, you stay for the heel turn.
He better be careful. And I'll tell you what.
Oh, here he goes.
I'll tell you what right now. It is not outside the realm of possibility that the beginning of next year, Chris Paul's a Warrior and Draymond isn't.
Put that in the cap. Yeah.
Put it in the cap.
Put it in the cap.
And you guys know what kind of year I'm having.
Steiny. I'll tell you this, Tiny, if the conversation comes to that, the season is cooked.
There's no doubt about it.
Hey, here's the other thing I was thinking.
Comes to that,
Steiny's in his bag.
then the season is cooked.
Here's the other thing. I was thinking more about Draymond Green. I was like, Steiny, signed him to a 4-year deal, and they love him. And hey, good's better than the bad, and they know everything.
Today?
Yeah,
he went to his house.
Listen,
Draymond went to his house.
Let me tell you how much emotion was put into the Draymond contract. 0.00. Draymond getting paid was basketball to some extent, but a business decision. They can't let Draymond Green go for nothing. They gotta preserve the right to possibly move him if things go south.
I kind of agree with that. That's why they signed Jordan Poole.
What did you guys think about
I'm
that?
gonna lay out
Draymond
now.
Green driving down to Joey Lightyear's house to have a one-on-one to maybe discuss the contract. Was it that the Warriors were saying, you know what? We can live without Draymond Green. To me, that's unheard of.
Well, I can't break bread with my boss.
Wait a minute, but Joe Lacob is sitting there with you guys a number of hours ago, expressing how important it was to him that these these three never wear another jersey.
But he kept saying it's got to be the right business and winning situation. And winning overrides whatever the feel good is. But yes, he would like to keep them all together, but he also realizes somebody's got to go. He said it. Someone might have to go at some point.
Okay, so he said this 4 years ago. He came to studio, 2018, 2019. He said, look, man, I have 4 All-Stars on the floor right now. I will always have 4 stars on the floor. It may be different stars, so he's not afraid to make a bold trade and say, you know what? I see a star in this guy. These guys are aging. This is what the great franchises do. The great organizations throughout the history of the game.
You guys were in the room with him, so let me ask you, and then we'll get the audience involved on this too. But I think there's one thing to listen to what people say, and there's another thing to be sitting next to them and get the vibe off of them. So the chances that Klay, Steph, and Dre never put on another jersey.
I think they're all individually different.
Based on Steph is
in a whole nother category.
But I mean it as one entity.
A collective.
Either they do or they don't.
If Giannis was available this summer, upcoming summer, they would do whatever it takes to get him.
One guy may be available in Philadelphia, and that's Joel Embiid.
Yes.
I mean, you don't think the Warriors are going to sniff around like that?
Joe Lacob wants superstars.
Yeah,
that's what I walked away, and he was like, I will go for anyone at any time to win championships.
So you think the sentimentality angle of this is overplayed by the fans?
Did you hear the word optionality?
Yeah, exactly.
They've all said that.
To me, that's
a big word. And that's why they signed Jordan Poole, to have optionality.
And Draymond. So put a percentage on it. Just
keep pushing that.
What do you think the chances are they all finish as Warriors?
75%.
I'll go surprisingly 45%.
See, I was thinking 50-50.
45%.
I was thinking 50-50. Why do you think that,
I'm in the 80-20, so yeah, I'm with you.
It's just so rare for a player to finish his entire career, and this Klay thing it's bigger than I thought. The contract with him, because we know how emotional he is. He talks about driving by Oracle Arena to get some of the good juju back, right? He's jumping in the water to kind of cleanse himself. I could see a guy like Klay. I don't know if it's going to happen. My guess is he'll be here, but I could see a scenario in which he's wearing a different uniform next season.
Ask me.
Next season?
Ask me.
Steiny, what do you think?
Get to you, Steiny.
Hey, Steiny, what do you think?
About 20%.
20%.
And that's high. And I'll tell you why, because we are forgetting a critical thing. Organizations that believe they are first class, top of the heap, they will do a favor for great players late in their career. And I understand it's sacrilege to talk about any of those 3 guys leaving, and I get it, they're on a different echelon. But Chris Mullin was traded to Indiana at the end of his career for a young player. And you know what? They all said, let's do this. And we'll bring you back as a Warrior at the very end, which they did. That's possible.
All right, we are at Fieldwork Brewing Company in San Leandro, and this is the preseason Warriors Summit on 95.7 The Game. Banter and Joe, Steiny and Goo, Willard and Dibbs, all of you. We appreciate the heck out of you. Let's get a little deeper into the Klay Thompson situation, and let's involve you. And I see you. We had one of our good listeners come up during the break, and he said to me, look, I'm almost hurt to my core with regard to the way Klay Thompson disrespect is being tossed around right now. So let's put it out to everybody, okay? Simply the idea of Klay Thompson not finishing his career as a Warrior, are you emotionally open to that? Yes? Is anybody okay with it? Okay, you didn't make any noise. Like 3 hands were like, me? I'm okay with it.
Well, they don't want to be ostracized by vocalizing that they want Klay out.
But obviously, as you guys are just pointing out, Joe Lacob is not going to run his business by emotion, Goo.
What is the NBA about right now? It's about shooting. Could you imagine this Warrior team without Klay Thompson? Where are the shots coming from? Steph and who else? Crickets. So if Draymond got the 400, and I think it's so unfair that we sit up here and say a guy that met with his boss at his boss's castle to break bread, they've won 4 championships like Draymond went over there begging. To me, that signals Dre got one, Klay can get one. Let's talk, see about the number. I just don't believe they can allow Klay to walk and think you got a replacement on that team right now. You don't have a replacement because right now, to me, Klay is more attractive on the open market because he led the NBA in most made three-pointers than Draymond Green.
But did you ever go to the Higgins house?
I might do that.
Have you ever been to the Higgins house?
No, that's
invited yourself over for dinner?
But I would not go.
Well, you haven't.
No, but I ain't been invited. I ain't needed to go.
Well, Draymond wasn't invited either.
But why is that so bad? Like you went begging.
What if we asked you this?
Come on.
You say there's no replacement for Klay Thompson.
Not right now on the team.
Well, but there you go. There doesn't need to be right now. So what if what's around the corner is unseen?
All right.
And I get it. I'm an emotional fan too. It would mean a lot to a lot of us if those 3 guys never put on another jersey. But here's the question that Dibs and I played with earlier today. How would you feel if it meant a couple years of mediocrity in exchange for they never walk?
Well, ask Steph that question. I don't think he would sign up for that.
I'm asking you that question.
I don't want that. No, it's too late in the game for the big 3 to have just a couple years go by and we're just okay. It's about win right now. Malcolm X, any means necessary.
So then that means you got to be open to him being gone at some point. You got to be open to it. Like, I look at it this way. We all just went through the Bob Myers situation. Everybody is like, they want to stay. This goes for Steve Kerr, too. They want to stay, and we want him to stay. Well, then why isn't it done yet?
Because somebody doesn't want to stay.
Or
there's some question marks.
Or there's not an agreement.
Maybe there's question marks about the ability of said coach or said player. And it's like, you know what? Let's shake it up now. Bob Myers is already out the door. We're in a transitional period. I want my young guys to play and get a little more burn. Maybe there's options. Maybe they're talking to other people. That's what the great organizations do. They always stay ahead of the game, right? Joey Lightyear's bragged about being ahead of everybody. We're smarter than everybody, right? They put the luxury tax in, the second apron. Said, you know what? We're going to navigate through that. We'll beat that too. The great organizations are always a step ahead. So they can budge when they want to budge. They budge when they want to budge. If Lacob says, hey, we're going to move on, we'll move on. And they'll have a plan in place.
You think this is lasting all season?
It depends. I think the ball is in Klay's hands. And it's all about this.
I don't know.
Discernment. Here's what I would say.
He's going to shoot it.
No. Discernment.
That's a 3.
Shot selection discernment. And then self-awareness discernment. Like, is Frank Gore not a 49er? Would you guys all agree?
Yes.
Frank Gore's a 49er. He still saw himself as a feature back. And they were like, Frank, we love you. Everyone loves you. You're not a feature back anymore. Had he taken the discernment and maybe taken an evolved role, he probably would have retired a 49er. But he couldn't accept that. I don't know what Klay's willing to accept or adapt into.
Right.
I want to see him with Chris Paul. I think there's a better version than what we saw last year because I think he was asked to do things that he shouldn't be doing. Him dribbling with 7 seconds left on the shot clock, making a play is not a strength. That's just not. And I don't think that's on him. The makeup of the team forced him into a player that he is not. And I want to see what it looks like this year. What's his bounce back? What's his discernment? What's his willingness to adapt on the fly?
Well, I think last year was such a broken vibe and you saw him openly frustrated with Jordan Poole. You saw Curry throw a mouthpiece over Jordan Poole. So I think that level of me-first basketball that existed last year goes away this year, even though Klay's in a contract year. And yes, he led the league in three-pointers made. He also led the league in three-pointers taken. No. So in terms of discernment, I wonder if Klay's going to dial it back while also trying to pursue that contract. I do think, though, that this lasts all year. I don't think this gets done until this entire season is over.
I asked Lacob about that today, like, knowing what you know now with Draymond. Now, he had the opt-in. Would you have done anything different? And he was like, no, I wouldn't do anything different. And I'm like, I mean, Bob left. Right, and Draymond ended up staying, and he had the opt-in. I don't know. I think it did hang over their head last year.
Think about when they gave Draymond that extension. They could have made Draymond go into a contract here on a team with Pascal, a rookie in Jordan Poole, Omari Spellman. How would that contract have looked?
throwing out
Kai Bowman.
Everything Butch just said, I don't disagree with, but I think it's about money, not fit. Klay, be you. What if Klay says, I want Jaylen Brown green, like our shirts? I think that's what it is.
To me, listen, it's easy to see why nothing's gotten done, as far as I'm concerned. What if you're Lacob, what would you try to pay him?
I think he's in the $30 to $35 million range.
Lacob would want to pay him way less than that.
What?
What's that?
Lacob would want to pay him less than that.
Guess what? I don't think Klay would sign that.
You're probably right.
And that might be the problem.
Because, like,
you don't think Klay would sign a $30 million?
He'd be the second highest paid player on the Warriors.
No, because if I'm Klay, and I'm a player, and I believe in myself, why would I want to be in a contract year after I just played like I played?
Catastrophic
the
injuries,
owner just said that the finish by him was really not good.
Oh, that was
if I'm Klay, I'm going to bet on myself. You know what, you guys? You think I might pout? You think I might be able to take a lesser role? I'll do all of it.
Is that what that me against the world meme was about the other day with Klay Thompson? You came out of nowhere saying it's me against the world. Is it him against the front office?
Maybe.
Hey, I'm going to get my buckets and I'll leave.
I think you might be onto something.
You think it's sadistic?
For everybody listening, if you missed this part of the roast conversation with Joe Lacob this morning, he dove into this with regard to Klay's contract situation, the comparison with the conversation and negotiation he had with Draymond Green just a year ago. So, Grandy, give us AB 25 on Joe Lacob.
Well, I hope it's not a distraction. I mean, we're not in control of this. I mean, there's two sides to every negotiation. We want him back. He wants to be back. It's kind of like Draymond.
Right.
I think you guys, everyone needs to just chill a little bit. Let this take its course. My guess is it works out. Okay. You know, I can't control it. I can't dictate it. You can't dictate it.
Right.
Fans can't dictate it. These things have to take their course. There's different parties involved, but the intentions are really good.
The Draymond situation was different because he had an opt-in and he could opt out if he chose to.
True.
But do you look back at how that went and learn any lesson from that? Was it good, bad, indifferent? Was it just business? Like, did that have any tangible effect on the season last year, you think?
Oh, it might have, but I think there were some issues last year with respect to some of the contracts. Some of the other guys got contracts I know you're referring to. Maybe it did. I don't think there's going to be anything like that this year, though. Yeah. I really don't. Klay's a professional. Respect him tremendously. And we're going to do our best to get this done. And, hopefully it is done sooner rather than later, but it might not be.
Bonte, you just said it. The IG post, I bet a lot of them don't know, the me against the world thing that Klay Thompson put up. I mean, there's always more than meets the eye when it comes to situations like this. Do you think there is, and I don't want to call it some sort of argument, discord, what have you, but are there, where do you think the feelings are in this negotiation right now between these two sides?
From Klay, I'm kind of with Steiny. Hey, I'm going to bet on myself. I'll lead the league in threes. I'll shoot 41%. And then league that value shooting in this era more so than any era before in basketball, somebody will spend the money on Klay Thompson because of his jump shot. Joe Lacob and the company, they want to wait and see it out. Should we invest? And look, maybe there's a thing with them paying Klay Thompson for those first 2 years where they didn't get any ROI, as Guru would say, return on investment. It's not nobody's fault. It is what it is. Catastrophic injuries happen. That's sports. Maybe the Warriors, too, are saying, you know what, let's see how he adjusts. Let's see him guard for us this year. Let's see how he plays in a small ball lineup. And can he finish games for us? If not, you know what, we may have to make a tough decision here.
I just don't, like, in these situations, who are the teams giving Klay Thompson close to maximum money?
Well, there's always a sucker in the NBA.
But there aren't that many slots.
There's always somebody in the NBA who will bite the bullet and say, you know what, this guy's a knockdown shooter.
For Charlotte? Okay, yeah, I'll believe that when I see it.
Well, that's kind of like, that's what goes into my mind, Steiny, when you say if I'm Klay Thompson, I'm not signing that deal right now.
I'm not.
I don't disagree with you, and I know that's how a lot of players think. I think a lot of people in this room with us here today, though, when we talk about the Warriors having emotion in the negotiation and wanting Klay to wear a jersey for his entire career, we all sort of think that Klay should too. And I'm not asking a player to take a discount by any stretch, but where does that idea factor into this? If you really do want to stay, if you want the value of wearing the same jersey your entire career, should Klay take a little something off so that he can stay?
We know that Klay's not the guy who wants to take anything off. He's the guy who said, I'm not sacrificing when Durant came.
That was 6 years ago.
He's also the guy who said 4 rings to Devin Booker because it is very important to Klay Thompson. Maybe more than money, that he's respected. He wants respect. And if Joe Lacob's saying, hey, 30, we'll just give you 30. Well, like with the cap going up.
We don't know that. We don't know that.
I think we can pretty much assume
because
that.
TNT. Well, we can have a different discussion.
But my point is that $43 million now is.
He's the 8th highest paid player last year.
Like $35 to $40 million is. There's room to go up. Is what I'm saying.
On this team, on this edition of the Golden State Warriors, who's more important? Is it Dre or Klay? With what they want to do? Because, boy, they play some good basketball without Draymond Green.
I think it's Klay.
And
Klay's more important on this team. And I'll tell you why. Here's the blessing. And the Draymond's going to, he's going to play, and most of the time he's going to help you. And when he doesn't play well, he doesn't hurt you. When Klay plays badly, he hurts you. He gets you beat. Draymond doesn't get you beat. Draymond can stay 50-50, and he's still going to make some. Klay's now had some games where he has really hurt the Warriors. Steph's never going to hurt the Warriors. Look at Wiggins even. Wiggins is never going to really kill the Warriors. But Klay is the one player who's highly volatile.
What do you think, B? You think Dre's more important?
I think Klay needs so much help with the spacing of the floor at this stage of his career that he can't do the things that he could do 5 years ago. So what does that look like when he's playing with 2 big lineups? Again, when they played Sacramento and they went to the 1 big lineup, Klay saw some of the best shots he saw all season long. When Steph and Dre were hurt and he had to carry the Warriors in January and March, the spacing was a lot better because you had a lot of shooters out there on the floor, although they were kind of small and had some average defenders. So he needs space more so than anybody. And I think with Draymond on the floor and Looney on the floor, that affects Klay Thompson's game to where he's forcing shots and everybody's up in his airspace.
I'll say this. Klay Thompson, I'm such a huge fan of the guy and everything that you guys are saying right now, just from the basketball sense, that's one side. The emotional side, though, that we were just talking about. Here's one thing that does get me. It doesn't feel good when he brings this stuff to the party, holding up the 4s in people's faces when he's not playing well. And then there's this. Steiny, if you say he's the guy who just always wants the ultimate respect, how come we're not talking about the fact that the Warriors showed up to the hospital with a max contract? How come that's not still a part of this? If you're going to go up on stage and say, I can't believe the Warriors did that. Who does that? That came out of his mouth. Why is that not in his brain still today when it comes time to talk about a contract again?
We don't know it's not.
Fair. That's fair.
Because we don't really know any of the numbers. But it may be, the one thing Joe Lacob's always been consistent about, even when Durant was taking those 1-year contracts, he's like, players have the right. Players have the right to explore free agency. And I think that's just where we're at right now. Like, if I were Klay, I'm coming off a bad year. I almost don't want to give them the chance to kind of lowball me, which is the way I'm going to feel. I know I'm going to feel that way.
And this is the first chance he's had at free agency since he got badly hurt, right?
Yep.
So before that, it was many years prior, and now you're in a spot where this is it. If he takes a contract with the Warriors, he ends his career as a Warriors, or he plays this year out, and he has a chance to put himself out there for the first time, which is what Draymond did. Draymond opted out, and reportedly Sacramento had an offer that was sweet there, and he decided to stay. So maybe Klay wants that opportunity now. No disrespect.
This is the Warriors Summit 2023, Fieldwork Brewing Company in San Leandro. All 3 shows, talking it out, all of the different Warriors angles. Guru, what you want to say?
When I saw that IG post, and I now believe this, that athletes right now, entertainers, they use their social media to send the subliminal messages. So when I saw me against the world, that was a shot at the front office in these negotiations. And I do know this, Willard. They say it in the street and they say it in the sport leagues. You never speak on the next man's money. But Klay Thompson, I would tell him this.
You won the negotiations with that last contract. You're getting the Ronnie Lott, $42 million. They had your back when you didn't play for 2 years. How could you possibly want that 42 to go up?
You gave your body to the organization.
Okay, I
That's
get that.
what he's saying.
But my favorite breakfast food is waffles, and this reeks of ego, not ego. This reeks of ego.
Come on.
And if Klay is trying to get money, Willard, then I feel like you can't look at the team that you want to stay here, that raised you from a pup, that drafted you.
So should he take a bargain?
No.
Should he take a discount deal
what's
now?
really a bargain? 30. So what's Klay? You're not the two-way player that you got the original compliment. I think he wants more than what he's getting now.
I don't think he's getting more than what he's getting now. But
who is giving 35-year-old Klay $50 million a year? What are we talking?
Right now, nobody.
I agree.
That may be why he wants to play it out. And
Do we all think that Draymond had a higher offer than what the Warriors gave?
Ask Steiny that.
Yeah, I do.
I do too.
Maybe.
I do too.
By the way, the situation wasn't better.
That's my point.
The situation would have maybe exposed him for some of the shortcomings that he has on the basketball floor. Not to disrespect Draymond, he's a Hall of Famer, but
I think Draymond wants to play for another team way less than Klay Thompson. Like, I think Klay Thompson
Why do you say that?
Because I think Draymond knows that if he goes somewhere else
without Steph,
it could get dicey. But Klay,
you better be careful.
Klay has the kind of mentality where he says, I love Steph, but if you get me away from him, I'll get you 30 tonight.
Right.
Well, and if Draymond goes somewhere else and he averages a double single and they go 25 and 57, all of a sudden you're right about
15 and 52.
Well, then we're talking about, him being, quote, exposed. Even though he's a Hall of Famer, he won't be looked at it the same way as he is here when his double single leads to championships.
I also think we're putting numbers on this that we don't even know if they're true.
Yep.
The media is the one that has said $30 to $35 million. And Steiny, you say he wouldn't take it. Maybe he would. Because, Joe, you've got a point. What's up?
Waste management.
Got a point.
Tony Soprano showed up. Let's go.
The mob is here. The mob is here. No, you've got a point. Who's giving him $35 a year next year?
All I'm saying is this.
You're
you guys have all bought homes, right, at some point, or you've had a negotiation of some sort. You can't always get what you want. Rolling Stones guru. Rolling Stones guru. But it's the truth. Like, in a good negotiation, you take a little off top on both sides and you meet in the middle. And I feel like in this situation, if Klay is asking for something that's a little gratuitous, well, then he's going to have to walk.
Well, here's the way I see it. If there's been an offer, and I believe there has, he doesn't like it.
I agree.
Because if he liked the offer that he got, he would sign it. So
I agree.
if I'm Klay, all of the loyalty, shout out Kendrick Lamar.
I'm going to give 4.
I had it on this morning for breakfast for the baby. But all that's way in the past. Right now you're worried about this year, this contract. All the rest of that doesn't matter.
What do you think about this? One thing we learned from Bob Myers is that, don't make a decision until you have to.
Right.
Now, organizations that are trying to get to championships, they can't afford to do that all the time. But if you think you're a championship team, then you do want to push everything. Push. When Draymond opted out, they had to deal with it. They had to. Klay, they do not have to deal with Klay right now. They don't. And
they shouldn't.
And so the Bob Myers philosophy of let's just, go ahead and kick it down the road.
What if he takes it on the court? What if he takes it on the court and he's off to a horrible start? We're not going to be like that's a dark cloud.
When's the trade deadline? When's the trade deadline?
February.
Okay. I mean, if he takes it on the court and things aren't working, you deal him. You send him to Charlotte.
Well, that's...
well, you know what? I said it in Portland.
That's a little much.
He grew up in Portland. He go to the place.
Send him to Detroit and get Wiseman back. We need a big.
I do think that, the whole fan base, we're in a soap opera state of mind because of what happened last year.
Real talk.
And that is not actually the way this organization normally operates, nor should it. So, should they play softball? No. But should they play hardball? I wouldn't think either. There is a mutual respect that I think is back in the building that had been lost last year.
Yeah. And on top of that, here we talking about Klay, Steve Kerr, the head coach. He ain't getting older. You don't coach. what's up with his status?
Yeah, what do you guys think about that?
This is across the board.
I want to know something from the audience, though, because last time we were at Bonvino in Walnut Creek for the first Warrior Summit, a lot of people were okay with Draymond walking. A lot of Warrior fans here were okay with Draymond Green walking.
That's true.
How are we feeling about Draymond Green being back after everything that transpired last season? That's what we good with Draymond back? So that's interesting because a lot of fans were waiting to move on from him, and it would have changed the dynamic of this team.
Well, let's get a little poll here. So this is the way we'll ask it. First of all, who's pumped that Draymond is back long term? All right. Now, who is sick of Draymond?
There you go.
It got better. It got better.
It flipped from Bonvino.
It got better. There's no question it got better. That changed the whole thing. But what do you think is going on with the Steve Kerr? Silence.
Maybe Joe Lacob and the ownership group and some of the front office members were not happy with the way Steve Kerr coached last year, especially when it came to rotations. It's been known that Joe Lacob loves his young guys, those lottery picks. It was not easy for him to deal James Wiseman. He wanted to hold on to Kuminga. He did. He said this morning he was really ticked to lose Jordan Poole, a young player who's going to average a lot of points in this league. Whether he wins or not, that's yet to be seen, right? Joe Lacob's probably sit back saying, all right, I got what you want. You got a leader in Chris Paul. You got somebody who's not going to turn the ball over. You still have Klay. I gave you Draymond back. Kuminga's ready to go. How do you play out this year? What do the rotations look like? They're 20 games deep into the season, and Kuminga's only seeing 10 minutes a game. You think Dunleavy or Lacob's going to be happy about that?
Monte, that sounds like a tryout. That sounds like
same thing with Klay, right? And Steve Kerr may be thinking, hey, look, I got Team USA in my back pocket. If I ever want to go back to broadcasting, there's a job there. Or I could go coach somewhere else. I think on both sides it's a wait-and-see move here.
I think that they sign him within the next couple of weeks. I think they lock up Steve Kerr. They keep Steve Kerr. I can't imagine that Steph, Klay, and Dre want to face a season of questions about who their future coach will be. Wow. Now, the Bob Myers thing was different because obviously
he was burnt out.
He was fed up with the 12 calls a day or whatever that pressure was. Steve Kerr doesn't get that same pipeline from Joe Lacob. So unless Steve Kerr wants to move on and do, Team USA and maybe the broadcast booth or whatever, if he's burnt out, if he wants the gig, I think they sign him, and I think it happens soon.
Well, and the reason that, to me, this is way different than any Klay Thompson situation is if Steve Kerr supposedly wants to stay and the Warriors want him to stay, then pay him and have him stay. It affects no one else.
What's the holdup?
There's no money. There's no salary
no second
cap.
Apron.
There's no anything that you got to worry about with Steve Kerr. He's obviously at the top of the league. You give him a contract that's up near there, and you move on. So I just think there's a lot more than meets the eye with all of these conversations right now. Man. Because it's not that difficult. The Klay one is. The Steve one is not. What's hard about that?
Well, $15 million a year is hard.
Why? Is $15 million a year hard for Joe Lacob?
I don't think that Joe's looking at his bank account going, man, I just can't do it. I'm running a little low on the funds.
When has Joe Lacob ever treated anything like that?
Never.
If he wants it, he'll pay for it.
Right. And if Steve wants to be here, I can't imagine why it hasn't gotten done, why it won't get done. That's why I think it will get done.
All right, we are at the summit at Fieldwork Brewing Company in San Leandro for the preseason Warriors Summit with the whole gang up here, and we are not done yet. But get this, coming up next, we've got breaking Warriors news live from the summit. Wait.
You know what it is?
Wait until you hear what the Warriors are doing tonight.
Line up
in their game. Wait until you hear what they are doing. We'll get to that coming up next. This is the Warriors Summit on 95.7 The Game.
Big Bone State.
Now back to the Warriors Summit, live from Fieldwork Brewing Company in San Leandro on 95.7 The Game.
All right, we are not done yet. We are at Fieldwork Brewing Company in San Leandro for the Warriors Summit. Woo!
Wow.
And we are not done yet. The first and foremost thing we want to do, again, thank all of you for coming out. This has been amazing. Thank you so much for being here.
Give yourselves a round of applause.
Give yourselves a round of applause. Thank you.
That's a four.
We want to thank Barry, the owner of Fieldwork Brewing Company, and Jeremy and Jenny and Shauna, the whole Fieldwork team that's been helping us out. We really, really appreciate you. We appreciate your hospitality. This has been wonderful. We hope to do more. We want to say hi to Dave from San Leandro Flooring. Dave, thank you for being out here. We want to say thank you and hello to Matt from Ceremony Ford. Thank you for being out here. We want to say hello and thank you to Josh from Abundant Life. Thank you for being out here. Nabil, East Bay Law. It's been a blast working with you. Thank you for being here. And Dave from the Ford store in San Leandro, thank you so much for being here as well and supporting us here at 95.7 The Game. Now, got something fun for you. Steve Kerr has already mentioned that this week's preseason games would be a bit of a, quote, dress rehearsal.
Steve.
Did he not?
Yeah, he did.
Did he not?
Steve, did we lose you?
The lineup for tonight's Warriors game, as the Warriors, quote, start to experiment with some new lineups this week. First of all, Kevon Looney is not feeling well. So he's out.
I'm out.
So the starting lineup tonight will be Steph Curry.
I've heard of him.
Klay Thompson.
Okay.
Splash it up.
Andrew Wiggins.
I do a Wiggins impersonation if you want it later.
We'll do it in a moment.
Okay.
Jonathan Kuminga. And the last starter, Trace Jackson Davis.
Ooh. Yeah, nothing to see here.
Chris Paul. Styles, where are you? Chris Paul will be coming off of the bench.
Talk to me Tuesday, Willard. Yeah.
Dress rehearsal, Goo. Dress rehearsal.
Does he know how to come off the bench?
I don't know. We're going to find out.
Is that really a big deal? Let me ask you. Because everybody's fixated on this starting thing. Is that a big deal?
It's not in a this is my opinion. Yeah. It's not in a basketball sense. Where I think it was a big deal when he got here. I've argued this a couple of times. When people say the starting thing is overblown, I say, well, it's blown up because of Chris. It's because of the way he answered the first question. Now, he did an unbelievable job, I thought, at Media Day of reeling it back, and therefore, it's all calmed down. All Warriors fans wanted to see, and whether it was fake or whatever, it doesn't even matter. What Warriors fans wanted to see was Chris Paul come in here and have some respect for the organization he's joining and not act like anything's owed to him upon arrival. He didn't do that at the beginning. He did at Media Day, and you watch how much better it got. From that perspective was why I think it's a big deal.
Gotcha. See, I think this is going to be his normal role. Yeah. I'm eager to see what Finn. By the way, while you were saying that, Jordan Poole has 29 first half points for the Washington Wizards.
Wow, don't tell me that.
8 of 14. 4 threes.
Wow. 8 of 14.
He can score.
Yeah.
We already knew that. We know he can score.
Bonte, I think
Are
it's a
they
big
down
deal.
by 12?
I don't even know the score. It's highlights.
Go ahead.
I think it's a big deal because Chris Paul is 11th all-time in the NBA in games started. And of the 10 guys who are ahead of him, all 10 of them have come off the bench in their career. In other words, no player has ever been a starter exclusively more than Chris Paul. He's the all-time leader in only starts, not another only, but only starts. He has never come off the bench. All the other people ahead of him who have more starts have come off the bench. So if Chris Paul says it's not a thing, then it's not a thing. And until I hear him say that, I think that it is a thing.
Again, what's going to be the thing is who plays in the last 6 minutes.
Agreed, I agree.
Winning time. Who's on the floor?
Sure.
Who's not on the floor? Does that person have a problem with not being on the floor.
But doesn't that change, Bonte, depending on the game and the matchups?
Maybe a guy like Klay and Steph and Wiggins are saying, we play no matter what the matchup is. We deserve to be on the floor.
Well, and I'm wondering a scenario in which you're in a very close game that you tell your smartest player you can't play.
I mean, if he can't defend and you're going up against Denver, and Denver's got 3 7-footers, you can't play all of your Mighty Mouse 5. You're going to have some size on the floor.
You may have to, but what I'm saying is that's where I think we'll have a problem.
Do you think that that's already a fait accompli that Chris Paul is their smartest player? That's done?
Well, you know what I mean. I mean, I do believe that it's more than just ironic that they got off Jordan Poole and got Chris Paul. They can't be two more dramatically different players in terms of, recklessness and free, you know what I mean? Yeah. So I do think that, yes. And here's the other thing about him starting. I don't think he cares anymore. I think he gets traded. First of all, he goes to Washington first. All right, so he's discarded. Then he's kind of discarded again. And then he comes here and he's probably shocked a little bit. And the first question is, hey, you're going to be great with that second unit. I would be like, F off. Whoa. Like, I'll deal with that down the road. Really, any reporter, who are you? That would have rubbed me the wrong way.
He kind of did it. You coached
exactly.
him.
And he just needed time to, okay, whatever, I'll figure it out.
Well, I totally hear you, but wouldn't I be able to argue, especially in the world of major celebrity and being coached up by who I think is the best public relations person in all of sports, are you going to tell me that question surprised Chris Paul? It's literally the number one thing that was on everybody's mind.
But they hadn't talked about it, Mark.
Yet? Was he underneath
They hadn't talked about it.
Umbrella?
Well, he was looking like, I ain't going to have this conversation with y'all.
Right.
Okay, so
when we ain't had it with the real ones.
So you're buying the idea. Steph Curry sat there in a room with the two of you last year and said, who's winning the bet? And you guys went, you know about that? And what did he tell you?
I hear everything.
So does Chris. Because he's Chris. He is a basketball celebrity. They listen to everything. They're probably listening to us right now.
No doubt,
They
Mark.
read it all.
But my point doesn't mean that he had an answer if he hadn't even talked to the guys and everybody admits they were shocked. That's what I mean. They hadn't talked yet.
Then don't have a press conference yet.
Well, in fairness, it wasn't really a press conference. They grabbed him in Vegas and put him there.
He was cornered.
And he can say no thank you.
He was cornered.
But what if he was
a corner?
What if he was feeling some type of way about everything?
That's fine. He clearly was.
Oh, yeah.
And Warrior fans get to feel some type of way about him feeling some type of way. That's all this was.
I've said it before, and I'll say it to the Summit audience. I loved his response, you coaching, because she's not coaching.
I agree with Guru on this one 100%.
Don't mistake me. I don't hate the response. But if what you want is the whole talk to die down, it was the wrong response.
Can I ask Steiny before we get out of here, and you three,
let's go,
about why Steiny had that energy about Draymond's contract? A majority of it could have been what they could do with him and flip him whenever they decided to. Why can't you have that same energy on the Chris Paul acquisition, which they can get up off of after this year? Why do you not? Why do you look at those different?
I'm not sure I follow.
Because you said Draymond got the 400, but that was because they couldn't let him go,
right, he was an
and
asset.
They're going to use him as a pawn if they decide to.
Sure,
they can do the same with Chris Paul, but you don't talk about that that component of it. After this year, they get off of that money.
They can. It's not guaranteed next year.
To Mark's point,
it gives them optionality.
I think part of what they can do with them in the future was greater than him on the basketball court now.
That's probably, yes. It was financial and basketball-wise,
all right.
I think. By the way, you know what? One of the reasons I love Joe Lacob is you can really kind of mess around with him. He's a real one. Is Joe Lacob the greatest owner in sports? One of them. See, everybody's so soft. It's like you don't ask yourself, Can he do it without Steph Curry? He's still got one more thing to do. He's got to do this without Steph Curry.
Why? Did you tell him this?
That's
today?
5 years now.
I also told him he wasn't an 8 handicap. I needed to see that.
Go to Boston.
Shasky's dad saw Lacob swing.
No comment on that.
DMZ asked
no
Zaidi
comment.
where his collar shirt was.
All right. Let's go across the board here. Final comment. Is the Warrior roster good enough to win the championship this year? Guru, what do you say?
I'm going to say no. Well, I'm going to say no.
That's a weird one. Because I'd say yes.
What now? Why?
Oh,
why
I'm sorry.
Go
I'm sorry.
ahead,
My
Guru.
bad.
Why do you answer that way?
Because they're kind of doing it on the fly, and the way that this Chris Paul acquisition happened and the shock, and I get it, and they're going to give it the old college try. I just don't like, there's too many question marks for me on both sides of the defense and offensively, and ego, all that stuff. It just has the components to blow up.
Steiny?
I hope I'm wrong.
I'm hoping he changes his mind by opening night. A good chance of that.
Why? So you can bet him again?
Yeah.
I like I said, I think they have a chance. It's a thin window. It's a very thin window, but I do think they have a better shot this year than last because I think they have a chance to be.
They're cheering you on.
Never mind.
He said something positive. He said something positive. Yeah, let's go. Let's go. Let's go. He said something positive. Hey, Stardy! Oh, boy, that's the MVP.
All right.
The MVP.
Let me change that. They're done.
Stardy, the MVP.
They're done.
Game 7, Stardy.
I cannot deal with an ovation. They're done.
Too late.
I love that you think they have a better chance this year than last year because last year's already over. So dumb. Anyway, go ahead, Tibbs. What do you think?
I can't